Transcending into the fantasy novel supreme Demon Emperor, the Hundred Beauties, Lin Nan unexpectedly finds himself cast as the villainous senior brother, tasked with sharpening the destiny of the protagonist. Initially, he intended to distance himself from this fated hero, seeking to endure until the grand conclusion. However, the enchanting female leads of the story inadvertently overheard his thoughts. These stunning beauties, no longer willing to become a harem for the destined protagonist, began to cling to Lin Nan, compelling him to devise every possible means to seize the protagonist's opportunities and confront him heated. Chapter 1. The Villainous Senior Brother. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Senior brother, 1 year hence, in the arena of life and death, do you dare to accept the challenge? Lin Nan, in a state of confusion, pondered. Who is speaking? Senior brother? What manner of nonsense is this? Has someone succumbed to delusions? In the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself on a vast plaza, surrounded by individuals clad in garments reminiscent of ancient attire, with long flowing hair, as if they were on a film set. Opposite him stood a youth, seemingly 16 or 17, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet exuding an overwhelming aura, staring intently at him. This How must have lost his mind. How dare he challenge the senior brother? The new disciples of the sect have grown increasingly arrogant in recent years. Could it be that we, the senior brothers, have been too lenient? Hao is doomed to publicly challenge the senior brother, is to court death. How tragic and lamentable. The murmurs of the crowd deepened Lin Nan's bewilderment. Hao? Isn't he the protagonist from the fantasy harem novel supreme, Demon Emperor? The Hundred Beauties that I have been reading? What is happening? Have I transcended? Just as Lin Nan grappled with his confusion, a cold, proud voice resonated from the center of the plaza. Will the senior brother accept this challenge? Instinctively, Lin Nan turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, instantly captivated by the ethereal beauty that resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, the surrounding whispers reached his ears once more. Sister Qingyue? Why is she here? Could it be that she has come to vouch for Hao? This is bad. Who in the sect does not know that the senior brother has long harbored feelings for Sister Qingyue? If she stands for Hao, does that not spell doom for him? Looks like we're in for a spectacle. The cacophony jolted Lin Nan into full awareness. He was now utterly convinced that he had indeed transcended. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the two figures at the center of the plaza, the destined protagonist Hao and the main heroine, Qingyue. Lan Tian's sect, Ascension Platform. This was precisely the moment in the 5th chapter of the novel when Hao first dared to challenge the villainous senior brother. In the original text, the senior brother of Lan Tian's sect, upon receiving the challenge from the newcomer Hao, initially dismissed it with contempt. Such a minor character could be effortlessly dealt with by one of his subordinates. However, Qingyue's appearance altered everything. It led him to make a decision that defied his ancestors' teachings. He actually agreed to Hao's year-long challenge. And thus, a year later, on the life-and-death arena of Lan Tian's sect, Hao, having experienced countless fortuitous encounters and made remarkable progress in cultivation, unleashed a secret technique and struck him down with a single blow, concluding a life steeped in sin. How did I transmigrate into the role of a mere supporting villain? No way. I refuse to be a stepping stone for the destined protagonist. Why forsake the esteemed position of the senior brother of Lan Tian's sect, the head of Lingyun Peak, merely to provide experience to the protagonist? My mind must be in disarray. With this thought, Lin Nan unhesitatingly raised his hand. The gathered disciples of Lan Tian's sect, eager for a spectacle, held their breath, anticipating his impending outburst. Who does not know that the senior brother is known for his ruthless retribution? Those who offend him, even slightly, whether disciples or elders of the sect, would find no mercy. Some perverse individuals were already anticipating the sight of Hao being turned into a pulp. Even Qingyue, standing before Hao, could not help but furrow her brows, her hands subconsciously tightening around the hilt of her sword. In the next moment, amidst the expectant and wary gazes, Lin Nan suddenly brought his palms together, producing a resounding clap. Very well, but I must decline. What? In an instant, all present were rendered speechless. Some even failed to suppress their astonishment, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What is this? The senior brother actually refused, surrendering? There was no flamboyant acceptance, nor a furious display of power to strike down his challenger. Simply a straightforward refusal, without any further elaboration. Lin Nan paid no mind to the scrutinizing eyes around him as he strolled toward the center of the plaza. Seeing him approach, Shin Qingyu's previously surprised expression turned grave, her right hand already gripping the sword hilt. However, Lin Nan bypassed her entirely and stood before Yi Hao. You wish to challenge me, yet I have no desire to acquiesce. As fellow disciples, we ought to support one another against the external threats posed by the demon race, rather than engage in deadly duels among ourselves, causing pain to friends and joy to foes. Yi Hao was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Is this the rhetoric of the ruthless senior brother that everyone fears? Was not the person who just forcefully issued a challenge intended to take my life you? Senior brother you? Before Yi Hao could finish his sentence, Lin Nan swiftly turned, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd. My fellow disciples, have you forgotten why we embarked on this arduous path of cultivation? Why do we seek the ultimate power? The demon race feasts upon the flesh and blood of our kind, treating us as mere livestock. As long as the demon race persists, our human race will have no place to stand in this world. In this time of peril, instead of striving to eradicate the demons, we engage in private duels, risking our lives against one another. Do you not find this shameful and absurd? Yi Hao's complexion paled. This left him utterly at a loss. Lin Nan, what game are you playing? If you wish to battle, then battle. If you wish to fight, then fight. What is the meaning of this? Beside them, Shin Qingyue could no longer contain herself, disregarding her typically aloof demeanor, furrowing her brow to speak. Lin Nan cast a sidelong glance at Shin Qingyue. Though this was his second viewing, her otherworldly beauty still left him awestruck, prompting him to inwardly ponder. Such an exquisite beauty. Who could resist being enchanted? What a pity. She is destined to be one of the pieces in Yi Hao's collection of the 100 Beauties. Once this matter passes, she will likely take Yi Hao to the secluded waters of the back mountain, guiding him in his cultivation. Shin Qingyu's expression darkened. What is happening? Was Lin Nan speaking just now? No, that cannot be. I distinctly did not see him utter a word. And what does he mean by I am Yi Hao's woman? The 100 Beauties? Isn't that a long-lost treasure of the demon race, an object of wickedness, now in Yi Hao's possession? How does Lin Nan know of the secluded waters? Shin Qingyu's thoughts surged, her astonishment deepening. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had turned his gaze back to Yi Hao, his expression one of righteous indignation. Yi Hao, if you truly possess the ambition to soar, you should devote yourself to cultivating the art of slaying demons and protecting our kin. I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier words. From this day forth, I will return to Lingyun Peak to enter seclusion, preparing for the impending invasion of the demon race. You would do well to take care of yourself. Yi Hao's brows knitted together, sensing an increasing sense of unease. Lin Nan, Shin Qingyue interjected, her brow furrowed. Lin Nan, without a hint of hesitation, turned back, silence. It is not your turn to speak, wait a moment. Chapter 2. Entangled by senior sister Shin Qingyue. To his astonishment, she dared to tell him to be silent. Shin Qingyue was both shocked and furious. Since her arrival at Lantian sect, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. She was one of the few prodigious talents the sect had seen in centuries. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, basking in the admiration of many. Even the elders of the sect treated her with utmost affection, speaking to her with gentle tones and providing her with diligent care. Previously, Lin Nan had gone to great lengths to pursue her. So how could he now speak to her in this disrespectful way? Her master was right. Indeed, there is not a single good man among them. At this moment, Shin Qingyue's thoughts were entirely influenced by Lin Nan, and her fury was palpable. She had completely forgotten her original purpose for stepping forward. Meanwhile, Lin Nan was too preoccupied to pay attention to her, as he continued to address Yi Hao. Yi Hao, your talents are extraordinary, a rare occurrence in a century. As long as you devote yourself to rigorous training, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Therefore, I advise you to focus your energy on cultivation rather than engaging in duels with your peers. As he spoke, Lin Nan could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Shin Qingyue, inwardly musing, if you must find someone to spar with, why not choose one of your admirers? Such as Qingyue? Shin Qingyue is such a foolish woman, teaching her own apprentice, yet she has managed to ensnare herself in this predicament. But that is fine, as long as she keeps her distance from me. It is a pity to waste such beauty, for she is indeed stunning. Shin Qingyue was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why did she hear that voice again? She could ascertain that it was Lin Nan's voice, yet she had not seen him speak. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Lin Nan turned to face her and said, Junior sister Shin, since you are willing to vouch for Yi Hao, it seems you hold him in high regard. As he has just entered the sect, he is likely to have many questions. You could take this opportunity to instruct him on how to be an exemplary disciple of Lin Nan's sect. While saying this, Lin Nan's thoughts were, yes, go ahead and teach him the sword techniques. Give him a chance to win your heart, so that his attention will not be directed towards me, your senior brother. Shen Qingyue's expression darkened completely. She had finally confirmed that the inexplicable voice she had heard from Lin Nan was not a figment of her imagination, but rather his true thoughts. Although she did not understand why this was happening, she no longer cared. The audacity of Lin Nan. To think of her as a foolish woman, repeatedly offering herself to Yi Hao. How dare he? Was she such a lowly person? What right did Yi Hao have? Her stepping forward to vouch for him was merely a matter of passing by and being unable to tolerate Lin Nan's bullying. If he wanted her to teach him, she would resolutely refuse. If he wished for her to keep her distance, she would defiantly do the opposite, infuriating him to see what tricks he was up to. While her heart seethed with indignation, Shen Qingyue's face remained cold. With a flick of her sleeve, she replied, "What you say is indeed correct, senior brother. It is I who am lacking in understanding." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan felt a surge of admiration. Exactly, this is the way to go. Hurry and find your destined protagonist. However, at that moment, Shen Qingyue abruptly changed her tone. However, Yi Shidi has just entered the sect and has a shallow foundation. With less than a year remaining before the demon race invades, no matter how hard he strives, it will only be a drop in the bucket. To resist the demon race, we must rely on senior brother leading the younger generation. Coincidentally, I have encountered many uncertainties in my recent training. Your profound cultivation and vast knowledge would be invaluable in guiding me. Now it was Lin Nan's turn to be taken aback, staring at Shen Qingyue with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. What was happening? Seeing the astonishment in Lin Nan's eyes and his incredulous expression filled Shen Qingyue with a sense of satisfaction. For how many years had she endured Lin Nan's relentless annoyance since entering the sect? Today, at last, she witnessed such an expression on his face. She then continued, "What do you think, senior brother? How dare you?" Lin Nan silently cursed in his heart. "Isn't it Shen Qingyue? Is your mind muddled? Aren't you the one who detests me the most and avoids me at all costs? Take a good look at the two individuals before you and reconsider your choice." On the surface, Lin Nan endeavored to maintain composure, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, junior sister Shun, I thank you." Since senior brother had no objections, then it was decided. Shen Qingyue did not allow Lin Nan the opportunity to refuse her. However, before departing, she deliberately cast him a meaningful glance. "Tomorrow morning, I shall return to Lingyun Peak to seek your guidance, senior brother." With that final remark, Shen Qingyue turned and left. Lin Nan was utterly dumbfounded. Turning back to look at Yi Hao, he saw him with flickering eyes, suddenly clasping his fists and saying, "What you say is indeed correct, senior brother. I have learned much today. Until we meet again." With that, Yi Hao also turned and departed. Lin Nan felt a surge of frustration. This was not how the script was written. What were the protagonists doing, bullying the transmigrator? According to the book's premise, this world was fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to a dire fate. Even as the senior brother of Lin Nan's sect, temporarily assuming the position of the head of Lingyun Peak, with his own profound cultivation, he was still insufficiently prepared for the impending full-scale war between the demon race and the human race that would erupt in just over a year, where even a single misstep could lead to encounters with demon kings of unimaginable strength. It should be noted that the levels of cultivation in this narrative are divided into opening the aperture, body refinement, chi refining, soul nurturing, transcendence, divine control, heavenly enlightenment, unity, and saintly ascendance. The demon race's levels correspond closely to those of the human race. Divine control corresponds to the heavenly demon. Heavenly enlightenment corresponds to the demon king. Unity corresponds to the demon emperor, and saintly ascendance corresponds to the demon sovereign. Both Shen Qingyue and Lin Nan were at the transcendence level, but he had reached the 7th level, whereas Shen Qingyue was only at the 5th. As for Yi Hao, he appeared to be at the peak of the 9th level of opening the aperture, on the verge of body refinement, but his actual combat strength was unmatched within the body refinement stage. He had only been in Lin Nan's sect for half a month. Given another month or two, he would certainly reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Thus, to survive, there were only two paths available. One was to keep as far away from Yi Hao, the destined protagonist, as possible, and the other was to navigate the known plot carefully, avoiding extremely dangerous situations and preserving his life. As long as the plot progressed normally, If he could endure for just over 2 more years, he could join Lantian's sect in their expedition to Central Land and leave. Once he reached Central Land, he would be entirely safe and could leisurely enjoy life. Therefore, what he had previously mentioned about closing himself off was not mere talk. He genuinely intended to do so. However, things seemed to be taking an unexpected turn. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to return to his Lingyun Peak and deliberate on the long-term strategy. On the way back, he reflected on the original plot in detail while contemplating how he could survive these 2 years. No, he had to ensure that Shun Qingyue and Yi Hao progressed according to the original plot. Otherwise, things would become exceedingly difficult. What was going on with Shun Qingyue? Why had she suddenly gone mad? While Lin Nan was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, the ground beneath him suddenly quaked violently. Instinctively, he looked up to see the trees ahead swaying, and then a massive beast charged towards him. On the back of this colossal creature was a beautiful figure clad in fiery red. At that moment, the beast was already too close, and in a frenzied state. It was moving at an incredible speed, leaving him no chance to evade. The red-clad woman atop the beast also spotted him and shouted, "Get out of the way. The beast has lost control." "Good heavens!" Lin Nan exclaimed, and in a moment of panic, he instinctively raised his hand and waved. A flash of cold light surged forth instantly. As the cold light passed, it left a terrifying sword mark on the ground, seemingly about to strike the beast. The woman in red hurriedly cried out, "No!" She then leaped in front of the beast, one hand pressing against its massive head while the other faced the cold light, emanating a brilliant red glow. In an instant, a shield resembling a lotus flower appeared, barely blocking the sword's glare. "Stop!" Simultaneously, the woman in red shouted, pressing her palm against the beast's head, forcefully bringing the creature, which was at least dozens of times larger than her, to the ground. Lin Nan stood there, dumbfounded. How fierce is a soul-nurturing level practitioner? Before he could process what had just happened, the woman in red turned and approached him, visibly irate. "Lin Shixiao, what do you mean? Why are you being so ruthless towards my little darling?" Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. "You refer to this creature as little darling?" In the next moment, he suddenly realized the red-clad beast master. Is she not the second female lead, Shangguan Honghua, from the original text? How could she appear here when she is supposed to be on Beast Master Peak? Chapter 3. Shangguan Honghua Beast Master Peak is located on the outermost edge of Lantian sect, positioned at the very end among the 32 peaks. Normally, as the daughter of the peak's master, Shangguan Honghua should never be found within the confines of Lingyun Peak. Lin Nan felt his mind was a bit disordered. Ever since he declined Yi Hao's challenge, everything seemed to have gone awry. First, there were Shun Qingyue's series of inexplicable reactions, and now Shangguan Honghua's illogical appearance in a place she should not be. If this continues, the plot of the original story will surely collapse. Shangguan Honghua's expression bore a look of disdain and contempt. As a disciple of Lantian's sect, she had certainly heard of the infamous reputation of the so-called senior brother from Lantian's sect. Cunning and ruthless, vindictive, and bullying the weak, he was also greedy and lecherous. Shameless in his pursuits. His obsession with Shun Qingyue from Immortal Spirit Peak was notorious throughout the sect. Shangguan Honghua had always detested such individuals, and today, to her misfortune, her tamed beast had inexplicably gone berserk and charged out of its enclosure. After much effort, she had finally managed to catch up with it, only to discover that the mark she had slowly embedded into the beast's soul had inexplicably loosened. This caused her several attempts to control the beast to fail. In a moment of desperation, she was forced to subdue it by brute force. Then Lin Nan appeared, and he actually dared to strike at her beast without the slightest hesitation. Had it not been for the protective talisman given to her by her father, she would have found it difficult to fend off that sword strike. This guy was simply despicable. As she pondered these thoughts, Shangguan Honghua glared at Lin Nan and said, "Lin Shixiao, please step aside and do not obstruct my way. I wish to return." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Nan regained his senses and instinctively stepped aside. Regardless of the plot, keeping a distance from the destined protagonist pairing in the original story could only be a wise decision. Seeing him yield, Shangguan Honghua lost the opportunity to further escalate the matter and merely huffed in dissatisfaction before turning to retrieve her beast and leave. Lin Nan gazed at Shangguan Honghua's retreating figure and could not help but think to himself, no wonder Yi Hao was so taken with her at first glance. That slim waist, that peach-like figure, those long legs, she certainly has the goods. It is a pity that such a beautiful and spirited little firecracker will ultimately only be a piece in Yi Hao's collection of beauties. Just as Shangwan Honghua was about to leave, she unexpectedly heard Lin Nan speaking behind her. As those crude words reached her ears, she was instantly infuriated and spun around to glare at Lin Nan. "Lin Shixiang, what did you just say?" Lin Nan was taken aback and instinctively replied, "What? I didn't say anything." "Oh, so you dare to act without facing the consequences, do you? Don't think that just because you are the senior brother of the sect, you can do as you please. Others may fear you, but I do not." With a scornful sneer, Shangwan Honghua raised her hand. A glimmer of light flashed from her palm, enveloping the beast, and in an instant, the massive creature shrank dramatically, disappearing within her hand. Lin Nan had never witnessed such a magical scene and could not help but internally exclaim, "Is this the ability of Beast Master Peak? Truly remarkable." As Shangwan Honghua stored away her beast, she caught wind of Lin Nan's thoughts and taunted, "Beast Master Peak has many remarkable techniques. If you're interested, we could have a sparring match at the next sect competition. I assure you it will be an eye-opening experience." Every 3 years, Lantian sect holds a competition where disciples from all 32 peaks can participate. The ultimate victor earns the title of the sect's chief disciple, which is how Lin Nan came to hold the title of senior brother. Moreover, he had been the champion of the last 3 competitions. The next competition was set to take place in 3 months. Shangwan Honghua's words were almost a blatant invitation for a duel. Naturally, Lin Nan would not accept. He would be out of his mind to engage in a battle with the second female lead. Thus, he decisively replied, "I'd rather not, perhaps another time." With a polite gesture, he prepared to leave. Normally, where there is a female lead, the male lead is sure to follow. And Lin Nan did not wish to entangle himself in the affairs between Yi Hao and Shangwan Honghua. However, just as he lifted his foot to depart, a furious shout erupted from the nearby forest. "You vile creature, if you have the guts, don't run. Stand there." Lin Nan's heart sank instinctively. It was over. No matter how he tried to evade, the main character had arrived. In the next moment, 2 figures, one small and one large, darted out from the forest. Shangwan Honghua suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her enchanting eyes fixated on the small figure, saying, "Oh, what is that?" Seeing her attention diverted, Lin Nan discreetly prepared to slip away. But at that moment, Yi Hao, who had chased after the small creature, suddenly spotted him and shouted, "Lin Shixiao, please help me catch this vile creature. It stole my belongings." A look of appeared on Lin Nan's face. "I said, buddy, don't call me out. Can't you see the stunning beauty beside you?" At this time, all of Shangwan Honghua's attention was focused on the small creature. She swiftly formed a hand sign and commanded, "Beast binding rope, go." Immediately, a red rope that had been coiled around her arm shot forth like a red serpent, darting toward the small creature. The creature, quick on its feet, let out a shriek and suddenly halted in its tracks, turning to dash directly at Lin Nan. Seeing this, Lin Nan's expression changed dramatically, thinking, "Why are you coming for me? I'm not the one trying to capture you. Go after her." Shangwan Honghua, controlling the red rope to ensnare the small creature, whirled around, glaring fiercely at Lin Nan. The small creature was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Nan. With no other choice, he had to act. "Sword Chi prison rise," he bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of sword chi that surged toward the creature. Simultaneously, the red rope controlled by Shangwan Honghua reached the creature as well. With a cacophony of sounds, the red rope collided with the sword chi and was instantly torn to shreds. The small creature, however, let out a cry and skillfully slipped through the gaps in the sword chi, crashing into Lin Nan's chest with a resounding thud. In that moment, Lin Nan felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his energy surging within him. The protective barrier flared to life, just managing to block the small creature. He then swiftly reached out and captured it in his grasp. "Lin Shixiang, please return it to me. It stole my belongings." Yi Hao approached, extending his hand. Chapter 4. The second female leads mischief. There was an urgent tone in Yi Hao's voice, but to others, his words sounded somewhat inexplicably domineering. Lin Nan did not perceive any wrongdoing. After all, he was the fated protagonist, so it was only natural for him to be a bit overbearing, especially since, according to the original plot, this small creature was destined to become his future spirit pet. The timing, however, seemed oddly early, as if it had advanced significantly. Still, Lin Nan had no time to ponder this. He was solely focused on distancing himself from this character. Thus, he instinctively began to hand over the small creature he was holding. Yet, before Yi Hao could reach out to take it, another hand snatched it away first. Is it yours? You think you can just take it because you say so? How domineering. Yi Hao's hand froze in midair. Lin Nan was also taken aback, turning to look at Shangguan Honghua with a bewildered expression. However, Shangguan Honghua merely shot him a glare before turning her gaze back to Yi Hao, continuing, "You claim it stole your belongings. Do you have any evidence?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Hao's brow furrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible flicker of unusual emotion flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Senior sister, are you intending to resort to force?" Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback, silently musing. "What is happening?" "Yi Hao, open your eyes wide and take a good look." With those long legs, a curvaceous figure, and a face that, even if it doesn't rival the beauty of a fallen flower, is still captivating. "Are you certain she is not the woman you seek?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Nan suddenly felt a stirring in his soul, as if he were being scrutinized by some unseen force. Turning his head, he found Shangguan Honghua glaring fiercely at him. He inwardly scoffed. "Why are you glaring at me? Though Yi Hao may be a bit brash, he is still your destined match. Why not seize this opportunity to engage with this spirit beast and exchange insights on beast taming, instead of standing here gritting your teeth? If he desires it, then grant it to him. Does that not align with both your intentions?" He then addressed Shangguan, "Junior sister Shangguan. Although Yi Shidi is a new entrant to the sect, his exceptional talents and commendable character assure me that he would not lie. Moreover, we indeed witnessed him pursuing this spirit beast all the way here. Therefore, why not simply hand it over to him?" Shangguan Honghua's gaze remained fixed on him with intensity. "Do you know him?" she inquired. "There was a misunderstanding earlier, but it has been resolved," Lin Nan replied with a smile. "You wish for me to give this spirit beast to him?" Shangguan Honghua questioned again, sensing a slight softening in her tone. Lin Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Yes, exactly that. You hand the spirit beast over to him. And as he is a newcomer unfamiliar with beast taming, it is fortuitous that you, being an expert, can offer guidance. This way, your relationship will naturally flourish." Shangguan Honghua narrowed her eyes, her gaze on Lin Nan growing increasingly peculiar. She had been infuriated by Lin Nan's earlier crude remarks and had intended to confront him, only to find him strangely silent, which puzzled her. Thus, she merely glared at him. However, upon hearing his thoughts, she was now certain. Inexplicably, she could hear Lin Nan's inner voice. It appeared that he was intent on fostering contact between her and the newcomer, Yi Hao. The implications of his words suggested a desire to pair them together. How could she allow that? She already harbored a deep-seated dislike for Lin Nan, and now that he had ruined her binding rope for beast taming, it would suffice that she had not physically retaliated against him. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, his innermost musings were entirely laid bare to Shangguan Honghua. Instinctively, he remarked it was originally Yi Shidi's possession, but as he is new to the sect, mastering the intricacies of beast taming may prove daunting. "Junior sister Shangguan, you are a paragon of the beast taming peak and possess a kind heart. It would be most fitting for you to offer him guidance." While he spoke, his thoughts were racing. "Hurry and agree, and then you two can go your separate ways while I traverse my own solitary path. Ideally, we shall never cross paths again." Shangguan Honghua paid little heed to his words, but she caught every nuance of his thoughts. A new idea took root in her mind. This fellow was insufferable. Having previously annoyed senior sister Qingyue and now brazenly wreaking havoc within the sect, she resolved not to let him off so easily. He seemed intent on avoiding her. If he wished for her to accompany this insufferable newcomer, then she would do the opposite. She would let him experience the true annoyance of being pursued. The more she thought about it, the more amusing it became, and she declared, "What guidance can a new disciple possibly require? His foundation is yet to be solidified. I have no interest. I will keep this for now. Lin Shixiang, I shall take my leave for today, but I will return to find you tomorrow." With that final remark, Shangguan Honghua gave neither of them a moment to react before turning on her heel and waving her hand. A beam of light shot forth from her palm, summoning a flying beast from thin air. She leaped onto its back and soared into the sky, leaving Lin Nan and Yi Hao in a state of bewilderment. Neither possessed the means to traverse the skies, rendering any pursuit futile. Watching Shangguan Honghua vanish into the distance, Lin Nan could only clear his throat and turn to Yi Hao, saying, "Yi Shidi, you have seen for yourself that this matter has nothing to do with me. I believe you should make your way to the beast-taming peak. Yi Hao's brow knitted tightly, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lin Nan, saying, "Thank you, Lin Shixiao. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. Lin Nan couldn't help but feel somewhat vexed. What was the situation? Why were both the female leads behaving in such a peculiar manner? First it was Shun Qingyue, and now Shengguan Honghua. Both seemed to be at odds with the male lead, Yi Hao, as if they had all taken the wrong medicine. Yi Hao also appeared disinterested in the two women, leading to an immediate and unfriendly parting. Had the narrative shifted to one of reluctant adversaries? Shaking his head, Lin Nan chose not to dwell on it further. After all, it was of no concern to him. He needed to hasten back to Lingyun Peak to prepare for his secluded retreat. As long as he adhered to the original storyline, the next year away from Lantian sect should restore everything to its rightful course. However, the very next moment, upon recalling Shengguan Honghua's parting words, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it. What did she mean by saying she would come looking for me tomorrow? Surely she wouldn't also be heading to Lingyun Peak, would she?" With Shin Qingyue preceding her, and now Shengguan Honghua following, the two female leads, who were meant to be paired with the fated male, lead Yi Hao, seemed to have conspired to seek him out instead. What was going on? Author, open your eyes and take a good look. The plot is collapsing. Chapter 5. I refuse to be evaded by them. Lin Nan was rendered speechless. One Shin Qingyue was already enough of a headache. Now, with Shengguan Honghua added to the mix, dealing with either woman alone would be perilous, let alone facing both simultaneously. He had no idea how he would navigate the situation if both women converged on Lingyun Peak the following day. It appeared there was only one course of action left. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Nan resolved inwardly to go into complete seclusion, making no preparations whatsoever. Surely, if he secluded himself, he would not be found. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace back to the main peak of Lingyun. The 32 peaks of Lantian sect were not merely 32 mountains. Rather, the sect's territory was vast. The 32 peaks were the most majestic among many others, surrounded by numerous smaller auxiliary peaks. Taking Lingyun Peak as an example, besides the main peak, there were 18 smaller auxiliary peaks inhabited by outer disciples and miscellaneous workers. Additionally, some auxiliary peaks remained untouched wilderness, home to various savage beasts and even minor demon clans, serving as trial grounds for outer disciples and new entrants. Lin Nan was the acting head of Lingyun Peak. As the former head had perished in a battle against 8 celestial demons during the last demon catastrophe a decade ago. After slaying 4 of them, he succumbed to exhaustion. Since then, Lingyun Peak had yet to select a new head, leaving Lin Nan, who held the title of the sect's eldest disciple, to temporarily assume the role. However, he would not hold this position for long. With a new demon catastrophe looming in a year, all 32 peaks of Lantian sect would unite to repel the demon invasion. At that time, the disciples of Lingyun Peak would need to be led by the head. Upon returning to the Lingyun Hall atop the main peak, Lin Nan summoned the elders responsible for daily affairs. After a brief briefing, he prepared to relinquish his duties and retreat to the secluded cave in the back mountain. However, the elders promptly dissuaded him. "This is unwise. Although you are merely acting as head, you are still the lord of a peak and cannot be absent for even a day. Moreover, with the sect competition approaching, the disciples representing Lingyun Peak have yet to be selected, a matter requiring your decision. Lingyun Peak has seen me, Lingyun Feng, claim the top position for 3 consecutive terms under the aegis of the acting sect leader. This time, I must secure victory once more, otherwise, what semblance of dignity would I have left?" Listening to the cacophony of the elders below, Lin Nan felt an unbidden surge of irritation rising within him. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his palm onto the table and declared, "Enough! Silence, all of you!" Instantly, the eyes of the assembled elders turned toward him. Being the focus of so many gazes, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his nose, he cleared his throat and continued, "Cough, cough, esteemed elders. I understand your sentiments. However, this year's set competition is unlike any before, and I do not intend to participate." Upon hearing this, the elders shifted in their seats, their expressions shifting as they prepared to voice their objections once more. Lin Nan quickly interjected, "With merely a year remaining until the 10-year demon calamity, I cannot forget the treachery of the 8 demon lords who conspired to ambush the former sect leader, leading to his untimely demise. If I do not avenge this wrong, I would be unworthy of being a disciple of Lingyun Peak." My decision to enter seclusion is resolute. I implore you, do not press the matter further." Although the elders still wore various expressions, the mention of the previous sect leader stifled their protests. Just as Lin Nan believed he had navigated the situation smoothly, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "Even if the acting sect leader prepares for the impending demon invasion, we must determine the candidates for this year's sect competition, must we not?" Lin Nan furrowed his brow. Who dares to speak so audaciously? Instinctively, he turned to identify the source of the voice, but before he could respond, the others had already begun to chatter once more. Realizing this was not a sustainable course of action, he reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall wait another day. Tomorrow morning, please submit the list of disciples who wish to participate in this year's sect competition, and I will review it." Having spoken, he promptly rose to leave. He needed the night to prepare some medicinal pills and other necessities for his seclusion. The difference in efficiency between having these resources and not was immense. Currently at the 7th level of Xian, he hoped that within a year, he might ascend to the divine sovereign realm. Attaining the divine sovereign status would grant him the ability to manipulate divine energy, allowing him to soar through the skies. Should he encounter formidable demon adversaries, he could make a swift retreat. Even if he fell short of the divine sovereign realm, he could at least reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xian, thereby enhancing his self-defense capabilities. As for the troublesome figures of Shen Qinyue and Shangguan Honghua, both had claimed they would seek him out. However, no matter how hastily they moved, it was unlikely they would arrive at Lingyun Peak at dawn. If he acted swiftly enough to resolve matters before their arrival, he could retreat to the back mountain for a prolonged seclusion, effectively evading them. Thus, he exited the Lingyun Hall and made his way to the pill storage pavilion of Lingyun Peak. The privileges of being the acting sect leader became evident. As the sect leader of Lingyun Peak, he wielded absolute authority there, compounded by the fact that he was the most gifted and strongest disciple of the younger generation. All resources of Lingyun Peak were inherently tilted in his favor. Even though the hour was late, while other elders and disciples could no longer access the pill storage pavilion, he could. Upon entering the pavilion, he headed straight for the top floor, where high-grade medicinal pills were kept. Given his current cultivation level, ordinary pills offered him negligible benefits, while intermediate pills were barely sufficient. To make significant progress within a year and leap from Xian to Divine Sovereign, only high-grade or top-tier pills would suffice. Fortunately, Lingyun Peak was affluent, possessing a fair number of high-grade pills and a small stock of top-tier ones. As he arrived on the top floor, Lin Nan's gaze swept the area. Just as he was about to make his selection, he felt a subtle shift in the currents of energy around him. It was as though he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy within the confines of the pavilion. The pill storage pavilion was equipped with specialized barriers to isolate external energies, preventing contamination of the stored pills that could lead to a loss of their potency. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there should not be any energy fluctuations present. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance, and his eyes narrowed in surprise. In a dim corner of the pavilion, a flickering glow was visible. A small creature was nestled there, seemingly absorbing the medicinal potency of the pills. Lin Nan recognized it immediately. It was a rare, dan-eating beast, as described in the original text. This creature had only appeared twice in the narrative, once in the possession of the protagonist Yi Hao, and once with a renowned alchemist. The primary function of the dan-eating beast was its uncanny ability to locate the most elusive treasures of heaven and earth, possessing an acute sense of smell for various medicinal pills. It was a veritable treasure-hunting artifact. Chapter 6. The Dan-eating beast, having a treasure-hunting artifact delivered right to his doorstep, was an opportunity Lin Nan could not overlook. Its potential for aiding his further development was immense. As the Dan-eating beast continued to indulge in a pill, akin to a drug addict, Lin Nan stealthily approached. With a swift motion, Lin Nan unleashed his power, forming a cage of energy to ensnare the Dan-eating beast. The creature, clutching the pill, paused in confusion before quickly realizing its predicament. It shrieked and began to batter against the energy cage, clearly intent on escaping. Unfortunately, the beast was no larger than the palm of his hand and was not a combat-oriented spirit beast. It could neither break free from the cage nor withstand the rebound. Flipping over and landing on its back, motionless, Lin Nan's expression shifted slightly as he dispelled the energy cage and reached out to grasp the Dan-eating beast. Just as he was about to seize it, the creature executed a sudden leap, twisting away to flee. "Huh, you think you can outsmart me?" Lin Nan chuckled, quickening his movements, and ultimately managed to capture the Dan-eating beast. The little creature had only its head protruding from Lin Nan's grasp, displaying a mix of surprise and anger, struggling fiercely while baring its teeth and screeching at him. Such antics, of course, failed to intimidate Lin Nan. Listen here, little one. If you persist in this behavior, I assure you, a little exertion on my part will send you to meet your ancestors. Aware of the sentience of the Dan-eating beast, Lin Nan issued a warning. The creature seemed to comprehend, ceasing its struggles, although its eyes remained fixed on Lin Nan with an expression of wariness and defiance. Undeterred, Lin Nan continued to communicate with the creature. Now listen closely. Since you are in my grasp, you shall serve as my spirit beast from this moment forth. Rest assured, if you assist me in locating treasures, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. At the very least, you shall have your fill of medicinal pills. To demonstrate his sincerity in wanting to be its master, Lin Nan produced a vial of low-grade pills, uncorked it, and brought it closer to the Dan-eating beast. See? I keep my promises. As long as you obediently assist me, you shall never go hungry. With a persuasive smile, Lin Nan encouraged the Dan-eating beast to absorb the pill's essence. The creature blinked, assessing the vial, and then Lin Nan, before tentatively inhaling the medicinal energy. Lin Nan maintained his reassuring demeanor, not hindering its actions. This seemed to instill confidence in the Dan-eating beast, or perhaps it believed in Lin Nan's words. For after a few hearty gulps of the medicinal energy, it grinned widely at him, displaying what appeared to be a friendly smile. Now we're getting somewhere. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, Lin Nan exclaimed, pleased with the creature's response. As your master, I shall bestow upon you a name. Given your diminutive stature and your somewhat drab appearance, let us choose a name that reflects it. Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Liuzi. Lin Nan felt quite satisfied with the name he had chosen for the Dan-eating beast. The creature blinked in confusion, seemingly taken aback. Little Liuzi, you dare to disregard my feelings? It puffed out its cheeks in protest, but Lin Nan offered it no chance for dissent, promptly tucking it into his embrace. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of Little Liuzi, gathered the high-grade pills he required, and casually grabbed a few low-grade ones before exiting the pill storage pavilion and making his way home. En route, he passed through a dense forest, leading him to his dwelling. However, as he leisurely strolled along the mountain path, the once subdued creature nestled in his arms suddenly darted out as if provoked by some unseen force, its curiosity piqued by the surrounding environment. What the? Trying to escape? Lin Nan exclaimed upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events. In a state of urgency, he channeled his energy to apprehend the spirit beast, yet it ceased its flight, instead chirping excitedly at an old, dilapidated house, displaying an unmistakable sense of urgency. Little Six, are you not attempting to flee? Your demeanor suggests you wish to alert me to some hidden treasure. Do you? Lin Nan pondered, intrigued by the creature's behavior. The spirit beast nodded vigorously, then dashed into the old abode. Could it truly be that fortune awaited? Lin Nan felt a surge of joy. Spirit beasts possess an innate sensitivity to treasures, often compelled by instinct to seek them out. The creature's sudden actions aligned perfectly with this trait, leading Lin Nan to deduce that the forsaken house likely harbored riches. Without hesitation, he followed it inside, only to find Little Six scratching at a corner of the wall. This action was unmistakably clear. The treasure must be concealed within the wall. Well done, Little Six. Step aside. I shall handle the rest. If I indeed unearth a treasure, I shall reward you with a low-grade elixir. Lin Nan chuckled, gesturing for the spirit beast to move aside. He then concentrated his energy and pressed against the wall to investigate. A low hum resonated through him. The energy met with resistance, rebounding back. This was not merely the wall's obstruction, but rather an energy barrier emanating from the wall itself. Lin Nan's conviction regarding the existence of treasure within the wall grew stronger. After all, who would leave behind such a barrier in an abandoned structure if not to protect something valuable? After a brief moment of contemplation, he formed a hand sign, reigniting his energy before striking the wall with a precise motion. The force was neither too weak nor too strong, precisely sufficient to shatter a few bricks and reveal what lay within. A brilliant blue light flickered before him. Enveloped in this azure glow, a collection of items came into view, clearly delineated from the outside world by the barrier. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Nan. The energy contained within the blue light had weakened over time, possessing only the strength of a third-tier practitioner, rendering it ineffective against Lin Nan, who had reached the 7th tier. With a swift motion, he grasped the energy, causing it to dissipate entirely, unveiling the items within. What lay before him were a number of unmarked elixir vials, several rolls of ancient texts whose contents remained a mystery, and a long sword of simple, yet elegant design. The quantity was considerable, though the value remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Nan harbored an instinctual belief that among these items, treasures awaited discovery. After all, who would take the trouble to conceal such energy barriers if not to safeguard something of considerable worth? With a fervent desire to assess the treasure's quality, Lin Nan casually picked up one of the elixir vials and uncorked it. Chapter 7. Spirit-nourishing pill. As soon as the cork was removed, an extraordinary fragrance surged forth, filling Lin Nan's nostrils, invigorating his spirit. Elated, he realized that such a delightful aroma could only emanate from a superior product. He promptly poured out a single pill, cradling it in his palm while enveloping it in energy. In the blink of an eye, through resonance with its essence, Lin Nan discerned the type and purpose of the elixir, a premium spirit-nourishing pill. Incredible! Lin Nan nearly leaped from the ground in excitement, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him at the most opportune moment. He had been contemplating the use of elixirs to bolster his cultivation and expedite his ascendance to the divine guardian realm. And here he had stumbled upon a pill that would immensely aid in that endeavor. While the sect possessed spirit-nourishing pills, they were scarce resources, with stringent conditions for usage, making them hard to come by. This was precisely why Lin Nan had refrained from taking one when he visited the elixir chamber, opting instead for a selection of higher-grade elixirs to accumulate in quantity. Yet, the efficacy of these higher-grade elixirs paled in comparison to that of the spirit-nourishing pill, specifically designed to assist those striving to break into the divine guardian realm. Thus, obtaining this spirit-nourishing pill felt like a windfall of unimaginable proportions. With this pill in hand, Lin Nan was on the verge of achieving his goal. With a contented smile, he placed the elixir back down and continued to examine the remaining vials. To his delight, he discovered 3 vials of spirit-nourishing pills, 2 vials of revitalization pills, and even a more precious vial of soul restoration powder. All of these were premium elixirs. The individual who had hidden these treasures was undoubtedly affluent. Otherwise, how could one amass such an impressive collection of premium elixirs? Just selling a few of these vials could sustain him for several years in times of need. Lin Nan marveled at his fortune before turning his attention to the ancient texts. Although the books were aged, they remained intact, save for the perplexing complexity of the script, which appeared archaic and intricate, leaving Lin Nan bewildered. He could only set them aside for the moment. Nonetheless, he was certain that these texts were far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would they share space with such valuable elixirs? Finally, there remained the ancient sword. Without a second thought, Lin Nan grasped the sword, scrutinizing it closely. Its sheath and hilt bore a simplistic, understated elegance, yet there was an air of concealed depth about it. As he drew the sword, a faint yet resonant hum reached his ears, sending a tremor through his very being. What a remarkable artifact! The mere act of unsheathing it produced a sound, indicating that this sword's material was anything but ordinary. Intrigued, he channeled his energy, attempting to resonate with the blade. Suddenly, the sword erupted in a burst of purple light, harmonizing with Lin Nan's energy. In that instant, he felt himself drawn into a realm of extraordinary sword energy, where the atmosphere crackled with an overwhelming intent to slay, imbued with an awe-inspiring momentum that stirred his very soul. The sword intent. Immersed in this mystical domain, Lin Nan's heart raced. He experienced an unparalleled surge of sword intent, rich with profound mysteries. Incredible! This ancient sword is extraordinary. The sheer force of the sword intent suggested that its grade was at least high level, if not premium. If he could master the sword intent of this ancient blade, his power would ascend to new heights, making it an invaluable asset for subterfuge. Emerging from the realm of sword intent, Lin Nan suppressed his excitement and sheathed the ancient sword once more. The elixirs, the enigmatic texts, and the ancient sword, all were treasures. This expedition had proven immensely rewarding. Lin Nan organized his findings and turned his gaze to the spirit beast nestled in his arms. This little creature had already absorbed the potency of the low-grade elixir he had promised as a reward, and now it blinked its small, bead-like eyes at Lin Nan, its expression oddly inscrutable. He could not fathom what thoughts crossed its mind, yet the more he observed it, the more he found it endearing. Having only recently subdued it, this little companion had already bestowed upon him such a bountiful fortune. What more could he ask for? Lin Nan grinned broadly and said, "Little Six, splendid work. Keep up the excellent effort. As long as you obey and help me unearth more treasures, I shall ensure you are well cared for and cherished." Little Six seemed to comprehend, though its reaction was somewhat peculiar. It shivered slightly before casting Lin Nan a gaze that held a mix of astonishment, confusion, and an indescribable hint of mockery. Then, it adopted a more demure demeanor, nodding earnestly at Lin Nan. Witnessing this, Lin Nan's joy intensified, and he let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Come, let us return home." Shortly thereafter, Lin Nan returned to his residence, eagerly closing the door behind him. He placed a nourishing pill in his mouth and commenced cultivating the internal energy within his body. For the moment, he paid no heed to the spirit-devouring beast which, during Lin Nan's meditation, had leapt onto the table by the window. It would glance at Lin Nan one moment, and at the window the next, seemingly weighing some decision. Ultimately, the spirit-devouring beast shifted to Lin Nan's bed, curling up as if in a state of tranquil repose, remaining utterly still. Before long, a day had passed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Nan ceased his cultivation, exhaling deeply, feeling refreshed and invigorated, his internal energy having made remarkable progress. This extraordinary elixir truly lived up to its reputation. How effective it was! Just one pill had elevated my cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine guardian realm, leaving me but a hair's breadth from breakthrough. Excellent, truly excellent. Lin Nan rose with a sense of satisfaction, casting a glance at the bed. There lay the spirit-devouring beast, Xiao Liuzi, cozily nestled in the corner, seemingly in deep slumber. Notably, this little creature had not slipped away during his meditation, indicating its acceptance of him as its master, a promising sign indeed. As Lin Nan approached, the spirit-devouring beast suddenly opened its eyes and sprang up, fixating its gaze upon him. Lin Nan chuckled softly, waving at Xiao Liuzi, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to urge you to seek treasures for me. Come here. Your master has food for you, and then we shall attend to some matters together." As he spoke, Lin Nan raised his hand to produce a low-grade elixir, indicating that it was Xiao Liuzi's breakfast. The spirit-devouring beast hesitated for a moment before leaping into Lin Nan's palm, clutching the elixir tightly. Lin Nan then cradled it in his embrace, setting it aside for the time being. "Senior brother, the elders request your presence in the council hall." Outside, outer sect disciples had already been waiting for Lin Nan, but since he had firmly closed his door, they dared not intrude, patiently standing outside until he emerged to address them respectfully. "Understood." Lin Nan nodded, not lingering on the matter, and proceeded to the council hall. The many elders of Lingyun Peak had gathered, awaiting Lin Nan, the chief disciple, to finalize the roster for the sect's grand competition. Although the grand competition was an internal affair among the 72 peaks of the sect, it was of paramount importance to each peak. The outcomes of this competition held significant implications for honor, status, and resource allocation, fundamentally determining the sect's future. "Lin Nan, this is the carefully deliberated list of candidates we have devised after a night of discussion. Please take a look," the Grand Elder of Lingyun Peak gestured. Lin Nan accepted the list from the attending outer sect disciple and quickly scanned it. "Excellent. My name is absent. This is of utmost importance." Furthermore, the candidates selected by the elders were all formidable within Lingyun Peak, making their participation in the competition entirely reasonable. "Your wisdom is commendable, esteemed elders, and your efforts are appreciated. Let us proceed as you have suggested." Lin Nan agreed with enthusiasm. "Lin Nan, are you truly certain you will not participate in the grand competition? Have you considered it further? Your strength is unparalleled within Lingyun Peak, and as the senior brother, we are uneasy without your leadership." Several elders persisted in attempting to persuade him. Lin Nan's expression darkened. "There are always scheming individuals intent on undermining me." He rose suddenly, his demeanor imposing, and declared, "Esteemed elders, there is no need for further discussion. I have made my intentions abundantly clear yesterday. My aspirations do not lie in vying for supremacy with my fellow sect members, but in battling against the demon race to protect humanity. Therefore, I entrust the matters of the grand competition to you from this moment forth, as I shall begin my seclusion." With that, he scanned the room, who was in favor and who was against. The elders had little to counter, ultimately resigned to Lin Nan's decision, some shaking their heads in dismay, while others expressed their admiration. Lin Nan's ambition is indeed a blessing for our humanity. As the senior brother, he is willing to bear a heavier burden. He truly exemplifies the spirit of Ling Yun Peak. After receiving the compliments from several elders and junior brothers, Lin Nan returned to his quarters. His first order of business was to establish a protective barrier around his residence in preparation for his seclusion. However, before he could commence, a tempestuous energy surged rapidly toward him. What on earth is this? Lin Nan abruptly looked up, only to see a massive flying beast hurtling toward him. Atop which stood a woman clad in red. Her flowing attire danced in the wind, exuding an impressive aura that was quite captivating. Yet, with just a glance, Lin Nan felt a chill run down his spine. Shengwan Honghua, she truly has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Nan turned to flee. Not wishing to exchange pleasantries with her, Lin Shixiao. In the sky, Shengwan Honghua had spotted Lin Nan and heard his thoughts. This shameless Lin Nan dares to compare me with that so-called Yihao. Moreover, why am I merely the second female lead? Is that not a blatant insult? If you wish to avoid me, then I shall pursue you relentlessly today. Shengwan Honghua gritted her teeth, calling out to Lin Nan as she urged the flying beast beneath her to accelerate. The beast dove forward, quickening its pace, and under Shengwan Honghua's deliberate command, it released an imposing pressure. Lin Nan furrowed his brow and halted, glancing back. Xiao Yozi, nestled in his arms, peeked out, casting an indignant glare at the flying beast. Seeing Lin Nan stop, Shengwan Honghua felt a surge of delight, yet she was utterly unprepared for the flying beast to suddenly emit a panicked roar and then flip over. Caught off guard, Shengwan Honghua was hurled from the air, hurtling directly toward Lin Nan. The flying beast, having discarded Shengwan Honghua, flapped its wings and vanished into the distance. Ah! Help! Shengwan Honghua, with her strength at the third level of the profound realm, was unable to fly and clearly lacked experience. As she plummeted from the sky, she flailed helplessly, her screams echoing in terror. Lin Nan inhaled sharply, not out of concern for Shengwan Honghua's safety, but because she was heading straight for him. In a split second, he realized he had no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he quickly summoned his internal energy, extending his hands to brace for impact. Bang! In the next instant, Shengwan Honghua landed before him. As Lin Nan caught her, he also activated his internal energy to mitigate the force of her descent. However, the situation was far too sudden, and Lin Nan was ill-prepared, while Shengwan Honghua was bewildered and uncoordinated, resulting in her crashing into his embrace. Lin Nan instinctively held her close against his chest, creating an awkward scene. In her state of panic, Shengwan Honghua clung to Lin Nan as though he were a lifeline, pressing herself against him. To maintain his balance, Lin Nan had no choice but to wrap his arms around her waist. Ah, such a slender waist! Lin Nan couldn't help but squeeze gently, secretly admiring her figure. Indeed, the second female lead was not to be underestimated. Shengwan Honghua was momentarily dazed. How could the flying beast she had trained for so long suddenly rebel? Furthermore, why had her beast control technique failed? Where am I? What am I doing? Suddenly, a realization struck Shengwan Honghua. Had she just been saved by Lin Nan, and now she was in his embrace? Wait, what is he doing with his hands? I came here to annoy him, and now I've been rescued. What is the meaning of this? How dare he touch me? I feel sullied. Should I confront him and retaliate? Shengwan Honghua's thoughts were in disarray. This girl has a great figure and feels wonderful, but a fleeting indulgence is enough. I must not go too far. If she becomes attached, it will surely lead to endless trouble. It is better to know when to stop. As Lin Nan pondered, he voluntarily withdrew his inappropriate hand and distanced himself 3 steps from Shengwan Honghua. Shengwan Honghua gritted her teeth. She could once again hear Lin Nan's inner thoughts, which cleared her mind considerably. Biting her silver teeth, Shengwan Honghua felt a mixture of shyness and anger. This shameless scoundrel was indeed taking advantage of her. Furthermore, he thought he could simply brush it off. If he wishes to sever ties with me, I shall not comply. With this thought, Shengwan Honghua took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and forced a smile. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for your rescue. Ah, no need for such formality. It was but a trifling matter. Just be more cautious in the future, Lin Nan replied, clearing his throat and waving his hand dismissively. Well, since everything is fine now, let us disperse. I have matters to attend to, and you may return whence you came. Shengwan Honghua maintained her smile and even took a few steps closer to Lin Nan, saying, Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Lin. However, have you forgotten our agreement to discuss beast mastery techniques together yesterday? Lin Nan, upon hearing this, could not help but pout. When did I agree to that? It was you who insisted on clinging to me. Hearing his thoughts, Shenwan Honghua felt an undeniable surge of anger. Did he still wish to rid himself of her? Was she somehow toxic? After all, she was the second in command of the Beast Master Peak, not to mention beautiful and kind-hearted. Many suitors sought her out. Why should he disdain her? I refused to leave. With this resolution, Shenwan Honghua boldly walked toward Lin Nan's room. Senior brother, the wind is strong outside. Let us go inside to discuss the techniques. Lin Nan had yet to process her words when Shenwan Honghua had already pushed the door open and entered. He hurried after her, only to find her pouring tea. Senior brother Lin, would you care for some tea? We can chat about the techniques while enjoying it. It should be quite delightful, don't you think? Shenwan Honghua said with a cheerful smile. If you wish to discuss, shouldn't you seek out Yi Hao from your sect? Why come to me? Lin Nan thought, unable to suppress his inner monologue as he watched Shenwan Honghua comfortably settle in his room. Upon hearing Lin Nan mention Yi Hao, Shenwan Honghua's heart simmered with anger. Just moments ago, he had been taking advantage of her, and now he was trying to push her onto someone else? What did he think of her? The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became, prompting her to stand and approach Lin Nan. She was determined to see if he could resist her charm. Senior brother, have some tea. Shenwan Honghua brought the teacup close to Lin Nan, gritting her teeth. Yet her alluring figure was almost pressed against him. Such a slender waist and a faint fragrance. No wonder she is the second female lead, Lin Nan mused, unaware that Shenwan Honghua clearly heard his thoughts. Strangely, when she caught Lin Nan's genuine compliment, a flicker of delight surged within her. However, every time he mentioned Yi Hao or the second female lead, that joy vanished without a trace. Eager to tease the seemingly earnest, yet secretly lustful senior brother, Shenwan Honghua was about to make her move when, abruptly, the door swung open. Upon seeing Shun Qingyue standing outside, Lin Nan froze in place. Does this woman not know to knock? And she wouldn't misconstrue anything, would she? Shenwan Honghua is Yi Hao's woman. She has nothing to do with me. No, it would be better if she did misunderstand. Then Shun Qingyue would stop pestering me. As Lin Nan contemplated Shun Qingyue's presence, a flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet, upon hearing Lin Nan's inner voice, Shun Qingyue's expression grew icy. She was one of the most beautiful women in the Lan Tian sect, with suitors lining up from the foot of the mountain to the Grand Hall. Yet now, Lin Nan seemed to disdain her, even implying she was part of Yi Hao's harem. This thought ignited her fury. Shenwan Honghua, in a fit of pique, pressed herself against Lin Nan, her large eyes glaring at him. Senior brother, I seek your guidance. Standing at the doorway, Shun Qingyue had initially intended to leave, but Lin Nan's thoughts provoked her, compelling her to draw her sword and stride into the room. Senior brother, I too wish to seek your guidance. Is this a request for advice? It looks more like a murder plot. Lin Nan silently lamented, unaware that his grievances were about to become reality. Fortunately, Lin Nan was formidable and had made progress in his strength recently, allowing him to withstand the combined onslaught of Shenwan Honghua and Shun Qingyue. However, his abode suffered greatly, reduced to ruins in mere moments. The two women felt no remorse whatsoever. Senior brother, your swordsmanship is extraordinary. When I advance in my cultivation, I shall earnestly discuss it with you, Shun Qingyue remarked, refusing to let Lin Nan off the hook. I appreciate the flattery, but Yi Hao's swordsmanship is also remarkable. Perhaps you should seek him out for discussions instead. Lin Nan replied with a forced smile, inwardly cursing, first, they demolish my house, and next, will they not dismantle my very bones? Shun Qingyue, you should hurry to find your Yi Hao. Cease your tormenting of me. Lin Nan's thoughts consistently provoked ire. Shun Qingyue, now uninterested in his musings, casually replied, Senior brother Lin, did you not claim you would prepare for the demon calamity? Coincidentally, before I arrived, I heard reports of demonic creatures spotted in Yuntian City. The sect steward station there has already perished. Perhaps you could take action to eliminate this demon threat. Me? Go exterminate demons? Lin Nan thought, rolling his eyes. Am I so well fed that I seek unnecessary trouble? I have yet to find a way to survive. Shun Qingyue's lips curled into a knowing smile, her expression conveying a profound meaning. Do you not wish to go? Then I shall insist you do. She was fully aware of Lin Nan's thoughts, pressing on, I know you intend to enter seclusion to enhance your strength to vanquish demons. Is that not right? And now, With the demons wreaking havoc within our Tianlan sect's territory, is this not the perfect opportunity for you to set an example for us and exact some retribution? Why seek distant solutions when the answer lies close at hand? Lin Nan's mouth twitched. Damn it. This woman is cornering me with her words. Shen Qingyue smirked inwardly. Indeed, that was her intent, silencing him, forcing him into action. Shangguan Honghua, observing their exchange, felt inexplicably jealous. Am I merely a listener? Why should only the two of you converse while I remain sidelined? And Shen Qingyue, do you think you can steal the spotlight from me? I am determined to reclaim my own. Thus, Shangguan Honghua smiled silently and chimed in. Senior brother Lin, after our previous discussion, I hold great admiration for your strength. However, discussing techniques here is akin to building castles in the air. We lack practical experience. Thus, I earnestly request that you take me with you to Yuntian City to hone our skills against the demons. Lin Nan felt utterly exasperated. Will you two never tire of this? Are you both wishing for my demise by dragging me into danger? Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to decline, Shangguan Honghua spoke again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and a heart-wrenching expression. Senior brother Lin, my request to accompany you to Yuntian City is not without selfish motives. The steward who fell to the demons is, in fact, a distant relative of mine. I wish to avenge my kin, yet I am too weak to do so alone. That is why I seek your support to help me resolve this grievance. Senior brother, you are a paragon of righteousness, and as fellow disciples, how could you bear to witness me suffer without the means to avenge my family, tormented by the demons of the heart? Lin Nan was left speechless. Is this woman attempting to morally blackmail me now? Listening to this, if I do not lend a hand, it would mean I am oblivious to the fragility of beauty, and thus, cold-hearted and unfeeling? Shangguan Honghua, while dabbing at the tears that had been forced out, concealed the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, moral coercion is the name of the game. I shall observe how you respond. I must admit, her tactic is rather effective, leaving Lin Nanxing at a loss for words. To go or not to go, that is the dilemma. If I go, there are risks involved. If I abstain, it would shatter the persona I have established before my fellow elders and junior disciples. After a moment of inner turmoil, Lin Nan steeled himself and made his decision. A journey to Yuntian City is imperative. Otherwise, these two women will persist in their entanglement, leaving me no peace. Moreover, considering the bright side, a trip to Yuntian City may not necessarily lead to an encounter with the celestial demon. If we avoid such a fate, it could merely be a delightful excursion. Should misfortune befall us and we do encounter the demon, I could attempt to confront it. If I cannot prevail, I am certain I can outrun Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua. He mused to himself, while Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua's expressions darkened. This shameless fellow is indeed a hypocrite, speaking sweetly, yet merely seeking to placate us, even contemplating sacrificing us to make his escape. If we truly encounter the celestial demon, we will not flee without dragging you down with us. Since my two junior sisters hold me in such high regard, I shall accompany you on this perilous journey. Lin Nan declared solemnly. Then I must express my gratitude for your support, senior brother. The two women, in perfect harmony, voiced their appreciation, yet inwardly, they disdained him. With little more to discuss, Lin Nan returned briefly to his quarters, gathering the precious elixirs and the mysterious ancient sword he had acquired the previous day. These items are crucial for enhancing survival odds at critical moments. The more preparation, the greater the safety. Soon, the trio departed from Lingyun Peak, setting their course for Yuntian City. The expansive territory of the Tianlan sect encompasses 72 peaks, and Yuntian City lies within its domain, governed and protected by the sect. As disciples of the sect, their status afforded them unhindered access. Spending each day among the beasts of the beast-taming peak. It feels rather pleasant to stroll through a bustling marketplace. Shangguan Honghua remarked contentedly as they walked along the streets, her spirits high. Shen Qingyue, though more reserved, walked alongside Lin Nan and Shangguan Honghua, occasionally admiring the surrounding scenery, stopping to gaze at several small stalls selling trinkets. Lin Nan scoffed. Indeed, all women in the world share the same nature. Regardless of whether they are plain or ethereal, once they enter a market, they forget who they are and what they came for. You both dragged me here under the pretense of eliminating demons, did you not? He quipped, somewhat irritated. His thoughts reached Shangguan Honghua and Shen Qingyue's ears simultaneously, causing both women to blush. Ahem, senior brother Lin, Based on my observations and deductions along the way, it is highly likely that the celestial demon will conceal itself in the shadows following its rampage, and it would never reveal itself in broad daylight. Would it? Shun Qingyue stated earnestly. Shangguan Honghua nodded in agreement, feigning seriousness. I concur with your assessment. Therefore, I suggest we head to our sex office. Perhaps we can uncover clues regarding the celestial demon's whereabouts. Lin Nan, disinterested in idle wandering, did not linger on the matter and proceeded with the two women to the sex office. His status as the senior disciple of Ling Yun Peak proved advantageous here, as Lin Nan took the initiative to have the office's head report on the situation. After gathering the necessary information, Lin Nan fell into contemplation. The sex steward was murdered on the outskirts to the east of Yintian City, and investigations within the city yielded no signs of the celestial demon's presence. This likely indicates that the demon is currently hiding near the scene of the incident. The eastern outskirts are a desolate area, devoid of life, and perilous. How can I phrase my thoughts to avoid venturing there? Lin Nan pondered, rubbing his chin. Shen Qingyue narrowed her eyes, while Shangguan Honghua rolled her eyes. This guy knows the celestial demon is wreaking havoc on the outskirts and is not thinking of immediately confronting it. Instead, he seeks an excuse to shy away. How hypocritical, cowardly, and shameless. Having come this far, do you think you can escape going to the eastern outskirts? With this in mind, Shen Qingyue clasped her hands, addressing Lin Nan with solemnity in front of everyone. Qingyue is willing to accompany senior brother Lin to the eastern outskirts to eliminate the demon. Shangguan Honghua, equally resolute, grasped Lin Nan's hand, pleading with wide eyes. Senior brother Lin, you promised to help me avenge my distant relative. Let us set off for the eastern outskirts at once. Lin Nan, just as he was at a loss for words, a disciple from the office announced that someone sought to meet him. The visitor was none other than Hua Qingyao, the daughter of the city lord. Hua Qingyao? Lin Nan was quite familiar with this name, as in the original narrative. Hua Qingyao was also one of the love interests of the male protagonist, Yi Hao. According to the original plot, Yi Hao came to Yintian City to train, thus meeting Hua Qingyao and successfully winning her heart, making her one of the beauties in the 100 Beauties chart. Now, what business does Hua Qingyao have at the office? Should I avoid her to prevent entangling myself in any troublesome matters, like Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua? As the daughter of the city lord, she is responsible for maintaining order in Yintian City, and is also a registered disciple of the Tianlan sect. Upon hearing that the senior disciple from Ling Yun Peak had come to oversee the demon extermination, she specifically came to offer her greetings and request that he take charge. A clear, melodious voice resonated at the entrance, and soon, a woman clad in fitted attire entered Lin Nan's line of sight. This must be Hua Qingyao. Lin Nan could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, Hua Qingyao must be at least 1.70 meters tall. Her fitted attire accentuated her long legs, leaving little to the imagination below the neck. Not to mention, her face above the neck was equally striking, rivaling even Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua. As she approached, Hua Qingyao cupped her hands in greeting. Lin Nan quickly averted his gaze from her long legs, nodding solemnly. I am Lin Nan. There is no need for formalities. Junior sister Hua. Hua Qingyao wasted no time, stating with gravity, Senior brother Lin, according to the clues I have gathered, the recent chaos caused by the celestial demon is not coincidental. It is aimed at hunting down the descendants of the fox demon hidden within this city. Chapter 11. A reluctant push forward. Shen Qingyue frowned and interjected. The celestial demon and the fox demon share some kinship. Why would they turn against one another? This senior sister may be unaware that the descendant of the fox demon is not ordinary. She possesses the bloodline of the heavenly fox, which is highly coveted. I suspect the celestial demon pursues her due to the immense power contained within her bloodline. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet a treasure brings trouble. The celestial demon, known for its ruthless and savage nature, would not hesitate to turn against its kin for profit. This is not surprising. Hua Qingyao's timely intelligence is indeed enlightening. So, this is the situation. However, this development makes it even less advisable for me to go. If the celestial demon is willing to slay its own kin, what chance do I have of meddling in their affairs and emerging unscathed? Lin Nan contemplated deeply. Hua Qingyao's thoughts stirred. Why did I suddenly hear senior brother Lin's voice in my head? Is he speaking to me? Yet, he hasn't uttered a word. Puzzled, Hua Qingyao spoke again. Senior brother, while the celestial demon is fierce, it is said that righteousness will prevail over evil, as long as we unite our efforts. We shall undoubtedly vanquish the celestial demon and restore peace to Yuntian City. I implore you to take charge. Lin Nan scoffed silently, thinking, is Hu Qingyao unaware that life is more precious than mere ideals? She is so fixated on slaying demons and upholding justice. Yet what if she loses her own life in the process? If you wish to face the demon, go ahead. Why come to me for assistance? Hu Qingyao could not help but glare. In her mind, Lin Nan's voice echoed again. Yet he had not spoken. How could she hear his thoughts? Is it possible that this voice is a reflection of Lin Nan's inner musings? If that is the case, then he is truly hypocritical and timid, unworthy of being the senior disciple of Ling Yun Peak. Upon reaching this conclusion, Hu Qingyao regarded Lin Nan with a hint of disdain, her demeanor growing noticeably colder as she spoke in a calm tone. This endeavor to exorcise the demons in the eastern outskirts is imperative for Qingyao. Initially, she had been pleased by Lin Shixiang's arrival, believing that with his assistance, capturing the celestial demon would be a mere formality. However, if her elder brother harbored any hesitation or reluctance to join, she would not compel him. At worst, she would face her demise alone with valor. Lin Nan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Does this woman not comprehend the art of conversation? Is she suggesting that I may abstain? It is abundantly clear she is driving me into this predicament. With her words laid bare, should he choose not to accompany her, he would merely appear as a coward, passively watching her march to her death. Before Lin Nan could voice his thoughts, Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua interjected in succession. Although it was their first encounter with Hu Qingyao, both women admired her sense of justice and bravery. Witnessing Hu Qingyao's determination to venture forth alone against the demons ignited a fervor within them, compelling them to join her in battle. Sisterhood's righteousness is commendable. As your elder sister, I feel it is my duty to accompany you in this endeavor, proclaimed Shen Qingyue resolutely. Shangguan Honghua chimed in, indeed, as the old adage goes, women are no less than men. Though we are female, if we unite our efforts, we may accomplish great feats and earn the respect of those men who belittle female cultivators. With that, Shangguan Honghua cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nan, chuckling lightly. If Lin Shixiang is unwilling, or rather if he simply does not wish to join us, he may remain here and await our good news, or perhaps tend to our remains. Lin Nan's mouth twitched once more. He could distinctly sense the peculiar gazes of the others in the room directed at him. Expressions of doubt, mockery, and even disdain. Damn it! The tongue of a woman can be as lethal as a knife. If I refuse, my reputation will shatter. If I agree, I might find myself in peril. What on earth am I to choose? Lin Nan was in turmoil, yet he had no outlet for his frustration and could only adjust his demeanor. Feigning nonchalance as he declared, since the three of you have resolved to proceed, I, as your elder brother, shall lend my support. Let us not delay any further. We shall set out at once. Internally, he added, if danger truly arises, I shall make my escape. After all, you are all women of Yihao. Your fates are of no concern to me. The three women, unaware of his inner musings, accepted Lin Nan's agreement to lead them to the eastern outskirts, and thus they turned their attention towards that direction. Just as they were about to exit the city, a familiar figure emerged, having just verified their identity at the city gate. Upon seeing him, Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. Yo, he has arrived in Yuntian City. According to the original plot, Yihao had come to Yuntian City for training, and due to his acquaintance with Hu Qingyao, he would soon embark on a series of extraordinary adventures. Now that he appeared, it seemed like the perfect moment to facilitate the union of the three women with Yihao, allowing them to embark on this venture together. After all, the three women were already connected to Yihao, who was the protagonist of the original tale, blessed with the invincibility of a main character. Thus, their safety should be assured, even if they faced the celestial demon. With this thought in mind, Lin Nan waved at Yihao, greeting him enthusiastically. Yi Shidi. What a coincidence! Over here! Lin Shixiang, Shin Shiji, Shangguan Shiji, what a fortuitous encounter to find you all here, Yihao replied, approaching Lin Nan and the others, also nodding towards Hu Qingyao. Although he was the protagonist of the original narrative, he currently occupied the role of a minor character, and thus he greeted Lin Nan's trio with customary politeness. Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua acknowledged him with only a slight nod, regarding him as merely an ordinary disciple of the sect, lacking any notable status or distinction. Lin Nan, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, if I am not mistaken, Yi Shidi has come to Yuntian City for training, correct? Just in time, We are about to venture out to exorcise demons. Would you care to join us and gain some experience? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he was tempted or simply reluctant to decline. He clasped his hands and replied, "Since Shi Xiang has extended the invitation, I, Yi Hao, would not dare to refuse." Lin Nan's spirit soared. "This is precisely what I hoped for. With you here, your three women will no longer cling to me." At this moment, Hu Qingyao, Shen Qinyue, and Shangguan Honghua all furrowed their brows in unison. Shen Qinyue mused inwardly. What does Lin Nan intend? Is he merely dragging this Yi Hao into our midst to rid himself of me? Shangguan Honghua seethed with indignation. Lin Nan's intentions are far from honorable. I have scarcely exchanged a few words with Yi Hao, yet he insists on pairing us together. Does he fancy himself a matchmaker? I shall not comply. Hu Qingyao, perplexed, thought, does Lin Shixiang believe I am involved with this Yi Hao? Setting aside the fact that I do not know him, merely judging by his aura. His cultivation is far beneath mine. Why would I be interested in such a person? Furthermore, should he prove inadequate, he would only hinder our efforts against the celestial demon. Despite their divergent thoughts, the three women reached a unanimous conclusion. They would refuse Yi Hao's inclusion in their party. Thus, Shen Qingyue was the first to speak. Lin Shixiao, I believe this is unwise. Shangguan Honghua quickly added, indeed, Yi Hao is merely passing through. It is unnecessary to involve him in our perilous undertaking. If we encounter unforeseen circumstances, would we not be putting him in danger? Hu Qingyao, more direct, stated coldly, this Shidi's cultivation is insufficient. He would undoubtedly struggle against the celestial demon, and in the heat of battle, none would be able to look after him. I believe it is best if he does not join us. Lin Nan was taken aback. What is happening? This is your man, and yet you hold him in such disdain. Is it appropriate? Our man? How infuriating. Lin Nan is relentless. The three women gritted their teeth in frustration. The more Lin Nan attempted to pair them with Yi Hao, the more they resisted, making it even less likely they would agree to his presence. Unfazed by the women's sentiments, Yi Hao, unaware of their thoughts, smiled and acknowledged their objections, displaying a commendable self-awareness of his limitations. He expressed that, for the greater good, it would be best not to burden Lin Nan and his party. Moreover, he had his own plans for his time in Yuntian City. Thus, he would proceed with his original intentions for training. I wish you all great success. I shall take my leave now, Yi Hao concluded, bowing respectfully before departing. Lin Shixiao, may we now continue our journey? The women inquired almost in unison, turning to Lin Nan. If we must go, then let us be off, Lin Nan replied helplessly, pondering why these three women had strayed so far from the original narrative. Why cling to him instead of the destined protagonist, Yi Hao? Unable to shake them off, Lin Nan resigned himself to continuing onward with the three women. Before long, they arrived at the eastern outskirts of the city. Ahead lay the site where the sect steward had met his demise at the hands of the demon clan. Remote and desolate, particularly the dense forest, which loomed with uncertainty. Lin Nan heightened his vigilance, bracing himself for potential combat or a hasty retreat. Lin Shixiang, this is the location where the sect steward was slain. Hu Qingyao indicated after a brief moment, gesturing toward an area still marked by remnants of the battle. Before Lin Nan could utter a word, Shen Qinyue and Shangguan Honghua hastily approached, keenly observing, eager to scour the scene for any traces of the demon clan's whereabouts. Lin Nan, however, was not inclined to share their enthusiasm. He silently prayed that the demon clan would not appear here. Simultaneously, he felt that the three women were rather naive. The demon clan had already committed murder. It was unlikely they would leave behind any clues, offering human cultivators an opportunity to pursue them. Thus, Lin Nan resolved to merely go through the motions, waiting for the three women to yield no results before persuading them to depart post-haste. He cast a fleeting glance around before making his way toward a grand tree, intending to rest beneath its shelter. Suddenly, with a chirp, the creature nestled in his arms peeked out, emitting a couple of squeaks in the direction of the tree. Upon witnessing this, Lin Nan's heart tightened with alarm. Could it be that the demon clan was lurking nearby? Acting on instinct for self-preservation, he halted abruptly, channeling the energy within him, poised and ready for action. In the next instant, a fluctuation of energy emanated from the hollow of the tree. Indeed, something was concealed within. However, the aura seemed rather feeble and lacked the ferocity characteristic of heavenly demons. Could it be something other than a heavenly demon? As Lin Nan pondered this, the creature in his arms squeaked again, as if conversing with whatever resided in the tree hollow. Almost immediately, a sound remarkably akin to that of the creature responded from within. It was as if they were engaged in a dialogue, exchanging chirps back and forth. Before long, the creature ceased its calls, and a diminutive white figure slowly emerged from the hollow, coming into Lin Nan's view. A fox? Upon discerning the figure, Lin Nan was taken aback. It was a petite fox, its coat a brilliant white, evidently just recently born. Moreover, the creature's aura was exceedingly weak, to the point of having no discernible cultivation presence. Most strikingly, one of its hind legs oozed blood, causing it to stumble slightly as it moved, clearly indicating an injury that hampered its mobility. At that moment, the little white fox appeared exceedingly wary, revealing only half of its body from the tree hollow. Its gaze fixed intently on Lin Nan, filled with trepidation and hesitation. An injured little fox? Is this what the creature had discovered? Lin Nan mused quietly. He could ascertain that this little fox was not a heavenly demon, as its aura was far too weak, devoid of the instinctual hostility that a heavenly demon would exhibit upon encountering a human. On the contrary, this little fox appeared frail and helpless, resembling merely an ordinary creature that had sought refuge in the hollow to nurse its wounds. However, the creature had inadvertently revealed its location to Lin Nan. What is this? It does not seem like a heavenly demon, merely an ordinary fox. This little fox is rather beautiful, yet alas, it is injured and looks quite pitiful. At that moment, Hu Qingyao and the others also noticed the little fox and gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Hu Qingyao hesitated and asked Lin, "Do you think this little fox could be a descendant of the Tianhu being pursued by the demon clan?" Lin Nan shook his head decisively. Impossible. What is your reasoning? Shen Qinghua interjected. Ahem, you may not be aware. Lin Nan coughed lightly and replied leisurely. The Tianhu clan, among the heavenly demon races, is not a combat-oriented species but rather a supportive one, skilled in illusion and enchantment. That is the innate talent of the Tianhu clan. Consequently, the aura of the Tianhu is remarkably unique, starkly different from that of ordinary demons. The little fox before us bears no resemblance to the distinct aura of a Tianhu. It is akin to that of a regular beast, and quite feeble at that. If it were truly a descendant of the Tianhu, it would not make sense. What Lin Nan stated was derived from the supreme demon emperor's 100 Beauties. Notably, the Tianhu descendant mentioned in the original text had a connection with the protagonist, Yi Hao. After transforming into a stunning woman, she encountered Yi Hao and ultimately became one of the 100 Beauties. The little white fox before them was evidently far removed from the fox descendant depicted in the original narrative. Therefore, Lin Nan concluded that it was merely an ordinary little fox, posing no latent threat. Ah, so that is the case. Lin, you are indeed well informed. I have learned something new today, Hu Qingyao acknowledged with a nod of admiration. Although it is not a Tianhu, it appears quite pitiful. Let us lend it a hand, Shengguan Honghua suggested, already approaching the little fox. Practicing the art of beast taming, she held a special affinity for animals, and could not bear to see the injured little fox in distress. Lin Nan had no objections. If this little fox could divert the attention of the three women from pursuing the heavenly demon and allow him to depart, that would be splendid. Shengguan Honghua approached the little fox, gesturing to indicate her intention to assist with its injuries. But the little fox hesitated, clearly reluctant to trust her. Moreover, it continuously gazed at Lin Nan, as though it had singled him out as the one it would trust. Lin Nan sensed this too. The little fox sought his help. He surmised that the creature's inclination to trust him over the others stemmed from the influence of the creature in his arms, the Shadan beast, which had evidently instilled more confidence in the little fox than the three women. Little White, fear not. I will assist you. Everything will be fine. Lin Nan beckoned to the little fox. Shengguan Honghua scoffed, somewhat disdainful. Even I, a master of beast taming, cannot gain the trust of this little fox. Do you really think your childlike coaxing will convince it to accept your help? Yet, in the next moment, Shengguan Honghua found herself utterly astonished. To her disbelief, the little fox, which Lin Nan had affectionately dubbed Little White, emerged from the hollow and made its way directly toward him. Lin, how did you manage that? Shengguan Honghua questioned in disbelief. Lin Nan glanced at her, responding coolly, Is that so difficult? Shengguan Honghua fell silent, chagrined. How infuriating to have been outdone. Before long, the little fox stood before Lin Nan, who wasted no time observing the extent of its injuries, quickly determining the necessary treatment. He channeled his energy to staunch the bleeding and realign the bones, then retrieved a low-grade medicinal pill from his possession and fed it to the little creature. Concluding the treatment, the rest would naturally resolve itself within a few days, allowing the little fox to recover. With newfound agility, the little fox squeaked a couple of times in appreciation before darting away into the distance. Lin Nan clapped his hands, nonchalantly addressing the three women. It is getting late. Perhaps we should return to the city? Hu Qingyao frowned, responding, Lin, we have yet to locate the heavenly demon. How can we return? Shen Qingyue added, Lin, that little fox was merely a minor diversion. Do not forget our purpose here. Indeed, I still wish to slay the heavenly demon and avenge my distant kin. Shengwan Honghua chimed in, her tone resolute. Enough already. I am fully aware of our purpose. I just wish to return sooner. Lin Nan rolled his eyes, expressing his exasperation. This unspoken sentiment echoed simultaneously in the minds of the three women. This cowardly fellow, even now, sought to abandon their mission. We shall not grant you your wish. The three women silently derided Lin Nan before ignoring him and continuing their search for clues nearby. Chapter 13. So handsome. While the three women diligently scoured the vicinity, Lin Nan found little appeal in their task and chose to sit down, leaning against the grand tree, closing his eyes to rest. The three women, well aware of his intentions, paid him no mind. In the distance, a white figure observed Lin Nan and his companions. It was the little white fox that had previously departed. Its eyes darted thoughtfully as it seemed to devise a plan before abruptly turning to run off, soon vanishing from sight. I propose we have searched thoroughly and found nothing. It seems there are no clues left here. I suggest we return and strategize. After a while, Lin Nan, growing impatient, addressed the three women. Moreover, with nightfall approaching, the dangers would only increase. For the sake of safety, Lin Nan believed it prudent to leave post-haste. It has been the three of us conducting the search while you merely tag along. The three women simultaneously shot Lin Nan a disapproving glance. Yet, they too felt a sense of helplessness, for after a day of fruitless efforts, they were equally vexed. Clearly, the clues lie elsewhere. I believe we should broaden our search and delve deeper into the woods. Shen Shiji and Shengwan Shiji, what do you think? Hu Qingyao inquired of Shen Qingyue and Shengwan Honghua. I concur. You are absolutely right, responded Hu Qingyao and Shengwan Honghua in agreement. Lin Nan remained silent, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. If you wish to continue the search, I have no objections, but do not involve me. It is nearly dusk. All manner of demons and monsters may soon emerge. You wish to delve deeper into danger? Are you not courting death? You may go if you wish. I, for one, refuse. Lin Nan grumbled to himself. Shen Qingyue regarded Lin Nan coolly and said, since we all agree to intensify our investigation, we should not delay. Brother Lin, please lead the way. Let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who agreed? Not I. Shengwan Honghua, reveling in his discomfort, chimed in, brother. We are now a team. The minority must yield to the majority. You wouldn't disregard public opinion and disrupt our unity, would you? Among the four of us, Brother Lin possesses the most experience and strength. With you at the helm, we shall have ample confidence, so please lead us forth. Lin Nan's mouth twitched. What can I say? You said it all. Reluctantly, he stood up, steeling himself for the journey ahead. At that moment, a sudden surge of violent energy erupted from the depths of the forest. The four felt their hearts race. The aura of a celestial demon. Something is amiss. The celestial demon has manifested. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Sisters, the celestial demon is near. Our opportunity to uphold righteousness has arrived. Hu Qingyao exclaimed. Her spirit ignited like a firecracker. Before she finished speaking, she had already dashed towards the source of the celestial demon's aura. Shen Qingyue and Shengwan Honghua followed suit, invigorated, channeling their energy as they hurried after Hu Qingyao. Wait! Lin Nan initially intended to flee, but upon witnessing Hu Qingyao and the others galloping towards danger like wild horses, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. For goodness sake, that is a celestial demon's lair, not a discount sale at a mall. Why are you so eager to rush into certain doom? You have no idea of the strength of that suddenly appearing celestial demon. What if you cannot defeat it? Damn it! Lin Nan felt exasperated, contemplating abandoning the three reckless women and walking away. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. Gritting his teeth, He summoned his energy and pursued them. There was no choice. After all, I am not a truly villainous senior brother, but a conscientious transmigrator. He surged forward, reaching a speed that surpassed the three women, quickly arriving ahead of them. The three women were astonished to see Lin Nan had outpaced them, their gazes toward him now filled with complexity. They had not anticipated that this seemingly timid Lin Nan would bravely take the lead in the face of a celestial demon. Hua Qingyao thought to herself. Shen Qingwen nodded slightly. Brother Lin shows a commendable sense of righteousness. He lives up to his title as the senior brother of Lingyun Peak. Lin Nan's compassion for small creatures and his courage in critical moments suggest his character is not as lacking as it seems. Shengguan Honghua smiled. As the three contemplated this, their prejudice against Lin Nan lessened, and they instinctively drew closer to him, trailing a few paces behind as they advanced together. Soon, the unique, violent, and bloody aura of the celestial demon intensified. Lin Nan's heart stirred with relief. Judging from the aura, the celestial demon that had suddenly appeared, though formidable, was at most at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. It was not his match. Moreover, there was only one of them. That means we are secure. Stand aside. Let me handle this. Lin Nan bellowed, accelerating even faster, his hands forming a seal as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the celestial demon barreling toward them. The shockwave palm. He poured all his strength into this strike, and with swift precision, the celestial demon, seemingly caught off guard, was directly hit. Bang! The celestial demon crashed to the ground, its aura instantly waning, writhing in agony as it howled. Lin Nan did not pause. With a flick of his hand, a crimson light shot forth towards the celestial demon. The binding rope of demons. In an instant, the rope ensnared the celestial demon, rendering it powerless and sealing its aura. The demon could only bare its teeth and growl on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Nan halted, standing before the subdued celestial demon. Hua Qingyao, Shen Qingwei, and Shengguan Honghua stopped behind him, their astonishment palpable. In their moment of reckless enthusiasm, they had only thought of slaying the celestial demon, never considering the dire consequences of facing such a foe with insufficient strength. Upon realizing the celestial demon's cultivation far surpassed their own, they felt a wave of panic. The celestial demon was ruthless and merciless. Should they confront it, they would undoubtedly perish. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lin Nan had struck like lightning. They felt the overwhelming aura of Lin Nan at the pinnacle of the 7th level of transcendence and witnessed his decisive defeat of the celestial demon. Powerful and resolute. I was impulsive, even overestimating my capabilities. Had it not been for Brother Lin's timely intervention, I would likely have been slain by the celestial demon. Hua Qingyao gritted her teeth. I did not expect Brother Lin's strength to have surged again within just a few days. He must have been diligently training in solitude. Shen Qingwei mused. Wow, that palm strike was magnificent. Shengguan Honghua exclaimed, her eyes wide, as though she had just met Lin Nan for the first time, filled with admiration. Yet, Lin Nan had no time to concern himself with the three women's reactions. After ensuring the celestial demon was thoroughly subdued, he immediately scanned the surroundings to confirm no other demon auras were present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the appearance of one celestial demon indicated that this place was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Therefore, departing was the wisest choice. Moreover, having captured a celestial demon provided a lead for further investigation. Ahem, sisters, although this celestial demon has been captured, it may have other companions. For the sake of safety, I believe we should leave here promptly and return to Yuntian City. After all, to pursue the whereabouts of any other celestial demons. We only need to extract information from this one, which is far preferable to risking further searches here. What do you think? Lin Nan inquired persuasively, looking at the three women. Brother Lin's reasoning is sound. I shall defer to your judgment. Hua Qingyao nodded in agreement. This celestial demon was captured by Brother Lin, so we shall follow his lead. Shen Qingwei concurred. Shengguan Honghua added cheerfully, Brother Lin is truly considerate. Lin Nan was taken aback. Did these three women suddenly change their demeanor and stop opposing me? He had expected them to disagree with him, relishing in their banter. Since they all unanimously supported his proposal, it saved him considerable effort. Surprised though he was, his priority was to return to the city. Safety came first. Thus, without further ado, they secured the celestial demon and immediately set off homeward. Unbeknownst to them, A small white figure silently trailed behind as they made their way towards Yuntian City. Chapter 14. Leading the team. Yuntian City. Lin Nan and the others returned safely. Hu Qingyao, Shen Qingyue, and Shengwan Honghua eagerly headed to the prison to interrogate the celestial demon. Lin Nan, hoping to catch his breath, was soon summoned by a servant on Hu Qingyao's orders, who informed him that the celestial demon was refusing to cooperate, and despite all their efforts, the three of them could not extract any information from it, so they needed his assistance. Reluctantly, Lin Nan made his way to the prison. Upon arrival, he gasped in horror. In such a short time, the celestial demon, already stripped of its ability to resist, had been mercilessly tortured to the point where it barely resembled a demon, hanging on by a thread. No wonder they say that the most venomous heart is that of a woman. These three are quite ruthless. Lin Nan cast a fleeting glance at the three women, internally scoffing at them. However, the three women remained unperturbed, fully aware of his thoughts. In the presence of the celestial demon, human cultivators were universally deemed worthy of extermination. Even eliminating one would hardly be considered excessive, especially when it was in pursuit of vengeance for their kin. Regrettably, despite employing every method at their disposal, the celestial demon remained stubbornly tight-lipped. The three women, left with no choice, had to call upon Lin Nan for assistance. Upon hearing Lin Nan's silent criticisms, they felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Shen Qingyue remarked coolly, "This celestial demon is utterly obstinate. If Brother Lin has any means, please do enlighten us." Hu Qingyao and Shengwan Honghua echoed her sentiments, eager to witness what Lin Nan could possibly do to elicit a response from the celestial demon. Should he prove incapable, they would relish in his embarrassment. Lin Nan, with little to say, approached the celestial demon directly. "Hey buddy, wake up." The celestial demon, on the brink of death, lifted its head only to bare its teeth menacingly at Lin Nan. The three women exchanged glances, stifling their amusement. Lin Nan continued, "I suggest you confess. Otherwise, dying will be the least of your worries. Living would be far worse. Brother Lin, you can't seriously believe that mere words will compel it to submit?" Shen Qingyue frowned. "If conversation were effective, we wouldn't resort to torture, would we?" Shengwan Honghua scoffed. "The celestial demon has no regard for human emotions. I advise against wasting time. Just resort to torture," Hu Qingyao urged impatiently. "I prefer to extend courtesy before resorting to force," Lin Nan replied calmly. In truth, he did not wish to squander breath on the celestial demon, but was at a loss as to how to make it relent. He was merely using the dialogue to contemplate strategies. At that moment, a small creature, the Dan-devouring beast Xiaoluzi, poked its head out from Lin Nan's embrace. It seemed equally impatient with the drawn-out conversation, rolling its eyes at Lin Nan before glaring at the celestial demon. Suddenly, the celestial demon trembled, a look of terror crossing its face, and it stammered in broken human language, "I confess. I confess. See? I told you celestial demons lack emotional depth. How could you possibly think a few words would?" Shen Qingyue's words faltered as she gaped in disbelief. Had she truly misheard? The celestial demon was willing to confess? Hu Qingyao and Shengwan Honghua were equally astonished. They had employed every brutal tactic at their disposal, yet now, with Lin Nan's innocuous words, the celestial demon had crumbled. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Way to confess just like that? Is the celestial demon truly so pliable? Lin Nan was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said with gravity, "A wise man recognizes the times. Since you are willing to confess, be truthful. Are you one of the culprits behind the death of the steward from our Tianlan sect?" "Yes." The celestial demon nodded in affirmation. The three women were once again rendered speechless. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was elated. It seemed the celestial demon was not merely toying with him. Seizing the moment, he pressed on with further inquiries, and the celestial demon dutifully answered. Soon, all pertinent questions had been addressed. Lin Nan was confident that the celestial demon had not lied and had divulged all relevant information. It had indeed conspired with its kin to wreak havoc in Yuntian City, specifically to hunt down the descendants of the celestial fox, a detail that aligned perfectly with Hu Qingyao's findings. Moreover, the celestial demon's hideout was nestled within the dense forest, and its appearance was coincidental, triggered by the search for the celestial fox's descendants, sensing their presence before attacking. Unfortunately, it encountered Lin Nan and his companions instead. All done. Lin Nan clapped his hands. Hu Qingyao and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. It had been astonishingly simple to extract information from the celestial demon. Lin Nan, notorious for his unscrupulous cunning, had surprisingly managed to make the celestial demon yield with just a few words. Clearly, the reputation of the senior brother from Lingyun Peak was not unwarranted. Hu Junior Sister, you are now fully aware of the location and strength of their hideout. How you choose to arrange the assault is entirely up to you. Having said this, Lin Nan intended to take his leave. In his view, possessing the intelligence made the extermination of the celestial demon group a trivial matter. After all, within Yintian City, the Lantian sect had a contingent of cultivators stationed, and Hu Qingyao's father, as the city lord, had forces at his command. A full-scale mobilization would easily suffice to eradicate the celestial demon group without requiring his involvement. Most importantly, Lin Nan wished to avoid further risks. While the danger of subduing the remaining celestial demons seemed minimal, he believed that the absence of risk was the safest course of action. However, upon seeing Lin Nan's intent to withdraw, Shen Qingwei and the other two reacted almost instinctively. Expressing their disagreement, Shen Qingwei stepped forward to block Lin Nan's path, declaring, "Brother Lin, as the highest-ranking and most formidable among us from Lantian sect, your presence is essential for this operation against the celestial demons. Indeed, the confession was extracted by you. If you do not participate in the assault, the others may suspect we are attempting to claim credit." Shangwan Honghua chimed in. Hu Qingyao added with a bow, "Brother Lin, my father is currently in closed-door cultivation and cannot lead the charge. Although I am temporarily overseeing city affairs, my experience is lacking and my strength insufficient. To avoid unforeseen complications, it would be best for you to take command." Lin Nan felt a surge of frustration. "So you're saying that without me, you can't accomplish anything? Please, just let me be a villainous senior brother in peace. Please take charge, Brother Lin. Please take charge." Hu Qingyao, Shen Qingyue, and Shangwan Honghua formed a triangular formation around Lin Nan, insisting on his involvement. "You refuse to participate? Then we will insist you do." The three women thought mischievously. For reasons unknown, hearing Lin Nan's thoughts while opposing him seemed to evoke a peculiar sense of amusement in them. With no other option, Lin Nan waved his hand helplessly and resigned. "Fine, let us make the arrangements. Junior Sister Shen, please inform the sect members to gather all disciples above the third level of the Transcendent stage and be ready to depart at a moment's notice." After a brief pause, he turned to Hu Qingyao, "Junior Sister Hu, in your father's name, mobilize the troops. All cultivators above the third level of Transcendence should converge here immediately." "Understood." Both Shen Qingyue and Hu Qingyao replied in unison, promptly setting off to carry out their tasks. "What about me, Brother Lin?" Shangwan Honghua eagerly inquired. "Junior Sister Shangwan, once we reach the outskirts of the dense forest, utilize your beast control techniques to monitor the movements of the celestial demon group's lair from both ground and air to ensure we are aware of their every action." Lin Nan instructed. "Got it." Shangwan Honghua responded cheerfully. Before long, all arrangements were in place. "Let us depart, under the cover of night. The celestial demons will be on high alert. We must act swiftly and decisively." Standing before the assembled troops, Lin Nan raised his hand to signal the commencement of their expedition. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the celestial demon group's lair. A solitary celestial demon was stationed at the cave entrance, meditating as it absorbed the essence of the moon. After signaling to his companions, Lin Nan was the first to strike. With a surge of vitality, he unleashed a powerful force, striking the celestial demon before it could react, obliterating it into nothingness. "Attack!" Meanwhile, Lin Nan issued a resounding command to the crowd and swiftly retreated. Following his pre-arranged strategy, the members sprang into action upon receiving his order, unleashing a torrent of lethal attacks. Waves of sword chi and the formidable energies of various magical artifacts erupted like a kaleidoscope, bombarding the depths of the cave with relentless fervor. Boom! Roar! Amidst the cacophony of explosions, anguished howls of the celestial demons reverberated from within the cavern. "Continue. Do not cease. Push forward." Lin Nan stood at the rear of the formation, rallying the spirits of his companions. They, undeterred, continued to unleash their full might upon the cave until it was utterly leveled. The celestial demons within had long since fallen silent. "Enough! Cease fire!" Lin Nan commanded as he assessed the situation, signaling the others to halt their assault. As the dust settled, the disciples of the Lan Tian sect commenced their examination of the battlefield, while the others maintained a vigilant watch. Lin Nan instructed the Lan Tian sect disciples, Brother Lin, all the celestial demons are dead. Not a single one remains. Soon, the disciples completed their inspection and reported back to Lin Nan. Excellent. Gather the bodies and spoils, and return to the sect to report. Lin Nan sighed in relief. It's over. I was anticipating a fierce battle. It seems the celestial demons are not as formidable as I had feared. After a moment of exhilaration, Shangguan Honghua regained her composure, appearing somewhat unfulfilled. Lin Nan rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, what? Do you wish to engage in direct combat with the celestial demons, battling for 300 rounds? Hearing his thoughts, Shangguan Honghua pouted, but refrained from retorting. She practiced the beast mastery technique, and in terms of combat prowess, she was not as formidable as the other disciples in the sect, a fact she was well aware of. Her remarks stemmed from the excitement of participating in battle for the first time, which turned out to be less perilous than she had imagined. Brother Lin has made significant contributions in eliminating the celestial demons. Once we return to Yintian City, I shall certainly report to my father and ensure Brother Lin is generously rewarded, said Hu Qingyao, addressing Lin Nan. Lin Nan waved his hand dismissively, replying, There's no need for such formalities. As the eldest brother of Lingyun Peak, avenging my fellow disciples is simply my duty. Now that this matter is concluded, we should hasten back to the sect for cultivation. Although he said this, his thoughts were, return to Yintian City? I have no desire to go through that hassle. Since the celestial demons have been eradicated, it's far better to head back to Lan Tian sect promptly. Once I return to Lingyun Peak, I shall shut myself away in seclusion. No one shall disturb me. Hu Qingyao, catching his thoughts, felt a stir in her heart. She gazed deeply at Lin Nan and continued, Brother Lin, your noble intentions are admirable. Since you are eager to return to the sect, I shall not delay you. However, I also intend to head to Lan Tian sect to formally become a disciple, to enhance my cultivation and contribute to humanity in the future. Therefore, I would like to accompany you and the other senior sisters. Lin Nan was taken aback by her words. What does Hu Qingyao mean by this? Why does she suddenly wish to join Lan Tian sect as a disciple? Could this be her pretext? Perhaps she is infatuated with me and wants to cling to me? Hu Qingyao's face flushed with embarrassment as she bit her lip, muttering to herself. How arrogant of Lin Nan to presume that I have feelings for him. I am genuinely seeking to join as a disciple. With a huff, she clarified, what you may not know is that I am actually a registered disciple of the Tian Luo Peak, the master of which has long made arrangements with me. Upon reaching adulthood, I am to formally become a disciple, and that time has now arrived. Lin Nan, upon hearing this, understood and said no more. Tian Luo Peak and Lingyun Peak are separated by several main peaks. If Hu Qingyao wishes to go, then let her. In any case, once I return to Lingyun Peak and enter seclusion, I shall have no further dealings with her for a decade or more. Hu Qingyao shot Lin Nan a sideways glance, thinking to herself, Humph, I enter the sect with good intentions to become your fellow disciple, yet you inexplicably wish to avoid me. Just wait, I shall not let you have your way. Shen Qingyue and Shangguan Honghua, having represented the sect in slaying celestial demons for the first time, felt a swell of pride and were eager to return to the sect to present themselves before their fellow disciples and elders. Thus they all agreed to head back immediately. Upon exiting the dense forest, the others returned to Yintian City, while Lin Nan and the three women made their way directly back to Lan Tian sect. As for the celestial demon corpses, Lin Nan decisively stored them in a spatial artifact to bring back to the sect. Shangguan Honghua controlled a flying beast, and the group boarded it, landing outside the Lingyun Peak Assembly Hall at dawn. Lin Nan, we have received word of your successful slaying of the celestial demons and the vengeance for our fellow disciples. We have been awaiting your triumphant return. The Grand Elder of Lingyun Peak approached with a warm smile, appearing quite jovial. Hong, are you uninjured? Shangguan Fei, the master of the Beast Master Peak and Shangguan Honghua's father, inquired with concern. Father, I'm perfectly fine. Let me tell you, I personally avenged our family's third uncle's son's neighbor. That fellow from the sect whose name I can't quite recall. Good. My daughter has grown up, achieved success, and can now slay celestial demons for the benefit of humanity. Shangguan Fei praised with satisfaction. Lin Nan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. So your distant relative is merely a neighbor to someone whose name you can't even remember? Yet you acted as if you had lost a family member. Hearing his thoughts, Shangwan Honghua chuckled softly before pulling her father's arm and pointing toward Lin Nan, saying, "Father, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Lin, the one who led our sect in this endeavor." "Ha! Lin Nan, you truly are a remarkable talent among our younger generation. This time, you have rendered great service to the sect, and my daughter has benefited from your guidance. When we return to my beast master peak, I shall treat you to drinks," Shangwan Fei said with a broad smile. "Uncle Shangwan is too kind," Lin Nan responded politely, returning the gesture with a slight bow. Disciple Hua Qingyao pays respect to master and greets all esteemed uncles and elders. Hua Qingyao knelt before the master of Tianluo Peak. The master nodded with a smile, gesturing gently, and said with ease, "Qingyao, this demon extermination serves as your entrance examination into the sect. Now that you have passed, you shall remain in Tianluo Peak for cultivation from this day forth." "Thank you, master, for your support," Hua Qingyao replied joyfully. "Master, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully slain the demon. However, this was largely due to Brother Lin's leadership. He deserves the lion's share of the credit, while I merely followed orders and contributed a small amount." Shin Qingwei reported to her master. "Excellent." Shin Qingwei's master nodded in approval, then turned to Lin Nan with a smile, saying, "Lin Nan, after we assess the results of the battle, I shall personally write to the sect leader to commend you." "Thank you, master, but slaying demons is part of my duty. Moreover, I am about to enter seclusion for intensive training, so I would prefer to share this honor with my junior sisters and fellow disciples." Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Shangwan Fei, Hua Qingyao, Shin Qingwei's master, and several other elders of the sect nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with respect. Although Lin Nan previously had a poor reputation among the disciples, his conduct during this event revealed a commendable sense of righteousness. It seemed the prior rumors were unfounded, and his position as the eldest brother of Lingyun Peak was well-deserved. After a round of socializing, Lin Nan finally managed to send everyone on their way, returning to his residence for some peace and quiet. After a brief period of rest, Lin Nan prepared to commence his planned seclusion. However, there was yet another visitor awaiting him. It was none other than the sect expressing their profound satisfaction with his leadership in the extermination of the demons in Yuntian City, and they had come to bestow rewards upon him. Unable to refuse, Lin Nan stepped outside to greet them. By the order of the sect leader, in light of Lin Nan's meritorious service in slaying the demons, we have decided to confer a commendation and rewards. The rewards consisted of 3 bottles of high-grade elixirs, a high-grade magical tome, and an honorary title. The honor entailed placing Lin Nan among the leading ranks of disciples in the upcoming sect competition. Upon hearing the contents of the rewards, Lin Nan initially felt a surge of joy, only to become agitated upon reaching the final point. What kind of ridiculous reward is this? Chapter 16. Am I bored? Lin Nan was at his wit's end. The advanced elixirs and esteemed tomes of supernatural arts are acceptable, but what, pray tell, do we make of the honorific rewards? If you wish to bestow upon me an honor, then a merit award would suffice. So why must I be thrust into the fray of the sect's disciples tournament? Am I truly so enamored with the privileges of this leading faction? Setting aside the inherent risks of the sect's grand competition, even in the absence of danger, it would still impede my seclusion and cultivation, hindering my preparation for the impending 10-year tribulation of the celestial demons. Lin Nan inhaled deeply and addressed the steward responsible for announcing the rewards, saying, "Excuse me, these rewards are rather excessive, and I feel unworthy of such generosity. Might I implore you to convey to the sect a request to retract them?" The steward of the sect smiled faintly and responded, "Indeed, Chief Lin is a remarkable individual, treating even such generous rewards as trifles. I am in admiration. Upon my return, I shall surely report to the sect, ensuring that the esteemed members are aware of your magnanimous disposition." After a brief pause, the steward shifted the conversation, adding, "However, the rewards are decreed by the upper echelons of the sect, and there is no precedent for their retraction. Therefore, I kindly ask you to accept them without further ado." Lin Nan gritted his teeth, continuing to negotiate. "I shall accept the elixirs and tomes, but please convey to the sect's higher-ups my request to rescind the honorific reward." The steward, taken aback, replied, "Does Chief Lin truly wish to forego such preferential treatment, insisting on competing alongside the other disciples from the very beginning?" "That is not the case," Lin Nan insisted. "The truth is, I have resolved to enter a period of secluded cultivation and do not intend to participate in the sect's grand tournament." "I understand, yet that may not be advisable. The steward pondered briefly before continuing. The higher-ups greatly admire your recent demon-slaying feats and wish to hold you up as a paragon among the sect's disciples, as well as to nurture your potential. It is precisely for this reason that you have been included in the leading faction. This opportunity is also intended to sharpen your skills and experience, which would surely yield greater benefits than solitary cultivation. Moreover, should you achieve a commendable rank in the tournament, the rewards would be substantial, enhancing your strength significantly. Therefore, I believe it would be best for you to graciously accept this sect's bestowment, allowing me to report back to the higher-ups with satisfaction. Lin Nan felt a surge of frustration. I do not care for your opinions. I care for my own. He wished to argue further with the steward, but the latter waved him off, claiming he must return to report, departing before Lin Nan could voice another word. A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Nan. It seemed he could not refuse these rewards, yet they felt like a hot potato. Perhaps he should directly approach the sect's leaders for a discussion, convince them otherwise, but that would be tantamount to slapping the faces of the sect's upper echelon, and they might not even be inclined to entertain him. Alternatively, he could simply flee, seeking refuge for a decade or so, but that would be even more perilous. Outside the sect, without the identity of the eldest disciple of Lingyun Peak, and with his mere cultivation at the 7th level of the profound realm, he would be rendered inconsequential. Alas, he decided to take one step at a time. With a sigh, Lin Nan resolved to set aside his worries for now, adapting as circumstances unfolded. In a sour mood, Lin Nan commanded the servants to prepare some food and drink for him, hanging a no disturbance sign on his door, and firmly closing it to indulge in a bit of wine to alleviate his troubles. Feeling a stir in his arms, he retrieved the dan-devouring beast and placed it on the table, tossing it a low-grade elixir. Little Six, the master is feeling down, so I shall snack on peanuts while you enjoy your elixir. Let us keep each other company. Lin Nan said. The dan-devouring beast picked up the low-grade elixir, blinked, then suddenly darted off the table and scampered beneath the bed. Almost immediately, a series of squeaks resonated from under the bed. What are you doing hiding under there when you should be keeping me company? Besides, I cannot comprehend your speech. Lin Nan called out. Little Six, can you hear me? Come out. Suddenly, Lin Nan realized something was amiss. Indeed, Little Six had hidden beneath the bed, but it seemed there was not just one voice squeaking. Whose sound was that? Could it be that Little Six had enticed another dan-devouring beast to assist him in treasure hunting? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Nan leaned down to peer beneath the bed, astonished to find that while the dan-devouring beast was indeed beneath the bed, it was not conversing with another of its kind, but rather with the little white fox from before. At that moment, the two small creatures were huddled together, and the low-grade elixir Lin Nan had offered the dan-devouring beast was now clutched in the little white fox's paws, half devoured. It appeared that Little Six was sharing his master's provisions as a gesture of goodwill towards the white fox. Wait a moment. How did this little white fox end up in my room? When did it follow me? Lin Nan was perplexed. Little Six, and you too, Little White, come out and let us have a chat. Lin Nan beckoned to the two small creatures. Squeak, squeak. The dan-devouring beast and the little white fox exchanged glances, as if coming to a silent agreement, and then they emerged from beneath the bed, leaping onto the dining table. Has your injury healed? Lin Nan pointed at the white fox's hind leg. To his surprise, the little white fox nodded in understanding. I did not expect you to possess such spiritual awareness. I assume you stealthily followed me here to express your gratitude? Lin Nan smiled and said leisurely, Heaven has a benevolent nature towards living beings. Do not trouble yourself over such trifles. Besides, you are but a small creature, hardly a spirit beast capable of offering much in return. Ah! The little white fox squeaked in response, gesturing with its front paws. Lin Nan pieced together a vague understanding. You wish to stay here? The white fox nodded vigorously. But why? This is not exactly a pleasant place, and I cannot afford to take care of you. Lin Nan replied, puzzled. He himself was uncertain of his own plans and had no intention of raising a pet. Before the white fox could respond, the dan-devouring beast leaped onto the white fox's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its tiny head against the fox's face, then pointed at itself and then at the white fox. Lin Nan stared in astonishment but grasped the meaning. The dan-devouring beast was suggesting that it and the little white fox had developed a bond and sought Lin Nan's permission for the fox to stay. Well, these two little creatures have truly formed a connection. Lin Nan found the situation amusing and decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, the little white fox was merely an ordinary creature. Allowing it to remain would not be detrimental, and it would provide companionship for the Dan-devouring beast. As for how to sustain it, that was not a significant issue. The little white fox clearly enjoyed low-grade elixirs, so he could simply provide it a portion whenever he fed the Dan-devouring beast. Very well, you may stay, as long as you do not cause any trouble. Now, go play. Lin Nan waved his hand, dismissing the Dan-devouring beast and the little white fox, and resumed his meal and drink. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Nan activated the energy within his body, causing the residual effects of the wine from the previous night to dissipate instantly, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Early in the day, he stepped outside, inquiring of the servant disciples who had been waiting for him. "What is it?" "Master brother, the elders have summoned you to the council hall," the servant disciple replied respectfully. "Understood." Lin Nan smirked. He didn't need to ask to know why the elders of Ling Yun Peak were seeking him out. It was undoubtedly to discuss matters regarding the Sex Grand Tournament. Moments later, Lin Nan entered the council hall. "Ah, Lin Nan has arrived. Lin Nan, you have truly brought honor to our Ling Yun Peak. Lin Nan, your leadership in slaying demons and avenging our sect has become the talk of all 32 peaks. The upper echelons have personally decreed an exception for you, placing you in the leading faction of the Sex Grand Tournament. Lin Nan, this is akin to being granted automatic admission. Splendid indeed." The elders of Ling Yun Peak showered Lin Nan with praise before he had a chance to respond, filling the council hall with an atmosphere of jubilation. Lin Nan chuckled and took a seat, waving his hand to interrupt. "Elders, what other matters do you require of me?" The Grand Elder settled beside him and spoke with solemnity. "Lin Nan, in light of your recent performance and the merits you have established for Ling Yun Peak, the several of us old fellows have deliberated and decided." Pausing briefly, the Grand Elder continued, "From this day forth, you shall guide all the disciples of Ling Yun Peak in their cultivation, striving to enhance their strength as much as possible before the upcoming sect competition." Lin Nan's lips twitched. "You deliberated, you decided, but did you even consult my opinion? You simply conspired behind my back and determined my fate? Why should I guide all the disciples of Ling Yun Peak in their cultivation? Am I free to do so?" Chapter 17. The Disappearance of Hua Qingyao. "No, I cannot take on this responsibility." Lin Nan resolutely refused. "Ah, Lin Nan, spare us your modesty." The Grand Elder chuckled lightly and said with ease, "As the chief disciple of Ling Yun Peak, you hold the highest position among the many disciples, and your strength is unparalleled. Having you guide their cultivation not only sets an example for them, but also gives them a goal to strive towards. Who else is more suited for this role on Ling Yun Peak than you?" Before Lin Nan could protest, the other elders chimed in, echoing the Grand Elder's sentiments, all urging Lin Nan to accept the task of mentoring the disciples. Lin Nan found himself at a loss for words. This matter was settled. "Lin Nan, we eagerly anticipate the day when, under your guidance, the disciples of Ling Yun Peak will make remarkable progress and achieve great success in the sect competition." As Lin Nan exited the meeting hall, he felt like a star surrounded by admirers, yet his mood was one of frustration and dejection. It seemed impossible to remain at Ling Yun Peak, with everyone intent on burdening him with tasks. How could he find time to focus on his own cultivation? Perhaps he should simply slip away? Yet, as much as he wished for it, such a thought was impractical. Lin Nan had no choice but to accept reality. After some time, on the martial arts platform atop Ling Yun Peak, the disciples gathered in droves. Lin Nan trudged to the scene with heavy steps. "Senior brother." The assembly of junior disciples greeted in unison. Lin Nan waved his hand dismissively. "Let's skip the pleasantries." Scanning the crowd of over 100 individuals, Lin Nan's keen eyes spotted Yi Hao among them. How did this fellow return from Yuntian City so quickly? Wasn't he supposed to be out training? Pondering briefly, Lin Nan soon surmised the reason. According to the plot of the 100 Beauties of the Demon Emperor, Yi Hao's training in Yuntian City would lead him to encounter Hua Qingyao and become entangled with her. However, due to Lin Nan's involvement, Hua Qingyao had not crossed paths with Yi Hao. Thus, it seemed Yi Hao had concluded his journey to Yuntian City prematurely. Now was not the time to dwell on Yi Hao, so Lin Nan collected his thoughts, cleared his throat, and addressed the crowd. "Fellow disciples of Ling Yun Peak, your gathering here signifies your ambition and drive, which is commendable. However, the path of cultivation is a formidable challenge, requiring one to overcome numerous obstacles and vanquish powerful foes to reach the pinnacle. Although I will guide your training, the key to your success ultimately lies in your own efforts. May I ask, senior brother, What is your training plan? Yi Hao's voice rang out. Lin Nan cast a fleeting glance at him, thinking that he was rather conspicuous. A good question, Yi Shidi. Lin Nan nodded slightly and continued. I have decided to simulate the format of the sect competition and divide you into 3 major factions. The first faction will consist of the strongest, akin to the foremost group. The second will include those of moderate strength, while the remaining faction will comprise the weakest. These 3 factions will be categorized by their realms. Those below the Tongxian realm will enter the third faction. Those at the third level of the Tongxian realm or below will be placed in the second, and those above the third level will naturally form the first faction. After a brief pause, Lin Nan elaborated. The 3 factions will first engage in battles within their respective groups, and the last 8 standing will be deemed the victors. Subsequently, these 24 individuals will suppress their cultivation levels to an equal state for the final contest of champions. The top 3 will be recognized as the winners, and I shall provide them with individual guidance. As for the others, although they will lose the opportunity for my personal instruction, they can still discover their shortcomings through competition with their fellow disciples, return to introspect, and continue their cultivation. This is the training plan I have devised for you. Who is in favor, and who is against? As Lin Nan concluded, murmurs of excitement erupted among the crowd, with the disciples whispering among themselves. Lin Nan was in no hurry to rush them, allowing them time to digest his training proposal. Notably, this plan had been conceived only after he left the meeting hall, crafted to both fulfill his obligations and simplify matters for himself. Particularly, it would save him effort. By having the disciples compete in a manner akin to the sect competition, they would be left to their own devices, requiring no interference from him. He would merely need to show up for the final results. As for the 3 victors, he could offer a few pointers and be done with it. It was rather straightforward. During this process, he could carry on with his own affairs while delegating the maintenance of order and the progression of the competition to others. After all, if he were to single-handedly guide so many disciples, how could he manage? It would consume an inordinate amount of his time and energy. The path of cultivation respects the strong. I surmise that senior brother intends for us to grasp this truth through our internal struggles. Junior brother Yi Hao has learned well. Yi Hao proclaimed loudly, clasping his hands. Lin Nan scoffed inwardly. He was merely adept with words. Indeed, senior brother, your foresight and wisdom are truly remarkable. Some disciples nodded in agreement, as if enlightened. This plan sounds exhilarating, senior brother. Yes, we are sparring amongst ourselves, yet with minimal disparities in strength. It allows us to engage without damaging camaraderie and to improve together. The disciples continued to praise Lin Nan's plan profusely, showering him with flattery. Seeing there were no objections, Lin Nan declared, "Then let us not delay. You may begin to divide yourselves into factions." With a sense of relief as consensus was reached, he encouraged the disciples to take action. Over 100 individuals promptly organized themselves according to their respective cultivation levels. At that moment, a figure swooped in. Within the ranks of Lan Tian's sect, those capable of flight, aside from flying beasts, were typically formidable practitioners of the Yushin realm. The figure approached rapidly and soon landed before Lin Nan. It was none other than Gu Ming, the peak master of Tian Luo Peak and Hui Qingyao's mentor. Master Uncle, what brings you here suddenly, without prior notice? I would have prepared to welcome you. Acknowledging that the other's status and strength surpassed his own, Lin Nan, though puzzled, did not dare to show any disrespect and greeted him with a bow. Gu Ming inclined his head slightly and replied, Lin Shizi, there's no need for such formality. After a brief pause, Gu Ming surveyed the surroundings and asked, has my newly initiated disciple, Hui Qingyao, not come to find you? Lin Nan grew increasingly perplexed. Did she not accompany you to Tian Luo Peak for training? Why would you come here looking for her? It seemed Lin Nan was genuinely unaware. Gu Ming furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. He continued, this morning, Qingyao approached me, expressing her desire to visit Ling Yun Peak to personally thank you for slaying the demon in Yun Tian City and for indirectly assisting her in passing my test. I consented, and she promised to return to Tian Luo Peak before noon. However, noon has passed, and she has yet to return, causing me growing unease as I fear she may have encountered misfortune. After all, Qingyao's strength is still limited, and she is unfamiliar with the area. Between Tian Luo Peak and Ling Yun Peak lies a secondary peak where demon beasts occasionally appear. Thus, I had no choice but to come personally to search for her. I did not expect that even you are unaware of her whereabouts. This may indeed be a dire situation. Lin Nan, upon hearing this, finally grasped the situation. Qingyao had come to seek him out, but had gone missing en route. Moreover, the location of her disappearance was likely within the perilous area between Tianluo Peak and Lingyun Peak. This has nothing to do with me. It is not as if I summoned her to find me. Lin Nan nearly blurted out to Gu Ming. Since you are aware that she is not here and that Qingyao may be in danger at Fu Peak, what are you still doing here? Hurry and find someone. Truth be told, Lin Nan held no particular attachment to Qingyao, as she was meant to be the love interest of the protagonist Yi Hao, and he had merely stumbled upon an acquaintance with her. He would rather distance himself from this matter. Just as he was about to dismiss Gu Ming to search for help, Yi Hao, in a moment of inexplicable impulse, interjected. Master brother, Junior's sister is in danger, and Elder Gu has personally sought us out. With everyone from Lingyun Peak gathered here, it is indeed the perfect opportunity for a collective effort to search for Junior's sister Hua. Lin Nan rolled his eyes at the remark, thinking how impressive Yi Hao believed himself to be. Chapter 18. Lin Shixiang has arrived. Lin Nan, with the intention of ignoring Yi Hao, found himself unable to refute the words spoken. Most importantly, Qingyao had gone missing while looking for him, and now Gu Ming, as her master, was also seeking assistance. It would be unreasonable for him not to lend a hand. Upon further contemplation, although Fu Peak was rife with demonic beasts and celestial monsters, their overall strength was relatively weak. With over 100 individuals from Lingyun Peak joining forces to search, he should not encounter any significant danger. With this thought, Lin Nan felt a surge of confidence. Disregarding Yi Hao, Lin Nan respectfully addressed Gu Ming. Master, this incident arose due to my involvement. If anything were to happen to junior sister Hua, I would be deeply troubled. Thus, I am willing to lead the team to ensure her safe return. Excellent. It is only fitting that Qingyao spoke so highly of you in my presence. Gu Ming nodded in approval. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan felt even more secure. Gu Ming was a formidable figure in the realm of God's ascendants, and with him by his side, his safety was greatly assured. Without further ado, Lin Nan turned to the gathered disciples of Lingyun Peak and declared, Brothers, mutual assistance among fellow sect members is a cherished tradition of our Lantian sect. It is our collective responsibility to search for junior sister Qingyao. Moreover, this expedition to Fu Peak serves as an invaluable opportunity for us to undergo training. Let us approach this matter with utmost seriousness and strive for success. Yes, Master Brother. The crowd responded in unison. Everyone, heed my command. Let us set forth. With a single command, more than 100 individuals, under Lin Nan and Gu Ming's leadership, departed Lingyun Peak in an impressive formation, heading towards Fu Peak. Nestled between Lingyun Peak and Tianluo Peak, Fu Peak was notorious for its treacherous marshes and miasma, rendering it outside the management of Lantian sect for many years. Over time, it had transformed into a lawless zone, inhabited by various ferocious beasts and demon races, albeit of lesser strength. Consequently, Lantian sect occasionally used this area as a training ground for hunting demons. It had been 3 years since the last disciple of Lantian sect had set foot here. 3 years had passed since they last tasted the flesh and blood of human cultivators. At last, an opportunity had arisen, with a fresh young female cultivator delivered right to their doorstep. It seemed that heaven was still favoring us, the demon beings trapped in this realm. Within a cave, several demons gathered, lamenting their plight while their eyes hungrily fixated on Qingyao, who was bound nearby. Although she was tied to a stone pillar, Qingyao exhibited remarkable defiance. You vile demon creatures, you had best release me at once. This is the territory of Lantian's sect, and if you dare to harm me, my master and fellow disciples will surely avenge me, leaving you in utter ruin, she declared through gritted teeth. Huh, little girl, you are about to become our meal, yet you still talk back? One of the demons sneered, his features grotesque, with 2 horns protruding from his head. He approached Qingyao, contemplating where to begin his feast. Do you know why this place is called Black Prison Mountain? It is because we demons are trapped here, unable to escape, and likewise, few human cultivators are willing to venture into this foul and toxic land. Furthermore, let alone whether anyone knows of your disappearance, who would risk their lives for an ordinary disciple like you. Therefore, I suggest you quiet down and await your fate, as it will serve as a noble deed for us demon beings. Qingyao's heart was filled with anger and indignation, tinged with a sense of dread. She was furious that she had been captured by the very demon she loathed. She felt aggrieved, having grand ambitions, Yet encountering such a calamity merely 2 days into her formal cultivation, anxiety gripped her as she contemplated the possibility of no one coming to her rescue, leaving her with a fate teetering on the brink of death. She would rather retain her cultivation and perish on the battlefield against celestial monsters than meet such a meaningless end. All right, everyone, it's time to prepare the feast. The bullhorn demon commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. The small demon sprang into action with exuberance, akin to a festive celebration. Soon, a massive cauldron was heated in the cave, steam rising and bubbling ominously. The smaller demons gathered to discuss which part of the meal they would each claim for themselves. This scene filled Hu Qingyao with despair. The water is boiling. You little brats, strip this female cultivator of her clothes and toss her into the pot. The bullhorn demon ordered once more. The smaller demons, eager and impatient, rushed forward to fulfill the command. Get away from me. Despite Hu Qingyao's bravery, she was on the verge of collapse. Not only was she about to be boiled alive by demons, but she was also to be stripped, subjecting her to disgrace. Perhaps it would be better to take matters in her own hands and preserve her dignity. Father, Master, Lin Nan, farewell. Huh? Why am I thinking of Lin Nan? Why do I feel the need to bid him farewell? Hu Qingyao closed her eyes, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind, unable to discern her own sentiments. At that moment, a small demon rushed into the cave, visibly agitated. Boss, there's trouble. What's the matter? The bullhorn demon inquired, frowning. Outside? Outside. There are many people from Lingyun Peak. Upon hearing this, the bullhorn demon scowled. What do they want? Are they merely here for training? What's the hurry? If they wish to practice here, just send a few of our weaker kin to entertain them and send them on their way. Boss, I fear that won't suffice. The small demon stammered. What do you mean? The bullhorn demon was growing impatient. I caught a glimpse from afar. It seems that all of Lingyun Peak's people have come, more than 100 of them. Moreover, I saw that the one leading them is none other than Lin Nan, the ruthless and notorious master brother. Upon hearing this, the bullhorn demon leaped up in shock. Hu Qingyao, however, was left dumbfounded. Lin Nan had come, and he had brought along all the disciples from Lingyun Peak? Could it be that he had come specifically for her? Surely, Lin Nan must have received word from his master, learning that she had gone to find him, but had gone missing, leading him to deduce that she was trapped in this black prison mountain. Then, he gathered everyone to rescue her. Lin Shixiang, truly wise and righteous. Hu Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the demons within the cave, led by the bullhorn demon, were thrown into disarray. Living so close to Lingyun Peak, they were well aware of the situation there. Amidst this, the intelligence they were most well acquainted with was that the individual overseeing Lingyun Peak was a man named Lin Nan. As the senior disciple of Lingyun Peak, he not only possessed formidable strength, but also had a reputation for being ruthless and unscrupulous in his methods. The sudden appearance of this individual, accompanied by a multitude of Lingyun Peak's disciples, could hardly be interpreted as a leisurely outing. It was evident that their intent was to confront her regarding the female cultivator they had captured. Summon the clan's demons. The horn demon snapped back to reality, issuing commands with urgency. Boss, are we to rally the clan's demons and confront them? One of his subordinates inquired. Confront? Nonsense. The horn demon kicked the subordinate to the ground, his frustration palpable. What strength do we possess? Lin Nan and his cohort of Lingyun Peak disciples are not to be trifled with. Even if we had 9 lives, it wouldn't suffice against them. What can we possibly do to resist? I command you to swiftly release that esteemed and beautiful female cultivator. He continued, exasperated. Enough of your incompetence. I shall handle this myself. The horned demon shoved aside the obstacles in his path and approached Hu Qingyao, adopting a demeanor markedly different from his previous bravado, as he personally untied her bindings. My dear lady, all of this was merely a misunderstanding. Your kin have come to retrieve you, so I shall not detain you any longer. Upon hearing of Lin Nan's arrival, his demeanor shifted completely, and as he loosened Hu Qingyao's restraints, a sense of absurdity washed over her. She recognized that her captors were now too intimidated to harm her. Thus, Hu Qingyao, no longer anxious, queried with keen interest, "Is Lin Shixiang truly that fearsome?" Indeed, although we are separated by over 100 miles from Lingyun Peak, we have heard countless accounts of his nefarious deeds from those of the Lantian sect who have intruded upon our territory over the years. The horned demon nodded emphatically. Preposterous. Hu Qingyao retorted, her anger surging. Lin Shixiang is a man of integrity and valor. He is my benefactor. How can you speak of him in such a derogatory manner? Ah, the lady is correct. I must have misheard. The horned demon stammered, his thoughts racing to appease her, as he desperately sought to extricate himself from the situation. Are you truly afraid of Lin Shixiang finding you? Is that why you are groveling before me? Hua Qingyao's voice rose in indignation. With a furrowed brow, the horned demon, gritting his teeth, rallied all the lesser demons to kneel before Hua Qingyao. My lady, we implore you to spare us. We are but a band of mediocre demons seeking only to survive. Though our kind may be at odds with your human race, it is not our fault. We merely wish to exist in peace, for outside this refuge, we face slaughter from our kin or become mere tools for your kind. We suffer greatly. Please, I beseech you to consider our plight and grant us mercy. The horned demon spoke, tears streaming down his face, genuinely moved. The other lesser demons joined in, bowing and pleading for clemency. Hua Qingyao observed their desperation but felt little sympathy, though she entertained a different notion. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, If you wish for my mercy, it is not impossible, but your future conduct will determine my decision. We shall certainly strive to behave well. The horned demon replied, confused yet relieved at her concession. Very well, I shall take my leave now. There is no need to escort me. Otherwise, if I encounter Lin Shixiang, he may think I was wronged and seek retribution upon you, and I shall not be held responsible. Thank you, my lady, for your kindness. Please travel safely. The horned demon bowed deeply, as if sending off a deity. At that moment, not far from the cave, Lin Nan and Gu Ming led a contingent of Ling Yun Peak disciples, preparing to search the vicinity. The presence of demonic energy nearby suggested that if Hua Qingyao had encountered misfortune, it was likely the work of these demons. Lin Shizhi, I propose we cast our net from this point, Gu Ming suggested. Your words hold merit, Lin Nan agreed, intending to issue commands to the over 100 disciples behind him to conduct a thorough search for Hua Qingyao's whereabouts, ensuring their own safety at the center of their formation. Hey, Shixiang, is that not Hua Qingyao Shimmy? Yi Hao suddenly pointed ahead, drawing Lin Nan's attention. Lin Nan looked up in astonishment. The figure rushing towards them was indeed Hua Qingyao. Lin Shixiang, Hua Qingyao called out, her movements lithe and swift as she approached, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Lin Nan, upon confirming her identity, was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? We haven't even begun searching, and she appears on her own? This certainly simplifies matters. Lin Shixiang, thank you for saving me, Hua Qingyao exclaimed as she reached him, clasping her hands in gratitude. Lin Nan was still in a daze. Did I save you? When did I do that? I was unaware. Hua Qingyao, unfazed by his bewilderment, smiled coyly, thinking to herself, how humble Lin Shixiang is, rescuing me, yet seeking no glory for himself. Ahem, Qingyao, are you unscathed? Gu Ming interjected, clearing his throat and quietly inquiring. His disciple seemed oblivious to his presence, focusing solely on Lin Nan. Ah, Shifu, you are here too. Did you come with Lin Shixiang to find your disciple? I appreciate your effort. Hua Qingyao finally noticed Gu Ming and greeted him. Yes, I noticed you had not returned, so I came to Ling Yun Peak to search for you. Thankfully, Lin Nan took the initiative to lead the search, Gu Ming replied with a nod. Disciple is unfilial, causing Shifu concern, Hua Qingyao said, then turned to Lin Nan with a smile. Upon hearing of my disappearance, Lin Shixiang mobilized the entire Ling Yun Peak to search for me. Such warmth beneath your cold exterior. Lin Nan, caught off guard by her affectionate gaze, felt a twinge of discomfort. What does her gaze signify? Is she looking at me so intently? Hua Qingyao blushed slightly, thinking, how annoying. Am I really that overt? Since we have located you and all is well, shall we head back? Lin Nan suggested, avoiding her gaze as he turned to Gu Ming, bowing. Shifu, since I have fulfilled my duty, I shall take my leave. I will come by to pay my respects at another time. It is imperative that I resume the training of the Ling Yun Peak disciples as per our prior arrangement. He added, implying that Gu Ming should take Hua Qingyao home while he returned to his own matters. Before Gu Ming could respond, Hua Qingyao, unwilling to relent, exclaimed Shifu, may I not return to Tianluo Peak just yet? I wish to accompany Lin Shixiang to Ling Yun Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Not at all. Why would you follow me to Ling Yun Peak instead of returning to your own mountain gate? I still have to arrange for the over 100 people around me to cultivate. I simply do not have the time to attend to you. Upon hearing this thought, Hua Qingyao's heart stirred, and she was even less inclined to return to Tianluo Peak. Master, I got lost this time precisely because I am new to the sect and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Among my peers within the sect, the one I am most acquainted with is senior brother Lin, which is why I harbored the intention of seeking his guidance. I earnestly request Master to grant me this opportunity. Gu Ming, upon hearing this, stroked his long beard and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. Very well. I happen to be at a crucial juncture in my own training and cannot spare the time to guide you. Spending time with senior brother Lin will undoubtedly benefit your understanding of the sect's affairs. Furthermore, senior brother Lin is about to arrange for the disciples of Lingyun Peak to prepare for the sect competition. You might as well join in and gain some experience. Thank you, Master, Hua Qingyao exclaimed, overjoyed. Lin Nan's lips twitched. Excuse me, do you two not think to ask for my opinion in your discussion? He is your disciple. If you choose not to teach him, what right do you have to leave him to me? Just as Lin Nan was about to voice his thoughts, Gu Ming suddenly soared into the sky, leaving behind only a parting remark. Senior brother Lin, I've had a sudden epiphany and plan to enter seclusion. I entrust my disciple Qingyao to your care for the time being. I shall express my gratitude in the future. Master, take care. Hua Qingyao cheerfully cupped her hands in farewell towards Gu Ming and then turned to Lin Nan with a radiant smile. Senior brother Lin, can we return to Lingyun Peak now? Let us go, Lin Nan replied, unable to protest further, as he dryly beckoned the group to head back. Junior sister Hua, what have you experienced in the Black Prison Mountain? How did you go missing, only to reappear so suddenly? Within the group, Yi Hao inquired curiously. Hua Qingyao shot him a glance and replied coolly, Senior brother, are you hoping for my misfortune? Not at all. I am merely curious, Yi Hao said, somewhat awkwardly. It is best not to pry into matters that do not concern you. By the way, senior brother Lin, how do you intend to arrange my cultivation? Hua Qingyao lost interest in Yi Hao and pursued Lin Nan. Chapter 20. A woman's whims are the most dangerous upon returning to Lingyun Peak. Lin Nan instructed everyone to assemble into their prearranged teams and directly announced the commencement of training, allowing the over 100 individuals to engage in combat. To keep Hua Qingyao occupied, he also placed her in the second team. Soon, the vast martial arts arena of Lingyun Peak was divided into numerous battlefields, with various techniques and mystical arts being displayed, creating a lively atmosphere. After observing for a while and feeling that he had no further role to play, Lin Nan spoke with several elders and requested their assistance in monitoring the situation before retreating to his quarters for some peace, or rather, to focus on his own cultivation. Before long, half a day passed and night fell. Lin Nan emerged from his meditative state. Although he had loosened the bottleneck at the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, he was still unable to break through at this moment. In the path of cultivation, aside from accumulating progress, it also requires the right timing and opportunity. One cannot force a breakthrough when the time is not ripe. When he arrived at the martial arts arena, he found it brightly lit and still bustling with activity. Many disciples of Lingyun Peak gathered around the barrier, either cheering or discussing amongst themselves, while numerous disciples engaged in combat within the barrier, creating a lively scene. Elder, what is the current situation? Lin Nan inquired. The elder smiled leisurely and replied, Lin Nan, the training model you devised is quite commendable. In just one afternoon, not only have our disciples of Lingyun Peak gained valuable training, but they have also exchanged insights on their cultivation after sparring, yielding significant results. In fact, a few disciples have even broken through their bottlenecks during the fights. Oh, Lin Nan was somewhat surprised by this. Indeed, look at Wei Junjie. He was originally at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, but after consecutively defeating several opponents, he unexpectedly broke through his limits and ascended to the 6th level. Following the elder's gesture, Lin Nan turned to look at Wei Junjie. He recognized that this individual was one of the highest-ranking disciples at Lingyun Peak, second only to himself. The gap between them was now reduced by 1 level, which was no small feat, however. Today's greatest surprise belongs to a disciple named Yi Hao. The elder shifted his focus to Yi Hao. Yo, Lin Nan's heart stirred. He was not particularly concerned with others, as most of them were inconsequential in the original narrative, but Yi Hao, being the destined protagonist, was different. In the original story, every action he took was closely tied to the development of the plot, and even the fate of the world. In other words, Yi Hao's destiny was intertwined with how he would survive in this realm. What has happened to Yi Hao? Lin Nan asked. The elder chuckled and explained. Although Yi Hao has only been with us at Lingyun Peak for a little over half a month, and is merely at the half-step refining body realm, he has unexpectedly displayed an invincible demeanor in combat against his peers of the same realm, and even demonstrated combat prowess when facing those at the Qi refining stage. This indicates that while his strength may be shallow, his talent is extraordinary and worthy of our attention and cultivation. Lin Nan was enlightened upon hearing this. He was well-versed in the original narrative and understood Yi Hao's progress clearly. As the protagonist, Yi Hao was indeed unmatched among his peers. Moreover, the internal competition he had arranged provided Yi Hao with a chance to shine, inadvertently bringing him to the attention of many elders. In Lin Nan's view, this was a boon. It was not about being beneficial to Yi Hao, but rather to himself. It was greatly advantageous. The reason was simple. As the chief disciple of Lingyun Peak, he could hardly escape any matter, nor would he have the opportunity to quietly enter seclusion and prepare for the upcoming calamity in 10 years. Now that Wei Junjie and Yi Hao had emerged prominently, successfully attracting the attention of many elders, it served as a perfect shield for him. He could only hope that Yi Hao and others progressed as swiftly as possible, even taking over his position as the chief disciple of Lingyun Peak, allowing him to extricate himself from the situation with this thought. A bold idea surfaced in Lin Nan's mind. He smiled silently and declared, "The more my junior brothers and sisters gain and progress, the stronger our Lingyun Peak will become. It will not be in vain for my efforts." Excellent, excellent. Indeed, Lin Nan, we owe much to you for devising such an innovative training method. Several elders praised him appreciatively. Indeed, Lin Nan truly deserves to be our chief disciple at Lingyun Peak. Not only does he lead the charge against demons, but he also devises plans for all disciples of Lingyun Peak. We are truly fortunate to have him. Selecting Lin Nan as the chief disciple was indeed a wise choice. You elders flatter me. Lin Nan modestly waved his hand. He glanced around and noticed Wu Qingyao still engaged in combat within the barrier. Her striking demeanor captivating attention as she dominated her opponent with ease, displaying impressive prowess. The new female disciple of Gu from Tianluo Peak is indeed a promising talent, the elder remarked, following Lin Nan's gaze. After a few hours, Wu Qingyao has bested several of our disciples, showcasing her remarkable talent. She is indeed a worthy candidate. As they spoke, Wu Qingyao successfully subdued her opponent and temporarily ceased fighting. Upon spotting Lin Nan on the platform, she beamed and dashed over. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Senior brother Lin, how did I perform?" Quite well, but do remember to take it easy. Don't overexert yourself, lest you get injured." "I would find it difficult to explain to Master Gu," Lin Nan replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyao felt a stir in her heart. Her cheeks, which had been slightly flushed from the continuous battles, now bore an even deeper hue. "Brother Lin, are you concerned about me?" she exclaimed. "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Before Lin Nan could respond, Wu Qingyao cheerfully greeted him and eagerly made her way to observe the duels of others. Lin Nan smirked, realizing that Wu Qingyao had misunderstood his intentions. What he meant to convey was that since she had already played enough, it was time for her to return to Tianluo Peak. It was rather inappropriate for someone like her to meddle in the internal training of Lingyun Peak. After glancing around a few more times and finding nothing of interest, Lin Nan decided to head back to his quarters. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed a massive flying beast sprawled out, snoring loudly. Upon seeing Lin Nan, the creature merely rolled its eyes and continued its slumber. Lin Nan's heart sank with a premonition of impending doom. Sure enough, the very next moment, a figure clad in red emerged from the house. "Ah, Brother Lin is back," exclaimed Shangwan Honghua with a radiant smile. "What brings you here?" Lin Nan blurted out, with her smile unwavering. Shangwan Honghua replied, "Brother Lin, did you forget? My father mentioned yesterday that he wanted to invite you to Yusho Peak for a drink. So now, I am here on his behalf to escort you there. Is it possible for me to decline? I'm not hungry, nor do I wish to drink." Lin Nan replied, awkwardly. Regardless of whether it was Shangwan Honghua, Wu Qingyao, or Xin Xingyue, he always reminded himself that they were all women associated with the protagonist Yi Hao in the original text. Entangling himself with these women would yield no benefits. The wisest choice was to keep his distance from them. Upon hearing his words, Shangwan Honghua suddenly appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Brother Lin, my father prepared the banquet specifically to express his gratitude. Moreover, I came all this way to fetch you. Are you not appreciative? Do you look down upon me and my father, or upon Yusho Peak? Lin Nan felt his lips twitch. This woman is resorting to moral coercion now? It's not that I look down on you. I simply wish to avoid any interaction, all right? You are the official supporting character. You should be entangled with Yi Hao, not me, the villainous senior brother. Hearing Lin Nan's unspoken thoughts, Shengguan Honghua either had grown accustomed to it or simply was not bothered anymore. She felt puzzled as to why Lin Nan continually linked her to that ordinary disciple named Yi Hao, questioning whether he thought himself inferior to Yi Hao. It seemed that Brother Lin was excessively humble, lowering himself too much. With this in mind, Shengguan Honghua smiled coyly, drew closer to Lin Nan, took hold of his arm, and pouted. Brother Lin, you simply must go. Otherwise, I want to be able to report back to my father. As she spoke, she playfully shook Lin Nan's arm. Lin Nan felt a rush of tingling sensations. Unable to resist, he relented. All right, I'll go. Yay, Brother Lin, please. Shengguan Honghua beamed, then pulled Lin Nan onto the back of the flying beast. With a quick incantation, she directed the creature toward Yusho Peak. Huh, Lin Nan, my disciple. You have finally arrived. Shengguan Fei welcomed him enthusiastically as they entered the grand hall of Yusho Peak. Come, the food and drinks are ready. Take a seat. Although it was termed a banquet, the only attendees were Shengguan Fei and Lin Nan. Shengguan Honghua stood by the table, pouring wine for the two. The atmosphere was rather subdued. However, Lin Nan soon understood and even felt a tinge of sympathy for the father and daughter. He knew that while Yusho Peak was one of the 32 peaks of the Lantian sect, Shengguan Fei was merely a figurehead. Yusho Peak was the weakest among the 32, consistently receiving the least resources. Although Shengguan Fei held the title of Peak Master, his cultivation level was only at the 5th stage of the Divine Master realm, the lowest among his peers. His position was largely due to his seniority and the unique beast-taming techniques he practiced, which were not found in other peaks. Despite this, both he and Yusho Peak were trapped in a rather insignificant reality. Looking at the modest spread of 4 dishes and a soup on the table, even the wine was merely a low-grade vintage that fell short of the quality Lin Nan enjoyed during his solitary sips at his residence. Lin Nan had not come to indulge in food and drink, so he paid little heed to the lack of quality. After Shengguan Fei expressed his gratitude and raised 3 toasts, Lin Nan noticed the man hesitating, sensing that he had something more to say. He took the initiative to inquire. Did my uncle invite me here for another reason? Haha, Lin Nan, you are indeed observant. Shengguan Fei chuckled awkwardly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Since you are so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. Pausing for a moment, Shengguan Fei adopted a more serious demeanor and continued, Nephew, I have heard that you are currently holding an impressive internal competition at Lingyun Peak, correct? Lin Nan remained non-committal. It's going all right, mainly due to the upcoming sect competition. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. This is excellent. It not only allows the disciples to hone their skills, but also prepares them for the sect competition. Truly commendable. Shanggyong Faitimort. Yet, he abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, sighing deeply, revealing a sense of disappointment. Unfortunately, our Yusho Peak suffers from dwindling numbers and scarce resources. We aspire to emulate your Lingyun Peak success in preparing for the sect competition, yet we find ourselves powerless. Lin Nan felt a stir of understanding at Shengguan Fei's veiled words, realizing they were likely approaching the crux of the matter. As expected, Shengguan Fei leaned in closer and reiterated, Lin, my esteemed nephew. Now he was being referred to as esteemed nephew. Lin Nan felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Shengguan Fei continued, Although I am your uncle, I must confess my shame. I feel utterly inadequate, for my strength is neither high nor low. As the master of a peak, I have failed to manage it well, leading Yusho Peak to its current state of neglect. Our beast-taming techniques are not valued by the sect. Presently, aside from Honghua, who has barely inherited my legacy, the rest of our disciples are of mediocre talent, unfit for any significant role. Not only do we lack hope for success in the sect competition, but we are also incapable of contributing to the righteous path by eliminating demons. How shameful! Esteemed nephew, you are still young, yet already the foremost disciple of Lingyun Peak, possessing both courage and strategy. I humbly ask you to lend your uncle a helping hand. Dad! Shengguan Honghua, witnessing her father's humility, felt her eyes welling with tears as she choked back a sob. Lin Nan felt awkward at this unexpected display of emotion. What was going on? Why were they both crying? He was not a particularly soft-hearted person. Their emotional appeal held no sway over him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Uncle, you are being too hard on yourself. We are fellow disciples, and you are my uncle. If there is any way I can assist, I shall do my utmost." However, Lin Nan intended to add that if it was something he had to decline, then he certainly would be unable to help, and there was no need for his uncle to resort to such emotional tactics. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Shangguan Fei grew overly excited, as if he had encountered a long-lost relative, gripping Lin Nan's hand tightly. "Esteemed nephew, well said. With your words, I am at ease." Lin Nan was taken aback. "Uncle, you seem to be getting ahead of yourself. I have not finished speaking." Before he could articulate his thoughts, Shangguan Fei continued, "Since that is the case, let us not stand on ceremony. Yusho Peak will rely on you, esteemed nephew." "What does my uncle mean by this?" Lin Nan was utterly astonished. "Why must I bear the burden of taking care of the Beast Master Peak? How am I to manage this arduous task?" At this moment, it was Shangguan Honghua who spoke up to clarify, saying, "Senior Brother Lin, my father's intention is that since you have already initiated collective cultivation at Lingyun Peak, why not include us from the Beast Master Peak as well? Within our ranks, including myself, there are 8 individuals qualified to contend in the Sect Grand Competition. Before the official competition, we wish to join your Lingyun Peak's trial team and cultivate alongside you. Indeed, dear nephew, you must understand that we from the Beast Master Peak excel in beast taming, a skill that is undoubtedly remarkable, yet it also has significant drawbacks, rendering us at a disadvantage in the Sect Grand Competition. After much contemplation, I concluded that the best way to swiftly enhance their strength is through trials with fellow disciples, allowing them to improve while simultaneously seeking strategies for victory. Therefore, your current trial program at Lingyun Peak is most suitable. Senior Brother Lin, both my father and I earnestly implore you, you wouldn't turn us down, would you?" Shangguan Honghua added in agreement. Lin Nan fell silent. This woman is employing the same old tactics to pressure me. He hesitated to agree, but found it difficult to outright refuse, leading him into deep contemplation. He had a general understanding of the situation at the Beast Master Peak. Shangguan and her father were not exaggerating. In fact, the reality was even more dire than they described. To speak of the strength of the disciples at the Beast Master Peak, aside from Shangguan Honghua, who was at the 3rd level of the Profound Realm, only 2 others had reached the Profound Realm, while the rest were either at the Qi refinement or body refinement stages, all novices. Naturally, the beast taming skills of these individuals were mediocre. They could escape danger, but were insufficient for combat, both in terms of numbers and absolute strength. Shangguan Fei was evidently weary of the current state of the Beast Master Peak, yearning for achievement, yet lacking means, which is why he had turned his attention to Lin Nan. "How can I assist? I am not skilled in beast taming. Even if they were to join our Lingyun Peak's trial team, how much improvement could be made in such a short time? Moreover, I have no desire to engage with your daughter." Lin Nan frowned, wanting to refuse, but feeling a twinge of compassion upon glancing at Shangguan father and daughter, both wearing sorrowful expressions. "Alas, as the villainous senior brother, I am still not worthy. I am far too kind." "Well then, Master Uncle, I shall do my utmost to give it a try," Lin Nan said after careful consideration. "Ah, thank you, Senior Brother Lin. You are truly wonderful," Shangguan Honghua exclaimed, her excitement getting the better of her as she impulsively hugged Lin Nan's arm, overjoyed. "Senior Brother Lin, I knew you would agree. I did not misjudge you." Shangguan Fei finally revealed a smile. Father, I told you that Senior Brother Lin is a truly good person." Shangguan Honghua chimed in, shaking Lin Nan's arm gleefully. "Ahem. Honger, now that you have joined Lingyun Peak, you must heed your Senior Brother Lin's guidance. We must maintain decorum." Shangguan Fei coughed lightly, casting a lingering glance at his daughter, tightly embracing Lin Nan, a hint of jealousy creeping in. "I understand." Shangguan Honghua suddenly realized something, and as if struck by lightning, released Lin Nan's arm, her face flushing crimson. Chapter 22. Have they become entangled together? After the banquet, Lin Nan rode on the flying beast controlled by Shangguan Honghua, returning to Lingyun Peak. Behind them trailed several low-level flying beasts, commanded by 7 disciples from the Beast Master Peak, including Shangguan Honghua. These 8 individuals could be considered the elite of the Beast Master Peak, with Shangguan Honghua having the highest cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the Profound Realm. Lin Nan weighed the storage artifact in his possession, which contained Shangguan Fei. By this day, the 13 clans of Yazi had completed the preliminary construction of their clan residence, gradually restoring their former order. Unbeknownst to him, it It was already 4:30, and the time for their appointment was approaching, causing a twinge of anxiety within him. "Humph. You have made me lose face in front of the entire class. I will not let you off easily. This evening, we shall settle our grievances." After saying this, Qiulong gestured toward the 4 or 5 ruffians, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. Only when he became an immortal sovereign and returned could he seek greater blessings for the human race, the fox race, and others who had suffered, thereby making his life worthwhile. "Come, seize Pu Jin Pass for me and take his head." Yang Liang, infuriated and ashamed, lost his reason and immediately ordered an assault on the city. After leaving the inn, Sun Qian no longer engaged in banter with Jiang Yin and inadvertently caught sight of a weathered map, which might hold the key to the old man's disappearance. Through this map, Sun Qian speculated about the old man's identity. The company was planning some promotional event, and she was responsible for event planning, inviting her friend to sing for a while on stage to ensure the event's success. Qin Yu shook his head in bewilderment. As he recalled the moment he struck that blow, he felt as though he had touched something profound. "It's fine. Your schooling is only to better protect Fufu. Whether or not you attend class is irrelevant. I will explain it to the school," Luo Yin clarified. After graduating from high school, her experience as a supermarket sales assistant made her particularly conscious of her appearance, fearing disdain from those beneath her. "What is wrong? Are you all returning today? What a pity. After finally coming down the mountain, you won't even spend the night." One of the gusts of wind lifted Su Ming's white shirt, revealing a glimpse of his waistline and abdominal muscles. Suddenly, the ground of Sand Ninja Village surged with a multitude of gravel, rising into the air and gathering around Gara. After a long moment of silence, Xiang Hingyuan did not provide a response, prompting Zhui Yinin to subtly wave her hand, signaling him to leave. Recently, there were whispers within the company that they intended to assign this role to Li Yifeng as a form of compensation. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lei had convinced himself, redirecting his anger toward Jia Shikai. Qin Heng donned his attire, crossing his thumb and index finger, smiling as he made a heart gesture towards Mei Ming, before vanishing without a trace. He could only memorize his lines in advance and strive to adjust his state, minimizing his NG counts, so he could at least enjoy a bit more rest. Damn it, the essence oil from Lingshan must be a counterfeit. Not only did it fail to enhance my comprehension of the tying principle, but it instead led to an epiphany regarding the path of fire, which is exceedingly young. These bandits are remarkably similar to those in my memories. That Chun San Shenyang should not differ much either, making this quite the opportunity. Yet, Ling Zhe Su remained unfazed, maintaining a sticky, expressionless visage, not blinking as he struck at Wan Yushin's throat. "Come, let us venture inside and take a look." The pig demon leader led the way, followed by 3 would-be kings as they stepped into the underground passage. Astonishingly, even these ordinary villagers were roughly at the level of Su family's escort leader, Zhang Heng. On Luer's second visit, he found Zhang Erden's demeanor and aura entirely transformed. He could not pinpoint what was amiss, but it felt distinctly different. The latter stood with his back to Luer, hands clasped behind him, quietly awaiting. Chapter 23. The stirring of activity. The originally designated 3 factions of Ling Yun Peak disciples underwent new changes upon the inclusion of the Beast Master Peak faction. Before achieving notable success in beast taming, its primary role was auxiliary, such as aiding flight, inducing sleep, or instilling fear. The 8 disciples from the Beast Master Peak, led by Shengguan Honghua, were divided into 3 teams by Lin Nan, integrating them into the 3 major factions, thereby endowing each faction with a measure of beast taming prowess. Strength is akin to that of your elder care center, the accompanying official from Huagua explained. Even if they are vastly superior, the disparity remains evident. Does it not? Wolf furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the situation. He was unwilling to see his companions take risks. Wolf did not wish to lose any of his comrades. Witnessing the death of his target was a habit of an assassin, and he did not anticipate that this assassination would proceed so smoothly. Perhaps this no longer counted as an assassination. Cough. How should I articulate this? It is indeed quite beautiful. However, in my perspective, it is rather unremarkable. If you were not my sister, I truly would find it difficult to proceed. Covering my mouth and stifling laughter, I revel in teasing this girl. Engaging in banter with her is far more enjoyable than being at home. Thus, at this very moment, Nangong Yun has summoned all the formidable forces under his command to gather here. That will not be the case. I want you to remain by my side forever. Otherwise, once you depart, I shall seek you out. For what meaning does my existence hold in this world? Tianyu deeply kissed his lips, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke. After all these years, the only thing I am reluctant to part with is my beloved companion, the man I cherish for a lifetime. With each step drawing closer, Shuewei's heart raced, and from her hiding place behind the grass, she gripped the roots of a nearby tree, only to discover Xiang Jiang Nian approaching her. Shadows danced at the edge of the cliff, with two lanterns suddenly illuminating the scene, casting an emerald glow. Upon closer inspection, they revealed two massive eyes. Before long, Yan Bing noticed that in this area cloaked by a barrier, there existed not only a gigantic hibiscus tree, but also a pond of less than 50 square meters. Upon realizing this, Tian's previous wariness dissipated when she looked at Xiao Tian, replaced by a wave of compassion. After all, today she had confronted Wang Qi on behalf of Su Yang, managing his intricate relationships within the political and business spheres. He observed as Bai Yu's belly gradually swelled. From nimble movements to struggling to bend down and put on shoes, he took it all in. Unfortunately, the cup sat in the cabinet, obscured by glass that reflected light, making it impossible to discern the patterns on it, leaving him uncertain if it matched the one she held. While all players were immersed in leveling up by slaying monsters, a new storm was brewing. Su Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances. They were a moment too late, and the robber had likely been silenced. Shen Rufan struggled to open his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The bamboo grove exuded elegance amidst the picturesque mountains and waters. This was indeed impressive, reminiscent of bears, capable of swallowing any organic matter. It was proven that their method was effective. 3 identical vehicles trailed behind them, successfully bewildering their companions. Yu Feng had initially believed that the master plan to hold the inheritance ceremony at Guanlan Terrace, but due to unforeseen changes, it was shifted to the Daba Mountains at the Sichuan-Shanxi border. Now it seemed that was not the case. The old man must have been preparing in this location for quite some time, likely planning for several years. Subsequently, all the darkness began to recede, ultimately transforming into formlessness at the line of obscurity, vanishing without a trace. Ekenqing remained unchanged, donned in a faded, patched monk's robe, one hand supporting his bowl as he bowed in greeting. "It is you. It seems you are not entirely ignorant," remarked Li Zhuanyuan. "This individual controls several investment firms, and someone of your financial stature is bound to cross paths with him." Chapter 24. The Great Ones have arrived. Lin Nan observed from a distance as Shen Qingyue found Hu Qingyao and Shangguan Honghua. The 3 women huddled together, all wearing smiles, seemingly engrossed in delightful conversation. The trio of women forming a lively tableau did not capture Lin Nan's interest in the least. He preferred to distance himself from them. As long as they did not pursue him, he chose to ignore them entirely. The trial continued, with Lin Nan seated on the high platform, purposefully focusing on. To those unaware, the situation appeared perilous enough. However, only those privy to the truth understood the severity of the circumstances. When Song Shengsheng spoke, her voice was loud, nearly pressing against Ruo's ear, attempting to deafeningly resonate with her. In response, Li Changxiao remarked, "Blood Mulberry, Ancient Mulberry, I sincerely apologize for my blunder." During the reign of the Supreme Emperor, Minister Pang had significantly raised the tax revenue, burdening the populace, and now, shortly after the Prince of Faith ascended, taxes had again been increased, plunging the citizens into dire straits. Although the skeletal dragon sealer bore no flesh, only a framework of bones, it still somewhat satisfied his curiosity about dragons. Upon last returning home, Song Shengsheng was also absent, having taken money and luggage to elope with her childhood sweetheart in the provincial city. With a forceful tug, he pulled it from the water's surface, discovering it to be a gigantic water dragonfly, nearly too large to grasp with one hand. After all, even the technology of the universe had been surrendered. Naturally, other spacecraft technologies were not beyond reach. He remained unaware of where this growth would ultimately lead him, but much like the original Spider-Man, halting a streetcar was likely still within his capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Weihong was not idle, her fingers intertwined, her gaze flickering, seemingly brewing some plan. Such precious treasures are generally kept from prying eyes. For Feng Ruhuang, to display it before him signifies she does not regard him as an outsider, which is already commendable. Should he maintain a state of peaceful coexistence with her, or has she begun to harbor suspicions regarding him? Clad only in an undergarment, buffeted by the cold wind, Yun Qian Gu trembled in the chill, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to retreat to her room. However, adhering to the belief that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. She persevered, resolutely refusing to glance at that scoundrel, Wan Chi Haoyu, even once more. Outside the gates of Huiyun's sect, having waited several days without gaining entry, despite the furious tirades of the blood-chi-scattered man, who felt a sense of catharsis in his outbursts, he still harbored considerable frustration. We must devise a method to contact the Green Demon King. Otherwise, relying solely on the magic stones we brought will not sustain us for long. The Blue Demon King immediately recognized the peril they faced. "Wait for me, my child. I shall fetch your teacher," he said, releasing Jiang Yingshi, carefully tucking him under the covers before dashing off. "Yes, I must eliminate him to avenge my parents." Yun Qian tightened her grip on the remote control, her gaze shifting back to the television. Some, disheartened by the indifference of young Master Shi, returned to the streets, while others, unwilling to starve, flocked to seize food, only to be pierced by the spears of soldiers the moment they obtained it, blood pouring forth, eyes wide open in defiance of death. "This is my young lord heading to Luo City. I need to discuss matters with you all." A guard immediately stepped forward as soon as they landed. Moreover, members of the investigative team under Cassius Nali discovered a letter in a cave under special surveillance. At this moment, Yang Doubting felt utterly foolish, even contemplating ending his own life. The attitude and sincerity with which Noctis sought to recruit them, along with his thoughtful considerations, were clearly visible and quite satisfactory. Chapter 25, Brother Lin's Good Intentions. Within Lingyun Peak, he was the leader, yet in the presence of these formidable sect members, he could only humbly act as a junior, cautiously extending greetings. "Lin Nan, you are remarkable," began Zhuge Qingfeng, the eldest disciple under the sect leader and the true senior brother of Lantian's sect, with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's heart sank. This is bad, he thought, for those words were unmistakably. Regarding Zhou Jilian's strength, Ma Tianqing could not help but regard her with newfound respect. The Southern Heaven sect had dominated the southern cultivation world for centuries, inheriting its legacy from the Northern sect, and its strength was indeed unparalleled by ordinary sections. Merely the ability to simultaneously manipulate dozens of spiritual swords was perhaps not inferior to the heavenly immortal classics. Zhe could not explain to anyone the reasons behind all this. Upon reaching the backyard and seeing the basketball that had languished in the corner for ages, he picked it up, raised it above his head, and threw it towards the hoop repeatedly until he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. The second prince, upon hearing Lu Yunyun's additional remarks, felt a lump in his throat, unable to express himself, suffocating under the weight of unvoiced emotions. Upon hearing the counsel of Duke Jianan, Zhao Shicheng, reason ultimately prevailed. He closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and nodded. Before even reaching the dining hall, she heard sounds emanating from it, which struck her as peculiar. When she finally stepped in to investigate, she was astounded by the scene before her. Before this, he had distributed a jade tube to each newly joined demon slayer, containing precautions and a brief map. Who were those that were killed? Su Lingyu finally could not help but inquire. The wedding night? But isn't it still not completely dark? The words that Ling Yue wished to express were drowned in the fervent kiss from Mo Ran. In that moment, Gu Zheng, who still remained a virgin in this world, felt an overwhelming malice from all corners of the globe. Yes, Mommy. Although the two superficially agreed to a truce, who knows how they might stir things up once they returned to their room? As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Heaven knows this was indeed Fours, who had even transformed back to his original appearance to escort them. Yet unexpectedly, before he could shake off the water from his body, Yuan Yalan sensed something amiss. Lu Yunyun gazed in shock at the scene before her, for the first time feeling a strong sense of being in a feudal ancient society. Chen Burin could tell that the ancestor cared deeply for the three disciples. Thus he did not mind lending a hand to keep an eye on them. Although Captain Lu had informed her a few days prior that no issues had been found regarding Gu Yuni, allowing her to interact with him without worry. The reason being that, despite her extensive knowledge of ghostly beings, far surpassing that of a farmer's understanding of rice, she had never been afforded the opportunity to showcase her prowess. Seeing his assertiveness, one might fear that an outsider would be easily deceived. The warm feeling suddenly shifted to a hint of melancholy, yet remained beautiful, an indescribable sensation. She had no intention of vying for favor. If her aim were to harm Song Zhao's unborn heir, she should keep her distance. So why would she request to reside with Song Zhao? Such an act would be akin to digging her own grave. If they deemed her aptitude lacking, she had heard far too many similar grievances to feel disheartened. This was her fate, and before destiny, a person is but a mere ant, unable to change, only able to accept. Believing herself invulnerable, she felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing Du Xing's words. Xiaoli was internally urging her father to quickly hide beneath the table, to refrain from bothering her and affecting her sleep, while she directly refused to engage in conversation, diving into the room, allowing her father to pound on the door in vain for half the night, ultimately opting for the former. Meanwhile, Gu Xing seemed to have anticipated that the two not returning together indicated some misunderstanding had occurred, causing his expression to grow grave. Chapter 26, The Midnight Hour. A solitary man and a woman. Nightfall. Lingyun Peak, Lin Nan's residence. Outside, the world was enveloped in silence as Lin Nan sat at his desk, equipped with the 4 treasures of the study, with a small booklet before him. This booklet contained a roster meticulously compiled by the elders of Lingyun Peak, detailing the identities, cultivation levels, and fields of expertise of all participants in the Lingyun Peak trial, all written with utmost clarity. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. After the stone beneath me shook, I could confirm I had narrowly escaped disaster. A loud noise erupted behind me, accompanied by shrill screams, but from the subsequent sounds, it was evident that they were unharmed, merely startled. The surroundings were suddenly left with only Yu Xiao, Yin Tingting, and the taciturn Desan. Yu Xiao crouched down, placing the 2 pieces of boundary energy stones into their respective slots. The stones illuminated within the slots, and 2 glowing threads began to grow upwards, albeit quite slowly. At this moment, a thick layer of mutated moles had already settled atop the protective shield above us, as countless sharp teeth from the moles surged forth, and their numerous fleshy tentacles and sharp claws incessantly scratched at us. However, in the original text, Tang Xini truly infiltrated as a swallowtail butterfly, not to resolve the bioweapon crisis, right? Moreover, during that crisis, Tang Xini had transformed into a vegetative state. Seeing you hesitate in your speech, you must have something to hide. Which little brat is betraying us? Reveal his name? The deity's wrath is palpable. It seems he is intent on purging the ranks. Thus, during our actions, we 4 dared not draw too close, maintaining a distance of over half a meter between our respective torches. The children continued their march into the darkness of the air raid shelter. Exhaling deeply, I finally released the tension that had been building within me. Yuan Bao propped himself up on his arms, feeling no dizziness or headache, merely a sense of weakness. As he raised his hand, he noticed his fist tightly clenched, causing him to pause in surprise, gradually loosening his grip and breaking into a chuckle as he found a few curly hairs in his palm. I'm full. Thank you, Mo Guo, for your hospitality. I shall treat you to a meal another day, Lu Qing said politely. Before long, all the magical beasts had fled, and the world returned to a state of tranquility. Lan Long wore a dejected expression as he trudged home. Upon arriving, he discovered the house empty. Everyone had gone to the Xianfei Grand Hotel for a victory banquet. Feeling discontent, Lan Long wrapped himself in a quilt and collapsed onto the bed. Shangnu? Gu Yuxian seemed taken aback by his sudden aggression, lingering for a moment before looking up at the 3 figures standing against the sky. Within Luofeng Mountain, the various kings soared into the air, disregarding the battles of the sages, commanding the attack on the immortal mountain and blessed land of the contract realm. Let me treat you to a meal instead, to express my gratitude. Zhu Yan's heart filled with joy at the prospect of dining together. A clean handkerchief, imbued with a faint fragrance, was presented to him. He glanced at it, finding it somewhat acceptable, albeit with a frown. He accepted it. Mr. Gongsun, there are many matters that require finding solutions rather than evasion. I have always regarded you as a wise man. Wise men should not choose to flee. Listening to that heavy tone, Gongsun could only manage a bitter smile. In the next moment, 6 outstanding individuals stepped forward behind him, casting unfriendly glances at the 2. Sir, this is your card. Please keep it safe. There are also coins for you. This card will expire in 2 hours, so please plan accordingly. The service staff handed a black copper card to Yizong, who hasn't owed someone something. I owe far too much. Debts to Chang Yi, to Yixiu, to Yun Luo, to Qinjiang, and I still owe Chang Yuan and my sister. Chapter 27. The Beginning of Brainwashing. Oh! Lin Nan agreed while burying his head in his meal. Since meat and vegetables had already been prepared and served, It would be a waste not to eat. Senior brother, don't just eat vegetables. Have some wine too. This wine has been steeped in high-grade spirit beast bones for 20 years. Not only is it rich and fragrant, but it also contains spiritual energy beneficial for cultivation. Ma Chungming's mouth fell agape, struggling to regain his composure, his throat momentarily rendered silent. And Yao was comfortably reclining on the tatami, enjoying fruit, when she heard the sound of her front door opening. Glancing over, she saw it was Mu Juhan. The most recent thought struck her. Her mother seemed rather fond of that beautiful young lady, yet such sentiments were best kept to oneself in this context. As time passed, more and more sixth-grade true immortals arrived. By the time the five-element sword tomb was set to open the next day, over 15,000 sixth-grade true immortals had gathered here. That won't happen. I won't let you leave me. No matter what, I will stay by your side. The fox stubbornly clung to me. She squinted her eyes, extending her fingers towards the sky, gazing at the azure horizon through the gaps between her fingers. If I were to remain cooped up at home, doing nothing all day, Cain and the others would only grow more concerned about my illness. So I always smiled and told them I was writing a new work, assuring them not to worry. I cannot. I have someone I love dearly. I have already hurt her once, and I cannot inflict pain upon her a second time. Aside from this, I can promise you anything. Mu Juhan's voice had turned hoarse. It was only now that he clearly recognized there was still a flaw within the domain. At least something he had shamelessly infiltrated remained. Thus, this sixth-level domain could not be deemed perfect. Subsequently, the Black Rose unleashed a magic sphere, which immediately erupted in an explosion, enveloping the surroundings in dense smoke. The thatched cottage at the edge of the rear cliff stood silently as before, enduring the wind and rain, unchanged. The aura emanating from Lei Tiexin surged wildly, transforming into a chilling coldness that rendered those present trembling in fear as they gazed upon him. Tan Yin waved her hand dismissively, feeling that he was exaggerating the situation. After all, she had merely seen him hanging on the river, and it was the temple's abbot who had rescued him. She had exerted no effort. However, the cost of body refinement was exorbitant, and the returns were meager due to the lengthy consumption of time. Its sole advantage lay in its resilience and robust endurance. Yet, if those ethereal beings exhibited marked aberrations in their forms or awakened abilities capable of inflicting harm upon ordinary individuals, then there was no question, for the safety of others, they would have to be taken away and subsequently placed in secure quarters. After all, it was well known that merely approaching that barrier could induce dizziness and nausea in many. Even for a formidable expert, the consequences could be fatal, rendering one a mere shell of their former self. It was said that only a few hundred of those cards had been issued worldwide, with a rather extreme threshold and requirements for those eligible to possess one. Upon arrival and witnessing his perilous situation, without a hint of hesitation, a resounding shout was issued, drawing a demon monkey over to alleviate his burden. As observations continued, Zhu Yu surprisingly mastered the 9 Emperor's human sovereign finger, human sovereign fist, and human sovereign palm. Although he had not fully comprehended them, he had grasped their essence. I shall enter seclusion now. You may leave, Elder Tianji said, stroking his long beard and nodding. After speaking, he waved casually at Zhu Gaming before returning to the main hall, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, resembling a statue. Jin Yin reproachfully remarked. And Emperor Jing Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Following a brief discussion on other matters, the emperor rose and departed. Chapter 28. The Patriarch's Reward. Brother Lin speaks truly. Brother Lin is formidable. Brother Lin is exceedingly handsome. Shouts of praise erupted throughout the ranks, rising and falling until they coalesced into a harmonious chant. Everyone raised their arms in fervent cheers, their blood boiling as they faced Lin Nan. Suddenly, Tang Ming's figure shot forth, vaulting over the approaching ice sword, extending his finger to point at the brow of the King of Hell. Hao Wuqi, brimming with excitement, had initially refrained from engaging this individual, but he was compelled to intervene, claiming it had been ages since he had fought. Unfortunately, this formation could only be activated by a Tianji master, which was precisely why the Qin clan sought to capture Deguzi. Bai Yueguang wanted to call out to her sister, yet upon seeing Bai Yuhuxi stride forth without hesitation, she held her tongue. Exactly. I merely wish for you to wed my son. I harbor no intent to harm you. There is no need for others to sacrifice themselves on your behalf, Zhen Baiji declared with pride, observing Tang Ming approach with a countenance devoid of expression. As if a beast poised to unleash its fury, Mu Gij had saved her, and she pondered that she could not jeopardize his romance with Teacher Su. That night, Yi Fan finally acknowledged her as his fiancée, Yi, and the words "my wife" is priceless made her heart swoon. Unlike Yuan Shaoxi, Dao Wuyuan recognized the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yuxuan. He was even aware that Jiang Yuxuan had once targeted 4 Saint Kings in their pinnacle state, albeit that had been in a demonic form. In his normal state, he might not possess such power. Upon returning to the immortal realm, he found that it had merged into a singular world, where everyone had awakened once more. The flames raged uncontrollably as if possessed, and by the time the water arrived, the tents had been reduced to mere ruins. I believe he is more suited to be the leader of the trio of thieves, Dao Go, Lu Yi remarked decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, she was determined to seek out the individual behind her troubles at the village chief's residence. She could not allow this werewolf to thwart her plans. Beyond manually learning to concoct medicines, he began to study how to filter impurities from the liquid using mental energy. Yet, no matter how he attempted to learn, he could not fathom how Yi Qingqing managed to filter the impurities from the medicinal concoction. Director Li glanced at Deputy Miao Tuan and Chief of Staff Xie, stating, "In my opinion, the Japanese 11th Brigade aims to seize Osaka and Linxi. Their 73rd Regiment initially feared our assault. They must have received news of our other garrison's night raid." The bed dipped slightly as Mu Yuchen settled beside her, his long fingers gently caressing her chin, slowly turning her face towards him, his lips brushing against hers with exquisite tenderness. Fang Jie boldly expressed her innermost thoughts, and upon finishing, she shyly lowered her gaze at Long Bing. Just as their eyes fell upon the large screen, the captivating scene replayed itself. Qianda, unable to return due to her pregnancy, had gone to accompany her. Her elder brother had proven to be utterly unworthy, engaging in shameless acts, and if Yin had married, Qian had inexplicably departed as well. He had agreed to handle court matters alongside the imperial consort, yet she preferred to hide within the Prenlai Palace, claiming that nothing was of particular importance and allowing him to manage everything directly. What could be so pressing? If it were truly urgent, why would she not report it directly to His Majesty? Bai Chuan hesitated briefly before saying, "To be frank, the Confucian sect thrives primarily because it can cater to the imperial household." Chapter 29. Successful Breakthrough, Lingyun Peak. Several sect leaders received the command from Zhang Wentian and arrived to distribute the rewards to all. Each individual received their share on the spot, with Lin Nan's reward being particularly substantial. The atmosphere was filled with jubilant excitement, and the spirits of the crowd soared even higher. After a brief celebration, Lin Nan seized the momentum and officially announced the commencement of the trial. A sharp sword sliced through the air, striking down at an angle. The black demon emitted a deafening roar, high-pitched and filled with rage, twisting its body. Its eyes, white tinged with red, transformed into a blood-red hue, and its trembling wings flapped furiously, as if intent on crushing the person before it. Witnessing Willis reveal his secrets, Hans immediately became displeased, his left eyebrow twitching, coldly addressing Willis. Initially, the youth with the surname Lin maintained a calm demeanor while relaying the conversation between Feng Quan and Xiao Rina in English. However, when Feng Quan responded to Xiao Rina's final question, a look of distress surfaced on the youth's face. Ding Lei subconsciously thought that the Count's tone, actions, gait, and even the force with which he patted backs mirrored that of his strategist, demonstrating the city lord's remarkable capacity for learning. Ultimately, at the center of the fleet, 5 supersized transport landing ships and 3 large multifunctional supply ships were assembled. From the outset, even the well-informed Abitius assumed this was a war of the Orc Empire, defending against the human race's assault. Leveraging the technology brought by the Dark Spirit race and utilizing the strategic materials obtained from previous human miscalculations, the Orc Empire could effectively keep the humans at bay. One of the dragons swooped down, subsequently unleashing a fireball towards a cave below, causing faint smoke to billow from other nearby cave entrances. 3 colossal images floated there, depicting the 17 members of the Holy Light Wings from Radiant City, the 13 members of the Predator Assassins from the Court of Parliament, and the 5 members of the Golden Nightmare Adventurer team from Cologne. Although Yang Yang's ideas were commendable, the old adage rings true. Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Since young Master Yi is reluctant, I merely mentioned it casually. There's no need to take it to heart, Yu Ruo remarked with a smile, adopting a joking demeanor upon seeing Yi Mingyu's cold and silent expression. However, Magellan could no longer withstand the torment of curiosity and, during the second rotation cycle, utilized a meteorite to fabricate the illusion of an accidental crash landing on Earth. After reporting the situation to the Security Council, Magellan obtained approval for his landing request. Soon, the illusory moon spring shall be fully unveiled, and at that time, a fierce contest is inevitable. Consequently, the presence of a credible arbiter will be indispensable, and the formidable Feng Chun, possessing the strength of a celestial sovereign, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. If the negative feedback rate of a paid post exceeds 80%, and over half of the members submit complaints to the backend, it will automatically lose its premium status and top placement, while also resulting in a deduction of the poster's contribution, which will be distributed evenly among the members who issued negative feedback. It is indeed the case that the majority of spirit pets are like this. However, the second number, hidden in the grass, felt a pang of discontent. After more than 10 minutes, the two encountered the convenience store marked by the red Coca-Cola sign, as indicated by Yi Ching-he. As for the second advertisement, representing coffee, it was merely a distant shot, followed by a brief glimpse of the coffee itself, and Xin Ning did not promote this advertisement extensively. It aired only on local stations in a few cities with green light forests. With a specially skilled soldier as the spearhead, wielding powerful weapons such as axes, spike clubs, and curved sabers, the ordinary citizens and special forces intermingled in a staggered formation. At this moment, their roles reversed from before. The special forces wielded long weapons to defend, while Lao Zhang and his companions took on the task of eliminating any that slipped through the net. Chapter 30, A Favor from Junior Sister. Days later, as night fell, Lin Nan knocked on Shangwan Honghua's door. "Who is it?" came Shangwan Honghua's voice. "Ahem, Junior Sister Shangwan, it is I, your senior brother Lin Nan," he announced, standing outside and clearing his throat. Inside, Shangwan Honghua's heart skipped a beat. "Senior brother Lin is here to knock on my door?" Unfortunately, the other elder is the esteemed Qing Miao. If only Qing Yuan were to go as well, it would be most beneficial for Shinxiai. Gao Laosan's expression suddenly changed, and he quietly stepped back a few paces, effortlessly pushing Bai He forward without any hint of hesitation. The laborer was specifically chosen by Ding Yi and had already been selected during the judgment phase. They had agreed that once enough time had passed, he would be returned to the Jieshir Wei city, and he did not disappoint, bringing with him the modest yet essential news of survival to a familiar family member. Bing Er was about to speak when she saw Lin Ling enter the courtyard, arm in arm with Qian Kuan, making their way towards them. His movements appeared chaotic, yet a broader view revealed that the situation was not as disordered as it seemed. At precisely 4:30 p.m., Tang Yun and his party appeared punctually in the VIP section of the auction hall. His complexion was noticeably haggard, with unshaven stubble darkening his chin, and his hair disheveled. His back hunched as if he were an old man, unable to support the grandeur of his robe, allowing it to become a wrinkled mess. In pursuit of his desired outcome, over the next month, Li Qing devoted his entire being to practicing dance, mastering Peking opera, and honing his synergy with two substitutes. Having witnessed everything, he understood better than anyone else that the so-called Taoist scriptures were merely beautiful illusions, utterly incapable of leading to immortality. Though darkness enveloped the surroundings, Shenxiai had already discerned that below lay an unfathomable and vast pool of water. "This time, I am wagering my life. If I lose, the three major families, including myself, shall perish. So do not speak of obligations. Simply tell me whether you wish for me to live or to die." Lien Xian gasped for breath as she spoke. Li Junyan suddenly felt a surge of self-loathing for his inability to shield her from worries and sorrows. Mu Qingxue, taken aback, stumbled back several steps, her heart racing as she recognized the ghostly figure before her. Indeed, always crafting characters for others, this time she too would take on a role, and the experience felt rather delightful. Yu Hui gazed at me, her expression brimming with longing, ultimately biting down on my neck. I reciprocated by biting into her chest, yet the pain failed to awaken us. Instead, it ignited the desires buried deep within our hearts. Perhaps the wheels of the wheelchair suddenly expanding and transforming as they turned, flowing smoothly like water along the winding mountain path. Eagle once again picked up a stool, and with a sharp crack, Ying Yun's body swayed before collapsing weakly against me. The following morning, Jiang Kaling prepared to visit the Taotian residence, having dressed and groomed herself. Now that the weather had warmed, Hezhai and Taotian residence were merely separated by a street, Zhuke Street, so Jiang Kaling brought only by he along. Let's go. Soon she swung his cloak behind him, and apart from Zhao Yin, Lin Nan, and the others vanished into the night at the Night Fox Tavern. At that moment, someone captured this dialogue and shared it across various forums and discussion boards, such as the Pressure Relief Forum related to LOL and the Scapegoat Forum. Zhang Shifu couldn't help but shiver, fully aware of Xiang Su's ruthlessness, reminding himself once again that this was the last time. In simpler terms, these were the individuals who held accomplishments and enjoyed prestige in their localities. They were either individuals of merit, or they had reached an age of retirement, or they found themselves idling at home, or perhaps someone in their family still held an official position in the court. Chapter 31. Senior Brother Takes You Flying. It felt like the right moment to take the team out for some real practice, to engage in genuine combat and test the effectiveness of the 5 major mystical arts of Lantian sect in cooperative operations. Lingyun Peak, Martial Arts Arena. Lin Nan wandered within the arena, observing the training conditions of everyone while contemplating where to conduct a genuine trial. Within the Lantian sect, there were indeed some auxiliary peaks where demon clans barely survived, which could serve as test subjects. Bold traitor, are you not afraid of facing the 2 great empires, the Xianyang Flame Dragon and their generals who dare only to boast with words? Before the age of 13, Lin Shun had always protected him. The young boy vowed to her, saying, "When I grow up, I will ensure that no one bullies you. If there is no one in the world who loves you, I will love you. I will treasure you as the most exquisite gem, protecting you with utmost care." Liemo coldly laughed as he shut off the communication device, uncertain of who had deliberately sent them the message, yet willing to take the plunge into this trap. Earlier events occurred when the emperor was still a prince. Everyone was hesitant to approach him. Later, when the emperor ascended the throne, those beneath him became even more cautious, leaving only the esteemed Marquis Jinan willing to share casual conversations with the emperor. The emperor regarded him as a younger brother, almost bestowing him a title. The princess of the Flame Dragon Empire, Zhong Yang, finally comprehended the true identity of Qin Ao, the traveler. It was only logical. How could ordinary royal relatives and noblemen protect her while being accompanied by a myriad of Dao lords and a land deity? The emotions of this world can sometimes be inexplicable, yet he gradually understood that feelings do not adhere to order. What one desires must be fought for with determination. If one possesses exceptional abilities, why bother with such menial tasks? When I was in the divine path, they were nothing but a joke before me. Zhong Yang smiled faintly. Yet, at that time, he had yet to realize that his gaze towards her had shifted from disdain to a newfound admiration. The man opened his mouth, extending his hand as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing, merely watching the imposing figure vanish without a trace. However, seeing Mu Xiang's meticulous concern for Yi Qingqing, she couldn't help but feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. In the world of the Qingquan Ring, Lan Jiawei was the sovereign, easily dominating the wills of the pirates and extracting useful intelligence. He is our friend. Do you think we would remain indifferent? Young Master Wu Shuang decided to befriend Chu Linfeng and immediately spoke up. The innate holy fetus, once matured, could rival great transcendence, perhaps even more fearsome. After all, such holy fetuses were exceedingly rare, each one breathtakingly powerful, more esteemed than the children of the epics. Haha, let's eat Tang Yuan. Eat Tang Yuan. We have grown old. Now is the era of the youth. Let them handle it themselves. Hu Zongyi said as he crushed the cigarette in his hand and waved it off, offering Guo a bowl of Tang Yuan. He had nothing to say regarding the earlier events. He believed in his son, yet the substantial amount of money still pained him. Humans, do you think your fragile souls can destroy these soul locks? The golden dragon pupils glimmered with a hint of mockery. As for the meals, they leave many parents drooling, for they are consumed in the cafeteria of the classroom, where a balanced offering of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes is considered acceptable. However, upon witnessing the meals prepared for their own children, they realize that their home-cooked fare is, by comparison, nothing short of a grand feast, with each child receiving a perfectly paired dish of meat and vegetables alongside an egg. After stowing the Starlight warship within the Universe Ring and returning to Earth aboard the Deep Blue spaceship, Lan Jiawei successfully brought back Chiyo and others from the ancient planet, while also assigning work to Tianyu. Indeed, though the motives of Alina remain shrouded in mystery, the command of Lord Michael must be executed without fail. Chu Linfeng refrained from responding, gazing intently at Director Su, hoping for his tacit approval, for he is the true authority here. A nod from the leader would suffice for passage. Chapter 32. An ominous presence, a malevolent aura. Lin Nan accompanied Hu Qingyao to the lair of the horned demon. And midway through their journey, a sudden tremor shook his spirit. Ahead, a thick miasma of demonic energy wafted through the air, intermingled with a pungent scent of blood. Almost instantaneously, upon detecting the malevolent aura, Lin Nan summoned all his qi, enveloping Hu Qingyao in his embrace, poised for an immediate ascent into the air should the need arise. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. The visitor was responsible for relaying information on behalf of the Liu family, inquiring about the selection of the second member for the Four Clans Alliance. You are to consolidate the various families, ensuring they include all capable individuals into the Four Clans Alliance, with the Four Clans Council overseeing their coordination. Liu Cong stated with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Yi Chen felt a blaze of fury ignite within him, gritting his teeth as the energy within him surged dramatically. The foremost powers of several dynasties hastened to converge, positioning themselves at the borders of the Great Yin dynasty. Unbeknownst to them, a formidable army was steadily encroaching. Su Mo passed his chicken leg to Jiang Yuling, who had been eyeing it longingly, while exchanging his lunch with Zhao Lucy, who wore a bittersweet smile. A trove of fire origin crystals was consumed by the flames of the dragon Chi, transforming into essence and being absorbed by the golden giant egg. Now that Brother Benshu has arrived, General, do you have any instructions? Liu Tianhao inquired, shifting the topic. Well, there is nothing in particular. Guys on vipli? Momentarily taken aback, Liu Tianhao's directness caught him off guard. He had no intention of fleeing, with Luo Xian and Su Hansheng both focusing on him. Perhaps being imprisoned would be the safer option. Qian Yishan stood solemnly nearby, his gaze filled with respect, fixated on the distant flames and thick smoke, revealing no other emotions on his countenance. The first to raise their hands in agreement were Min Yin and Yu Chenxi, for they had witnessed Bai Pu's extraordinary abilities on the day of the cliff incident. Initially, they thought it was merely a dream, but now, hearing Bai Pu and Zhenxi speak, realization dawned upon them. Wu Lei stared at the black and white tail, momentarily stunned, for he sensed a similarity between this entity and the aura of Xian Yuan. Peng Ku and Qin Shihuang were still merely ordinary individuals, utterly powerless against a singular zombie. Had it not been for Li Hongming's unwavering protection in the bar, they would have met their demise. The sky took on a dim yellow hue, as the setting sun painted the clouds crimson, the golden rays illuminating Lei Junkuan's smiling face and casting shadows on the Ding brothers, sketching their youthful, modeled silhouettes. When Stan heard the figure in black robes speak of him thus, he instinctively took 2 steps back, landing against a wide armchair, his facial muscles tense, nearly collapsing onto the ground. With a single punch, Han Chun was downed, and Mba immediately pursued. Mba would not rest until he had dismembered this human who slaughtered his kin. As for Sadako, her physique was alluring. Watching her emerge from the television, twisting her slender waist with such grace could only be achieved through decades of dance training, a feat that Kayako could never match, for she merely crawled on the ground, producing creaking sounds, likely due to bone spurs. Zhu Jinlian readily agreed, responding with utmost sincerity, and turned to grasp Shen Si's hand as they exited. Though Empress Wang contemplated many matters, she did not foresee that Zhu Jinlian was wholly indifferent to titles, regardless of the summons. He would not escort Shen Si into the palace. Shen Si initially believed he was merely reluctant to part with her in that moment, but now, his anger seemed to have intensified. Her heart sank, her lips pressed tightly together in a line, remaining silent, though her eyes reflected a stubborn resolve. Xie Zhen's face radiated the allure that men desired, as she boldly declared, "I am the owner of this inn. Do I really need an excuse to think of men?" After her words, she trembled with each of Li Hao's relentless advances. Chapter 33. Mobilization. The little demon appeared profoundly dejected and sorrowful, its bloodied appearance rendering it utterly pitiful. Yet Lin Nan remained unmoved, stating coolly, "Then why is it that your companions have either perished or been captured, while you remain unscathed, playing dead in the grass?" This. Even the adept Jin Shan Xiantong could not immediately react to the swift movements of Lan Shangdai. It wasn't until the true apocalypse descended that the legendary practitioners who fell at his hands numbered in the tens. Upon hearing Daquan's words, Guan Jianyang gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. What Daquan required of her was to use her soul-chasing bell to control Mulan Xin and lure her to an isolated location for capture. Neither the wild warriors nor the formidable spellcasters could pose a threat to this fearsome man. Upon reading those words, Jiang Yu's excited smile froze. He hesitated for quite some time before finally mustering the resolve to type out a message. Meanwhile, top authors like Yang Jiqiang and Su Jingxian became the focus of the United Company's attention, for their presence carried significant influence. Should they be poached, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire industry, warranting salaries reaching 50 to even 100,000. The yard was small yet exceedingly dirty, with stones and mud scattered everywhere, clearly having gone untouched for quite some time. To my surprise, a padlock hung on the door. I crouched down to pull it from under the car and tossed it into the ditch, only to be horrified to find a line of vans pursuing me from behind. A chill raced through my soul as I suddenly found myself surrounded by lush green water plants and a gentle stream. I had unwittingly entered a bay of lake water. It turned out that this golden-armored warrior was an entity driven by the spirit. The consciousness of Jinshan Xian Tong was indeed embedded within. A figure clad in military police attire stealthily approached from the front, presumably a squad leader, squatting before Wang Lang. Lin Xuan nestled in Wang Cheyang's embrace, feeling, for the first time, the warmth of his chest. Yuli maintained a posture as if to charge forward, but Shi Sun enveloped her waist from behind, bringing them uncomfortably close at that moment. As the billowing black smoke dissipated, the fearsome visage of Dari emerged alongside Yulia, who lay on the ground, uncertain of her fate. A sharp sword sliced through the left hand of one of Dari's subordinates, and a bloodied, severed hand fell to the ground, the gory stump gushing forth blood like a fountain. Just as Dari made progress on his end, Alina's internal guards were executing their tasks efficiently, having received direct orders from the Golden Palace and launching into action without delay. Thus, when the internal guards of the Belinda clan finally realized the situation, Alina's grand purge was already underway. Zhou Yu had met Meng De's elder brother, and his own brother had said that upon arriving in Shuzhou, regardless of whether there was conflict or not, you should pay his respects. As he approached, Zhou Yu clasped his fists in greeting, stating, "Upon hearing your words, I have once again confirmed Qiao Qiao's judgment. Zhou Lang has come to convey a message from Xiao Yi." Yuli opened her sleep-drenched eyes, noticing a leaf drifting on the windowsill, glistening with morning dew, crystal clear and translucent, while the sounds of birds chirped from outside. The sun had just risen, vibrant and radiant, illuminating the entire world. Harry watched Dari's departing figure, his teeth clenched as the veins on his forehead throbbed. The People's Party could only withstand the fierce onslaught of their adversaries, suffering significant casualties in the process. Meanwhile, the Holy Demon Monkey unleashed the power of the 72 transformations, conjuring up 72 Holy Demon Monkeys, who wreaked havoc as they charged forward. Chapter 34. The Plastic Brothers. A mere minor demon at the 4th level of the profound realm dares to be so audacious. Esteemed seniors, please allow me to take the field. I assure you, as a junior, I shall annihilate them all and restore peace to the Lan Tian sect. Zhao Qianji declared with great bravado. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled faintly and replied, "Junior brother Zhao, do not be so hasty." At that moment, the military district command center was in a flurry, the sounds of telephones and telegraphs incessantly buzzing. From afar, Ma Zheng could already hear Yun Jian's voice. Thus, as they entered their 2nd year of university, the club still maintained a modest size of merely a dozen members. Major General Taro Osamu was indeed one of the few strategic minds in the Japanese army, with his command capabilities ranking among the very best, had it not been for the undue influence of his close relative, Sakurai Ichiro, on his judgment. Even such rudimentary logic would not have eluded him. Although he had not undergone the baptism of rules, he had merely just stepped into the ranks of the immortal body. This position merely served to keep Sue's father from becoming idle, as he had yet to reach the age of understanding his destiny. As Lord Rabbit continued to guide their path, the trio found themselves increasingly distanced from the bustling streets, traversing through narrow alleys that grew ever more secluded. Kimura Haitaro is a notorious butcher in the annals of the Japanese military, and one of the 7 high-ranking officers executed by the Far East Military Tribunal after the war, being the last to die by hanging. You Britons are indeed quite conservative this time, Mr. Frank. It is worth noting that a significant portion of that land was once your territory. Hong Qingcho's defection to the Qing was so egregious that even his mother could not bear to witness it. This traitor is both disloyal and unfilial. All his actions aim to turn the populace into mere servants of the Tartar puppet regime, thus silencing any criticism against him. Zhu Shunshui also voiced his concerns. Simultaneously, at the rear of the front line, over 100 tanks and armored vehicles of the assault brigade had assembled, with more than 2,000 armed infantry following closely behind. General Zhua, this young lady has fainted due to excessive worry and heightened emotions, the physician remarked after checking Lin Yuan's pulse. After Jiang Nanxi and the director clarified matters online, the starlight of Wanwan continued to post content on the internet. I can only write at home in the evening. I will do my utmost, updating as much as I can, but certainly not exceeding 5 updates. Song Qingru watched as the crowd departed, then turned to glance at several boxes not far away. It seems I must first break through to the qi condensation stage, forcibly locking my fate soul, and then absorb half and expel half thereafter. On one hand, possessing the destructive power to annihilate MS units. On the other, it poses a threat to surrounding targets, making it difficult to deploy on land and colonies. However, it can obliterate warships in a single strike. During the Seed era, no machine or vessel could withstand its firepower. Having shattered the Archangel during the Battle of Yakin Du Wei, time gradually passed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence enveloped not only the bridge, but the entire Archangel. The brief moment of extraordinary stillness causing Lelouch's heart to race relentlessly. Zhuang Yin was pushed to the edge of the dining table. Before him a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, a plate stacked high with 40 pan-fried dumplings, and an impressive stack of pancakes, each the size of a plate, estimated to be around 10. He could no longer recall how many offerings he had consumed from the households paying tribute to the serpent god. His stomach, once filled beyond capacity, no longer felt distended or painful, as if all he had eaten before had never existed. Speaking of which, he still did not understand what purpose this thing served. Why cherish it so? Not long after, having successfully carved a hole in the ice crystal, Xia reached in to extract a segment of black bone. Chapter 35, The Strongest 11. Yin Fenghua chuckled dryly, patting Lin Nan's shoulder. Brother, don't misunderstand. I merely did not grasp your intent until now. Now that you've articulated it, I cannot remain stubborn. I will act as you direct. Harmony among us is paramount. Yang Li, with refined elegance, cupped his fists towards Lin Nan, solemnly stating, time has the power to dull certain memories. Perhaps the more affectionate she and Yi Qingjue appear, the more his heart, though pained, could forget it all. Observing her serious countenance, there was a stark contrast to when she was brutally beaten by Zhu Batian. The clatter of the opponent's frantic actions echoed, as concealed weapons fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were all silver needles. Lin Xia was the one responsible for his mother's demise. How could he possibly show mercy? If his mother were aware, she would surely find no peace in the heavens. Fan Shi approached from a distance, having already sensed his arrival, thus enabling their meeting. Among the many treasures stolen by the thief, some were indeed precious, but one item pertained to the origins of Fengtian City, a significant treasure. The thief finally divulged the weighty news he had been harboring. Pan Shuang forcefully pushed aside the bodyguard and stumbled to kneel before Lin Beiwei. The reason Left Bank reacted in such a manner was due to his prior leniency toward Zhang Yuming. He still reproached himself for that. Thus he wished to avoid making another mistake. Ling owed a great deal to Ling Ju. After all, the fact that her son had become what he was today was largely due to Ling Ju's nurturing, was it not? As Shuxin spoke these words while pacing in the office, her tone carried an unspoken sarcasm, implying that she, Shuxin, was indeed Li Haonan's lawful wife. And even if he concealed her, it was only to be expected. Even if the military register recorded the truth, the youth lost his father, and in that moment, he felt a tumult of sorrowful reminiscence, deep regret, and simmering anger. Yet upon reflection, he found it difficult to direct this anger towards anyone in particular. The following day, she took Xiao De to a large mobile phone store in the city, owned by a classmate's family, with whom she had a decent relationship. Prior to their visit, she had brought along some gifts, and the proprietress greeted her with great warmth. That was, she had yet to contact Xue Hongling. To be precise, since Xue Hongling had been taken away by the Xue family's secret guards, it was as if she had vanished from the mortal realm, never to be seen again. At this moment, Mu Shi was observing the battle seriously, noting that the revitalizing immortal was imbued with rich spiritual energy, evidently having practiced for at least 40 to 50,000 years. Perhaps he was even a celestial being or a god-level figure. Yet he did not belong to the ranks of immortals. Who exactly was he? After approximately 6 hours, Lin's injuries were finally healed, though his spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. Nonetheless, he was immensely grateful for his master's life-saving grace. Once the several cavalry departed, Xiong Tingbai, with a troubled expression, slowly opened the envelope. He had initially expected it to be an imperial decree concerning his fate, yet it turned out to be an unknown letter. Although he was unaware of its flavor, Connor merely observed him biting into what appeared to be an exceedingly hard candy. It had been a long time since their last encounter, and he did not anticipate returning to find such a situation. Someone sighed, but their presence remained hidden. Gao Wen sought to terminate her contract with Xiao Liang, but Xiao Liang intended to take advantage of the situation to heat up this scandal, subsequently stirring up a fake pairing with her, leveraging the fans' enthusiasm to boost the exposure of their new products for the upcoming season, thus achieving a win-win scenario. After bowing deeply to him, Jiang Miyun's eyes brimmed with gratitude. All she wished was for her parents to witness the life her child led in the Cui family. A sharp cry echoed from above Bei Fenci, as Long Zun stomped heavily on Bei Fenci's forehead, propelling him into the air, where he swung his fist down fiercely at a flying lion beast. Chapter 36, Team Combat. In the dead of night, two flying beasts quietly departed from Lingyun Peak, soaring high into the sky, heading towards Hailaishan. Shangwan Honghua and another disciple from the Beast Master Peak controlled the flying beasts, while Lin Nan and the others sat cross-legged on the massive back of the flying beast, and shortly thereafter, they landed at Nyojiao Mountain. "Little demon, come out!" Lin Nan called out, and after a considerable pause, the timid little demon timidly emerged from. There is no need for choice. Anyone would prefer that eternally smiling, amiable person who always goes along with others. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to them, two young boys are currently concealed in a hidden corner. This is a war. A dozen or so Tai can gain some local advantage, but ultimately, it is insufficient to alter the overall situation. "Who is your master?" Professor Su's face displayed a strange expression. The term master is an archaic designation, and he is not an ignorant physician. At that moment, a possibility crossed his mind. Could Tao Ran be the descendant of an ancient medical family? Meanwhile, McCrae, who was watching the performance, heard a commotion above his head and turned to glance back. It was the entrance to the underground chamber, where it appeared someone was attempting to pry the door open. However, his father was different. Every word he uttered was carefully contemplated before being spoken, a principle he adhered to. The bald-headed elf felt quite vexed. Why were there always some prison guards pretending to be so upright? Couldn't they just accept the bribe and leave? Ouyang let out a cold laugh and then hurled grenades, impact missiles, and high explosives towards Li Xian. What a figure of the underworld river. Does he possess genuine confidence, or is he simply arrogant and dismissive? Hong Jun furrowed his brow, watching as the underworld river departed, his expression fluctuating. A certain reborn dandy expressed his sentiments. In order to keep his skin from darkening, he had no choice but to thicken it. Thus, to rephrase, the best way to prevent sunburn is to possess a thick skin. Yet, the enemies seemed completely undaunted by death, as the front line of white mist dissipated. An even greater number of white mist formations promptly surged forth to replace it. Wave after wave of assaults compounded, increasingly ferocious, with not a moment's respite. These individuals had failed their mission and even mistakenly killed Gao Gu. It was certain that Gao Wu or Gao Tianxiang would not forgive them. Lu Feng stretched lazily. In just one day, he had killed no fewer than 30 people, most of whom were cultivators at the Taoist level. It seemed that the three strong men from the first wave were indeed the most formidable. Damn, what kind of skill is this? What level has Dao Tuo reached? Is he even human? Wu Chang murmured instinctively. This unavoidable battle was a profound lesson. Thus, Li Su hoped to utilize this opportunity for healing to thoroughly contemplate the various changes ahead. The exit issue must be clarified. Li Su pondered carefully. From every angle, he must make some contribution. What was he doing stuck here? Lu Kuan, I warn you, do not engage in such matters, or I will truly clear the ranks, he cautioned. Upon hearing Lu Kuan's words, Yi Tian immediately became anxious. Numerous former soldiers turned criminals emerged after their discharge, and he did not wish for his hands to be stained with the blood of his brothers in the future. Lu Feng thought for a long while, and found he truly had no way to threaten them. Whether in strength or influence, he simply could not contend with them. That very morning, he had called to ask her to take leave, planning to take her out that evening. She had anticipated it all day. As they walked, The candle flames resting beside the staircase lit up one by one, and soft pink petals drifted down from above, gentle and graceful. Handling public matters was quite easy for them. If they could manage it, they would take their time, and if they could not, they would simply delay. It could not be simpler. She sighed softly. Well, she would just consider herself an ordinary healer, and Luo Feng merely an unfamiliar patient. Chapter 37. Darling, I've taken you in. You have no objections, right? Those demons wishing to flee were ensnared by Yang Li's magical array, leaving them with nowhere to escape. They were soon restrained by Zhao Qinji's 5 elements mysticism, rendered immobile targets, dying without even a hint of resistance. This was a battle devoid of suspense. As the leading tiger demon was struck down by Lin Nan's palm, the battle concluded swiftly. The throngs of little demons were subdued by various mystical techniques. Thus, Lu Yaoyao was brought to the styling room, attended by Chun Shuyuan's former stylist, who, upon seeing Lu Yaoyao, exhibited no surprise. After all, Chun Shuyuan had brought her here before, merely astonished that he seemed to remember nothing at all. The 4 major cities were largely unaffected, yet the most devastated area was the central region, where the population plummeted and hundreds of cities were destroyed amidst the beast tide. Chu's son seized the opportunity. He had no time to care whether Yu Jianjun was waiting there, and he promptly turned to flee. Meanwhile, Zhou Li was preoccupied with how to report back to her superiors, entirely unconcerned with Chu Sen's escape. Tom, only I truly like you. At this moment, Zhou Yaxin emerged slowly, covering her face, biting her lip with a pitiful expression. She blinked her eyes, and if Tom had not suddenly appeared, she would have undoubtedly retaliated. Even supreme sacred artifacts could be destroyed. What kind of realm was the primordial chaos? Rongdi's heart brimmed with longing. Xinair, upon hearing Ning Sini's instructions, felt some anxiety but dared not delay. The servant acknowledged the command. After saying this, Xinair bowed to Ning Sini before hurriedly departing. She clearly remembered when she went to see Song Jingshan. While they were chatting, she heard a commotion outside, followed by the strange sound of a wildcat. Could that be Nangongyi? But she understood that she could not prevent Hua Cheng from taking Hua Yuner, nor did she have the standing to do so. The issue was that after their parents made this decision, they had tacitly agreed not to inform Chu's son, secretly wanting to give their son a surprise. They knew that this time was simply a case of bad fortune, unexpectedly encountering high-level figures from the demon realm in such a remote location. Boss Wang clearly understood the warning embedded in those words. He was aware of what Lin Fan meant, urging him to behave as a mere tool. Winterhorst nodded repeatedly, realizing that James had summoned him at this moment to give him a warning. Moments later, the uncle and nephew held onto a flicker of hope as they approached the door, only to see the Sentinel General at the entrance. His face brightened as he waved. As a modern individual, Lin Nan comprehended all too well the influence that a popular idol could wield. If the Aurora Conference could indeed elevate a century superstar, it might just allow him to reshape the image of the true creator in this era. Now, he could remain unfazed before the tip of a needle. But when faced with the young boy's sword, he realized that the instinctive shrinking and evasion of his childhood still governed him. Not to mention, Meng Heng and Meng Yao were killed by her in the last life, and Meng Fei was ultimately imprisoned, dying tragically in the princess's residence. Having endured 3 years of imperial trials, her approach to these sisters would undoubtedly be even more ruthless. Yet at this moment, this Pei Yi appeared to be an utterly ordinary young man, not only excessively youthful, but seemingly not even a native of Yunlang Mountain. All were given orders to prepare for the annihilation of the 3 top-tier families: Antoine in Europe, the Zhuang family in Hong Kong, and the Liu family in Malaysia. Klein was not one to bury his head in the sand. Perhaps the angelic compatriot was unaware of the fool's existence before knowing the esteemed fool, but once aware, a keen observation would likely reveal that he was highly probable to be the fool, or at the very least, he undoubtedly had intricate connections to the fool. Chapter 38. I must say a few words to you. The crowd joyfully returned to Ling Yun Peak, Lin Nan's residence. Senior brother Lin, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare a feast for you. This time, Shengwan Honghua did not wait for Lin Nan's instructions. She voluntarily took on the task of preparing the banquet, and as she departed, she cast a proud glance at Hua Qingyao and Shen Qingyue. Hua Qingyao curled her lip, while Shen Qingyue remained expressionless. Indeed, if it were as the sect leader Nangong said, then the Purple Soul Palace's invasion of the human realm would be as easy as pie. Mu Xinkong spoke gravely, and the other sect leaders echoed his concern. In the face of the assault from the formidable being of the demon abyss, Xiaochun displayed no inclination to evade, instead unleashing a direct sword strike. The clash of their attacks resonated with a ferocity that was markedly different from their previous encounters. The six revered bodhisattvas, Tana Dizong, Baozhu Dizong, Baoyin Dizong, Chidi Dizong, Chugai Zhang Dizong, and Riguang Dizong, illuminated the cycles of reincarnation, casting their radiant light across the four corners, liberating countless vengeful souls and transforming them into disciples of the Buddha. A demon guard stationed outside the hall hastened to carry out Xiao Ming's orders and soon returned in a flurry. Over the subsequent days, the Chongshan domain indeed launched a large-scale invasion on the outskirts of Yanfeng City, targeting those cities that had been previously reclaimed. Gazing into the distance at the Black Palace of the Seventh Realm, the wine merchant's bleary eyes gradually revealed a glimmer of anger. After a moment, he uttered with a fierce tone, "Or perhaps you have some clues?" Qi Yunxiang raised an eyebrow at Su Yuqi, seemingly reverting to the carefree demeanor of the Qi family's young master, unaffected by the circumstances around him. Without delving into the scheming of Pingxin Yangyang and Giga Daoist, it is worth noting that in years past, Pingxin Yangyang secured the promise of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects, enabling her witch clan to be reincarnated in pursuit of the throne of the human emperor. Lu Kang released a long howl towards the heavens, expelling a cloud of dark mist, revealing his elongated, sharp zombie fangs. Observing Yin Tianyu's demeanor, Zhu Yunqing displayed a hint of irritation, and with a swift motion, she surged forward, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, aiming directly at Yin Tianyu. Chong Ning discovered that the council chamber of this bloodline family was filled to capacity. The moment she crossed the threshold, all eyes gravitated towards her. Gradually, Yin Qing's long, slightly curled eyelashes fluttered, revealing a pair of watery eyes. "By the way, you haven't spoken since earlier, have you, Kuang-san?" Chun Mingtong suddenly remarked. Before even stepping into the main hall of the Elder Court, the cacophony of voices surged forth eagerly from within, causing Cassius, who was pondering how to enter with the appropriate demeanor, to frown slightly. "What is going on? Why have you confined my vehicle?" Xiongqi, approaching Luo Li and the others, was the first to voice his grievances. Seeing the others hesitating to speak, as though they had something more to say but were at a loss for words, Lung Yihan appeared quite anxious. Thus, he tapped into his latent humor, jesting. "A certain lost city management official is wreaking havoc on the 8th floor, exuding an air of arrogance. Terrorists are not brainless. Believing themselves incapable of contending with Itao, they devised a labyrinth using light screens." Yen Qing gazed in shock at the collapsed arena, and a cloud of dust enveloped the area, causing her to cough violently. How could the enraged seniors possibly heed the obstruction posed by a mischievous child? In the eastern suburbs of Baida City lies an opulent villa district, where only the affluent and powerful of Tianhai City reside. Qian Shizong drove straight in, and the guard at the entrance merely glanced and did not inquire further, indicating that the vehicle bearing the Dark Dragon was permitted entry. Chapter 39, Dividing the Spoils. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction is a virtue beyond measure. Senior brother, I trust that junior brother Yi is a wise individual who will surely learn from this lesson. Let us not be overly harsh on him." Lin Nan said with a gentle smile. "That would be best." Zhuge Qingfeng nodded, considering the matter settled. "Sun, Shangguan Hong." So, was the matter concerning that mysterious individual of little or great significance? Fong Tian posed his final question. "Elder, may I inquire what the next steps for that mysterious individual should be?" Fong Tian asked. To Wuji Laozu's surprise, his call did not summon Qin Jiogong, but rather resulted in a brutal onslaught. After the news was released, within just a few days, thousands of secret records emerged through various channels, laid before Fong Tian's eyes. The content aside, the materials varied, from wood, stone tablets, leather, and paper, to substances that Fong Tian could not even identify. What astonished this diminutive Tyrannosaurus was that the flesh of this shark differed from that of ordinary fish, bearing a resemblance to the meat of a whale, prompting him to sample a piece. "Why have so many friends been calling me lately, inquiring about my confidence in securing the highest domestic award for the documentary program?" Zhang Yi countered. Theoretically, a glider could soar indefinitely in the sky for 100 years without issue, though realistically, even if the glider could endure such a duration, few could withstand it. With little camaraderie, they would naturally only see reflections of their past in other world pioneers, feeling nostalgic, Such sentiments are not easily kindled. What is this? After scrutinizing for a while, without yielding any insights, Feng Tian tapped his finger on it, yet found nothing conclusive, sensing merely that it should be quite sturdy. It leaves me pondering how each mission relates to me, he remarked, just as the tea was ready. Qin Hao produced a large wooden ladle, serving each of the three a bowl. His words left others baffled. What do you mean by didn't expect it? Wasn't it you who summoned Wang Bing? Could it be? The immortal Emperor Fanqi suddenly recalled the energy utilized by Ji Guang during their confrontation. Upon closer inspection of his surroundings, Yen Muheng concluded that the possibility of having been disassembled was slim, for it appeared nearly identical to what he had previously witnessed, perhaps even more antiquated, with dirt accumulating in the grooves and cracks of the wooden boards. Entering this room, he merely sought to gain a more convenient vantage point to observe those hiding in the stairwell, to monitor their movements. In the time ahead, he intended to closely follow these individuals and create certain disturbances for them, all while concealing his true identity. Take this, ultimate ice kill. Noticing Lu Yiping's seemingly sluggish movements, Yen Bing believed the moment was ripe, allowing a mischievous smile to escape her lips. She leaped into the air, descending with a wide-legged kick imbued with frigid energy aimed directly at Lu Yiping's shoulder. No one could ascertain how far the future of Xinhua would stretch. For now, it was merely a matter of taking one step at a time. The hour was growing late, yet having slept throughout the day, he felt no fatigue. Out of boredom, he opened a chat application to peruse his friends' photo albums. However, I care not for the details as long as someone is willing to pay your fine. The traffic officer shook the ticket in his hand. The Mingli Bell, indeed, is that one just left of the Taya Hall, and my method of use is uniquely my own, necessitating mention of the progress made in archery in recent days. Chapter 40. Seeking Solace. The celebration banquet concluded splendidly. Except for senior brother Zhuge Qingfeng, the others received varying spoils from this trial. Though these spoils may not be deemed abundant or precious, they nonetheless held significance, resulting in a collective sense of joy. Among them, Shengwan Honghua appeared to be the most elated, for he not only earned Lin Nan's praise, but also obtained a tome on beast mastery. Murong Ruo still had one hand, yet her middle finger was nothing but bone, devoid of flesh, creating a haunting appearance. She touched her eyes, preparing to close them. How have you been caring for Xiao Nuo? Did you not promise to take good care of her? Is this your idea of proper care? Perhaps fearing to disturb Xiao Nuo sleeping upstairs, Shun Jiyuan deliberately lowered his voice, yet could not suppress his anger. She had clearly stated her stance and expressed her attitude. She did not wish to squander more time with him and aimed to reach an agreement before Chu Yuni returned home, making her way back to the Wang residence. The nouveau riche couple, despite their wealth, ceased to provide financial support after their son was sentenced to prison. Qi Fian glared intensely at Gu Qingyan, then at the housekeeper closely following her, followed by a glance at the car, her eyes reddening with fury. He is also quite busy. How could one possibly delay his time? Gu Qingyan shook her head, primarily because she was not very familiar with Baiyu, and the previous confrontations came to mind. Was Feng Yunxing perhaps here concerning Feng Ziki and her marriage? Chu Quanan abruptly shook his head. No, that couldn't be the case. Qianli, despite being a fool, understood that treasure hunting is not something that can be claimed simply by urgency or aspiration. Perhaps it is merely about appearance. The leader wore a pained expression, and as Gu Qingyan approached, he suddenly launched an attack, slashing a dagger glowing with a dim light towards her leg. Usually, when the door was closed, everything was dictated by Li Chaogu, who, fearing that his voice might be overheard from outside, could only suppress his sounds and refrain from banging on the door and cursing. Commander, traversing through the streets of this city, one cannot deny that Germany has indeed made contributions to the development of Qingdao, Wang Chong remarked. Shi Yi and Sun Changjiang had both gone abroad, and Shi Yi realized that she would have to sever ties with this city henceforth. Farewell to youth, farewell to love. Farewell to my dear Fei Liangyan. Impossible. How could the enemy possibly detect the location of our fleet? Can their firepower penetrate our energy shields and armor? Lan Wanxi questin skeptical. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan forcibly stifled the excruciating pain, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted. Beads of sweat the size of beans cascading down his face, while Yun Feng clenched his fists tightly. The sensation of being torn apart was even more terrifying than cramping or breaking bones, just as everyone was filled with anxiety and engaged in fervent discussions. The cacophony of noise reverberated once more from the loudspeaker. This was the first sound emitted from the loudspeaker in 3 days. Lu Lingshan gazed at the key in her hand, a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lu Lingshan felt a rush of excitement. She had finally encountered a genuine, wealthy individual. Even though Cui Feng had comprehended the art of Mingfa, the highest potential he could unleash with the Xiyao was still constrained by his current cultivation level. That spiritual beast persisted for a whole incense stick's worth of time before it came to a panting halt. Yet now that mountain cave had entirely vanished. Pure power like this was indeed formidable. The strength of a divine-grade spirit beast was extraordinary. Wei Shi grinned, letting out a cackling laugh as he swept the flute horizontally with force. Immediately, the ground trembled with a rumble. Those naval rascals, constantly boasting about our Imperial Navy being the best in Asia and the third in the world. I doubt they could even rank among the world's second-tier navies. We will return to report this immediately, Riji fumed. Chapter 41. Thanks to the junior sister's support senior brother, please do not overthink things. His cultivation was of the profound energy techniques, and he had already reached the level of divine control, which held great promise for the future. Senior brother, please do not let momentary thoughts lead you astray, nor become distracted from mastering our beast control techniques, which might violate the sex rules and bring about your own demise. Jiang Yichuan's eyes brightened. If Santa pursued Ao Song, wouldn't that leave him with no time to think of Raju? Bai Ruaju's lips curled slightly. Since Feng Laniying enjoyed manipulating mechanical puppets, she would let her come and go without return. This celestial spirit vessel seemed to have absorbed some mysterious essence, expanding several times larger than before. One could vaguely see countless dazzling chambers within, resembling a colossal ship. A brilliant flash of light sparkled before fading away. Upon awakening this morning, he had seen the countless shards of glass strewn about. Entering barefoot from outside, there was only one opening, which he considered quite fortunate. It was still early, and no one knocked on the door to summon them. Xiao Qian lay beside Yichuan, squinting her eyes and continuing to sleep. Before long, she too drifted into a drowsy slumber. Why didn't Adam summon all the detectives to block the top floor, forcing the murderer to choose between surrendering or jumping off? Sure Run closed her eyes, ignoring the struggles beneath, believing that taking a step forward must inevitably involve such turmoil. Mo Zichen turned around. Behind her floated a mist of light azure, resembling a vast secret chamber, though she had yet to discern its specific boundaries. The two swords finally clashed, unleashing a roar akin to a dragon's cry that echoed through the cavern. This cave was shaped like an inverted trumpet, amplifying the sound 100-fold as it reverberated against the cliff. Qin could only just enter the divine emperor realm. To transcend to the next stage would still require some time. Yes, originally my father was supposed to come himself, but after learning certain things, his hypertension flared up, and he is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, so I am now in charge of family matters, Bai Shuang stated. As for Bai Zhang, since their previous relationship had been quite good, he would only give him a beating at most, but regarding the particular one before her, she would certainly deal with him ruthlessly. Since Lan's and the others had already helped her deal with someone, for Keek's sake, she let him off the hook. Indeed, Murong Qingran halted her steps, looking towards Lang Xiaoye, biting her cherry lips as if resolved to ask, "Is what he said true? He appeared once on my turf, but I didn't manage to catch him," the Huji lamented. Just as he turned around, he spotted He Lianqing's red Porsche in the parking lot. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he come here too? What a coincidence. Yet he hadn't seen him inside, just now. However, upon reflection, this restaurant was quite spacious, and not encountering him was hardly unusual. For magical beasts, particularly ice attribute ones, flames were extremely sensitive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that a being of lesser strength could injure itself. If it weren't for the flames, even if Hao Nan exerted all his strength, he wouldn't be able to elicit any response from the ice-field scorpion. To reassure Madwa, Lan Ruashi nodded in agreement. She had not anticipated that Madwa would share such sentiments. In order to rescue the Gu-Luke beast and resolve the disputes between the human realm and the digital realm, the beast tamers sought the passage to the digital world, embarking on a new round of adventure. After a bout of passion, the two embraced, sharing their experiences since parting. However, when it came to Mo Yin, Yi Yu's body tensed slightly, her deep black eyes emanating a chill, weaving all events together, making it clear to see Mo Yan's intentions. Chapter 42. An unexpected delight. This is precisely how a divine-grade tome should appear. It is indeed identical to the scenes depicted in the supreme beauty of the Demon Emperor. Feeling the strange runes flowing into her body like water, merging into her mind, and magically becoming part of her memory. Lin Nan was overjoyed. Ordinary profound techniques could only be learned through tones, involving skill and cultivation, but divine-grade martial arts numbered in the thousands, most of which were rather unremarkable. Fang Zheng merely glanced through them, committing them to memory. He then retrieved 2 large porcelain pots from the spatial pouch. However, even with such large pots, the fish soup could not be cooked all at once and had to be divided into 2 batches. What was he planning? Silva observed Yu Zhiqian and his subordinates being chained together, an ominous premonition coursing through him. Yet he was unaware of Yu Zhiqian's intentions and had no means to intervene, only able to watch helplessly as Yu Zhiqian acted beneath his very nose. However, Yao Yin was curious about how he persuaded his parents. She had overheard their earlier conversation, not intentionally eavesdropping. Was it her fault that her hearing was too keen? Bai Fengshi and Li Shi were startled, hurriedly coming out to see her amniotic fluid had broken. Without a moment to spare for caramelizing sugar, they quickly assisted her back inside. Su Shan was leading a life reminiscent of a global tour. However, with the entire world embroiled in conflict, he had no inclination for tourism. In reality, he was deploying robots across various locations while trying to discern the differences between this world and the historical reality. The Mexico ship had met its ultimate demise, becoming a part of history. Had the first missile struck, the entire bridge of the ship might have been flattened, leaving the Mexico ship with a chance for repair. But now it held no salvageable value and would forever remain a relic of the Mexican Navy's past. Disability is akin to death. Individuals like Fang Ke, once favored by external powers, have now become mere shadows of their former selves, rendering their families unwilling to squander resources on them. Behind him looms a colossal sword, a testament to the pinnacle of his martial cultivation. The snowfall sword lunges forth, tracing a gray shadow in an arc, yet it fails to pierce the Taoist Yukong, the blade's tip remaining a half-palm's breadth from his throat. It seems the circle has come to a realization, and with Vivendi's cautious delegation of authority, the external candidates have gradually declined the offer. Observing Mu Chongfeng's pained expression, Zhao Zhuyin feels a pang of envy towards the brotherly bond he shares with Lin Yuan. Reflecting on a past friendship he failed to cherish, his regret deepening. It appears your gun is of no use to me either. Do you intend to discuss something else? Yi Lungfeng released his grip, a playful smile gracing his lips as he addressed Master Ma. Subsequently, I procured a takeaway meal for Lu Xiling, who had just finished her bath and was enjoying the view from the balcony in her nightgown. The two conversed for a while longer until Rome Wanwan fell asleep, after which Xiang Shui was summoned inside. Feng Dabin scanned the room with a smile, saying, "Let us refrain from hasty reports. First, let us warmly welcome Captain Yang to address us." Following this, he initiated applause, and though the others were uncertain of Director Feng's intent, they joined in clapping nonetheless. "I wonder who labeled our precious Wanwan as a wild girl," Bai Mei remarked sarcastically, causing Peng Guangwei to feel increasingly uneasy. Although they would not be stationed at the forefront, their presence nearby offered a sense of security. Even if Haiqing were to face an assault, they would have time to react, ensuring that their loved ones would not endure significant harm or trauma. After finishing breakfast, Li Si prepared to depart, aware that soon he would bid farewell to university life. Chapter 43. The Bonds of Brotherhood. Time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Nan has led a remarkably fulfilling life. By day, he oversees and observes the training of others on Lingyun Peak, striving to orchestrate various mystical techniques. While by night, he either dines with Yin Fenghua and others, enjoying food and drink while discussing the arcane, or engages in solitary cultivation. Another round of trials has arrived. This time, the county magistrate of Jibei is an officially sanctioned deity, enjoying state-sponsored rituals and commanding the spirits of the county, his realm vast and majestic beyond ordinary imagination. Listening to the emperor's seemingly feeble explanation, both Sidu Xing and the ghost king Zhong Kuei could not suppress their surprise. In such a world, should one gain a foothold, it promises substantial rewards once the world returns to its primordial state. However, those acquainted with Li and are aware of these matters. Wei Shu. The battle the day after tomorrow will likely draw 2/3 of Japan's martial arts semi-saints to contend with you. Do you feel confident? Lu Yu inquired. Since Biaozi has mentioned it, without the red string on his foot, we cannot ascertain whether the missing chickens belong to the cooperative. He merely stated they looked familiar. A term that signifies little, said Erdi. Do not worry. Although Chen Zhuang is arrogant and sly, he would not dare to pull any tricks in this matter, for he fears the consequences. Jiue asserted confidently. You seem to be about my age. Why do you always speak so maturely, resembling an old man? Sun Kaling retorted. Upon hearing Situ Xing's question, the two exchanged a glance, each sensing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. If that's the case, there should be no further issues. It appears I was indeed too sensitive, Li Yong murmured, then mentally calculated the time, believing it was nearly right, and opened the umbrella bag, his shoulders tensing in preparation for the impending impact and forceful tug. Nangong Lilo's brows furrowed, and she elbowed Zhao Buju in the stomach, causing him to wince, tears welling in his eyes. Qing Jingyao lifted her head, reveling in the moment. That night, they embraced as they slept, as if they would awaken to each other as presence the following morning. From the moment Takuzi Mukamura soared into the air until the blade light dissipated, all transpired in a flash. Fragments of information collided and intertwined in the dark sea of consciousness, gradually forming interconnected strands. Hearing AI Air's words, Mr. Lu could not help but glance curiously towards the west, as if seeking something. Powerful consciousnesses surged towards Li Tianyou's location, eager to investigate. However, no matter how potent the consciousness, it was shattered upon nearing the Sea of Swords. Slowly lowering her phone, Ka Leite's expression turned remarkably grim, beads of cold sweat forming unbidden. Haha, may I ask what you were discussing? President Abel inquired hastily, for his previous question was merely a formality. This was the matter he truly wished to address. Qinchi did not employ the protective functions of the golden thread clothing and luminous arm guard, enduring dozens of lightning strikes without a scratch. Rong Tang lowered his gaze, then turned to observe the waters of Guanlan Lake beyond the pavilion, falling into a prolonged silence. All were insincere. Everyone was reluctant to let slip their rare opportunity to enhance their abilities. They were exhausted, worn out, yet even in fatigue, they must persist. Thus, a driver requires not only exceptional driving skills, but also sufficient extraordinary strength to ensure their safety in perilous situations. The nearby doctors in white coats eagerly anticipated Shang-Chi's actions, having already imagined the sound of his teeth crunching against the spiritual stone. Chapter 44. The Master Brother is impressive. The most dreaded silence suddenly enveloped the air. Lin Nan cleared his throat and chuckled, stating, "Since everyone is curious about my beast control techniques, allow me to demonstrate as a means of enlivening our trial." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed no dissent. Beyond their curiosity, they were concerned about whether Lin Nan was violating sect laws by covertly. After hearing President Xian's words, Feng Yun was momentarily taken aback, then puzzled as to why even a casual remark from him could provoke such reactions. Nonetheless, the basic acknowledgement remained. Lin Zhongbei found it quite strange that Lu Xian was so confident in his judgment, asserting that no inspection of the package was necessary. Upon hearing Du Feng's words, Zhang Cheng was instantly rendered speechless. He had indeed been thinking along those lines. Even if the Western Zhou Prince Ji Jiao on the city wall wished to surrender to the Zhao army, the incessant stone-throwing from the Zhao forces left him no opportunity. The divination of the great fate master proved accurate. You are indeed a benefactor in my life, validating my past investments. Very well. Please bring me the check stubs from the past 2 months. Lin Zhongbei commanded. There are none. Certainly not. Hua Mulan pondered over Qin Xiong's words, recalling the advice Di Renjia had given her father, feeling a weight settle on her shoulders. Listening to Ji Kaichio's words, which dripped with insinuation, Lin Zhongbei couldn't help but chuckle. The rhetoric was beautifully crafted. Yet who would believe that a junior from the Zhejiang Police Department could find favor under the esteemed hands of your Wampoa faction? Meanwhile, those in the back row, including the principal, exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing Su Yuhan's words. This fellow is quite versed in the law. He always appears in swimming trunks. And the mall's rooftop features a gym and a swimming pool, rendering his behavior not indecent in public. In an instant, the blade unleashed 4 beams of energy, radiating 5 meters in all directions from the sword's center, forming a crystallized energy field. With a tremendous crash, Su Jiang and Miao Yi were propelled off their feet, landing several meters away, retreating until they found themselves behind Ma Wan. The troops of Heidao Mitsuki, based on the residual information, pinpointed Chang Yechui's route. At this moment, they had reached the edge of the beach. He had spent over a year among the Titan deities and had never encountered such formidable individuals. From whence did they come? Huang Jiojin chuckled, saying, "There is no need for fear. Though I may appear intimidating, I am, in truth, quite gentle. Within the radius of 100 feet, nearly 100 individuals remained in the western part of the jungle, and within mere moments, their screams had scarcely echoed before they were utterly annihilated by the members of the cleansing altar. However, among these individuals, those truly able to meet Lu Zheng could be counted on one hand. Yet for disciples like Lan Gu, who frequently ventured out for training, having taken on few apprentices, it would be inappropriate to claim to be a disciple of the wood spirit Dan King. "We are fine. What is wrong with you?" The two turned around to see Su Shui tightly gripping her right arm, with substantial blood gushing from her clothing. "Damn you, get lost. How dare you aim a gun at the leader?" Rushed Zhang Jun, who had just arrived, his eyes widening in alarm upon seeing Han Yu and witnessing his subordinate drawing a gun at him. "All right, you two go about your business. There is no need to concern yourselves with us," Long Zhigang said after shaking hands with the two. Regarding acts of aggression, Xin Yuan smiled dismissively. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, and aggression is not inherently wrong. Even if one remains law-abiding, one cannot ensure that others will not harbor ill intentions. Only by possessing overwhelming strength and a formidable force can one eradicate the nefarious thoughts of others. Chapter 45. The pinnacle of achievement, however, the Enlightenment realm had become the pinnacle of existence that Zhang Tian could aspire to. Shortly after transcending this realm, the Lan Tian sect faced catastrophic disaster, with nearly the entire sect eradicated, leaving only a handful of survivors to wander the outside world. The protagonist, Yi Hao, as one of the survivors, undertook the mission of avenging his sect. After enduring trials and growing stronger, he finally gathered numerous surviving brothers to confront. Now, having painstakingly reclaimed Shuzhou, they lived in constant fear, for Cao Cao's mighty army was poised to strike, and a great battle was inevitable come spring. This campaign against El Bu was destined to be a significant achievement. Should they return victorious, their prestige within the army would soar, inevitably garnering the favor of Gongsun Du. At this moment, the two brothers yearned to win Gongsun Du's favor. However, before Bufan could speak, Qi Cheng suddenly leaped up, excitement radiating from him as he rushed over and sat on the ground, hugging Bufan's leg. Cheng Shiyu promptly fainted. The injuries to his hands were secondary. It was primarily due to Feng Fan Chen's final words. The raccoon on his shoulder shifted its position, retreating behind Li Xiu, its body mostly hidden. Yet ever since acquiring this boyfriend, her world had revolved around him, leaving her own identity in the shadows. Faced with such a situation, Yan Hua and Ling Fei Shui felt no need to emerge and confront or educate each other further. The others in the hall remained silent, attending to their own matters. Why had the servants of the Shun family failed to return after assisting in the search? Instead, it was Wang Nan and accompanied by two younger sisters, and Murong, she with their elders who arrived. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Shan had not lied. He genuinely had never heard of the Sacred Banner sect. However, Zhang Ru Feng seemed to sense the stirrings of the cold wind and immediately withdrew from his meditative state. Even in the outside world where laws impose constraints, there will always be those who take risks, not to mention in this remote region far removed from human society. In the following days, Shui Ru Xian and Shui Xian occasionally came to check on Tian Yu, whose injuries healed swiftly. Wan Lin nodded. During this time, he could still venture to the smelting workshop to forge more starlight copper. Observing his princess in such distress filled him with sorrow, yet he could not blame his majesty, for he was the sovereign of the realm. Upon hearing Xian's words, she rushed forward, slapping, pulling hair, and kicking with remarkable fluidity. Just then a Turkic scout entered, kneeling before Lin Nan. "I am the carefree marquis of the Tang dynasty, wielding the golden blade bestowed by his majesty. You all should swiftly clear the way," Li Chen urged anxiously. The man in splendid attire understood that he had underestimated his opponent. However, he was acutely aware of the other's formidable strength. Even should he unleash his full power, he feared he would gain little advantage against this young man, who appeared to be a mere servant yet possessed such might. If he were to employ ghostly techniques of the emperor level, he was confident he could eliminate that ferocious beast in a single strike. A spurt of blood erupted from the area where the soft sword had grazed, and the elderly figure in the black robe wore an expression of astonishment, uttering not a word as he slowly collapsed. "Since you have come to rescue someone, I shall not hold it against you for disrupting today as fasting. However, the lives and deaths of mortals are governed by fate. Should I intervene, I fear I might disrupt the natural order." The figure known as Xian Huangzunja waved his hand dismissively. Thus, The rhythmic sound of heavy machine guns once again resonated across the Japanese positions at Xiaoguan, as 10 aircraft simultaneously unleashed their firepower, unleashing torrents of fiery projectiles upon the Japanese artillery positions, with heated shell casings raining down from the sky. As for those who had followed him, only the 4 elders rose without hesitation, making their way towards Miao Ao Tian. Chapter 46. Bestowal of rewards. Lin Nan's mind was still in a whirl when he heard the voice of Zhang Wen Tian. Lin Nan, you are to receive a reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan snapped back to attention, hastily kneeling on one knee and cupping his hands to accept the accolade. Lin Nan, in private, your guidance and inspiration to a certain individual are commendable. In public, your support and mentorship to your fellow disciples are commendable as well. Therefore, in both a personal and sectarian capacity. As the two conversed, Pang De and a young man approached at a leisurely pace, offering their respects upon seeing He-Sian. The perspective shifted to another mountainous area, where countless bandits surged towards a convoy, their screams piercing the night sky as blood stained the ravine. The bandits rejoiced in their plunder, retreating to revel in their spoils. Come, I shall take my sister to meet our 2 younger sisters. With that, the 2 giggled and scampered away. Ian Mian, accompanied by a group, followed closely behind, though their pace was significantly slower than before. He frequently glanced at a Geo in his arms, adjusting his hold to ensure she was not harmed. Of course, this also depended on individual aptitude and the level of their techniques. Not everyone required a decade or 2 of practice. After all, Yu Hongling had reached the 8th level at 19, and one could only wonder what extraordinary encounters she had experienced in the martial world. Comparisons between individuals are often futile. Observing the fervent enthusiasm on the other's face, even the leaders among the Xiongnu could not help but twitch their lips. Sure enough, before long, the battle scenes depicted on the gilded screen transitioned into the background, with the analysis of the blood fiend technique taking center stage. Apart from this, there was another oddity. Logically, Sun Zheng's influence lay primarily in the north, and those directly benefiting from him were also northern folk. Yet, as one traveled southward, the national master's reputation among the common people seemed to soar. Ghost Zhao protested, brother, is there anything that cannot wait until after the formalities? She had longed to marry Su Zhan for many years, and did not wish for her wedding to become entangled in complications. When Shu, I have given you numerous opportunities, yet you have squandered them all. How can you be so inept? The System 10001 berated furiously, as if only in this manner could it alleviate its inner anxiety and unease. Introduction. Deep within the forest lies a colossal python radiating a purple-golden glow. It is said that its gallbladder possesses extraordinary powers, prompting many to seek its demise. As the monsters in the Sky City were rather unremarkable, Andy resolved to journey towards the frozen city, but the path there was marked by a towering structure. Upon alighting from the vehicle at the gate of the painter by Zihua, Yixing Tian beheld by Zihua's somewhat disheveled hair after she removed her helmet, instinctively reaching out to assist her in tidying up, only to have his hand evaded. A month later, at Wuyang Mountain, upon returning, Yi Feng was filled with nostalgia. Revisited the Sword Lake Palace, he did not linger but began searching for the Mangu Zhuha. Jiang Xiao, it would be better for you to handle this matter. If they continue to cause trouble, I will have to call security, the big boss said with a troubled expression. As the night enveloped the cold palace, it appeared even more desolate. The chaotic trees loomed like malevolent spirits, clawing at the darkness, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Indeed, the poverty at home left them struggling to make ends meet while indulging in such frivolities, a truly laughable situation. In the village, some began to sense the underlying deceit, nodding in agreement. A chocolate mousse had opened a new world for the tall ones, who clamored for Hua Yingyan's teachings, wishing to immerse themselves in the kitchen day and night. I don't know. I'm tired and wish to rest for a while, Zhu Yuzi stated, burying her head under the blanket as she returned to bed, her trembling shoulders betraying her silent tears. The driver, Old Wang, stole a glance in the rearview mirror, catching sight of Gu Dongjue, who, while bowing his head, bore a faint yet gentle smile at the corner of his lips. The wedding dress, hastily prepared, was delivered to a city just a week before the ceremony, resting in the house Anthony gifted to Su Xia, the very house from which Su Xia would one day depart as a bride. Chapter 47. Serving as your spirit beast at long last, Lin Nan returned to his residence, relishing the tranquility. Yet, to call it serene would be misleading, for such peace would not endure long. With the transformation of his status and the elevation of his treatment, his dwelling would inevitably change. By convention, the peak master of Lingyun Peak would take residence in the masteress abode atop the mountain, which also served as the operational hub for Lingyun Peak's affairs. This implied that Lin Nan's desire for solitude. Upon discovering the pig's abnormality, Grandma wasted no time and traveled through several villages to summon the only barefoot veterinarian in the vicinity. The rooftop across had collapsed, prompting a swift decision to regroup and retrieve weapons. "I'll help you set up." Chun-gu decisively altered the tactics as the situation shifted dramatically. All the classmates hurriedly pinched their noses in disdain, unwilling to allow the foul-smelling gas to invade their senses. Thus, the group of 6 exited the private room once more. Han Jing took on the role of a waiter, walking alongside and introducing the menu, clearly attentive to the newcomer, Lu Zhan. I assumed Li Juan would place me on the nearby sofa, yet he did not. Instead, he walked directly outside, where the corridor was deserted and enveloped in silence. To provide for the next generation, of course, the prerequisite is that Shiyu must find a wife. Otherwise, he may very well accompany the demon cyborg Genos for a lifetime until he meets an old age of solitude. Chun-gu, too, felt vexed as the opponent exhibited excessive caution, leaving him with virtually no opportunity to strike back. The damage from this exchange of gunfire easily exceeded 500 or 600, yet not a single kill was secured, which felt like a significant loss. Perhaps the power gem was too overpowering. The strength of the candle dragon was entirely absorbed, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon Thanos. With a swift maneuver, he locked onto his target, baited them into revealing their firearms, and then swiftly dodged to pull off a headshot, eliminating a lurking creature in the room. When Mo Gu saw the box, she nodded at Shinji, who understood her indication. It was indeed this box. Thus, Shinji took the box and swam out with Mo Gu toward the exit. Over the past 2 years, Ming Li had secretly accumulated numerous strongholds for the Underworld Palace. Yet the goal remained distant. The person in question was Lin Yan from Canaan Academy, and upon this realization, Xiaoyan could only shake his head in resignation. He might have truly overindulged. Before he could finish his thought, he completely slumped onto the dining table. A terrified shout jolted Zhou Tian from his stupor. Turning towards the source of the sound, he discovered Song Kuei crawling nearby, but the dragon and fire sparrow were nowhere to be seen. Momenslate. He understood that they were deep within the realm of the yin-yang dragon phoenix diagram. Fu Lin remained silent, merely observing her from the chair, his gaze unabashedly appraising her. Nodding as he murmured to himself, lost in thought, Feng Wuxia poured 2 glasses of wine, and Lan Ronyue raised her glass, downing it in one gulp. A warm sensation spreading through her chest, the taste remarkably smooth. Yen wore a mischievous smile, though it appeared slightly wicked. She seemed to share the same lewd grin as those before. Striding forward, she reached the bedside and tugged at Yang Qinglua's ear, intent on pulling her from the warmth of her blankets. It felt as though Yu Lanting had pursued Chen Qingdi, only to be met with rejection, thus delaying their relationship for so long. After rummaging for quite some time, Yifei reluctantly extracted the M200 camouflage sniper rifle. This weapon was the most inconspicuous in his backpack. Even the rocket launcher and energy assault rifle were too bold to reveal. Song Boxiong truly lived up to his reputation as a master. His slicing technique was truly top-notch, while Master Wei, who had immersed himself in this craft for decades, paled in comparison to Song Boxiong, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This was indeed quite commendable. Chun Yu instinctively reached for it. This wrist guard proved to be even more functionally rich than he had anticipated. This time, Yifei dared not expose himself, for during the fleeting moment of the flash mirror, he appeared to have caught sight of several foes armed with sniper rifles aiming in this direction. With snipers among them and his health barely exceeding 100, no one dared to take a risk. Chapter 48. Cultivation System, is this all? Lin Nan mused, considering the conditions presented by the little white fox, which were not overly demanding. He understood well that the strongest being in this world would undoubtedly be the destined male protagonist, Yi Hao, and certainly not himself. Thus, achieving a level of strength sufficient for self-preservation was already a considerable gain. In other words, it was highly unlikely that he could reach the invincible status the little white fox desired, rendering the matter of avenging her a distant prospect. Xiang Feiyu listened to the two chattering away, blinking in disbelief as he inquired. Mou, observing the scene, remained as tranquil as ever, pushing his hands forward. causing his body to erupt in a brilliant starry glow, revealing a mysterious and arcane star chart before him. Wei Chun dared not fully commit, knowing that relinquishing control meant his consciousness would no longer influence this body's choices. Strands of crimson light emanated from the mark atop the serpent monster's head, drawn into the Tai Hao seal. As the once formidable serpent monster seemed to have its soul instantly drained, its strength dissipating entirely. In this attempt to forge the dragon scale shield, the power feedback from the Tao of artifacts did not significantly enhance his spiritual strength. It was unclear who first discovered Xiang Feiyu, but the joyous exclamation reverberated throughout the entirety of the Hunyuan sect. A tall young man with long hair glared at Zhuang Jing with evident hostility, while another young man, though tall, appeared somewhat slender, despite his wary expression. He bore little enmity. Misefire glared at Mou with bloodshot eyes. As the top figure on the supernova rankings, he could hardly tolerate being cornered by the relatively unknown Mou. Cheng Jingjing lay asleep on the bed, clutching a wooden stick. Zhuang Jing gently tugged at it, only to find it unyielding. Su Zimu, initially indifferent, felt a surge of urgency upon realizing she too would soon have a child. Should her offspring lack celestial roots after her departure? Even with Bo Ji Xing's protection, her anxiety grew immensely. Xiaoyan observed Ningyu, who held a needle yet hesitated to act, puzzled by her inaction. Just as he was about to inquire, a voice from outside interrupted him. Ning Dao's path, capable of breaking through all worldly barriers, was currently hindered by his insufficient mastery. However, the Tianyuan realm had suppressed the blood demon for many years, becoming nearly corroded by its aura. Qi Tianyun, once you relied on your status as a true soul elder to oppress me repeatedly. Today, I shall make you pay dearly. Ning Dao declared, stepping forward, causing Qi Tianyun to instinctively retreat. The recent skirmish had unknowingly instilled a sense of fear towards Ning Dao within him. In times of drought, do not squander resources. Find someone knowledgeable about the geography of Tianlong County for me. I wish to explore various locales. Meng Xingchen stated resolutely. If that's the case, let us gamble. If I win, I shall take her away, and if I lose, I'll give you 100 million huaxia coins up front. Jun Yao also felt that this Li Shuyuan was even more disappointing and revolting than he had anticipated. Master, the two shadow guards sent to the mountain to gather intelligence have yet to report back. They may have fallen into enemy hands. Please punish me, Master. The leader of the shadow guard bowed his head in shame. This left the members of the 8 ancient martial families astounded. Under normal circumstances, they would not only refrain from dining together, but would hardly extend such courtesy towards them. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. Yi Xiao could sense that his mastery of sword techniques had become increasingly effortless, and his sword spirit had grown more refined. I pose a question to Chief Steward Gao. Do you believe that the Empress Dowager genuinely favors Prince Jin? He Xian? Su Xiu was permitted to inquire. However, the regretful Yuan Diji would naturally not divulge a single hint. During the convivial exchange with the Duke of Yichuan, even as he witnessed the intimate glances shared between the couple, Yuan Diji could only offer his blessings and congratulations. Yet, the immense resistance generated by its colossal size was overwhelming. Consequently, once the grand cloud palanquin had passed, what remained was a tempest raging fiercely in the high skies. Chapter 49. Revisiting Yuntian City at present. His identity was that of the master of Lingyun Peak, having ascended 3 ranks compared to his previous position as the chief deputy. Fortunately, while his status had transformed, his responsibilities had not undergone significant changes. Having been the foremost disciple of Lingyun Peak, he had witnessed how the former peak master conducted affairs. Thus he was not unfamiliar with the duties accompanying this new role. The most notable difference was the necessity to preside over daily matters, akin to a department head conducting morning meetings for subordinates. Hugo found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the Shadow Leopard, having been struck twice in quick succession. Mariana, we're the best of friends, are we not? Therefore, I believe it would be most fitting if you could accompany me. After reaching a consensus, Bude, Tianya, and Old Goose made their way to a secluded alley to commence their preparations. Subsequently, as Jing Yang entered the dragon-raising realm and eradicated many remnants of the previous dynasty, he had not sought out any trouble with this individual. He shot through 3 large trees before finally embedding his arrow firmly in the trunk of the 5th tree, its fletching quivering incessantly. With the support of Wamanlu, Zhang Qingyu ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the 2 armies, instead directing his focus entirely on the enhancement of his martial prowess. Chen Sha ascended from the site of the Wudao Xianzong, continuing his search for other survivors across the entirety of the third heaven. Upon observing Bai Shi approaching, Wu Xiaoqian coldly scoffed, shoving aside those beside her and striding forward. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, when the time for battle arrives, they all become as feeble as shrimp. The imposing middle-aged man did not open his eyes, but emitted a disdainful grunt. Hugo, upon hearing this, did not perceive the sword saint's words as praise, but rather as an attempt at subtle arrogance. It may seem that time had stretched on, yet in reality, it was exceedingly brief, from Li Fei's roar to the initiation of the attack and the subsequent rescue of Wang Linxiang. It transpired in mere seconds. Suddenly, sensing the aura emanating from the sharp stone spikes, the celestial dog could not help but yelp, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it evaded. The young dragon Qi has the potential to expand 20 meridians within the human body. During this process of expansion, the young dragon Qi would continually grow stronger, ultimately transforming into true dragon Qi, which alone possesses the capacity to widen the spiritual meridians of the human body. Only at that moment could Hu Tianxiang become a true cultivator. Lin Xiangyang relayed his tasks into Chun Fengqi's ear, ensuring he absorbed every detail by repeating them several times. Upon witnessing the Hydra's fall, Huiming plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ha! The red wolf exhaled, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that surged towards Li Fei like a wave, turning several affected trees to dust instantly. Lin Jinshi, resembling a frenzied cat, confronted the driver's seat with fierce determination, though she could see nothing beyond a barrier. Upon witnessing her master's stance, Xiao Zhang understood that if he could not surpass his master, he would be unable to extract any insights. Thus he steadied his mind, remaining calm in the face of adversity, ultimately securing a victory. The previous incident at the heroic mountain manor had left many sects with considerable losses. Some fell into decline or vanished entirely, while others managed to thrive in the ensuing years. The elderly man was taken aback, preparing to evade the shadow, but alas, it was too late. The object struck him squarely on the back, toppling him before a large rock at the edge of the cliff. Yinyu opened her eyes, her breath heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her palms were slick with cold sweat, and she bit her lip, feeling the chill from Lu Yan's presence and sensing his lingering aura. Move aside. This is our seat. At that moment, 3 individuals approached from outside the restaurant. The foremost among them was a fierce-looking, domineering middle-aged man, frowning as he bellowed at Xianyuan Minglang. Bai Ke followed Director Ding, his bodyguards, and Zhang Gan into the jeep, heading towards the launch platform outside the base. Chapter 50. The unruly master. This master is exceedingly unruly. What on earth fills his mind? It's utterly unbearable. The little white fox, upon hearing Lin Nan's thoughts, felt her cheeks flush and rolled her eyes. However, she felt a hint of delight within. Even though she had transformed into a human form due to her connection with Lin Nan, the bond they shared as spirit beast and master instilled in her a deep-seated instinctive affection for him. Lu Weifeng trembled slightly at the words, and the killing formation in the sky quaked, suddenly raining down countless beams of light. Ever since he heard Uncle He recount the origins of his identity, he had been curious about the circumstances surrounding his family. A group exchanged glances, unsure who initiated it, but they all knelt before Fang Zheng in unison. Su Mu's expression shifted, turning towards Berkling, his icy tone laced with a sharp, killing intent. How did you manage to remain undetected by our angels after she suddenly transformed into the 4th-generation divine body? Looking at the informant Carl, Kaisa inquired impressed. With this thought, Su Yiting felt a surge of indignation, and her attitude towards Tang Yi shifted from polite to disdainful, reminiscent of her previous demeanor. Although the illness was cited as a personal matter, it was inevitable that someone would investigate it. If they uncovered the truth, the Pei family would be implicated. It could transform into nearly any form, provided the complexity was not excessive. For instance, asking it to create a star destroyer would indeed be a tall order. Yet the term dead eunuch struck too harsh a chord, prompting him to swallow his humble words and disregard Yu Laosan. The 2 burly men exchanged hearty pats on each other's shoulders, with Hui Dao delivering a punch to Fang Zheng's chest. As the demonic energy intensified, Yun Feng's power grew exponentially, albeit at the cost of his consciousness becoming increasingly unstable. Xing Nian gazed at the fragrant body, now even fairer than before. Her large eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, completely unconcerned about her brother's earlier rough cleansing. Qin Yun's predicament with Yang Ying was due to Qin Feng. At the time, Hui Xiang had not paid much attention, but Qin Yun had now fallen directly into trouble. He had discreetly inquired within the Night Jasmine and, coupled with insider information, the expert he had sought to recruit, Dong Hu, was also ambushed by Qin Feng and could not escape. Just as Xing Yu was about to offer words of comfort, Zheng Xiujing's voice, tinged with a hint of shyness, resonated softly once again. Tang Yin's fifth sister was none other than Duan Fengyue, who managed assets surpassing those of Tang Yin. Naturally, Duan Fengyue also oversaw the family's medicinal resources, which were even more crucial than the spirit pearl mine. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of another. The Eastern District was a slum, and apart from the impoverished, few were willing to venture there. In his view, Li Yi and his companions residing in the Eastern District must be country bumpkins who could not afford to stay in an inn. During the rebellion, he had not thought of fear. Now, however, he recalled Lu Shuang and the methods of the Dark Hall, the treatment reminiscent of white-collar workers that had calmed his spirit. At this moment, those things that should have remained hidden resurfaced, accompanied by a sheen of cold sweat. The individuals behind, particularly the two elders at the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm, were taken aback as Xing Chu suddenly soared into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the county magistrate's assault on the Eastern District? Mu Lianqing's voice was sharp, invoking discomfort. Handsome boy. The elder in the green robe leaped forward, gazing at Wu Shuai, whose body had completely sunken into the competition arena. His visage was utterly unrecognizable, marred by a crimson stain upon his chest, and his form was battered, drenched in blood, evoking immense sorrow. After some contemplation, Meng Tianya remarked that the cultivation level of these attendants was regrettably low. The bloodthirsty secret realm, as its name implies, was anything but simple. It was a venture into peril rather than a scenic excursion. Chapter 51. To go or not to go at Lantian Sect, atop Lingyun Peak. Lin Nan returned here with the little white fox and immediately took him for a tour of the martial arts arena. The sudden appearance of such a delicate and exquisite young girl, brought back by Lin Nan to Lingyun Peak, naturally stirred a measure of curiosity. However, Lin Nan, adhering to his prepared narrative, claimed that the little white fox was a sister he had just met in Yuntian City, intending to reside with him on Lingyun Peak henceforth, which quelled any further inquiry. Meanwhile, the demon fox had sustained several bloody holes from its abdomen, and with a gesture towards the wounds, a surge of celestial energy was released, striking around one of the blood openings, causing it to spout forth blood and a piece of fine iron orb. He ordered Zhou Yi and the others to remain behind, tending to the injured and safeguarding Jin Ling. He also dispatched 6 of the less severely wounded celestial warriors to pursue the direction the magical beasts had fled. Although Tianqing had sought a preliminary method to treat the cold poison through Ming Ao, it was merely due to Ming Ao's not being deeply poisoned. Now, witnessing the sight of Fu air encased in ice, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. The diamond upon Shi Li's forehead emitted a silvery glow, illuminating the surrounding space, where strands of blue energy coalesced within the diamond. As the silver light faded, Tianqing regained his mobility and turned to face Shi Li. The air resonated with a gentle murmur of water and laughter. Yet even before they had approached, an overtly lascivious aura wafted toward them. Anhui differs greatly from our northeastern region. Here lies a vast plain, nourished by the waters of the Yangtze River, truly relying on the heavens for sustenance. Should the heavens take offense and the waters rise, the inhabitants along the banks would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, Anhui is a land rich in water and lakes. When floods occur, calamity strikes even harder. Gradually, Xian Feng's body returned to normal, for his strength approached the spiritual realm. Had it not been for a moment of carelessness, shocked by Tianqing's sudden burst of power, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Within the span of a year in the Celestial Kingdom, due to various accomplishments, the newly conferred ranks would hardly exceed 100. Ah, Cold Sovereign, I have finally found you. Qin Gonggong gasped, halting before the aloof Cold Sovereign, only to see this indifferent ruler frowning as he gazed at the empty expanse behind him, his eyes blazing with ire. Oh, I have always known I am the most ineffectual among my sisters. During our flight, it was everyone who cared for me. I have been a burden to you all, she sobbed. Yet after that, she had first gone missing for 7 days, followed by 5 days of unconsciousness, totaling nearly half a month. Of course, the gathered individuals were all experts of the cave heaven realm and instantly recognized that the bridge forged from life force was no ordinary feat. In addition to the solidification of golden life force, a glaring white hue appeared above the bridge. Seeing Li Ji, who had been pulled back to reality, raise an eyebrow in surprise, Zhuanzhu glanced at his wife, sensing her smile as she grasped his hand beneath the table, which eased his worries further. Qin Xinyang was accustomed to dealing with officials, so when faced with Xi Minqing's reproach, she remained composed and dignified. Meng Qingqing, that good sister, had diminished in importance in her heart. Although Meng Qingqing's status had waned in Shun Rujia's eyes, there remained a trace of genuine affection. Wait, I have waited for 2 years. How did your wife manage to travel abroad so smoothly? Qi Lining, are you deceiving me? Zhuo Manqing's brows furrowed, her anger surfacing. This individual was indeed not to be underestimated. Li Tan shook his head and nodded. Though he felt somewhat vexed, he was somewhat prepared for this scenario. For such an obvious trap would not be easily breached. The walls crumbled into fragments. The lower illusions shifted continuously, yet they proved utterly ineffective against de Bowen. Though he could not employ spiritual awareness to capture Reno, he could still use his eyes. Chapter 52. Swift Scandal at Bibbo Spring. A crystal-clear stream cascaded down from the mountain's peak into a serene pool, sending up wisps of vapor amidst verdant surroundings. Filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a paradise. This Bibbo Spring was where Xin Qingyue cultivated on the Divine Sword Peak. Known for her cool demeanor, which kept strangers at bay. Today, Xin Qingyue and Lin Nan, their figures soaring through the air, attracted quite a bit of attention along their path. The angels were all engulfed in astonishment, gazing at Lucifer with expressions of utter disbelief. Rising from the ground, Hina approached Mishira, and under Mishira's sorrowful gaze, she reached into the halo, skillfully manipulating it. Wu Suawei remained motionless for an extended period. The monkey seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly lifting its head, its eyes ablaze with a red glow. The forces of the Emerald Collar advanced steadily, executing a surprise attack and seizing the Lord's castle, yet they could find no trace of the most vital spoils. After searching fruitlessly, they remained unaware that Ikixin had already fled to the filthy, stench-ridden dungeon. Lin Chen's peripheral vision fell upon the other professors, clearly recognizing that everyone was aware of the old man's prowess. Thus, once he spoke, nearly no one contradicted him, acknowledging this as a form of linguistic symbolism. The leader of the He Lei stood towering at the height of 3 stories, yet when he approached Xingyu, he appeared to shrink to just over 1.70 meters, evidently unwilling to let Xingyu look up at him. The truth revealed that Sun Yan's collection of treasures was merely an illusion, and numerous pressing matters remained unaddressed. The silver note bore the words Yang Yin stamped prominently, with complex numerical codes such as 1, 2, 3 for beneath it, and at the bottom, a line read, "The 8 great sects of Jojo decree that forgers of silver notes shall be executed without mercy." Within the chaos, Mishira was unable to discern whether her vision had been wholly consumed by the void, transforming her world into a dazzling violet canopy, or if this world had always been steeped in despair's purple hue. Kalyuda and the beastmen leapt from one rock to another, striking at snakes and flies with their wooden sticks, leaving everyone aghast, mouths agape. "Have you lost your mind?" Alan Pendragon, regaining his consciousness, found himself devoid of reason. It turned out that the highest management of Tigerfish Live had received a midnight call from a number beginning with 000, consisting of merely 4 digits. Upon seeing these 8 characters, and employing a special divination technique, he was instantly consumed by sorrow. Fu Rahai glanced at Wang Mei once more. This time, he directly furrowed his brow, displeasure evident upon his countenance. The Soul Town, a forbidden ground for the Qin clan, was an extraordinary underground space constructed from white soul embryos, designed to resist the invasion of purple souls. She timidly lifted her gaze to him, hesitating momentarily before ultimately accepting the cake, silently unwrapping the packaging. Casting a glance at the others, aside from Chen Shou, all appeared weary, leaning against trees with closed eyes, clearly having exerted considerable effort in unearthing that item, exhausting a significant amount of their strength. Throughout the entire shinobi world, there were many dissatisfied with Senju Tobarama, even within the land of fire and Konoha, where a significant number believed Senju Tobarama to be ruthless, cold-hearted, and unscrupulous. Yet, only Tsunade could not bring herself to deny Senju Tobarama's actions. "No, it's nothing," she chuckled awkwardly, not stating directly that she had merely seen something wondrous. The two did not continue the conversation, and Lu Yao propped her chin in thought, reflecting on the old man's earlier demeanor towards her. Congratulations, Xiao Xiao has won the Newcomer Award in the acting department at the 12th Annual Awards. Following the announcement by the presenter, Xiao Xiao's first accolade was finally secured, signifying her achievement of the title of the strongest newcomer. As Long Yi hurried to rendezvous with Xinzheng, he discovered that Xinzheng had already started the vehicle. Illuminated by the headlights, he could see more than 10 individuals sprawled on the ground in disarray. Chapter 53, Having a Child? If Master Uncle has something to say, please speak plainly. If Lin Nan has erred in any way, I shall certainly rectify it. Lin Nan hesitated momentarily before clasping his hands in respect. Shang Wanfei took a sip of his drink, smacked his lips, and shook his head, saying, Lin Nan, we are all men. I comprehend your thoughts. Men are driven by desires, even those who pursue cultivation. Brother, with your strength, the mutated four kings are hardly your match. Why should you fear them? Zhuang'an felt that his brother was being overly cautious. Indeed, what he offered you was utterly worthless. You have been completely deceived, truly a foolish girl. James looked utterly heartbroken. Deadpool appeared to be affected, suddenly retreating to a corner, curling up and casting a shadow. When Zhuang Yi attempted to draw a card, he drew a number 16, coincidentally at the same table as that Indian fellow. Regarding the deceptions and schemes of the marketplace, He Nianyan's understanding was still rather limited. And Meng Fanling did not wish for her to be exposed to too much. Lung Lingyun and Yun Yinjin exchanged astonished glances, quickly grasping the situation. Since that place was their refuge, it was only natural for them to recognize it and feel an instinctive response upon nearing it. In simpler terms, they had suffered a shock so severe that their minds could not bear it, resulting in a grave psychological ailment that led them to perceive their own flesh and blood as a figment of their imagination. Qingqing, come here. Quan Xiaoqian had seldom spoken to Su Yiqing in such an authoritative tone. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng was in high spirits, sharing a few drinks with Meng Jiang, while Meng Mu delightedly served Xiao Heng more dishes, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Meng Jingyi felt increasingly superfluous, thus earnestly took on the role of a mere eater. My hands trembled as I held Su Meng. Undeniably, Yi Shanshan had struck a deep chord within me, causing my heart to bleed, as if a knife was incessantly stabbing until my heart ceased to beat. This anguish would linger indefinitely. Soren, go assist Remington. I shall handle things here. In the midst of speaking, 3 ice walls were shattered by numerous undead, and the mindless beings lunged towards Lin Yan. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Soren hurriedly retreated, the grim fate of his companions instilling fear within him. Yi Jinjin's demeanor was poised, exuding the grace of a refined lady. She lifted her cup to her nose to savor the aroma before taking a sip, allowing the fragrance of the tea to tantalize her palate, subsequently praising it repeatedly. Shi Jin gently waved the lightsaber in his hand, effortlessly cleaving a wooden post, roughly the thickness of a thigh, in two, leaving a thin layer of frost on the severed surface. This is bad, Dongfang Xiao thought to himself. These cat demons, influenced by the transferred powers, had not only gained immense strength, but had also grown increasingly cruel and bloodthirsty. The mere scent of blood would incite them to relentless pursuit. I never imagined. There are still those who remember my name. Guisu's voice held a hint of lament, but was soon replaced by a cold indifference, especially considering that the honest and simple-minded man Nio displayed such a demeanor. To pin him down on the sofa, rendering him immobile, was one thing. To then blame him for moving was utterly infuriating, wouldn't you agree? Under the guidance of Li Cheng and the student council members, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and the two sighed in relief as they hung up the phone. Yi Yu pulled Gong Yuling up the final jade staircase. Before them stood an opulent golden door, adorned with gold and jade, surrounded by a radiant cloud of colors, with vibrant gemstones exuding an unusual allure. Fortunately, the team had grown accustomed to it. After a short while of marching, they proceeded towards the park, with music and footsteps gradually fading away. Chapter 54. Outrageous to the extreme after a thunderous realization. Clarity began to dawn upon Lin Nan. He finally comprehended the peculiar glances and odd remarks cast upon him by his fellow disciples encountered along the way. He understood why Shang Wanfei had stopped him to impart words about a man's commitment. He noticed the conflicting reactions from the people within Lingyun Peak, some congratulating him while others regarded him as if struggling to suppress the urge to expel his meal. He swallowed the food, pushed the bowl away, claiming a headache as an excuse to retreat to his room. However, upon stepping outside, the actions of the host caused Mo Ryu's expression to shift dramatically, shock flooding her features. Zhangguo picked up his glasses, quietly wiping the corners of his eyes, soon exchanging glances with Kapu and he, only to find their eyes similarly misty, tears streaming down their faces. Recalling the expression on the Lord of the Underworld during the battle against the Maya envoy and several legendary figures. Yang Duoduo was a student at Zhanghai University, initially majoring in English, but after graduation, she found herself unable to pursue opportunities abroad or work as a translator. The power of this red fire talisman he had witnessed firsthand. Although there was no demonstration of any substantial offensive capabilities, it did not hinder Huang He's understanding of it. The professor mentioned by Ku Yixing was not merely a code name, but referred to an actual professor. It was insufficient to rely solely on speculation or intuition to ascertain whether they were the same individual. The ominous aura radiating from this middle-aged man far surpassed that of the Grand Elder, even exceeding that of the Snow Wolf King. When Yang Duoduo returned, he refrained from driving her car, for it was not his. Even if Yang Duoduo was unbothered, he could not perpetually act as her chauffeur. She stumbled back in panic, clutching her head, mumbling to herself as she retreated step by step, ultimately bursting through the door. Hongjun Daozu silently scrutinized Wu Zhao, seemingly lost in contemplation. A strange expression flickered in Hongjun Daozu's gaze. Feng Wu's intentions were unmistakable. She did not wish to part from Zhou Hongyun's side, for that decade-long separation had truly exhausted her. Gong Qianju had not yet awakened when hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. The next moment, Chani kicked the door open and rushed to her bedside, pinching her cheeks to rouse her from slumber. The one posing the question was Guanxian. Although she currently lacked a physical form and her power was a mere shadow of its former self, not just anyone could easily evade her spiritual perception to approach her. This state has many names: sitting in meditation, entering a trance, meditating, praying. Different cultivation systems have various terminologies, yet the ultimate effect remains the same: to eliminate distractions, unveil the true self, and gain mastery over oneself. Tang Yin and Tian Ci opened the shop door, and shortly thereafter, flower baskets began to arrive. Noticing that Su Feihong and Ma Jie had not yet arrived, Tang Yin instructed others to place the baskets at the entrance to beautify the surroundings. Go fetch, General said. We need to register these individuals. The person in charge presented his badge to the soldiers stationed at the entrance and spoke. Xin Xiang and Sun Ling found the statue of Erlang Shun, where numerous artisans were finalizing the carvings. Once the third eye was completed, the statue would be finished. Oh, how intriguing, the Japanese man remarked lightly, yet showed no signs of alarm, effortlessly flicking his fingers to deflect the sword aimed at him. No one knew that he, Zhang Xiaoyu, was actually the president of Honghua Pharmaceuticals and a love child of Zhang Zhenghong. Shun Jiji pouted, disregarding Zhang Qinxi, and stepped to the right. Zhang Qinxi stepped left in response. The 8 elders followed Ran Shi as she slowly emerged, and upon seeing Ran Nua, complex emotions flickered in their eyes. Chapter 55 deeply resonates with me. Do you all hold true to my trust, to the teachings inscribed by the sect master upon the mountain gate? Every word spoken by Lin Nan reverberated like thunder, echoing relentlessly in the ears and hearts of the crowd. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense as the entire assembly fell silent under his impassioned admonition. One by one, the disciples lowered their heads in contemplation before revealing their thoughts. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of assessing the level of threat after locating the source. Some required to linger behind and call for reinforcements, while others could boldly charge forward to engage in combat. These experiences were distilled from the strategies of the more numerous factions, while others were gleaned from those with fewer numbers, yet it is highly probable that they would be mutually applicable in the times to come. One was an in. Do not concern yourself with my identity. I assure you that I can indeed keep you in check. We must act swiftly, as signing the contract is of utmost importance. Should the scattered soldiers retreat, any one of them returning will be executed on the spot. As for the network signals, she could easily block them. Even with the 3 squads maintaining strict surveillance, no anomalies would be detected. However, when it comes to meeting or exchanging items, the control is not as profound. The sword resembled a tree root, appearing quite serpentine, with a dim red gem embedded at the hilt. Remarkably extraordinary. Wei and the sorcerer were initially perplexed, until they faintly perceived a few regretful sighs, emanating from the direction of several households facing the back courtyard. The emergence of this disturbance was coincidental, indicating that eavesdropping in this area had long been established. If one were to replace this nunchaku with a giant python and substitute that person's body with stone, it would essentially mirror the giant python's current predicament. Without further ado, he directly launched an attack on Wang Yao, maneuvering his character to charge forward. Once close enough, he abruptly released the mouse, causing the character to lean, executing a blade skill from the side, accompanied by a fiery effect. After speaking, the German felt a twinge of regret. Although this ship girl was not pursuing him, as a fog ship girl, approaching the deep sea could easily expose his presence, which was far from advantageous for him. "It's fine, go ahead," he replied. Lu Yong felt a weight in his heart, yet his facial expression remained largely unchanged. At that time, when the war had somewhat stabilized, Mei Yaoqin visited Jianan City to see Li Qianma, while he altered his appearance and wandered through the city, inadvertently catching sight of his own painting. With this thought in mind, he arrived at the office, where teacher Yao, who had been grading assignments, looked up upon hearing the door open. The second Kanshan drew out a long sword to confront 3 practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refining, while Bai Hao wielded a sharp knife, striking towards 5 practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refining. With the death of Prime Minister Gu, His Highness the Crown Prince and Fu Ji began to busily investigate the remnants of the faction. Identifying and eliminating these forces was no simple task, as they had to conduct both overt and covert inquiries, mobilizing all factions for the investigation, which would not yield results in just a day or two. Were it not for her lack of martial prowess, limited to mere rudimentary skills, she would have genuinely wanted to rush to Granny Zhu's home and burn everything, leaving Granny Zhu to face the elements, ultimately perishing outside. Su Luo felt significantly more alert, though still somewhat weak. A mere afternoon of rest had indeed rejuvenated him considerably. News had already arrived from the palace that His Majesty had gone to the residence of concubine Xiao and would certainly not join for dinner today. It was pointless for the Empress to wait any longer. As for surrendering to the new regiment, that was utterly impossible. Should such a thing occur, their families back in Japan would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Gong Youfu may not possess the wealth of Xin Qing and the others, yet he had prepared a good number of items for his family, and when Xin Qing and the others went out shopping, they brought back a portion for him as well, which he packed up and sent home. Thus, she was unwilling to remain reserved any longer, wishing to muster the courage to take the initiative, leaving no regrets in life. Chapter 56. What should I do? Lin Nan pondered in silence, vaguely sensing something, yet refraining from speaking out hastily, opting instead to adopt a humble demeanor and consult Jean Wentian. Far in the distance, yet close at hand, Jean Wentian gazed at him meaningfully. Lin Nan's heart quivered. What did this statement and look signify? In this room, within this barrier, it was just the two of us. Upon hearing Lu Tietue's exclamation, he jumped to his feet, eyes wide, saying, "What? You haven't released anyone at the outpost outside the city? Are you trying to?" He had initially intended to say, "Are you trying to get us killed?" but ultimately held his tongue. Arthur suddenly interjected, "But I have one condition." This revelation simultaneously relieved both parties, confirming that matters were indeed not so straightforward. I felt my eyes were about to burst as I exerted all my strength, moving backward. It felt as though my feet were stepping on hot iron. My head felt as if it were about to explode as I gradually pulled Chen Rue out of that room. During the battlefield cleanup, the soldiers discovered Feng Lei, his blood long drained, staining a large expanse of land red. Feng Jingxiang held him in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. After the low door swung open, a formal invitation was presented. The gatekeeper took it and immediately became respectful. A menacing attendant guided the two into a room, navigating through a winding corridor, and opened another door. Their intentions diverged, and their personalities differed, though not the same life. They were simultaneously laid before Chu Ming. Feng Jingxiang felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He observed how the 8th Route Army silently and harmoniously cooperated, supporting one another in the fight against the enemy, without conditions or expectations for reward. He recalled the breakout of the 206th Regiment and thought of the 119th Regiment's Sieditsai, who had come to his aid. "Dad, why does this giant spider want to bite us? Does it see us as its prey?" Fei Fei asked Xiao Zhongyao. Uncle Kong and I hurriedly looked across the street. And sure enough, a head emerged from the window of a third-floor room. Upon closer inspection, it was Mr. Wang, who was leaning out of the window to speak with us on the phone. The students in the audience also noticed the conversation on the screen, clinging to their last glimmer of hope, yearning for the hidden ID student representative to contribute more damage, rather than simply being a bystander. Upon seeing Wei Lin close the door, Jiang Shimu entered the bathroom to freshen up, tying back her disheveled hair and splashing cold water on her face to awaken herself. To celebrate, Jiang Lu naturally chose a bar of high repute, taking a taxi directly to the renowned Xianjing bar, claimed to be the finest in Jiangdu City. Although Chu Roxin's beauty did not rival that of her sister Alice, her figure was undeniably perfect. As she walked a distance, Shunyi recalled that the boy from earlier seemed to be the one Lin Jian had inquired about last time, whose name appeared to be Lin Shuangmu. Lin Shuangmu, Lin Jian, these two names bore a striking resemblance. If anyone were to ask later, they would say that upon entering the mountains, they encountered a gigantic python. And it was that man in black who urged them to flee as he held the massive python at bay. Zhang Yin solemnly regarded Wang Cheng and spoke. The demon beasts were all colossal, with tough hides and thick flesh, rendering them nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Although the Ruran soldiers frequently hunted on the grasslands, they had never witnessed such a multitude of such enormous creatures. Upon returning from the Star Sea world, Jiang Lu immediately sought out Charles to hand over the star coins bestowed by the Star Envoy. Indeed, experience proves invaluable. After managing the household, Li Bing and Wang Baonan did not enjoy many days of sweetness together. After graduating from university, Wang Baonan followed Li Bing to Chaoyang City. Shortly after starting work, Wang Baonan's mother came to stay with her son. Chapter 57. Diligent cultivation. You may go. The time is ripe, and I shall naturally inform you how to proceed. Remember, everything we discuss here today must remain confidential. The disciple committed this to memory. Lin Nan wished to inquire further, but upon seeing Zhang Wentian issue a dismissal, refrained from doing so. As Shirkong entered, he was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Master, save me." His lips cracked from dryness, suspended by a rope and spinning unsteadily. Initially, while playing poker with the other boys, she felt a twinge of anxiety, harboring guilt toward her boyfriend. The radiance of the jade tablet shimmered gently, and in that instant, it seemed as though time flowed backward, with stars originally soaring towards the primordial earth and across the four seas now reversing their course. The second player, as he had claimed, was indeed not formidable, possessing only 2 long-range skills. He directed them at Shun Fei before promptly surrendering and exiting the arena. Shun Fei appropriately displayed a fiery rage, though with a helpless expression. Unbeknownst to them, they hurriedly departed after their brother was beaten, intending to report to the authorities. By chance, they encountered Captain Qin Sheng on the street, who was notifying the families of deceased soldiers in the city. Seizing the opportunity, they conveyed their message ahead of time, thus enabling them to accompany Captain Qin. This scenario concealed numerous traps, which ultimately led to the fact that, despite the multitude of formidable beings in the wilderness, none could attain enlightenment through the method of severing the 3 corpses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchen contemplated adjusting Shun Fei's information upon returning home that evening. Such a powerful player was unknown to her. However, it must be noted that she now resembled a toothless tiger, and any bluster was futile. She felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Wang Jiabao's purpose for seeking her grandmother. Yet their lack of familiarity rendered her hesitant to inquire. President Su, I admit my mistakes. I implore you, considering my contributions to the corporation, to spare me this once. Chao Deming prostrated on the ground, knocking his head repeatedly like pounding garlic. Lin Xian, however, dared not open his eyes, merely softly playing his flute, as tears flowed gently from the corners of his eyes. After 10 days of cultivation, Long Pingfan finally stabilized his golden core's initial phase. Yet he still lacked time to practice the 120 swords of ascending immortals and the 36 swords of ice sealing. Zhang Yun wished to inquire further, but feared that excessive questioning might arouse Qi Yuan's suspicions. Thus he could only watch the ever-changing darkness with his gaze. Gradually, nearly 10,000 had been dispatched. At the very least, a few survivors should return. It was only moments ago, at the instant the other party poured wine into their mouth, that a subtle shift in aura alerted Zhang Yun to the anomaly. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. Let us set aside our weapons and sit down for a proper discussion, Bai Duanliu stated as he moved to sit on the sofa. The initial collaboration against the Lost Soul was not merely a superficial alliance. Now that he was aware that Zhuo Chengshan was present, he would undoubtedly come to impede their efforts. Moreover, Ji Kongfan's reincarnation was not limited to just one celestial demon from the Shanghai realm, prompting Zhang Yuan to swiftly realize that Ji Kongfan's essence, or rather, his soul, had undergone transformation. The imperial throne was a mere fade, now utterly destroyed. Lin Yan, your human race is already lost, and the defeat is utterly comprehensive. Now, within your kind, Gu Rui and Tao Wushu have both been vanquished. Who else remains? Who else can stand to fight? Feng Ke bellowed. Chen Ting brought the tea to his lips, unperturbed by the possibility of poison, as the pride of Longyu Valley would never engage in such futile actions. Although it was only early February, the recruitment season of March and April loomed imminent. That morning, Ding Ning did nothing but engage in discussions about the new year recruitment plans with Yongdu. Chapter 58. I have a dream. In his previous life as a real estate salesperson, Lin Nan possessed an exceptionally thick skin, never experiencing stage fright. Now, in this world, facing a group of cultivators, he was tasked with delivering a summary while also providing an inspiring declaration to conclude, feeling utterly unperturbed within. He surveyed the crowd, his expression resolute and composed, and after a brief silence, he spoke aloud. The Lantian sect. As the two chess games concluded, it was time for Uncle Jiang to rest. Lin Dong and Hu Lanqi were aware of this and obediently returned to their guest rooms. If you continue like this, your Qingzi will never become a strong individual. You must learn to let go, Yi Tiandao remarked calmly. Su Wei glanced at her muddy hands, sighed softly, and brushed aside the stray hair from her face. Jason swiftly gathered suitable team members and, as a precaution, equipped the car with heavy firepower before departing the safe house. Leaving Wuqian Water Pavilion is not so simple, unless you hand over everything to me, and by everything I mean, including yourself. Qin Yu's tone was cool, trailing off. Within Wuyun Tower, Le Tong reminded them that even the Emperor Ray could not see through the second prince, hence today. Lu Qianan regarded Lu Qiyuan with increased caution. Jin Tianzi encountered both soft and hard nails and felt a loss of face. He awkwardly smiled and ceased to press the issue. Pei Jinyuan faced his opponent unarmed, alternating between fist and palm, his arms radiating immense strength. Even with Lei Jinxing wielding a blade, he gained no advantage. Even the disciples of the Yi family, harvesting spiritual rice here, were beings deserving of imperial favor in the secular world. As for the kingdom of Wu, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Xingyun's eyes. With Yang Xingmi deceased and Su Wen's ambition soaring, he toyed with the puppet emperor at his whim. Like a destitute man discovering treasure, the professor gazed dreamily at everything before him. Time slipped away gradually. The thunderous light that had previously intensified began to wane after thousands of breaths. As Qi Xingtong's body fully recovered, faint traces of lightning visible beneath his azure skin, filled with the aura of destruction circulating through his meridians. If Qiao Yufei remained by his side, it would indeed pose a grave risk. Even though she belonged to the Qiao family, within large families, the fates of these external offspring were not in their hands, but rather in the grasp of those in power, leaving them with no rights at all. Unless Hu Hao extended help, the fall of the nation was inevitable. Have you not noticed how the attitude of the Central Spirit Nation towards Hu Hao has changed? Zhao Ao was not foolish. Would he bow his head over matters that bore no benefit to the Central Spirit Nation? Xie Zhenqin spoke up, seated there. The scene before him blurred for an instant, and upon clarity, he found himself suspended in midair, plummeting at breakneck speed. The translucent energy shroud of the soul flickered enticingly. Yet at least it provided some semblance of clothing, which made Li Zhongliang feel a tad safer. Prologue. The end of an era requires a magnificent curtain call, and the grand events of peace are merely part of it. Indeed, it was we who killed, Su Ming said defiantly, recognizing that in the current situation, lying was utterly unnecessary. Better to stand firm in his final moments. Upon hearing Ning Hao's words, the expression of Taishang Laojun revealed confusion. Having lingered in the heavenly realm for so long, he had lost the understanding of what a meme was. The Yin Ming slash was thrown into the air by the master of the Tianlong sect, captivating everyone's attention, as Li Qingji and the abbot acted first to engage in battle. Otherwise, Zhang Wanong truly worried whether the children could bear the burden of their mother being so bullied and disregarded by them. A chilling aura spread forth, as a long halberd sliced through the water, intercepting the azure spear, capable of withstanding an attack from an immortal. Chapter 59. Changing the rules half a month swiftly passed. In just one day, it would be the day of the Lantian Sex Decennial Competition. Orders were issued from the Master Peak, summoning the 32 peak masters of the Lantian sect to gather at the Master Peak for a meeting. As the master of Lingyun Peak, Lin Nan received the command and promptly made his way there. Soon, he arrived at the Master Peak and entered the conference hall, greeting his esteemed senior brothers and uncles. We engaged in a fierce exchange, the sounds of our strikes resounding loudly. Generally, how could a typical boxer withstand such force? Most would have retreated by now. However, neither Lin Yu nor I retreated, continuing to clash head-on. Wei Huang and Geng Ji were left dumbfounded. They had only thought of defeating the thieves, forgetting that Emperor Xian of Han had not left behind a crown prince. This artifact could nurture divine weapons. If his blood sword could receive the nourishment of the Xian Huang Qi, it might transcend from a treasured item to a celestial treasure. Both of their strengths were overwhelmingly powerful, sweeping through everything. This collision unleashed their utmost lethal techniques. Yet, when you face trouble, I rushed to your side immediately. But then those subsequent matters caused me to forget about it and neglect it. Wow, it reeks. Your feet are no different from Daifang's, remarked Shi, pinching his nose at the foul odor emanating from Zhou Zhang's feet, equally expressing his disdain. Guqi's hands and feet were still shackled in chains, but fortunately, she was not locked to the bed this time, allowing her some freedom of movement. The battle swirled, stirring up a cloud of dust, as the soldiers erupted in cheers, rallying for their general. Indeed, within the myriad realms of the universe, the true Wing clan thrived, their bloodline formidable, shattering the starry rivers and dominating vast territories. While the elder of this Wing clan possessed but a trace of Wing blood. Due to Lin Mo's previous invitation, several brothers had prior commitments and were unable to gather together. Today, serendipitously coinciding with the weekend and with everyone free, Lu Chuan managed to arrange a gathering. Jiang Xian, observing Zhu Yuanzhang's seemingly indifferent reaction to such events, could not help but feel puzzled, well aware that Zhu Yuanzhang was not a monarch prone to idle chatter. Once matters were clarified, he fell silent. Stalin's fury burned uncontrollably. He cast a cold, menacing glance at his trembling subordinates, his demeanor ominous and ferocious, akin to a starving Persian cat desperate for a few morsels of tiger meat to satiate its hunger. Not to mention how Lady Qing and her companions had just tricked him. Chu Feifeng felt a surge of indignation. Merely the striking appearances of Lady Qing and Jiao Jiao stirred his desires. In the hall of Fengtian, all the ministers under Zhu Yuanzhang were taken aback to witness Jiang Xian's first participation in the morning court discussions, having just assumed the role of commander of the Jinyue, and promptly presenting a memorial. Instantly, hundreds of gazes converged upon him. Wu Hui sensed an unsettling tension, for he glimpsed death, determination, and schadenfreude in the eyes of one of the shadow guards. Yet, these thoughts were only dared to be entertained in the depths of Chun Tao's mind. Should Qing Minju become aware, who knows what punishment might befall them? It is worth noting that even in modern times, the armor of a Gangwon tank could not withstand the laser beams of a predator. Indeed, reliance on your drifting vessel is imperative. Rest assured, as long as you bring back the metal, I shall pay the full price without deduction, and I even promise you, Brother Guqiu, a commission of 1/10. Tang Dazhong laid forth his demands. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingming slightly tilted her head. She had only agreed to Yin Lingyu not to casually refer to others as brothers. However, if others were to call her sister, she had no means to refuse. Was she to seal others' lips? Taking charge, Duan Qingming directed that after everyone had dined, the steward of the estate and Ning Mama would begin making arrangements, allowing the nearby shopkeepers to return home to rest while those from farther afield remained at the estate. Chapter 60, An Ominous Turn of Events. On the day of the Lantian Sex Grand Competition, nearly 1,000 disciples gathered at the mountain gate. The leaders of the Divine Artifact Peak and the Formation Peak, one producing the sole supreme artifact of the Lantian sect, the Haotian Mirror, while the other prepared to unleash a powerful incantation. Zhan Wentian, harnessing the formidable aura of the heavenly awakening realm, pointed towards the Haotian Mirror as its master hurled it into the air. The Haotian Mirror hung, suspended. The Xisha people were not so foolish as to turn against Gao Qiao over a mere few tens of thousands of taels. The silver notes they had issued could not be retracted, and so they departed in anger. After all, current technological advancements had reached a level where holographic projections could be indistinguishable from tangible objects. In fact, this technology had been realizable years ago by Atom Technologies. Yet it was clear that these generals were still struggling to adapt to the changes brought about by high technology. However, should he turn his back to the shadow, it would essentially equate to relinquishing the last means of monitoring the opponent's movements, as he could only track their trajectory through sight. It was uncertain whether Boss Wang believed he was robust due to his nickname Igui, thus assigning him the lead while the rest followed. Zhao Yun dispatched his personal guards to lead the Yulin heavy cavalry here, while Huang Zhong sent forth men to gather 1,000 light cavalry. And the two began discussing the details of the impending battle. After some deliberation on cooperation, Huang Zhong's 1,000 light cavalry and Zhao Yun's 500 Yulin heavy cavalry were assembled. Yet, the Rainbow Bridge still failed to obstruct the spells of the Songlong Taoist, resulting in a collision of two formidable forces. Should Yanji escape, he would undoubtedly treat his kin with utmost generosity, for he would need others to serve him and thus must care for his family. Even if Yanji did not manage to flee, he would still earn a reputation for loyalty. Although the imperial court would not show favor, it would not bring misfortune upon his family. Are you truly willing to tell me? Marue felt a sense of unease, uncertain why she was suddenly apprehensive about bearing the weight of this trust. I swallowed hard, gripping my weapon tightly, as the two of us sprinted ahead. In truth, both Ran and I knew that being targeted by such a monster rendered our flight a mere desperate struggle for survival. Thus, our running was not solely in hopes of a miraculous escape, but also a testament to our attitude towards life. Xiao Chong, still haunted by the memory, touched the tip of his nose as he returned to his seat, the fiery sensation that grazed his nose lingering. When his skills activated, he felt no fear. Yet Marue and Zhuang lacked such abilities. After all, the foundation of the Ling family lay within Yongcheng. Beyond its borders, their influence dwindled significantly. Whenever they cast their gazes in her direction, Hua Qingyan could always discern myriad emotions within them. He observed his sixth disciple by Mingyue, replace the sliding valve with a falling valve, confirming a matter most exhilarating. So that's it. Your friend is rather intimidating in the dead of winter. He leaves his collar open, and those tattoos are indeed quite fearsome. If you hadn't told me he was your friend, I'd have thought him a ruffian unfit to enter the company, Lu Guangyu remarked, patting his chest, visibly shaken. First to arrive were the emperors of the two great empires on this planet, along with several high officials. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. As long as you marry me and stay by my side, I shall grant you all your requests. For love and revenge, Shangguan Yundan had no choice but to acquiesce. Utilizing it once would inevitably deplete its usage, yet a simple strike could obliterate a large planet or even annihilate an entire stellar system. Chun Yin noticed Su Keqing still harbored suspicions towards him, not allowing him to touch her, and his brow involuntarily furrowed. Chapter 61, Confusion. Senior brother, what should we do now? The crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Nan, awaiting his decision. Lin Nan himself felt somewhat at a loss, uncertain of the current situation. After a brief contemplation, he signaled for everyone to remain calm, then took to the air, floating above, surveying the environment below. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, rendering everything invisible, his body moving uncontrollably, yet his skills remained at his disposal. This sufficed. Elder brother, lend me 10,000 taels. I need to prepare for the winery. Xiao Yuye finally comprehended. The year 184 AD marked a tumultuous period for the Han dynasty, as after nearly a year of sacrifice, with the lives of countless young Han men, the last stronghold of the northern Taiping Dao was subdued in November. However, barely had it been quelled when news emerged of the rebellion led by Hubeigong and Chang tribes in the northern region. Time passed, seconds ticking by, until the sound of the great door's key turning finally echoed. Ding Yaoyong noted that Hao Ming had awakened rather calmly and quickly summoned a doctor. The arriving physician, witnessing Hao Ming struggle to speak, hurried over. The battle has commenced? After receiving a positive confirmation, a vague intuition led him to sense what Ling Ming intended. Yet lacking professional knowledge, he merely felt an abstract sense of awe. In the residence of Lady Sun in Jiangdong, Sun Shangxiang sat with her mother, inquiring, "Mother, why hasn't Ti Li Zhe from Jingzhou arrived with the betrothal gifts?" A month has passed. Liu Bei pondered that if Yuan Shao could dispatch Zhu Shou as an envoy, it was evident that Yuan Shao was planning something significant. Why would Zhu Shou's mission evoke such thoughts in Liu Bei? "Misaki, please reheat the dishes." The newspaper that had been propped up on the main table was finally set down, revealing a sharply defined face radiating a powerful aura. The dark side's Ling heir harbored no excessive emotions towards her foes. With a swift flick of her holy sword, she struck at Kerrigan. Upon meeting the sect leader, he engaged in lengthy discussions, sharing his insights and several techniques he had devised, before seeking out old friends to share drinks and converse, perhaps knowing that after this meeting, their next encounter might be millennia away. In the next moment, Towsy was enveloped in a warm embrace, exuding a subtle fragrance that mirrored his own gentle demeanor, a scent that instilled a profound sense of reassurance and tranquility. Yes, this time, Towsy promptly and decisively agreed, fearing that if he hesitated, Shinmaching might regret it. It was only then that Su Luo realized she had inadvertently vocalized her innermost thoughts, and worse still, someone had overheard her. Even if someone were to inspect the corpse, they would only ascertain that the cause of death was decapitation, unable to discern that prior to that, someone's powers had been sealed. Well, as long as it doesn't involve asking for the stars or the moon, I shall acquiesce to any request that can be fulfilled. Duan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, under Mu Yan's cheerful gaze, the individuals present trembled with trepidation, too intimidated to make a move. Unexpectedly, Shinmaching flashed a slight smile in her direction, winking with an understanding expression. It would be wise for the 11th prince to maintain his distance, lest he inadvertently become entangled in trouble. He wished to pacify the situation, eager to extricate Su Luo from such a predicament, unaware that this young lord, who prided himself on being charming and dashing, was in fact quite lecherous and unruly. Upon his refusal, Lu Hakuin ceased his persuasion, instead contemplating finding him suitable lodgings. For Lin Yun, the most vexing issue was the incessant influx of spiritual manifestations, as his current cultivation level rendered him at a disadvantage against these entities. Chapter 62. Reconnaissance. The Tiangang continent was vast and expansive. The group traveled on the back of a flying beast for over an hour before finally spotting a small village after leaving the mountainous region. Senior brother, do you think that village might harbor some secrets? The flying beast hovered, and the group gazed down, filled with hesitation. The village below appeared peaceful and serene, with no apparent anomalies to discern. I wonder when the Shui family began to increase their supplies? Zhou Qiong inquired. Sensing the sharpness emanating from the green blade waves, Lin Yi refrained from directly confronting the attacks. The icy power in his hands dissipated, and the azure fire erupted with a resounding flare. Xin Yun's steps faltered, a peculiar sensation rising within her. She responded softly, unintentionally altering her path. Liu Mama, un peu turbed, took charge as she was accustomed to selecting garments for her master. At that moment, she decided to procure 2 new outfits for Jiang Wan and one for herself as well. Time passed, perhaps only moments, before a sudden burst of laughter broke the silence and awkwardness of the court. No one knew whether there were still ambushes lurking along the main road ahead. Should they encounter an attack, all hope would be lost for both Lin Yi and himself. Sipping her tea gently, Song Qianqian observed the two conversing, refraining from interjecting. As was customary, "Madam, where are we headed at such a late hour?" Cui Xing anxiously clutched her black cloak, her voice tinged with tension. Yuan Yinyang, perceptive as ever, noticed Shen Yun's casual chatter and recognized her presence might be intrusive. She exchanged a few words before gracefully taking her leave. In truth, while Lu Wushuang enjoyed considerable renown, his fortune-telling skills were not as well known. Yet, it was hardly surprising, given the exceptional talents of his mother. With such a remarkable parent, their offspring would undoubtedly surpass their peers, at least in terms of physique. Earlier, outside the Demon Sealing Valley, Zhou Yin had deliberately noted the precise location of the martial arts relics, simply needing to remember to head northward to reach the valley. Witnessing such a scene, the hearts of all martial artists present were ignited with intense curiosity. Did Xing Qinga possess some hidden means to counter Qi Xingluo? Your Highness, you flatter me. It is merely an immature suggestion. Ultimately, to win their allegiance, one must rely on the strength of the Tang dynasty. Uncertain whether he was recalling names or numbers, he trusted that as an NPC within the system, he could easily discern all identities with a single glance. Is there truly such a grand reception for meritorious subjects? Fu Xinghan murmured, glancing at the commotion with a hint of disbelief. If he possessed the talent to achieve such accomplishments, how could he have been just an ordinary, barely sustaining web novelist in his past life? Initially, Zhou Mama shared this sentiment, but upon deeper reflection, she recalled that day when the Qin Wang visited the inner courtyard to retrieve something, sensing that all was not as it seemed. Lazily lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, Li Bangxia tossed chips in her mouth while casting a playful glance at herself. The crunching sound echoing in the air. The speaker lowered their voice, and the merchants at the table leaned in, their ears perked, murmuring in astonishment. Thoughts raced through her mind, conjuring vivid images of mountains of gold and silver, dazzling gemstones, and brilliant displays that would blind the unworthy. The fountains varied in shape. Some were circular, others triangular, and some swayed side to side, taking on elliptical forms when directed inward and X-shaped when outward. Water cascaded from the crevices of the rocks, resembling a waterfall. As Su Chuchan returned to the human realm, a shadow that had completely evaded Su Chuchan's vigilance appeared behind him, its eyes glinting ominously as it gazed towards the human settlement before stealthily concealing itself. Lingering outside to observe. Chapter 63. What happened? Your great kindness shall be etched in my heart for eternity. The middle-aged man exclaimed joyously, cradling the elixir in his hands and expressing his endless gratitude. Lin Nan waved his hand, his figure shifting as he soared into the air. The middle-aged man watched in astonishment as Lin Nan took flight, realizing that the individual before him was a formidable being of the divine realm. We have a lead. Let us proceed eastward. Grandfather and grandmother, along with Uncle Mu, had set aside their own dignity to support her. Yet, Gu Qingcheng felt she could not disregard them. Mu Tingxiao nearly leaped out of bed, searching frantically, but finding no trace of Gu Qingcheng. Qi Ming tilted her head in contemplation, mentally reviewing all the techniques she had mastered. For the most part, wandering physicians and barefoot doctors tended to guard their skills jealously, rarely revealing their medical expertise. However, Basu's methods were even more audacious, directly employing governmental connections to have their dessert shop shuttered. It was not the agreed-upon signal with Erin Yo. Upon realizing this, her expression shifted, and she quickly sealed the third seal, drawing a screen in front of the Luohan couch before adjusting her attire and approaching. With millennia of experience, he should have been indifferent to all emotions. Yet upon reappearing outside the Lu residence, a familiar pang of nostalgia tugged at his heart. What is it? Jian Yin inquired with curiosity, eager to uncover what matter could render her cousin so reticent. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her emotions as the curtain of the bridal sedan swayed gently with her movements, allowing a faint glow to seep through. Gu Qingcheng was at a loss for words, merely lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with mist, sparkling with unshed tears. Hua Fei Yi regarded Jun Umo Ku's vacant and hollow expression with a twinge of sorrow, unable to resist stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. Upon returning to check on Jun Umo Ku, however, he had vanished. Su Huinan, was today's incident orchestrated by you? A.O. Shui asked directly. Mr. Yin? To be honest, I'm sometimes busy and sometimes not, but regardless of my schedule, I always reserve time for you. I often find myself wishing to hear your thoughts, as I glean much wisdom from your words. El Chung remarked with a hint of flattery, eliciting a slight discomfort in Yen Le. Lin Zongxiao returned to his hometown. Yet lacking agricultural skills, he resorted to handcrafting socks at home. At that time, in rural areas, few could weave socks, especially thick, long-legged cotton socks. Comfortable and warm, they were quite favored in the countryside. Very well, I await your explanation. Do enlighten me, Lu Rue said, arms crossed, gazing intently at Li Fan. I've been cooped up at home for days. If this continues, I may very well suffocate. I nod, resolving to take a stroll tomorrow. Perhaps it will do me some good. Upon hearing the exuberant flattery from his subordinates, the king of Shiliang felt no joy. Instead, a wave of despondency washed over him. Bai Wuchang was utterly flabbergasted, clutching his head in disbelief. How could he articulate anything? The vehicle that struck him had merely turned around, and there he was, scampering behind it like a fool, calling out master a few times, and just like that, he was believed. Bai Wuchang truly could not comprehend how Zhao Xiaoqing's mind functioned. To think he would follow through on his words, not permitting Gu Zhixia to approach him again, maintaining a distance even while walking. There was no need for that. The figure I requested you to depict is not at all inferior when compared to Shi Shi. Wang Feng produced a portrait. Get lost, you scoundrel. Sit up straight and look at your pitiful self. Wu Lang kicked Yin Pengzi's leg and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom to rinse his mouth, brush his teeth, and wash his face. Immediately, he activated the Taiku Tianzuan formula, channeling his spiritual energy to enhance his physique, perfectly manifesting the resonance of his sinews and bones. Firmly gripping the long sword, On his solitary journey to the place of solace, Su Qing suddenly gazed skyward as a pigeon flew overhead. With an odd expression, he pondered, was he truly so dim-witted that such an obvious act escaped him? Chapter 64. The Fall of Lantian's Sect Audacious. Bold Yi Hao, how dare you utter such treasonous words? In a moment of stunned silence, the crowd snapped back to reality, their fury reaching a fever pitch as they berated Yi Hao. However, rather than mere anger, he was also hoping to find a powerful in-law to collaborate with, thus amplifying his leverage in the contest for the position of clan leader. Shortly after Su Jin stealthily exited the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Ling Siyuan awakened from his coma, inquiring about Su Jin's whereabouts and insisting on seeing her. The Thunder God did not glance back at the two. Cold and reclusive, she closed off her heart, transforming her solitude into a thorny barrier for self-protection. He leaned in closer, gripping Su Jin's shoulder. "Jiner, I do not wish to quarrel with you. You know I will not let you leave again." Although Yi Tsong had never visited Konoha, she was indeed a hero from Suna village, and her likeness had surely been seen in Konoha, thus requiring not only a change in hair color, but also some rudimentary disguise to ensure she wouldn't be recognized. The two walked in tandem, the moonlight enveloping Chang'an City, casting its glow upon the long street, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of footsteps and conversations behind them, while countless shining figures darted across the sky, illuminating their eyes. Lin Buxuan spoke softly, aiding Zhou Qingyun with a careful hand, making it appear as though the Grand Master was graciously assisting the Empress Dowager to the Ta Ching Hall. Thus, she mistook her feelings of gratitude and unconscious reliance on the young man for affection, whether it was a burst of acting or genuine fear of death. The towering figure of Yuan Gu was the first to shed tears, even before Sanwei. "You need not partake in this operation. I shall handle it," Zhu Xingtuan declared, preparing to turn away. Yet, one cannot control their gaze. If one cannot restrain their eyes, they must face the consequences. With treasures at their side, they could only suffer the repercussions. The duo, believing themselves clever, sought to reap the rewards while avoiding danger, unaware of the opportunities slipping through their fingers. Another possibility lingered. Upon the departure of the soul from the body, it became exceedingly fragile. Even a postnatal realm expert could dissolve the soul with their blood essence. The Deluo Tian harbored the essence of nurturing divine tokens. Upon arriving here, it was inconceivable that the divine token would not integrate within. Utilizing his previous role as a substitute for EDG, he sought to transfer to another team, hoping to find a naive benefactor with ample funds to take him on, as he did not aspire to claim a starting position. "When I apprehended you, you had just claimed that your family had perished." Su Mei once again unveiled the man's deceit. Under the arrangement of Youku, Gu Wei and Meng Zi conducted a building sweep, subsequently initiating an online promotional livestream. One of the residents lived directly across from him, surnamed Tang, named Tang Hai. He was formerly the principal of the school, but had since retired, spending his days idly at home. This implies that regardless of your subjective justifications, your actions objectively constitute criminal conditions. You are indeed culpable. I am simply somewhat disappointed in you. You have shattered the positive and grand image you had built in my heart. Her dying words plunged him from heaven to hell in an instant. A chilling wave surged through him, and his dark eyes finally brimmed with uncontainable fury. Once, her heart was equally unburdened and carefree. Now, having distanced herself from the realm of disputes, she reminded herself, Mei Zian, it is time for you to also steer clear of conflicts. Thus, Mingxi could clearly perceive the anxious, yet concerned expressions of Huolai and the other three, intertwined with reluctance and contradiction. Having endured so much, she no longer dared to act independently. If Mo Beishao did not wish for her to return, what if she recklessly ventured back and encountered danger along the way? Chapter 65. Entrustment. The enchanting melody sounded once more, akin to a siren's call, unleashing a collective primal roar from all present, led by the Thunder Master. Simultaneously, their energies surged exponentially in the brief span of mere breaths. Thunder surged from the harmonious Path realm, breaking through to the same Tianqi realm as Zhan Wentian. At the same time, many of his disciples experienced similar ascents. Following that, Long Lao, I wonder why you have come today? Regarding the dragon ancestor, Shen Yi was somewhat aware. He certainly would not seek him out without pressing matters. And given the dragon ancestor's standing and might in Huazhong, barring overly complex or arduous tasks, nothing should prove too challenging for him. As he rushed forward, the flowing robe of Protector Shangguan billowed dramatically, creating a resonant sound. In transit, the long sword in his grasp emitted a brilliant azure glow, akin to tumultuous tides surging, stirring up 1,000 waves that swept across the heavens and the earth. How else could I enter? Naturally, I walked in. Shen Yi responded with exasperation to the gray-robed elder's words. Of course, he had utilized the spatial power of the 9 domains to pass through this barrier. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to enter so effortlessly. When Chen Yifan rescued Li Yin, it was done with great discretion, fooling even Zhuo Liangyu and Qin Shiyu. He wondered how this Song Izi could still suspect him. 2,000 soldiers, armed with large shields and white pole arms, positioned themselves at the forefront, tasked with the primary assault. The remaining soldiers, though lacking shields, were more agile, ready to showcase their skills as the two sides drew near. Everyone deemed it a splendid idea to dispatch a player battalion, unreservedly eliminating Zhuo Liangyu's remaining forces in one fell swoop. Although the luminous sphere was already quite substantial, Shen Yi understood that this energy was still far from sufficient. Remembering the stellar power amassed by the Law Staff during the Galactic League, he suddenly felt a surge of joy, activating the divine transformation of the celestial body. Shen Yi's words were, of course, a means of preserving the face of the Xian Master. Consequently, the Xian Master would likely not pursue further grievances against him regarding this matter. Upon hearing Zheng Hua's explanation, Pusador nearly lashed out in frustration, wishing to smash Zheng Hua's relatively gallant face to witness the shameless heart lurking behind it. Zhuda was not lamenting the loss of these items, but rather the hard-won rules that could easily descend into chaos if left unchecked. However, this matter could only be gently reminded. The proprietor was a man of approximately 50 years, bearing a somewhat weathered visage and a lean frame. Despite his simple attire, he maintained a clean and tidy appearance. The moral true monarch made no mention of benefits, instead demanding magical artifacts. The implication was clear. Having already seized 2 of his magical artifacts, what further benefits could he expect? Before 10 men could charge again, they were once more sent flying. The impact left the majority incapacitated, with the least injured suffering grave wounds that would take 3 years to recover from. The disparity in levels was insurmountable and irreparable. It was a stroke of fortune that they had not all been annihilated in one blow, with at least 3 surviving. Mu Qing had just informed me that Zhang's family had come from the direction of the Chaolan mansion, and I surmised that her arrival could not bode well. Prompting my visit to investigate, Jing Yi spoke with remarkable nonchalance. Lan Qingqing, upon hearing these words, let out a gentle sigh of relief. As long as the Empress Dowager summoned the imperial physician, it would buy them a bit more time. Surely, there must be someone from Jing Yi nearby, and upon witnessing the commotion here, they would undoubtedly inform him. Ah, the blade embedded in Xiao Ran's chest elicited a muffled groan, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. You appear to be a man of intelligence, and I relish engaging with those of keen intellect. You see, I possess a profound understanding of human nature, perhaps even more so than many individuals comprehend themselves. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Si Fengjingyu coughed a few times, crimson seeping from her lips. Damn that 8th tier, truly formidable. Chapter 66. Awakening. Having bid a final farewell to the fallen Lantian sect, Lin Nan took the initiative, and the group promptly departed, retracing their steps to the tranquil realm they had been previously transported to, which they would now use as a temporary refuge. Standing atop the back of a flying beast, protected by a barrier of vital energy that shielded him from the oncoming gusts, Lin Nan's heart was awash with emotion. In retrospect, he realized many truths. He understood that his assignment from Zhang Wentian was, "You executed your mission quite successfully, did you not? Come now, let us board the ship and discuss matters further once we are aboard." My uncle extended his hand, pulling me onto the vessel. Observing his half-smiling, half-serious demeanor left me at a loss. What did his earlier words imply? Had I genuinely succeeded, or was he mocking my apparent failure? The ordeal had finally reached its conclusion. This matter could now be deemed resolved. The 2 most exceptional swordsmen of the past 3 centuries had not left this decisive battle with regrets. This outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable. Indeed, you are correct, my lord, Bai Yin remarked, covering her mouth with her hand. Let my subordinates handle the matchmaking. I believe it would be prudent for the 2 to cultivate mutual affection first. She gradually grew accustomed to Ding Kuei's temperament. Su Su's heart jolted with surprise. She had indeed been discovered. What should she do now? Despite her efforts to disguise herself during each visit, and her careful maneuvering before entering that area, Anyone capable of tracking her down was undoubtedly a seasoned expert. Yang Yu's blade met another of the same kind, as a young man with a white goatee emerged, halting the assault to question, why are there clansmen within the ruins? This strike had surpassed the limitations of the Lost Realm. The will of the Lost Realm seemed intent on crushing him to death. Watching Bai Rou gradually distance herself, Duan Chun turned sharply, fixing his gaze upon Guan Fei, his expression shifting from gentle to chillingly cold in an instant. Duan Chun, once an ordinary disciple with a tragic fate, had now undeniably become the focal point of discussion and admiration among all. Attention! Conduct a final inspection of the armor and weaponry. The officer on the city wall bellowed to his subordinates. Grandpa Su Fu, you intend to use the Jinhai stone to suppress the flood outside, don't you? I exclaimed excitedly from the side. As the first scream pierced the air, Wang Ying had already fled the hotel building, instructing others to bring forth all sources of light. Movement was incessant upon the rooftop, with hundreds of light sources fluttering in the night. Upon hearing this, Wu Tong was nearly driven to the brink of rage. He had encountered arrogance before, but had never witnessed someone more audacious than himself. Generally, men's endurance is not particularly robust. In the past, it was due to hunger, but now it stemmed from abundance. The game League of Legends undeniably offers a plethora of hero choices, yet the opponent insists on selecting the same character as him. Surely, this could be considered a blatant challenge? Sar strode ahead, with the orcs stealthily trailing behind. As they walked, Sar sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, he whirled around, fixating his gaze on the source of the disturbance. The time had now stretched to nearly 80 minutes. Both sides were feeling the strain, the pace slowing. Beersar deployed his forces, undoubtedly reinforcing the signal for cross-passing, and Tony was acutely aware of this. Upon hearing of Richard's arrival, Legredo rushed over, her forehead glistening with sweat, revealing her urgent demeanor. News of Thor had yet to reach this side. Legredo remained oblivious to the fate that awaited her. She cried out, her voice seeming so feeble in this desolate wilderness. She struggled, but to the 5 towering mountains before her, her efforts were utterly insignificant. Simultaneously, her 2 teammates sprang forth from the grass behind them, charging aggressively to encircle her. Chapter 67. Where to go from here with their sect lost. The group now wandered the outside world, their hearts heavy with sorrow, yet filled with confusion. They tacitly acknowledged Lin Nan's role as their leader, adhering to his arrangements without question. Thus, Lin Nan promptly set the others into motion. Yang Li established barriers around them, serving as a protective shield. Zhao Qianji and the others collaborated to gather materials and construct shelters. The tattoo was a pale, green totem, resembling a skull at first glance, yet not entirely so. It simply could not comprehend. Despite the myriad attempts to persuade it to return, the foolish dog only perceived it as insults. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, as if someone had draped a gray cloth over the heavens. Upon hearing this, Ding Wei and Kong Jie exchanged glances, their pupils contracting in unison. Wang Tai screamed in agony, having never anticipated Wu Hu's formidable strength, as a single punch shattered both of his arms. Are you two truly unbothered by this? They exchanged a golden-grade spiritual orb with me. What do you have? She longed to send her parents away, yet was too afraid to seek help from family and friends, fearing she would burden them or be deemed cold-hearted and malicious. However, a slight observation of her posture revealed a twisted and peculiar stance, as her lower body leaned forward while her upper body twisted backward with all her might. Xian Yi eagerly led his troops to Jiaxing Pass, observing the bustling and prosperous scene, both inside and outside the gates, causing him to question whether he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Was this truly the impoverished and desolate Jiaxing Pass? In the midst of battle, fueled by the aura of killing intent, the assaults grew more ruthless, resulting in the fall of several Yuanian cultivators. Yi Leoi, the 3rd young master, left bearing grave responsibilities. It appears not only has he committed no transgressions, but he has also rendered service. You are a paragon of our Dayan merchants and undoubtedly understand this principle. So please forgive the 3rd young master's abrupt departure, the advisors sweetly implored. Perhaps the city was too distant from their lives, as the Tang Zhang couple did not react as Lu Lijing had, not even questioning the reason for their departure, simply advising to take care of themselves while away and to handle matters diligently. At the Orange Isle of the Xiang River, within the grand private room of the Maple Leaf Theater, Di Fengru still bore a gaunt appearance, a hint of a smile flickering across his cold face. Lu Shan also fell into silence, the two brothers quietly trailing behind Lin Jinrong, heads bowed as they walked forward. Lin Fong, with a solemn expression, saluted Li Ming with a standard military salute before striding out of the tent with purpose. Mei Baoqing's face bore a hint of intoxication as she inhaled deeply, pushing the tea toward Lu Jian and softly murmuring, "It's truly delightful. I utterly detest group tea." The reason was simple. The war had persisted for over 2 months, and following the outbreak, just before the National Congress officially mobilized for war, Huang Hanlin had issued a decree for the military-industrial sector to operate at full capacity, resulting in a rapid increase in military supplies. Due to last night's immense consumption, hunger struck, and it took several dishes and bowls of tea before the discussion could turn to serious matters. Yu glanced at Yun Xiao, slightly furrowing her brow, blinking as she intently observed the necklace around her neck. In the end, as if struck by a thought, she blinked again, appearing particularly endearing as she raised her hand to point at Yun Xiao's neck with a smile. After glancing at 2 nearly identical bamboo huts, Chu Fengxing directly pointed at Bai Zai's hut, brazenly declaring his intent. "If you dare to speak of this, I will fight you." Tony threatened Li Si, asserting that should Li Si dare to divulge such information, he would indeed confront him fiercely. I heard someone inquired at the village chief's home, and the village chief feigned ignorance. Grandmother Wang sighed repeatedly as she spoke. "Enough already, it's freezing cold. I am eager to return home. So quickly, hand me the silver," interrupted Su Yibai impatiently, cutting off Su Ziqing's words. Chapter 68. Soulful Chicken Soup. Lin Nan surveyed the crowd, his expression exuding authority. With a cold snort, he remarked, "The sect has been destroyed, our comrades slain, our homeland occupied. Though we are all beset by profound sorrow, if we remain consumed by these feelings, wallowing in despair and neglecting the present and future, how can we strive for strength and seek to?" The fleeing Hong Wanjun did not notice that above the spot where he once stood, the originally cruel and heartless blood-red giant wolf, under the immense pressure of the dragon, dared not emit even a hint of its malevolent aura. Its massive form suddenly became ethereal, and its once proudly raised head gradually lowered. Father nodded heavily, his trembling hand retrieving a pack of cigarettes from beneath the coffee table, lighting one up. Upon hearing the familiar name, Zhu Yingliang's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated encountering that name on the spirit island of her sect. Both manufacturing bureaus were originally under the jurisdiction of the court, their respective engineers having inherited their crafts for centuries since the founding of the nation. However, in stark contrast to the Northwest, where the resistance against the Demon Clan was of paramount importance, personally overseen by the Grand Master Mo Yinhai, the Northwest Manufacturing Bureau had no worries about its livelihood. The elderly woman who had been wailing on the ground now stood in a daze, akin to a wrongdoer awaiting punishment from a superior. Beside her, another aged man with a head full of white hair puffed on a pipe, his swollen eyes suggesting he was the father of the deceased. After 3 days of relentless interrogation, the mentally exhausted Chengzheng finally divulged the whereabouts of the mastermind behind the scenes. Fearing that Chang Wanqing might flee, Qin Feng, upon hearing an address and a name, hurriedly made his way to the palace. To attain a high position within the entirety of the Buddhist realm and reach a level of mastery, the pure bottle master was certainly no fool. Instantly grasping Jiang Yun's intentions, having left a sliver of hope, it subtly indicated that he did not intend to trouble Lin Yu for the time being, allowing Lin Yu to believe he had a support in hand, thus enabling a temporary coexistence without conflict. Zhu Laomo yawned, seemingly unfazed, and prepared to take Chun Hao back. At that moment, Li Susu was deeply ensnared in her inner turmoil, hardly able to hear Su Fan's words, as spiritual energy erupted and the winds howled furiously. Amidst the golden light soaring to the heavens, Zhang Tian transformed his sword into a dragon, utilizing a fleeting moment of levitation to surge rapidly towards the black hole. Hu Jiaming sensed a powerful aura of killing intent emanating from Ling Li. This aura left even him feeling a chill of trepidation. His master had often cautioned him. Huaxia is a sacred and mysterious capital, a waking dragon. Do not provoke it. Now, it seemed his master's words had come to fruition. Let us discuss this matter when we meet with others. I believe we shall find a solution, for the divine sword in our possession is no trifling matter. Once unleashed with full force, even a semi-saint would fall before us. Zhang Fan remarked, furrowing his brow. Zhang Wuren produced a box of ointment and applied it to our faces, contorting our features grotesquely. He then handed me a beard to wear, and with a flip of clothing, my appearance transformed into that of a formidable giant. Both of us were enveloped in a radiance infused with the power of rules. In the next moment, the errant power of rules surged forth, swirling around Zhao Fan and Bai Rushi, allowing them to clearly sense the magnitude of that power. Rest assured, I shall immediately seek someone to conduct a thorough investigation and draft a design for your review, Zhuge Tianming promised in response. At present, the strength of the Duke of Anghua had not yet surpassed that of Prince Zhao, compelling him to feign utmost respect towards Prince Zhao. Chapter 69. The young master is a great benefactor. He then produced several bottles of low-grade elixirs and handed them to the horned demon, saying, "Distribute these among the younger ones. In their spare time, they should diligently cultivate to enhance their strength." The horned demon, cradling the bottles of elixirs, became even more excited. Elixirs are indispensable aids for cultivators. Yet for these humble beings struggling to survive, they are indeed rare treasures. Level 2? Song, he was taken aback. When had he elevated them to level 2? It turned out that frequent use of their abilities could increase proficiency, thereby allowing for upgrades. And each level became progressively harder to attain. Meanwhile, the church was also meticulously preparing, wary not to engage in any underhanded dealings. For this revered god of slaughter was not someone the current church could provoke. Otherwise, Hu Laiyang and Hu Laiyan would not have been so confidently inclined to commit robbery. For them, the Foundation establishment period was akin to cutting vegetables. This fellow had previously faced life-threatening dangers, and though he appeared lively now, one could not rule out the possibility of hidden injuries. If he did not accompany them back to the Guyuan sect, how could they justify their actions to the sect leader? Is this person a bottomless pit? Our church's strongest lineup, combined with the most potent formation and a divine artifact, cannot satiate him. The old pope and the 8 guardians were filled with dread. You cannot judge me. You must consider whether my boss is willing to take you out. Yin Wu glanced at Li Daguang and stated. After returning to the country, Li Chuan had continually used his busy work schedule as an excuse to avoid going home. With Li Xinao in the family, his mother ceased to nag him. And coupled with Lin Xingwan's frequent interruptions, he longed for solitude. Li Chuan was terrified, remaining holed up in the hospital bed, insisting on waiting for Su Hang to awaken. When news of Han Lang being simultaneously sought after by several deities reached the Gongsun clan, an overwhelming fear gripped everyone, dreading that Han Lang would seek vengeance upon them. At this moment, Yang Tianfan was also infuriated. This plan was solely his idea and should not have implicated anyone else. The six-tailed demon Fox King possessed the ability to reverse magical techniques, akin to temporal regression against spells. Yi Ningxiang and Long Gong had taken residence here, while Long Gong, after parting ways with the celestial sovereign, had sought refuge in this place. After 17 years, the journey into the world of Huzhou, where would the stories of emergence unfold? Regardless of the location, his roots would forever be in Huzhou. Had it not been for reporting to Jiang Jihue, who had stated that all matters were to be decided by Yun Fei, Zhang Li and Chen Xian would have abandoned Yun Fei and returned to Bazhou long ago. Thus, an interminable week passed, revealing dark circles under Qin Ming's eyes, a consequence of his overwhelming workload. During makeup sessions, the makeup artist would often jest that his dark circles resembled those of a panda. Unlike the ruffians of the Qingyuan Pearl, who had initially boarded the ship seeking help, they had intended to work diligently from the very beginning. Therefore, Madame Xingxi did not treat them poorly. For someone like Madame Xingxi, who had long resided in high positions, she understood the importance of reward and punishment. The two practiced rigorously during the day and continued at night, training in the practice field and even in bed, honing their skills against each other. Their level of synergy surpassed that of the 4 elder figures in green robes. In a barren patch of land beside the main road, several soldiers clad in Eastern Sea military attire were digging a large pit measuring over 10 meters in length and width and exceeding 2 zhang in depth. Meanwhile, a contingent of cavalry soldiers sorrowfully carried the lifeless bodies of several warhorses to be interred in the pit. Stepping out of the house, Mu Ziyun arrived at the mountain platform hall. Although most things had transformed, Mu Ziyun mentally reviewed them before proceeding to the Great Hall of the Earth Gate. With the emergence of the shaping capsule, maintaining one's physique without gaining weight was as easy as attracting foolish girls like Bao Tongtong. Chapter 70. The plan Xiao Yu found herself lost in thought, only coming to her senses after Lin Nan had walked away. She wished to say something, but it was already too late. Watching Lin Nan's ethereal figure fade into the distance, Xiao Yu felt an inexplicable tension and a hint of melancholy. Young master said he would come again in the future. He must truly mean it, right? Departing from Nyojia village, Lin Nan soared through the sky, and before long, he arrived at Nyojia town. This implies that Wang Ying's actual cultivation level is likely merely at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial sovereign. After sealing Zhai Rang, it was time for various leaders to take their turn. Li Mi appointed Dan Xiongxin as the left martial general, and Su Maogong as the right martial general, each commanding their respective troops. He also designated Fang Yanjiao as the chief left officer and Li Gongyi as the right officer. Among others, other leaders were also conferred titles. The Tai Divine Needle, of course, employed silver needles, but mastering this profoundly complex silver needle medical technique also facilitated the practice of massage and manipulation. Say, this is the first time Hu Dafa has been respectfully addressed as boss by someone else. He felt delighted, yet was left wondering when Xiao Dalong would ever call him that. He distinctly recalled that in another peculiar world, the monkey had once told him that the only way to resurrect Lin Ruojio was to seek the aid of the ghost mother. Therefore, regarding Guan Yutong, the ghost mother's disciple, Qi Ning felt it was prudent to maintain the necessary courtesy. Come, there's still some left. This blessing is for you. As he spoke, Xiao Dalong lifted the bottle and poured Hu Dafa the final cup of wine. Emperor Xuanwu's brows were still furrowed with a hint of worry. Logically, even if the heavenly gate were to close, nothing should happen to the son of Emperor Gaochen. Could it be that someone truly dared to slay the sole son of Lei Zhentian? By this time, Qi Ning had already ascended to the celestial immortal realm, yet he still felt a palpable pressure in the presence of the immortal crane. Lan Yuqian's gaze remained fixated on the mountain peak nestled between the 3 peaks of Fenglei Gorge. He knew Erlang Shun was undoubtedly observing the situation from that very spot. All sensations continued to permeate. In this world, no one else made him feel so willing to dive headfirst into danger as Huijidu did. His obsidian-like eyes regarded Yin Yu, while Moe elegantly swayed the beer can, murmuring softly as he drained it. First of all, he might not necessarily defeat Zhou Qi-chai, and secondly, does he even have a reason to strike at me? Zhang Li Chao contemplated, believing that as long as he did not act excessively arrogant, Guan Siming would not take action against him. Yu, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Zhang Wan could find no words to express herself, continuously apologizing. Just then, the sound of a wooden stick pierced through the tranquility. The beggar paused, turning his head as Zhou Lai approached him, brandishing a wooden stick and running over. Ji Ro was left in a fluster by Fu Jingshi's relentless gentle advances. She bit her lip, gazing at him, her large eyes filled with affection. The doctor informed her that she was no longer in serious danger, yet for safety's sake, she would need to stay in the hospital for another night. Do guests who violate the rules here still need me to teach you how to behave? Song Yiyin addressed the manager. This way, not only could it apply sufficient pressure on Hua Ji, making it difficult for Hua Ji to evade, but it would also prevent his junior brothers from coming into direct conflict with him. Indeed, this fellow approached with an unmistakable sense of pride, clearing his throat as he remarked, I've finally found a new style. Look, you must like this horse, right? He pointed to his own belly. The fact that she discussed rolling into sheets with M.O. Dage so earnestly was a bit too much to contemplate. Then come over later. Your uncle, and I won't be home for dinner tonight. Xie Weqin spoke with an unflinching demeanor. Nana, perhaps you should consider the matter of the 8 badges for the time being. Bai Yi smiled at Nana. Let's continue dining. It won't taste as good when it gets cold. Yashinji naturally cut a piece of steak, offering it to Li Shi, 5 parts cooked, just as she liked. He was certainly being deliberate. Li Shi had merely mentioned her mild aversion to human food without claiming an outright rejection. Chapter 71. Don't use your face to hit my leg. In other words, he had made a small fortune, unbeknownst to him. Lin Nanyu's image in Lu Gang's eyes had transformed from that of a noble, exceptionally talented warrior to that of a wealthy benefactor. Handsome, charismatic, powerful, and affluent. This was indeed a substantial ally. Lu Gang silently resolved to firmly grasp this opportunity. Perhaps one day he could. Clearly, the Russian bear had no intention of defending itself in battle, opting instead for a strategy of trading injuries for lives. On the 3rd day, I felt as though I lagged behind her by half a beat, anxiously asking Zai Zai about his itinerary. At Wei Yi's loud call, the other members of Team Chen also awakened, immediately unleashing their speed techniques and pushing themselves to their utmost limits, transforming into brilliant streams of light as they surged toward the surface of the sea. Wei Guangrong felt somewhat vexed, having not anticipated that he would hit a wall this time, and his attempt to show off had backfired. Opportunities were fleeting. Once he recovered, the chance would be lost. And Wei, he was certainly unwilling to miss such a good opportunity, so he called for others to charge forward. Just as they were searching the ground for the remaining storage rings and bags, Sikong Yinran, accompanied by the protective elder, soared to the front of Shi Sanqing. Yang Feikong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was evident that he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Xia Ming, who had killed his son Yang Yin. He had never ceased his quest for revenge, but due to the Dragon Head's formidable reputation, he had refrained from recklessly slaying Xia Ming. Now, within this context, killing Xia Ming was not entirely out of the question. Of course, this did not imply that divine crystals held no value for ordinary sacred domain experts. Rather, the exorbitant price of divine crystals rendered them unaffordable for most, and such items were often difficult to procure. Boom! Simultaneously, everyone's attack struck Lin Feng, sending him flying and causing him to spew blood. The brief exchange between the two was overheard by the already distant Long Wu. At this moment, seated beneath the cloud drum canopy, Long Wu was astonished, uttering a soft exclamation. Just as she contemplated whether to unite everyone's souls for a counterattack, the black liquid beneath the silver cup suddenly retreated in all directions. Su Li turned around, observing Yu Lian's pitiful expression. It was entirely possible she could burst into tears at any moment, prompting him to soften. This time, while heading to Heiyu Mountain, Lan Duo obediently rode alongside Luo Yun, as she had to hold on to the fly that was said to be gradually absorbing her vitality. Her lack of riding skill made her too timid to ride alone. Suddenly, the rules of heaven and earth descended once more, the previously laid blue now replaced by purple. Su Li shot a glance at Su Mu Lin, thinking him too unromantic. Did he not see that she was deeply gazing into the eyes of the Yun family sisters, experiencing the pain of parting? Even if the dark hard eye of the cold clothing king could slightly counteract some of Lan Yu's effects, since the battle had yet to commence, it was still too early to say anything. Su Shi rushed out after breakfast, scouring the streets for 7 or 8 days without finding a satisfactory place. Yet she filled herself with irritation. Don't worry, trust me, it won't be long before Master S injuries will heal, and his strength will greatly increase. Fan Tianluo simply could not allow her master to be subservient to anyone. Furthermore, who was Tang Yiming? Even she was aware of him, let alone Ashi, who had lived in the Tang residence all these years. How could her experiences in Chaoyang leave no mark on her heart? As Zihuang gazed towards Oyiyu, he found Oyiyu had already fainted, the state of his life or death unknown. After slaying the enemy, the Taoist master and the 9 spirits Yuan San approached Long Outyin respectfully, bowing in deference. Even though he had encountered numerous scenes, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chapter 72. The village bully is actually a good person. Lin Nan smiled and said, "It's nothing. We merely exchanged a few words. Brother Nan is truly a good person. I saw De Long preparing to act against you, yet you still spoke on his behalf." Niu Xiaoyu remarked, shifting her tone. "However, do not take De Long too seriously. He is merely a bit unruly and mischievous, not truly a bad person." Everyone clearly heard the captain's exceedingly stringent terms and instantly understood that this sister, who had lost her younger sister, had merely concealed her fury deep within, which finally erupted upon encountering the enemy. He slowly extended his palm, which was as pure and white as jade, subtly emanating a dark jade-like luminescence, radiating brilliance akin to that of exquisite jade. Chu Tian felt a surge of joy within, for with the presence of the 6th prince, a wealthy benefactor, the materials required for his pursuit of the 5th star and beyond were assuredly provided. Curiosity arose among the onlookers, and their astonishment peaked when they witnessed the attendance of the 2 individuals, mere menials, transforming into balloons and floating upwards. Yi Qiu observed for a while, before discerning that these members of the Black Fiend sect seemed to be cultivating in relation to this sage. The sudden appearance of Vice President Wang caught both Yi Qiu and Chu Yao by surprise, leaving them perplexed about his unexpected presence. Subsequently, Tang Yu and his companions were set to engage in a fair competition. Unlike the deceitful maneuvers of the forest, these over 60 individuals were there to contend for ranking. When Huo Qian initiated a conversation with Yi Qiu, many gazes turned toward them, with some realizing that the seemingly ordinary individual might indeed be the legendary master of evasion. Otherwise, Huqian would not have approached him personally. The dark light continued to descend, transforming with each drop into black stones, brick by brick. The speed of their assembly left onlookers astounded. The shadow of the wide-brimmed hood of the masked figure from the underworld fire team curled into an inscrutable smile at the corners of his pale lips as black flames, resembling the flickering tongue of a venomous serpent, entwined around the pristine white sphere. Any force attempting to seize control of the sphere would be eroded and consumed by the flames infused with dark power. Awakening naturally after a restful slumber, undisturbed, was a blissful reprieve from the days of laboring for work in a past life. "Sister, I realize my mistakes. Will you take me home?" cried Kong Zero. Her eyes reddened with tears. "I miss mother, father, and my little brother." "Brother is a liar." "Grandma, I'm back," exclaimed Song Shibao as she dismounted the carriage, nearly losing her balance, only to be steadied by Chu Yunxiao. "With such little strength, how could you contend with me?" Zuqing's lips curled in triumph. Unbeknownst to Xintang, before she had even feigned marriage with Xiao Jingxin, he had already taken an interest in her variety show. Zhou Jinfan felt her face flush. The brief moments of eye contact left her feeling uneasy, accompanied by inexplicable palpitations. Lin Yang, witnessing his actions, was taken aback. Years of battling ferocious beasts had ingrained in him a reflex to instinctively release the grip on the other's wrist. "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. They are but short-sighted individuals," Yinrua Xue remarked with a smile. "Second uncle, did you intentionally injure yourself to accompany me?" Guogua teased Chu Erlang in return. Little did they expect such a prodigious talent to emerge from their family. Should others witness it, they might be frightened half to death. Xiao Xian understood that a mere accusation of being a lecher would not suffice to bring Li Bumming to justice. However, he intended to use this to his advantage. Step by step, to suppress Li Bumming. After speaking, Li Shimin suddenly produced a box from behind him, causing Yang Zhao's jaw to nearly drop in disbelief upon seeing it. A figure extracted a shimmering divine sword from the void and hurled it skyward, transforming into a streak of sword light that resonated in the air. Chapter 73. Duel Amongst Men. Niu Dalong stuttered momentarily before reiterating, "I know you possess divine strength in your legs, a feat beyond ordinary men. I challenge you to a duel, a simple contest of manhood." Lin Nan chuckled in disbelief. "What sort of nonsense is this?" He refrained from commenting further, instead asking, "Before clarity is achieved, neither of us wishes to offend General Wei. Hence, even if His Majesty pardons Chu Xiu, we remain silent. Moreover, once he breaks through to the body refinement stage, he will be able to exchange for the corresponding techniques. It is ill-advised to pursue the bone refinement techniques at such a critical juncture." Thus, he recounted the conversation he had with Usama, or rather, Militia, that night, along with the blood magic she ultimately bestowed upon him. "Take the captives back," Li Lingyi commanded, not allowing the soldiers to celebrate for long. A portion remained to organize the port, while the remainder escorted the captives back to Cayenne City. Everything around lay in ruins, and the terrifying sword scar lingered in the starry sky, indelible. The lair where it previously appeared, housing the godly Shadai Chaorong, was designated for SS-level ghouls. Aside from Shadai Chaorong, other SS-level entities were also confined there. However, due to Li Lingyi's intervention, It and Duo had no opportunity to release more ghouls. Distanced from the decision-making center, even if Yen Meng believed he possessed the prowess to slay dragons, he could not gain familiarity in front of the military envoy, leaving him with no choice. Given Wang Shun's current forces, there were barely 1,000 white steed cavalry in Yingzhou. 2,000 Beihui boasted only 500 to 600 warhorses, insufficient to contend with Wanyan Xiyin or Yelv Mawu. The three of them donned identical attire, resembling disciples from certain sects, each mounted atop a fourth-tier spiritual beast, which, judging by its appearance, was a massive green-feathered bird with red eyes. The following day, when Princess Lingyue awoke from her slumber, she was taken aback to discover that Jasilahai and the capable warriors of the tribe had vanished. 200,000. The young master panicked, regretting having feigned profundity and engaging in a wager. He could have simply pulled them aside or forcefully taken them, securing them long ago. Chong Ming excitedly recounted the tale. While the boss-level swamp dragon Lizard King did not remain idle, likely muttering some incantation along the lines of ignore, turtle recites scriptures, before launching a surprise attack on Chong Ming. Upon regaining some strength, Wu Yong attempted to rise from Xiangna's body, only to notice crystalline droplets trickling from the corner of her eye. Hearing the commotion behind, Li Bai slightly shifted his body, narrowly avoiding a shell that struck Miyamoto Musashi. Lin Yifeng distinctly sensed that Qian Duoduo glanced at him while conversing with Jiang Jin. Chun Xiaoshan, having lived 2 lives, understood the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. In the workplace, accomplishments naturally belonged to the leaders, while mistakes fell upon the subordinates. Leaders, though claiming credit, would still share a portion. If credit were directly assigned to Wang Dachuan, he would likely wear the cold bench thin. Even so, these were still relatively rare materials for refining, at the very least suitable for crafting mid-tier magical artifacts. What did you say? You heartless bastard. Lu Lingyan panicked, clutching Yi Han's clothing tightly from behind, fearful that he might truly send her away to benefit those scoundrels. Come down. We have already emerged. Lin Yifeng whispered to Yang Shui at that moment. Chapter 74, Master and Apprentice. Niu Dalong was once again left confused. My rival in love wants to teach me how to defeat him? How perplexing. Lin Nan opted not to clarify, continuing, if you wish to grow powerful enough to one day defeat me, I can teach you, but only if you kneel and call me master. Then, I will. Their figures vanished into the dense forest for a full quarter of an hour, and 2 towering figures erupted from the trees outside the western town, revealing themselves to be 2 formidable beastmen. Truly the moon god, even more powerful than the legends suggest. The forgotten emperor gazed with trembling awe at this mythic figure from the heavens, muttering in excitement to himself. Today, he had witnessed firsthand the might of the divine. When Zhua, having likely guessed my thoughts, walked past me with a smile, giving my shoulder a light pat, his expression still carrying an air of reckless nonchalance. I stood there in a daze for quite some time. Perhaps others had not noticed my distinctly different reaction, as they all followed when Zhua up the spiral staircase to the 9th floor. In the West, local autonomy and the state exist in an equal relationship, while in China, local autonomy is a conscious implementation of the court's will and decisions. Not long ago, I caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance wafting through the air outside, accompanied by a language that eluded my comprehension, as the old man softly chanted some sort of ballad. I am but a common man, rather unrefined, and typically indifferent to melodies. Yet, this melodic recitation suddenly whisked my thoughts far away. You and Fong Yanan are colleagues. You must know the date of her birthday. Could you kindly enlighten me? It is of utmost importance, I asked with sudden gravity. Passonia practices the secret techniques he personally bestowed upon her, having also endured the baptism of countless grains of time within the tumult of temporal currents. Her physical strength is not significantly inferior to that of Sloane and his companions, and in terms of technique, she surpasses them considerably. What she lacks is merely experience. The 2 ventured outside the military tent into a spacious area, retrieving long blades, where Guanfeng commenced imparting the sword techniques he once mastered to Mo Li. It is said that the structure spans 2 acres, a dual-level edifice of stone and timber, adorned with a Nordic-style slanted roof and arched stained glass windows. The lofty timber frame frequently hosts passing crows, and whenever a soul departs this world, the missionary recites sacred verses in their honor. The soft and warm porridge slid down my throat. Unlike the blandness of ordinary rice gruel, it possessed a refreshing quality. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. During the filming, we adhered strictly to the regulations. That sum of 10,000 yuan constitutes your expenses for the week. Observing Yunxuan's serious demeanor, Lin Han continued to speak. I called Yuner, suggesting an outing. Yet, to my surprise, Yuner did not respond with the anticipated exuberance, but rather solemnly cautioned me to refrain from venturing out in recent days. It seems she has been earnestly advised by several older sisters in the dormitory, and she herself harbors some lingering shadows regarding the events of last night. Evidently, Zhuang Yan referred to Tang Jier as Sister Tang and introduced him as Tang Jier's nephew, thereby inadvertently diminishing Tang Qingrao's standing in relation to Zhuang Yan. Naturally, Tang Qingrao was displeased by this turn of events. All 4 belonged to the Tai Sword Academy. Regarding the devil worship sect, it is well known among the major sects of the Tai Sword Academy, especially during significant gatherings, that they dared to kill to establish authority. Thus, it was quite normal for the other 3 to feel astonished upon hearing Qin Yun's remarks. Upon returning home, I switched on the television and grabbed a can of beer. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Song Shui could not leave just yet. However, she was no longer choosing between work for the state and Fang Yiqing as she had in the past. She still had current responsibilities to hand over before she could leave without worry. But later, she too would seek out Fang Yiqing. Chapter 75, South Brother. You are truly kind. The little one daren't. Witnessing Lin Nan's fury, Liu Gang was filled with trepidation, yet simultaneously felt a measure of gratitude. He hailed from humble beginnings and only awakened his cultivation talent after turning 18, thereafter diligently practicing, yet his progress was sluggish. The reasons for this were twofold: a lack of esteemed mentors to guide him and the absence of suitable cultivation methods. To acquire these two elements, Chun Lin rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. Once again, I engaged in a scuffle with him. Elder Ho, she harbored a certain wariness towards Feng Jun's teleportation abilities. It was not merely a matter of confining space. Yet upon hearing Feng Jun admit that there were no markings in the territory of the Yuan gang sect, a pang of disappointment surged within him. Shan Zhu's current schedule was particularly tight. At times, he wished for a moment's respite, yet he understood that rest was not an option. Du Qinjie had been anxious earlier, nearly forgetting such an important matter, and hastily retrieved the crystal box from Meng Tian. He nonchalantly tossed the 9 Lives Tower to Fat Meng. No. For those of great power, the disappearance of the soul signifies complete obliteration. For beings of the main God level, however, the disappearance of the soul does not render resurrection impossible. It seemed that the primordial spirit of the creation beast recalled something, saying, the Grand Elder did not conceal his form this time, but rather boldly flew towards Longda City with Du Qinjie. Guadalu observed from the side, occasionally fiddling with the rattan on the chair, rising to pace a few steps, or stretching his neck to gaze at the distant mountains beyond the wall. One hand held an ashtray, while the other clutched a talisman. Sweat dripped from my forehead down my cheeks, not from heat, but from the cold sweat of fear. You need only issue a declaration of war to the other 6 clans. The rest is not for you to worry about, Du Qinjie stated. Perhaps it was because his head was spinning from hunger. In a daze, he felt as though all his sacrifices were for the sake of his friends. It seemed her obedience influenced King Chun, who also became compliant, no longer inquiring about matters concerning the borders. Meanwhile, Shuyao packed her belongings and exited Shui Shiji's room. In truth, Shuyao harbored little confidence in her ability to heal Shui Shiji's leg. Yet at this moment, despite it being a last resort, she could not entertain even the slightest notion of retreat. As Yan Jin's words fell, Xiao Yan's mind erupted like a thunderous clap, causing his body to jolt. Cursing under his breath, Su Chang's figure flickered as he charged off into the distance. These fellows were truly exasperating, even opting for self-detonation upon defeat. Even Guofeng and the others were secretly astonished, pondering why His Majesty had once been infatuated with this princess to the point of desperation. Were it not for her, he would not have succumbed to this grave illness. Why now did it seem as if he felt not for her? I shall surely repay this favor. At that moment, Lu Chuan suddenly found that Shuyao was no longer as intolerable as before. Though she often spoke without regard for others and lacked manners, at this moment, Lu Chuan felt those things mattered little. As night deepened, the guards patrolled back and forth, while 2 palace attendants, tasked with closely attending to His Majesty, several times attempted to urge him to return and rest, yet they hesitated to speak upon seeing the expression on his face. Clearly, Gongcheng recognized that the young man seated in the corner was Zhang Jiazi. These pieces of news emerged abruptly, igniting a frenzy across major networks. Ordinary netizens could not discern the truth from the falsehoods. Upon seeing these reports, they exclaimed the euro was formidable, leading to a sharp rise in its exchange rate while the dollar depreciated, prompting an urgent meeting in the United States. The 4 of them had only recently formed connections, brought together by Chen Xinghai. Yet in this brief period, they had developed a strong rapport, feeling as though their bond had been preordained in a past life, and now, in this lifetime, they reunited to rekindle that brotherly affection. Chapter 76. You are a genius. Learn. And I wish to learn that leg technique of yours that can kick a person's brains out. Niu Dalong nodded vigorously, resembling an eager student thirsting for knowledge. You must be prepared to endure hardship. Lin Nan replied nonchalantly. What is there to fear in hardship? Wang Peng was skeptical of Lu Fatty's words. But no matter how he pressed for details, Lu Fatty repeated the same phrases, and when pressed too hard, he simply fell silent. Wang Peng found himself at a loss and had no choice but to shift the topic, inquiring how they had located him and Qian Peipei. Li Kun, hold on a moment. The usually reticent Tong Lei finally could not bear it any longer, although he had some reservations about Li Kun. He recognized him as a pillar of the group and could not allow Li Kun to feel wronged. I had been unable to persuade Wu Xingde, yet that day, he suddenly agreed to transfer his shares to Mao Guoping, which left me puzzled as to why he changed his mind so abruptly, insisting on giving me 100,000 as thanks, claiming it was customary. Mo Fusang leaned against Wang Peng's shoulder and remarked, with such an example set before them, the ordinary citizens who voluntarily complied with the policies to dismantle their own illegal structures would not feel stifled. It is a pity that Lu Hua vastly underestimated the gossiping fervor of the citizens in the capital, especially for a newly minted urban hero like Lu Hua, who would surely leave a lasting impression. Indeed, while the bloodline of humanity may cause the demon slayer sword to vanish, in the presence of its own overlord bloodline, the sword's power becomes even more formidable, slaughtering hundreds of foes, fighting valiantly, all for the sake of saving them. Even beasts have their ideals. Naturally, their aspirations revolve around expanding territory, ensuring an ample food supply, and having many mates to reproduce. In truth, the ideals harbored by more than 90% of humanity are not dissimilar to those of beasts, merely revolving around survival rights and reproductive rights. I have managed to tend to all other injuries, yet the penetrating wound in the abdomen remains stubbornly difficult to treat. Feng Yu spoke gravely. Upon hearing Yang Jin's words and observing the expression on his face, the Dark Guards realized that they were once again destined for misfortune, bracing themselves to endure Yang Jin's wrath. As for my arrival at the prince's residence, Jiu Huang was well aware that Zhao Xian had anticipated my visit, which is why he appeared unperturbed upon encountering me, even articulating such words before I could disclose my intentions. Chuamo had no time for further contemplation. Clutching her guqin, she sprang to her feet, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, produced a series of melodious notes that obstructed the deadly strike. It was during his departure from Earth, while near the orbit of Jupiter, that he had spent several days contemplating and subsequently integrated the powers he currently possessed into a functional application. The opposing Dark Priest resurrected the Beast Warrior, which had only half its health remaining, retreating to the back, while the Dark Sorcerer replenished its vitality. Although the Beast Warrior was not slain, the expenditure of the Dark Priest's resurrection was still quite significant. Chu Fan's array of skills was unparalleled, excelling in both offense and defense among the players. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming pressure dissipated, and I felt a sudden lightness in my body, unable to resist kneeling down, my hands supporting me against the ground as I gasped for breath. With the seed of Igo planted on Earth discovered by Xiao Yu Bai, it ultimately failed to fulfill its mission of devouring the life of the universe on behalf of Igo. What is all this commotion at such a late hour? The disturbance must have startled the withered wood, resulting in his rather unpleasant tone at that moment. After speaking, he directed everyone's gaze towards the azure sky above, where a moon, resembling a millstone and adorned with a honeycomb structure, hung prominently, visible even in daylight. He halted his steps, gazing skyward, pondering that if there ever came a day when he could no longer tolerate this monotonous and dreary existence. Chapter 77. Progress. 3 months have swiftly passed. Senior brother, I have broken through. Senior brother, I too have achieved a breakthrough. Within the camp, joyous exclamations emanated from the rooms of Shangguan Honghua and Huaqin Yao. Shortly thereafter, both young women dashed out of their rooms simultaneously. In the open space, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Although Ji Wudao himself was rather inept, his prolonged tenure in a high position endowed him with commendable grace and appearance. Fortunately, during the latter part of the journey, the rogue Zhang Jun did not seek trouble with them, likely wishing to avoid alarming the snake, as they indeed had grand plans in motion. Zhao Zhendong keenly sensed the unusual emotion on his sister's face, immediately turning his attention to Zhao Chuchu, offering her a concerned smile. Ahu raised his arms defensively, arching his back, allowing Ji Meiru to unleash her attacks upon him without retaliating. Jiang Fan, you are here as well? What is happening inside? Su Yining and Su Jingyan arrived, discovering Jiang Fan also engaged in the examination. Ji Mingyue and Dongfang Wushuang made repeated attempts to launch attacks from behind the two in front, but all their efforts were thwarted by Sato's self-destructive defense, leading to a stalemate. With a loud bang, although Shinzhou had already attempted to evade, he was still struck back several steps, colliding into Pei Lisha, and both fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Lin Cixi observed with cold indifference as Bai Tianyun navigated the entire ordeal involving Song Shifeng and Bai Yuer. Qin Ming raised his hand to gather the blood droplets, which served as excellent nourishment for the withered blood poison vine. Yin Nan patted the young man's shoulder and cheerfully announced, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Su, allow me to extend my early New Year's greetings." With that, Yin Nan placed several boxes on the table. Wang Chunxue approached repeatedly, while Hua Yuye retreated several steps. The necessary exploitation continued, as Wang Chunxue seized upon Hua Yu's gentlemanly demeanor, thus applying further pressure. "Me? I have someone I admire." Guo Xiangyi uttered a fib, or perhaps a sliver of truth. Laughter echoed through the intercom, a trivial amusement that only Sun Qin would indulge in by pressing the single-channel button. In truth, not only Chang'e, but the expressions of those emerging from the room were far from favorable, as they were all ordinary individuals. As Tony dashed away, it was not until around 1 p.m. that Yin Nan waved him over, signaling that he could take a break. Instantly, Tony's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air. I pushed 2 suitcases and immediately spotted Zhang Chu, who dropped his baggage and approached me. However, in the next moment, another group of people playfully took my luggage, leaving me momentarily stunned as Chun Nao's smiling face danced before my eyes. If only Zhang Bin were here. It was the first time Shangguan Wenfei felt it unwise to send out the most formidable candidate to eliminate the mother bug. But why did it come to this? What could possibly compel the mother bug to activate this self-destructive skill? She had consistently maintained control over the pace of killing the mother bug. "With your reassurance, I can rest easy." He nodded. Ling Feng's thoughts were, in fact, aligned with his own. In Yi Xing's view, should players wish to grow stronger, forming a pact with creatures was merely one avenue, not the sole method. A splitting headache and numb limbs rendered Jiang Lushi feeling as though his body had ceased to exist. All he beheld was an expanse of darkness. The chill, which even sunlight could not dispel, coiled around everyone like a parasitic worm. Spring remained tantalizingly distant. Lin Yurong's eyes widened in shock, and as she endeavored to discern the characters, she discovered the air quivering, the letters gradually shifting from a dull hue to a brilliant glow, until they slowly faded into obscurity. Chapter 78. Mutation. Niu Dalong was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon his expression returned to normal. "But sister, that's of no consequence. If it pertains to a lover, then even if I cannot prevail, I shall resolutely contend with you, the one who dares to betray Xiao Yu." "Master, you have yet to answer me. May I challenge you?" Niu Dalong inquired once more. Lin Nan remained silent, merely gesturing toward Xiaobai. He Xin was momentarily taken aback, having initially perceived Yan Ruoyi's anger without considering whether Chu Haoming was involved. Only upon hearing Lin Meiqiong's comments did she come to realize. Hypocritical. Shin Changji quietly uttered those 2 words, provoking Qin Zhangye to glare at him. Old Ning, recalling his own unconscious state while being able to hear voices clearly, yet unable to open his eyes, wondered if the peace talisman placed beneath his pillow had truly worked when he awoke shortly after its placement. With a flourish of the Qingming sword, Chu Yi pierced through the chest of a dark sorcerer. Then with the sword radiating a brilliant light, he soared upwards, clad in the flame warrior's fire armor, conjuring a torrent of flames akin to a meteor's descent, charging towards the depths of the Yuanhuang continent where the cultivators resided. Revenge, complete and utter revenge. Dr. Dong's smile froze upon his face before he lowered his head once more. The death of so many indeed contravened the natural order. He hoped it was not too late to save some lives and mitigate the sins of the Dong family. As for why he had chosen this moment to issue a signal, Chui found it inappropriate to inquire, merely following behind them. Lonli appeared to be an artist from Huanya, her company's talent being gossiped about. As a boss, it was only natural for her to be displeased. The assistant director and those nearby had not even considered that Lonli would have any connection with Chung Lai, automatically assigning blame. After a series of clangs, Chu Xuanhao knelt amidst the courtyard, blood flowing from his lips, while his guards lay heavily injured beside him. Chu Xuanqi stood not far behind the Rui Wang, having already noticed Xiao Jinyan, but refrained from approaching. Luo Cheng kept a watchful eye on Xiao Jinyan from the sidelines, observing the scene with detached interest. "Young master, you have finally returned." As the carriage came to a halt, Yang Ming rushed over in a flurry. After all, Xiaonan Television could not allow any scandals involving fans committing self-harm or assault to arise. Lu Zhanbua also approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Zhanbua, and this is my sister Yifei." As he spoke, Zhangbo pointed to Hu Yifei, who was seated on the sofa. In this place, the majority consists of officials and nobles who harbor discontent towards the ministers, making it nearly unrealistic for them to navigate this space given their status. As soon as the words were spoken, a collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Even the prominent figures could not suppress their sideways glances. Following this, under the encouragement of Mikoto, Itachi stepped forward, prompting a flurry of discussions among the Uchiha elites below, who were the core of the clan and had mostly encountered Itachi before. I thought to myself, since I have long wished to investigate this golden club, I shall declare that I am here to inquire about Zhao Jejia. This grand hall, though seemingly devoid of peril, is in fact more treacherous than any danger. For the swathes of violets could have ensnared the tomb raiders lying upon the altar, who were likely disposed of here afterward. Under the watchful gaze of his father, Kai dutifully performed a bow and fell silent, as if his father had a keen understanding of his son's impetuous temperament. Yun Yi, you possess the means, do you not? Xian Sheng trembled as he grasped Yun Ye's hand. Cha-Cha remained uncertain of Zhao Li's true intentions, speculating that Zhao Li aimed to win over Tang San. As even she felt alarmed by Tang San's progress in cultivation. Embellishing his achievements was certainly advantageous, yet it paled in comparison to providing timely assistance in times of need. Chapter 79. A single man at the gate, Mount Qinyo. Wang Tianba reined in his horse, gazing down upon the distant flickering lights of Niujia village. Despite the wintry snowflakes swirling about, Wang Tianba stood bare-chested, revealing his robust physique, exuding heat as if he were a steaming furnace. Behind him, his companions lacked the ability to withstand the cold with mere flesh and were bundled tightly in animal hides. Only, to speak frankly, while she felt gratitude toward Li Yu, there remained a tinge of resentment due to his inaction and timidity. After perusing the news, Tao Ze erupted into hearty laughter. His impression of the customer completely transformed. What he once thought to be a nitpicking critic was now evidently a drunken braggart from who knows where. Jin Xiangkai shuddered, recalling the astounding force behind Chen Jingxiao's previous strike, which was utterly shocking. Upon noticing the younger sister and her companions carrying an exceptionally large wild boar, Lu Lisher's eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, one could observe the frost melting from her body at a visible pace, yet she remained devoid of breath and heartbeat. Initially, upon returning to the homeland, Catherine's feelings for him were expected to wane, yet to his surprise, they remained unchanged. Although she had appeared nonchalant earlier, was it not also for the sake of Qin Feng, or perhaps in hopes of garnering his concern? Lu Jinwei suggested selecting an actor from a media company in the mainland who could attract investors. Nevertheless, even so, the East Gate held a superior advantage for escape compared to the other options. After a while, Zhuge Liang turned to Lu Bian, affirming the conclusions and speculations Lu Bian had previously drawn. When the man's fist connected with Shun Gue, a mere flicker of dark yellow light enveloped Shun Gue, who then seemed utterly unfazed, retaliating with a punch that bore a glimmer of the same dark yellow radiance. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Tianhao casually inserted his hand into his pocket, retrieving the Panlong divine ring, which shimmered brilliantly on his left middle finger. She lifted her gaze to the window, discovering the sky still shrouded in darkness, while sleep eluded her. Thus, she resolved to sit up, burying her face in her knees, her mind weaving together fragmented memories from dreams. The mist enveloped the rooftop, sketching a hazy, ethereal realm that stirred countless thoughts. In the event that Lung Haoshuan resolved to pursue Ning Ning, desiring Su Jinxian to become her stepmother, what then could be done if he decided to silence her here in the villa? Later, during a transaction, the venue was set at the horse ranch, where Tang Ningen gazed upon the galloping horses, reigniting the martial arts dream within her. For a time, she devoted every spare moment to learning horseback riding at the ranch, initially struggling so much that she could hardly walk, let alone sit comfortably. Yuan Ling refrained from further words, rising to bow before departing directly to his room. Having easily navigated the familiar path, a young man, fully acquiring and controlling Tuanmei. What sort of background and capability does he possess? She was truly astounded. When her sister linked arms with her, an ominous premonition flashed through her mind, yet she never anticipated her sister would cruelly harm her own child. If she could be with Qin Xian, even if it did not culminate in a lasting union, she could still secure a substantial separation fee. Perhaps a few million from Qin Xian would suffice to ensure her lifetime of comfort. Borneo, Natuna, Bangka Belitung, and even Palembang. These regions, once dominated by Chinese influence, finally attained their own sovereignty, acquiring a brand new name, Nanhua. Chapter 80. Insignificance. A pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon Niu Dalong's heart, rendering his breath labored and his body seemingly immobilized by an invisible force, stiffening him in place. For the first time, he felt the weight of his realm's suppression. Prior to this, Lin Nan, or the Little White Fox, had never revealed their true strength before him, nor had they ever released their cultivation aura, leaving Niu Dalong only aware of their formidable prowess. Yet the members of Qing Shuimen retreated, leaving the elders of Zhaoyang Palace and Zui Yizhong in a state of bewilderment, with Cui Kongdu offering scathing jibes. Yu Minhao, feeling a lack of confidence in the presence of two highly experienced mid-level actors, could only stand behind Zhou Yang, fortunate that the script did not assign him too many lines. It was precisely because of this that at the moment of Hou Yi's rebellion, he never entertained the thought of surviving by chance. Thus he resolutely self-destructed, intending to inflict damage upon Zhang Xiu and others, with the hope of finding a means to resurrect himself once the heavenly demon seized control of the three realms. The city god was taken aback, attempting to grasp the official seal, only to find it fortuitously in Zhang Xiu's possession. Blood had already dripped onto the flame magic crystal in Bai Xiaoma's hand. Although devoid of inner spiritual power, Bai Xiaoma had long realized that her blood could serve as an excellent casting material, capable of forcibly activating the magical scroll as long as the magic crystal provided energy and her blood served as the core. The reason for her departure from Huatai Securities was rather peculiar, as the company had dismissed her due to her absenteeism, leading to a legal dispute between the two parties. The village itself was small. Thus, the so-called wedding procession merely circled around the village to arrive at the village chief's residence. Without the detour, it would likely take just a minute or two to reach. At present, her dental condition had not yet improved, rendering it inconvenient for her to eat. Her favorite meat required soaking in porridge before it could be consumed, lest it become too tough to bite. Meanwhile, the hall was already filled with people. Aside from Zhao Bailing and others, there were several helpers they had recruited, while the Oxhead and Horseface stood guard at Zhang Xiu's bedroom door, adopting a vigilant stance akin to armed protectors. To be candid with Wang Shui, upon initially detecting the bandits' trail, I did contemplate a decisive battle against them and reporting to the court, as well as pacifying the commoners. The words of the guerrilla general prompted the vice-general to turn in surprise, his eyes filled with astonishment. The two decided to share a husband, with Chao Yuhua willingly accepting the role of a side wife to the Fan family. Cui Jianyan returned to inform her husband, and while Fan Shi initially declined, he soon relented upon seeing his wife's resolute demeanor, gladly acquiescing to the arrangement. Thus, they enlisted Cui Jianyan's cousin to act as a matchmaker for the Chao family. The entire Changsa city once again settled into tranquility, with the Inu royal family reigning over the city, and none dared to defy their rule. To describe this death and onest with modern terminology, their relationship could be likened to a mere fade. Consequently, the stock market plummeted nearly 200 points, and the share price of Shinnan Company fell below 10 yuan, reaching a mere 9.8. Without hesitation, Li Dinghua dispatched individuals to inform the Ming army in western Guangdong, orchestrating the sequence of retreat and establishing contingency plans in case of an alarm. He then led his troops in a coordinated withdrawal towards Guangxi, providing cover for one another. Currently, the market boasts both the original VCD by Wan Yan and a newly emerged DVD player from Samsung. Dahishan sat silently on the ground, his chains clanking together, producing a jarring, unpleasant sound. The reason Li Qing spoke to Yu Feihong in such a tone was entirely due to being unceremoniously kicked out of bed by her in his sleep, resulting in a painful fall without any forewarning. After toying with Liu Nai for a while, Lu Tianyu ceased his pursuit. Otherwise, given Liu Nai's capabilities, should Lu Tianyu wish for her demise, she would undoubtedly not see the dawn of the following day. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Ini had yet to debut, and the influence of these individuals had yet to manifest. If they were to debut, the consequences would be staggering. Chapter 81. From the sky, a thud. Wang Tianba hurled the battered and bloodied Niu Dalong, who was almost unrecognizable, before the gathered villagers. Kneel before me, extend your necks, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as him. It was then that the crowd recognized that what Wang Tianba had thrown to the ground was indeed a human being, Niu Dalong. Did you think that eliminating me and the head of the Jiang family would bring an end to this? Jiang Wu sneered. blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Luo Zhe. When Yi Lingyue unveiled the white cloth and reached for the object on the tray, the crowd was astonished to discover that it contained nothing but a single leaf, ordinary, even slightly yellowed and withered at the edges. "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiang rushed to bow, though he was not afraid of death. Who wouldn't wish to live if given the choice? It seemed that upon his arrival, those individuals had already perished, and he remained oblivious to who had brought about their demise. Clearly, the general possessed additional forces at his disposal. Instinctively, she touched her body, utterly incredulous that she remained unscathed. This lazy individual truly required more discipline. Su Miao personally stepped forward and pushed open the heavy wooden door, which creaked ominously. Yet no servant appeared to pay their respects. Without the 9 nether ghost domain, none present were a match for Zhang Mu, ensuring that their mission was doomed to fail. Many plans would be thwarted without the necessary disguises of that caliber. However, the quagmire encountered by Wang Li was evidently of a different nature. In this mire, one needed only to keep moving to avoid sinking. Yet, should one come to a halt, they would gradually succumb to its depths. Seeing Kunwu Yi temporarily occupied, Mu let out a sigh of relief, swiftly shifting his form and employing the secret technique of concealment. The fog beasts drawn by the remnants of battle, upon witnessing their target vanish, began to howl and shove one another in a frenzy, ultimately engaging in a fierce brawl. However, he found it peculiar that Murphy had yet to appear, despite having seen news of her return to Jiangqing. "Don't worry, Brother Yang," Guizi assured with a smile. "Sister Ding Xiang and I practice almost daily in Guangdong province. I will make every effort to impress the director." I felt a twinge of amusement, thinking that this wretched weapon posed an almost negligible threat to us. "Third Master, your dried meat is as heavy as a boulder." Qing Lu revealed a half-missing front tooth. Noticing that the immediate danger had subsided, I instructed others to search for supplies within, while remaining vigilant for any special metallic devices. At this moment, the bright moon illuminated the sky, with stars twinkling, and the fresh air invigorated my spirit as I strolled leisurely. As for the cavalry, that was even more of a farce. There were no horses aboard the ship. Even those extravagant tribes that brought their war horses had but a few, and my dragon-slaying tribe had none. "All right, we shall take our leave," Gong Qingyu said, pulling Knight Jin's hand while waving goodbye to Lung Xuanyu. Just as she attempted to muster a smile, a surge of pain intensified, becoming increasingly pronounced. In truth, he was quite content with the current outcome. He had initially feared he would have to piece together a full set of armor piece by piece. Had that been the case, the formation would have been completed in stages, significantly diminishing the overall potency of the armament and causing numerous issues with the formation's operation. The world of cultivators unveiled itself to her, marked by an indelible impression of blood and flames. What a fallacy! Shaw again swung his sword with such ferocity that the gale generated by the blade made it nearly impossible to approach. Yet amidst such relentless onslaught, another Shaw managed to evade and defend with ease, not sustaining a single scratch from his attacks. Chapter 82. Leave this to me. Lin Nan disregarded the bandits he had subdued with his aura, turning to the village chief. "Chief, take the long and have everyone return home. Leave this to me." Over the past nearly year, Lin Nan had frequented Niu family village, not only becoming a regular visitor at Niu Xiaoyu's home, but also ingraining himself into the very fabric of the village. The players stood on high alert, their faces marked by terror, while the higher-ups, though seething with rage at our actions, had no choice but to prepare for defensive measures. Fu Xinrui, clad in her oversized garments, wandered about the room, her mind racing. She had gone to negotiate with Ji Shangnan that day. Yet how had things devolved to this extent? Zhang Shuwu slammed his fist onto the table, exchanging glances with Li Xinkai and Huang Tao, who were perplexed by the apparent animosity between the Japanese 6th Division and their commander. Why had the commander, upon encountering this division, abandoned a nearly completed battle plan to engage in a head-on confrontation? The explosion's force was tremendous. As a demolition expert, Hao Yang instinctively knew such a thing was impossible. How could a bomb have slipped past his very eyes? On the screen, Yu Yao displayed a flicker of helplessness, quickly transforming into a sense of comfort and calmness. In the face of death, both displayed an infinite tranquility. Clad in a brand new military uniform adorned with tassels, Sun Guiming appeared within the command center, causing momentary astonishment among the crowd. At such a critical juncture, with the front line having fallen, the brigade commander still had the presence of mind to don a fresh uniform? What? Hijimu exclaimed in alarm. If that were the case, then the Huangyang ice field would be completely surrounded by the Hetao forces, leaving no room for escape should they launch an attack. General Zhang Shiwu was determined to confront the Japanese forces. Such an army, with its sword aimed at its target, would be unstoppable. What could the Kanto army, which had been thoroughly humiliated in Qingda, possibly do? Xin Ku was relentless, charging forth regardless of whether a path lay ahead. Even if no path existed, he would carve one with his dual-bladed battle axe, forging a bloody trail. On the battlefield, he would not concern himself with whether the path ahead was fraught with peril or smooth sailing. He only knew that the path lay before him. How could it be me? This must be a mistake, she exclaimed. Hadn't he just been working on her mindset? She attempted to ignore the rapid pulsation of her heart. Yet her grip on the glass remained firm, her thumb unconsciously tapping the surface. A military unit unexpectedly emerged from a gently rising slope, which was significantly higher than the surrounding terrain. Upon her release from prison, she had contemplated moving out, not for any particular reason, but simply to have a space of her own where she could breathe freely. Yet, when she voiced this desire to her mother, she was met with vehement opposition. Her mother forbade her from even considering it, as her grandmother had already arranged a match for her. Now, whenever she spoke, the others connected her to her influential background, compelling them to take her suggestions seriously. The hall fell silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. 100 or so living souls stood motionless, their eyes fixated on the notebook in Jiotian's hands, their faces blank with shock. It could alleviate the fatigue of many, allowing the body to bypass the mind and directly relax. As the soldiers defending the palace were nearly vanquished, the commander of the Pishi army, Shiluaishi, had gathered all troops, retreating to the grand plaza before the hall, fortifying the 3 cardinal directions of the square. Yu gazed upon the group atop the platform, her eyes flitting over Suha and the others. Overwhelmed with despair, she lowered her head and fled the square. Huabai emerged from the shop, casting a gentle glance at Jiotian, then pointed towards the long-haired youth. Her knowledge of the realm of the gods was limited to what she had learned later from Huangjiu, realizing that the realm had become a place of desolation, with no traces left to be found. Chapter 83. Inquiry. As winter gives way to spring, the villagers of Niujiao were toiling in the fields, the air thick with the fragrant smoke of cooking fires. Nuoxio approached from a distance, and upon seeing her, Nudalong, who had been working bare-chested, was instantly filled with joy, dropping his hoe and hurrying towards her. "Ha Dalong. You seem quite excited now that Xiaoyu has come to deliver your meal." It turned out that Yuan Zhang had hastily departed for the mortal realm before his grand wedding in the Jinwu realm, lingering here for so many years, with no foreseeable return to Jinwu. The sealed fox demon soul and the pure golden cauldron had been shattered. Remnants lay strewn across the floor of the Daoxian Hall, alongside Li Wu's discarded outer garment, which bore the fragments of the golden cauldron. When asked about the price, Li Hao chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured regarding the price. As long as Qi Man is willing to join my evil entertainment, I can offer this sum for the signing fee." As his words settled, he extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. "No need for such formality, Director Yang," Li Hao humbly replied, inviting Yang Shirlei to take a seat on the sofa. The brother and sister moved with grace, akin to ethereal beings. Their mastery of martial arts was profound, with Yun Jingming having diligently studied the Yun family fist, intricately blending it with grappling techniques that were exceptionally fierce. Yet, regardless of the assaults, Duo Jimai wielded her twin hammers, fiercely shielding both herself and her brother. The entrance stood wide open, the thin layer of snow on the path recently swept, revealing a way into the serene depths of the temple. Upon receiving a message in the office, Lingling felt an inexplicable ache in her head upon seeing the name Xingxing. A fragmented memory of being struck by a vehicle lingered in her mind. Regardless of how many times Qing Jiu's master urged her, that perseverance would not go unrewarded. It paled in comparison to the impact of Yi Taoling's words, "You have worked hard." Murmuring to herself, she fixed her gaze intently on the sandalwood side door of the opulent residence, where a rotund, middle-aged man, clad in black finery, squatted beside the stone steps of the courtyard, his round face etched with worry, the anxiety and compassion in his eyes growing more pronounced. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, his body merging with the land he had vowed to protect, blood nourishing the soil as his spirit returned home. To be honest, at that moment, Yun was unsure of her own standing, but surmised that the heavenly sovereign would not be her match. "Sister, you are indeed remarkably astute," No one has discovered my presence along the way. Luo smiled faintly after speaking. Ing Shiran, somewhat fastidious, observed Ji's actions, calculating that once she departed, he would hastily summon someone to replace the table, for he could not endure working at such a table any longer. Some friendships begin with a bond akin to sworn brothers, yet ultimately end in parting ways. As for why he consistently disregarded the Yunlan sect, it was likely the captain was negotiating prices, aiming to inflate the cost. In 23 days, the resource center in the central city will open, he stated, organizing his thoughts. Especially these two, one exuding an enduring charm and mature nobility, while the other, though petite in stature, radiated an undeniable aura of authority, possessing an impeccable grasp of appearance, posture, and temperament. Upon entering, the barrage of inquiries directed at him had drained his patience. It was astonishing that someone so young could be more verbose than he. An elder. Before Luo could fully grasp the implications of his words, he felt a weight upon his lips. This kiss lacked the frenzy of the Qixi festival. Instead, it was tender and lingering, evoking within Luo a profound illusion of being cherished by the one he loved. Instinctively parting his lips, their tongues entwined, Luo felt as though he were lost in a dream. Chapter 84. Message. The practitioner, upon hearing the words, remained silent, surveying the entire Nyojia village from his elevated position, finding nothing worthy of his attention or suspicion. Which direction is Nyojia town? The man inquired once more. My lord, it lies 30 miles to the east, Nuuxio replied earnestly. The man nodded indifferently before. It is no wonder Xiaoshuan would act thus. One could only wonder why Lady Feng would utter such callous words to wound his heart. After a Lin pushed Meng Yinxi away, Tao Jingying spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva in sheer fury. He recognized the Greeks' animosity towards all Han and Tatar peoples, a sentiment that could not be concealed. In a ruthless bid to fully occupy Kerch, Qin Xuan mercilessly drove all captured Greeks to the seaport, binding their limbs and weighting them with stones before casting them into the sea, one by one. Lu Kaiwei understood, yet felt the pressure was manageable. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had given their all. This pressure was acknowledged. Gradually, his abilities began to manifest, and his network expanded. However, since 7 years prior, he faced challenges far exceeding his capacity, not in quality, but in sheer quantity. The primary utility of this skill was not to enhance attack power, but to significantly reduce the core time spent earning money. Do you all wish to die? Or do you want your 7 kings to perish? Wang Yimou bellowed. At this juncture, He Zhiyu pondered whether he should open his heart to Burigua. He was not one to share his innermost thoughts, and believed his ideas too simplistic. Fearing ridicule. This time, Dian Wei no longer awaited passively, but took the initiative, his heavy footsteps thudding against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. As Yang A Ruo approached, Dian Wei swung his spear, aiming a thrust at her neck and lower regions with deadly intent. Compared to the loosely organized Poyer noble cavalry, the Knights of Qin Song showcased their superior horsemanship after rigorous training. Everyone, both horse and rider, clad in unified armor. The intricately etched and sculpted artistry paired with fearsome masks lent an air of mystery. Their formation dubbed the Ironclad Legion. Is this strategy of dividing forces proposed by the Prince of Revenge? Lin Xiao glanced at him, hesitating before asking. Lin Yang, if you continue to prattle, I swear I shall never see you again. Han Yusen exclaimed, infuriated that he still mocked her at such a juncture. Lin Yang, do you truly doubt me so? Ningxi stared at him intently, their eyes locking, prompting Lin Yang to chuckle nervously as he averted his gaze from her intense stare. How could I not trust the chairperson? I merely intended to leave the decision to you. That should pose no issue, with 2 top-tier masters in action. As long as one can entangle the master guard beside Xiao Tianxi, the other can surely eliminate him with ease, Jinja stated solemnly. Each strike from Feng Yuan's sword resonated with the sound of thunder, causing the purple-armored Xian lizard to emit a wretched howl upon impact. Although he had slain Lao Tian, that was a decisive blow, with no direct confrontation. Now, knowing the opponent had a new leader, who happened to be Lao Tian's biological brother, he felt the need for utmost caution. I advise you, regarding my identity, it is of great significance. You would do well not to spread it indiscriminately, or else the elders of my Wangyu Valley will not spare you, Yi Yulan stated, unwilling to dwell further on the topic, shifting the conversation smoothly. A few miles away, Duan Susu leaned against Li Haoran, her face radiating a joyful expression of relief after calamity. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, Qiong and I? How Sun became resolute. Much like Shako remarked, scoring. Is it still a matter for Shako? Chapter 85. Please take action. Brothers and sisters, we have lingered here for nearly a year, during which we have remained untroubled by the world. Yet, I am acutely aware that, like me, each of you harbors a burning desire for vengeance within your hearts. What have we toiled so fervently for? Indeed, it is revenge. Now, the enemy lies nearby. Retribution is imperative. The vast expanse of stars was thus fragmented, subsequently floating in the void. Taoist Duobao stood upon a star, while the Grand Master Jinyuan also stood upon another. After exchanging blows for 2 rounds, they paused momentarily, locked in a standoff. I shall return another day, Zhao Jingsa pondered, then mounted his bicycle to return. Upon reaching a place out of the goalkeeper's sight, Zhao Jingsa turned and made his way to the back of the Welfare Institute. There was something peculiar about this situation. Zhao Jingsa intended to clarify the basic circumstances first. Let us get some practice. You are not yet accustomed to this. When I send you to America, how will you survive? Furthermore, let us not forget that these 2 items were invented by Lu Zigong himself, rather than fortuitously acquired. The entire abyssal blood sea seemed to roar in fury. Waves of malevolence surged toward this fiery sphere, coalescing into a formidable presence. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, staining the entirety of the 3 realms crimson. Upon completing the rites and taking her hand to step into the grand banquet hall, I sensed her tension for the umpteenth time. TSK, who would have thought the Winged King would be so apprehensive? Mu Lin, having been seen through by him, felt her cheeks flush beneath the veil, just as she was about to erupt, when the amplified voices of 2 esteemed ladies from the court reached her ears. While everyone was still focused on Fei and Ayer, Lin Wei had already exited the dining hall, unnoticed by anyone, wearing a faint smirk of derision. What? County Chief Zhao, eating chili and cucumber during the New Year? I must have misheard. Zhang Shuzhen's husband rushed out from the kitchen. Zhuan Wangu raised his wine glass. Yet I dare not engage in a game of chess with the great Emperor Dongyin, whose chess skills are renowned far and wide. After they downed their drinks, the great Emperor Dongyin offered a second toast, this time in gratitude for Zhuan Wangu's assistance. The existence of Shi Wang has always acted as a shield. The southwestern powers mutually restrain one another, preventing anyone from gaining undue advantage. The western factions have grown stronger over the years, and not long ago attempted to seize Shi Wang to open a passage. However, they were caught between enemies, leading to a hasty withdrawal after negotiations with Nanshun and Zhong Wei. Spare the pretense. You are from the Huaxia martial group, aren't you? Lin Yu replied calmly, slowly adjusting his attire. Yes. Once we leave the Tianwu mountain range, villages will undoubtedly appear. Xiaoming took a piece of fruit and began to eat, having been reduced to hunger pangs. Shui Ju Shu observed their unwavering confidence and felt relieved, casually sampling a piece himself. Although slightly astringent, it possessed a refreshing sweetness. In that moment, Wu Tai and Wu Popo both gazed at the whirlpool of flowing sand with furrowed brows, seemingly waiting for the sand to settle before making any plans. Xiao Er, perhaps grasping some understanding, nodded. When Er Mao poked his head out from his embrace, anxiously eyeing the wild fruit in Xiao Er's hand. She giggled and handed the fruit to him. One must note that Xian Yuan Taizhu was currently kneeling on the ground, lacking leverage, and could only exert a mere 50 to 60% of his strength. Jizong believed that Lin Yu had lost all trust in the Ji family, causing him to panic. Zhai Exin understood that it would be challenging to persuade him to abandon his intentions at once. So he took the initiative to suggest visiting Lu Yinxue, but was stopped by Shao Kong at the moment he pushed the door open. The 2 wielding the rods were not surprised by the situation, and simultaneously called out softly, their magic wands striking down like drumsticks. Chapter 86. The so-called fellow travelers. Why should a mere insignificant disciple without sect affiliation remind us of such things? Sun Bin chuckled, pushing away the maid in his arms, stretching lazily before standing up, activating his aura to dispel the scent of alcohol. Those around him, seeing this, reluctantly set down their cups and rose alongside him. Brothers the demons. Replying to the prince, it is the 3rd prince who wishes to visit the 9th prince. The voice of Steward Wang trembled anxiously from outside the door. Gazing at the magnificently grand angel city before him, Zhang Feihong could not help but observe it closely. Very well. Ling Tian smiled. Drinking 3 cups of Mao Tai in one go, which for him was akin to drinking water. After engaging in 20 rounds of combat, a bandit guard let out a wail and collapsed, spilling a mix of money and equipment. I hurriedly counted 2,500 in money, along with sturdy shoulder armor. Thankfully, these individuals had no designs on Lu Ting, but rather sought to steal tea. Some perhaps aimed to pilfer the cultivation and processing materials for these two types of tea. Otherwise, even 10 Lu Tings would have succumbed entirely, especially after the past few months of consuming the first-class green tea, which had transformed Lu Ting into a delicate beauty. Wang Ji's heart sank into despair as he clenched his trembling arm around his firearm, pressing the barrel to his temple and pulling the trigger fiercely. This combat uniform, which I have named the Songlong Combat Suit, is a groundbreaking new style that leads the world, employing a technology known as digital camouflage. Combat is inevitable. The key is to avoid recklessly charging into the enemy's fortified positions and instead seek suitable opportunities. Xiao Han began to scout for talent. This was cheap labor, and why not take advantage of it? After all, these two would inevitably be implicated in the affairs of Wawashan. So it was better to hint at the situation now and give them a sense of security. Ascending the ridge from the side, they indeed found several sections of barbed wire cut open by steel pliers, while the Kwanda army took photos with their phones. Jiang Qianqi retorted, a smile gracing his face, embodying the demeanor of a rogue. The green sword tassel remained unchanged. Logically, at a meeting of this level, participants would be individuals of high stature and influence. While one cannot say they would remain unperturbed in the face of a mountain collapsing before them, under normal circumstances, they should be able to conceal their emotions. Yu Sheng felt a sense of vexation. After 10 years, how could she realize that she actually did not know him? This realization troubled her. What Ling Shui was unaware of was that Huang Qing had helped to block Mu Zhen, allowing Ling Shui to thoroughly reprimand Lu Xun, partly due to her father. Ling Donglai. Even Bu Qianfan dared not face the assault of dozens of cultivators. Should he sustain injuries, even if he entered the next round, he would become the first target for elimination. It must be that mysterious boss behind Qin Shi, who was rumored to be accompanied by a child, Gu Zian thought. She saw her master meditating in the open forest, while the aroma of rice wafted from the thatched house, revealing that her master could actually cook porridge, indicating rapid progress in his body-forging technique. I could understand being watched, but that was not our goal. Time is the most precious resource, and we must seize every moment. I merely suppressed my overwhelming joy, waiting for the others to complete their stone deciphering before arranging for the captured stones to be taken away for documentation. The Prince of Yu also had gifts to present, but it fell short of the royal steward's visit. Additionally, the Emperor's generous gifts were personally delivered by the head of the ritual office, who came to console Lord Tong and the matriarch. That malevolent cultivator had been recklessly using artifacts to launch attacks downward when suddenly struck by a simple spiritual consciousness assault, causing his consciousness C to be obliterated. Chapter 87. Interest. These few minor demons are indeed my fellow travelers. However, their actions, when compared to your unholy collusion with the demonic clan of Tianhua sect to harm our human cultivators, are acts of great virtue. In my eyes, they resemble humanity far more than you do. And as for you, let alone being demons, you are even inferior to swine and dogs, Lin Nan stated calmly. Sun Bin flushed with anger from Lin Nan's humiliation. Su Yao's mind raced with several thoughts as she bit her lip, seemingly having made a certain decision, her hands forming an intricate spell, as the orcs, filled with gratitude, yearned to partake in the fruits of their labor. They discovered that these industries and lands had already changed hands, although General Situ Jin of Dingxi currently walked closely with them. Sima Lai would not forget the presence of the Northern Guard General Shi Zhaozhong, a figure aligned with the Emperor and presently counted among the forces loyal to the Empress. However, upon hearing this, Shi San found himself believing him. He had witnessed Yang Yu's enlightenment at the monument with his own eyes and firmly believed that Yang Yu would surely succeed in his cultivation. Thus, he ceased to press the matter. The old-fashioned buildings indeed proved sturdy. The sound of concrete blocks hitting the ground sent a shiver of discomfort through me. What use do we have for such rubbish? What need have we for elementary textbooks when we are here to study advanced courses? Why must we receive them all at once? Those items cost money. I refuse to be fooled, Dan Tai Chiang declared with pride. Moreover, memorizing such lengthy incantations took considerable time, and their effectiveness was unreliable. How on earth could a frog recite spells? When the headquarters of the Leopard King group collapsed, Over 300 individuals were still working inside. Now, all those people were trapped beneath the rubble, and Mr. and Mrs. M.O. were among them. Bah! This tea remains as bitter as ever. The old man Feng Tian showed no regard, spitting it out outright, brandishing the fine tea leaves he had prepared earlier. In this critical moment, a blue light ignited at Qiyu's chest, and a blue vortex materialized before him, instantly sucking in the 3 white sword energies. Simultaneously, 2 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, representing the divine sealing list and the divine whip brought forth by Hong Jun in his quest for divinity. The appearance of these 2 treasures signified the conclusion of the divine catastrophe. When they landed in Jiang Zia's embrace, it stirred little commotion. In contrast, the saints were far more concerned about the shattering of the primordial realm. Chen Xiao had specifically come to thwart any unexpected incidents, only to encounter 2 CIA agents. A bloodline king from the vampire clan. If he concealed his aura and launched a surprise attack, no one could withstand it. Tang Luo muttered to himself. The use of energy in Huaxiao was still rare, yet he had recently encountered 4. My grand plan is to annihilate this divine mountain tribe. Do you still have faith to join me? The stakes have been clearly laid out. Long chuckled. Bailey Dengfeng stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back. His pure white robe billowing in the fierce wind, his countenance austere and striking, his deep, dark eyes gleaming like stars in the night sky, radiating a gaze that seemed to look down upon the mortal realm, evoking a sense of awe akin to a descending celestial being. Meng Lei and the others took a few steps back, observing Feng Jinhong curled on the ground, covered in footprints, feeling a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Strengthening one's power? What does that mean? Yun Xian furrowed his brow in confusion, evidently struggling to comprehend what Liang Bo was saying. With no time for further contemplation, Long Ci immediately donned the protective suit's hood and activated the internal oxygen supply system, severing the connection with the air inside the light shield. Years ago, the leader of the Yujing divine sect suffered a devastating blow to his resolve, becoming ensnared in demonic thoughts, posing little obstacle to their plans. Chapter 88. Separate Actions. Lin Nan pointed at the map and said, "This issue has already crossed my mind." The sect master anticipated this calamity, using the sect competition to send us away, preserving the ember for Lantian's sect. Thus, I am certain that the sect master deliberately sent us here, not by chance, but with intent. Is alchemy not quite simple? As long as one possesses sufficient mental strength and is well-versed in alchemical techniques, one can succeed. Due to his skeptical disposition, Yan Jun did not dare to take more than a single piece of meat during his initial tasting. Bai Mu cried out in pain, having lost his balance from a kick by Zhang Yuran, and Zhang Yuran seized the opportunity to pull hard with his left hand, sending Bai Mu crashing down. Just as he pondered further, a servant reported that someone from the Western Mountain Daoist Command had come to pay a visit. If they were truly formidable, they would immediately approach, seeking collaboration, eager to deliver high-tech innovations. Thus, she instinctively harbored no ill feelings toward Liu Bai and did not believe he would harm her. Everything proceeded smoothly. The experimental satellite above had also been activated by Liu Bai. This satellite's function was straightforward. It merely observed the Middle Earth below. Then your relationship with the Crown Prince is not entirely obscure, is it? Wei Feiyue retorted to Lin Shanshan, silencing her with a single phrase, causing Lin Shanshan to close her mouth. The Crown Prince, noticing the Queen's prolonged silence, looked up at her, only to see her expression grow increasingly sinister and fearsome. "We are all brothers. Please go easy on each other when the time comes," Tianyu remarked half-jokingly upon entering the room. The villagers escaping from Misty Village witnessed this scene, their mouths agape in astonishment. However, merely striking down a single spotted hyena was far from sufficient. As Yi Xingqian swung his sword, he severed the limbs of another spotted hyena. Just as he wished to inquire further, Dong Huang Tai unexpectedly saluted him before vanishing beyond the horizon. Moreover, this recent explosive growth differed slightly from previous instances. This difference lay in the fact that the enormous divine tree was glowing. Zhang Yi exerted his legs, shattering the rocks binding his feet, then took a swift step forward to grasp Kakashi's left hand. The sinister dragon within him buzzed and trembled, continuously refining the pure, potent energy contained within various spiritual herbs. The heavenly Tao is astute and sensitive. It can discern any external intrusions in an instant. At this moment, the disciples of the Jiuli sect gathered on Black Rock Star, a formidable force exceeding 80,000, with the majority being experts of the creation realm or higher. Such immense power amassed together could easily sweep away a dominant sect of any star domain. Even members of the Chodao clan within the team were consuming the most ordinary of meals, albeit with a higher proportion of jerky, as their extraordinary abilities were linked to their own fat reserves. Upon witnessing the emergence of this puppet, Niu Song and others lay down on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Speaking of this topic, Lin Ai's expression turned complex. Although she felt anger towards the Yuhua project, it was directed solely at the one who proposed it. The two individuals before her were presumably unaware, implying that those who initiated the Yuhua project were all deceased. Tang Ming's expression grew grave. A golden horned python nearly led to his demise, and now encountering a dragon was akin to courting death. Of course, such an unforeseen turn of events was beyond Wang Nanbei's expectations. Yet now, even the whereabouts of the hybrids remained a mystery, even if trouble arose. Wang Nanbei could do nothing to assist. Perhaps he could only hope to escape the pursuit of American agents safely. Chapter 89. Fighting side by side, the little white fox seemed to sense Lin Nan's emotions, blinking its bright, lively eyes and chirping, "Master, Little White is not afraid." After a brief pause, it clenched its tiny fist and continued, "I can't wait to join you in dealing with those evil cultivators and the demon clan pursuing me. All right, let us be companions and give it our all." Moments later, the four arrived aboard the slightly worn Diyin Mercenary Corps starship. All right, Su Rue and Duan Zong personally assessed that this vessel was undoubtedly more dilapidated than the one belonging to old Xietao. Even if they won the team battle, each person could only earn 100 points besides lifespan energy. Awakening Talent 1. Spike Growth, which allows the growth of black spikes at any skin location for 30 seconds. Application: Spiked Fists. Alternatively, China was too young to notice the markings on the tree trunk, as they could easily be overlooked if not examined closely. Yet, each time Shi Shuang turned around, the two shared an uncanny understanding, both smiling at Shi Shuang before returning the smile to one another. Although Shi Shuang found their smiles somewhat eerie, she could not quite articulate why. Jinhao entered his bank account details into a message and sent it out before making a phone call. "It's me. Transfer 3 million to the account I just sent you." Having said that, he abruptly ended the call. Before Xiao Mai met his demise. In other words, before he ascended to the throne, Xiao Qiong existed more as a ceremonial figure, a mere symbol. Thus, after a resounding shout from the 10, they surged forward, fists and feet aimed at Shun An's vital points. As for Huisi Lei, he was disqualified from the assessment due to sustaining injuries that delayed him for over a month, hence he did not participate. "I have already sent someone to check the place. You can simply move in with your bag, and I have also negotiated the price for you," Yin Jin remarked. Lu Ji, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled. After countless evasion attempts, she had finally cornered Lu Ji, making her search over the past few days worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wan, behind her, Lu Jixing had quietly slipped into a corner, so swiftly that even Lu Ji did not notice. As the end of term examinations approached, Yuxing diligently attended classes every day, revising earnestly after school, leaving no time even for the development of new products. Surely, academics take precedence, and I would never harbor any resentment. He Baisheng gazed at the individual before him, the initial spark of attraction long extinguished. Xiao Yin gently placed her on the stone platform, sitting heavily beside her and taking several deep breaths. Faced with such a situation, Lung Xiaohan did not directly resort to divination, but instead sought out an inn, securing a room at the earliest opportunity. In the late autumn, the grand doors of the princess's palace swung open, inviting Luya inside. As Luya surveyed the interiors of the palace, every detail resonated with childhood memories, bringing tears to her eyes. In a moment so fleeting it could almost be disregarded, a weasel suddenly leaped swiftly to the side, indicating that had a shot been fired earlier, it would indeed have missed. Now that this matter has been settled, his local mission has been accomplished, and he is free to continue his journey. Isu, may I give it a name? Zhu Shi raised his head to look at Sumu Bai. The shattered, colorful brilliance transformed into a myriad of luminous points amidst the tremendous explosion, merging with the entire atmosphere in a manner that was utterly enchanting. Oldly nodded at Guyu Rant's words, showing no signs of hesitation. Amidst the carnage, as Sun Feng Zhao recited his incantation, the newly forged 7 absolute sword vanished from sight, leaving the trembling Geha Bai before it in utter bewilderment. The young man conversing with his senior sister not only widened his eyes in arrogance, but also displayed a disdainful demeanor, occasionally sneering as if he were cursing an enemy rather than speaking with a comrade. Chapter 90. Drawing fire to my surprise. You have already claimed the celestial fox as your own. In that case, Lin Nan, I can no longer ensure your complete safety. Luo Chung observed the connection between Lin Nan and the celestial fox, recognizing the crucial element, his expression darkening further. Flames flickered at his fingertips as he swiftly inscribed a rune in the air. The rune ignited. Fortunately, during their intense battle, they had distanced themselves from their comrades. Otherwise, the lives of thousands of soldiers could have been extinguished in an instant. What do you propose? If you are not convinced that I am inferior to Yang Yang, then promptly withdraw, James shouted. Xiang Er had meticulously arranged everything, leaving him no opportunity to assist. To his surprise, she had come to the royal palace with genuine intent. He assumed there was a matter to discuss, but she inquired about the recent victory at the border and the rewards for the generals returning to the capital. When Su Ying and Lord Wang entered, everyone's attention shifted to them, familiar faces exchanging glances and murmurs. He is merely a golden core cultivator. Can he truly escape from the grand soul-killing formation? Song Dao asked, promptly probing with his consciousness, determined to scour the entirety of Grand Soul City. Indeed, in Amolar, Gao Shui possessed godlike powers. Yet those were confined to the planet's interior. The enemy wielded formidable armed forces aboard their space fleet, capable of launching a one-sided assault from the planet's periphery, akin to the intimidation Gao Shui once exerted over Blue Star. Is it not possible to achieve even a light second's distance? Gao Shui inquired. For a light second spans an impressive 300,000 kilometers, offering immense spatial maneuverability. A vast expanse of red, stretching for hundreds of miles, stood out starkly against the surrounding dullness. Fang Yin had long noticed it, yet had not anticipated its presence here. The young master is so clever. He will surely succeed. Lin Weiwei thought little of the situation. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the transformed Yin Fei. Just as she reached the basement, before she had a moment to catch her breath, a sudden ding startled Yin Fei, who turned to see the source of the sound was the elevator. Policy. If you do not mind me, I shall certainly marry you after graduation. I will wash your clothes, cook for you, and massage your shoulders when you are weary, singing for you as well. Qin Lu suddenly declared, her face flushed as she spoke earnestly. The endless cycle had drained the enthusiasm and hope of many, squandering countless talents and energies. During the investigation, Zhao Zheng also felt a stirring within him. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after consuming a significant amount of vinegar, Qin Lu's blood pressure normalized, leading her to develop a fondness for vinegar in the days to come. Time merely marked the passage of moments. As the vast army of the southern Yao tribe retreated, leaving behind a landscape littered with shattered and charred corpses. At this moment, not only did the soldiers of Nanshun and the White Tiger Kingdom gaze up at the figure of Li Wang with awe, but Bai Mo Gu too was utterly astonished by the terrifying might of the demon magic. The others exchanged puzzled glances at the peculiar conversation between the two, yet none dared to voice their curiosity. After Liu Bing left the hotel, he quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that he was not being watched. He hurriedly called Qin Fun, who, along with Kuan Ruosi, swiftly gathered their belongings and checked out of the hotel, rushing to the airport. He practiced the ancient techniques of the Dragon Kingdom, not the combat energy of this world, and due to his lack of understanding of the classifications of combat energy, he did not delve deeper. Me? Li Shiyu found herself perplexed by Uncle Chi's actions, but since he had said so, she complied. Following that, Qin Fun greeted several other experts from the capital, who respectfully addressed him as Vice President Qin. Chapter 91. Temporal points. The collective resources for cultivation from a dozen individuals indeed amounted to a considerable sum, yet there was scarcely anything to pique Lin Nan's interest. Common resources like crystals, elixirs, and magical artifacts were in abundance for him. However, he had some curiosity regarding the cultivation techniques from the Tianhua sect, particularly the signature flame sorcery, which held some practical value for Lin Nan. After taking stock, he pondered over the devouring beast. Tomorrow at noon, let us compile a list of those who have not publicly condemned the Yulan Kingdom in the media or social platforms and expel them from the Martial Artists Association. Chu Qin continued. If Emo could so easily forget her, she would transform him into a fish and boil him in a pot. Meanwhile, Rong Mo Yuan's previously closed eyes gradually opened, Upon doing so, he arched an eyebrow at Yi Qianli before him. Aside from Ji Ming and Yan Shishi, another member, who had remained taciturn at the back of the group, was a sturdy male classmate whose demeanor and poise were anything but ordinary. Luo contemplated that he was likely from a clan of sorcerers. He clenched his teeth and, trembling, raised his right hand to strike his own cheek. Yet, even with no sensations to perceive, Sheng Lao did not let his guard down. He continued to attentively scan his surroundings, fully aware that the target he sought to capture was a descendant of the Su Mi king. The murmurs among the spectators grew louder, many appearing to grasp the essence of the situation, inhaling deeply, while others looked utterly baffled, as if it were merely a paw print stamped on a blank sheet of paper. Chu Chun did not press further, instead enjoying his breakfast while browsing news related to the Anshui company online. At this moment, the students of Class 2 in their senior year are eagerly awaiting the commencement of their first lesson. A few close friends are gathered together, some engaged in discussions about the impending streaming examination, while others are contemplating a visit to the newly opened beverage shop on 4th Avenue after school. The classroom appears to be in a state of lively chaos. With a bit more money at hand, and due to their inexperience, they feel somewhat reassured that any unexpected situation or oversight can be weathered with sufficient funds. The summer heat brings a furrow to their brows, leaving them helpless as they watch a skeletal figure embrace Wang Yi's body. At this moment, the once invincible figure is on the brink of collapse, desperately struggling to raise his head, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. Just moments earlier, as he emerged from the garden, he had been caught by one of the lurking monsters. The feat of transporting Mi Duo this far had already been a considerable challenge. The balcony security bars show signs of 6 steel rods having been cut, with marks indicating they were bent and then straightened again. The master of Yin and Yang feels a chill. This individual likely harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the Yin and Yang Valley. Judging by his tone, it appears he has a grudge against the patriarch as well, making it all the more imperative that he does not leave unscathed. If this person were to regain his strength, would anyone from the Yin and Yang Valley be able to contend with him? Upon hearing this, Mo Liang couldn't help but reach out and give him a sharp tap on the back of his head. Being associated with such a fool, she was at a loss for how many times he had left her speechless, incensed to the point of exasperation. It truly was unbearable. Kong Fong let out a cold huff, walking over to a pile of gold coins, casually scooping up a handful, then tilting his palm to allow the coins to cascade down, their clinking sound resonating crisply, yet his expression grew increasingly grim. "Thank you, Director Du. You have truly saved my life." Just then, Wang Chonglin's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, a flicker of terror crossed his face, and he immediately hung up. "Yes. When they arrive, tell them to come see me." Qianjun was aware that bringing his accomplices could not be done by plane to Tianfu City. They had to take a long-distance bus instead. In recent years, even train inspections had intensified, and any slip-ups on the way could lead to trouble. It has been confirmed that Zhou Ye's age indeed does not exceed 2 years, just as suspected, and his cultivation is at the late stage of the immortal realm. Chapter 92. Am I a pawn? Fire Demon? Lin Nan caught sight of the demonic creature from a distance and immediately recognized it as a fire demon from one of the 8 major clans of the demon race. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that a fire demon was lurking just a few miles away, based on the demonic aura it exuded. This fire demon was at the level of a demon general, equivalent to a god-controlling realm cultivator among humans, if he were to encounter it. After glancing at Yan Kai, who was sprawled out on the chair with legs spread, he turned back to assess his own position, finding it quite similar. With that, Luo Di no longer felt troubled and began to concentrate on refining medicinal pills. Although it had been a long time since she last practiced alchemy, she had not forgotten the art. In fact, her proficiency had improved remarkably. Lin Mubai paused for a moment, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yu before responding affirmatively and turning to head towards the pediatric ward. This blend of aloofness and tenderness added a unique charm to her already stunning beauty. In truth, Yu Xingyang had not been exerting any force while holding the sword. He was merely cradling it, allowing Pei Hongying to snatch it back effortlessly. Watching her wield the sword, he wore a smug expression, as if relishing in a scheme well executed. He knew he ought to visit Luo Qingyang, as Luo had a good rapport with his grandfather, Qin Tianming, who had given him prior instructions. "Could you wait a moment? May I have a sip of water? I'm parched and can't seem to articulate my thoughts." Lin Yushi's face radiated with pride. She intended to let Lu Xiaoshan experience the inner torment of anticipation at that very moment. After speaking, she shrugged at Lin Chanchong, feigning victimhood as if she were being coerced in the situation. Ever since learning that Qin Kixia had recalled events from 4 years prior, he understood that he no longer held the right to dictate her actions. The tornado's intensity diminished, the sands dissipated, replaced by a landscape teeming with flora. Without a medium, the tornado naturally ceased to exist. The clothes he wore fit him perfectly, with no hint of looseness or tightness, as if they were garments he had donned habitually. To put it plainly, he was a man who prioritized desire above all else. He would not regard Jing Peng as exceptional simply because he was his brother. He resembled a madman, displaying unrestrained joy, exuberant to the point of delirium, dancing in ecstatic delight, unwaveringly joyous even in a world on the brink of collapse. That Lu Bu was currently confined in his celestial prison, and he had arrived to prepare for the extraction of brutal value. No, this is different from the earlier frenzy. It resembles another technique altogether. Zhang Kuang's keen perception quickly discerned the distinction between the flames and the previous manifestations. The several disciples of the beggar clan began to awaken gradually, utterly drained of strength, lying helplessly on the ground. While uttering these words, Murong Qingqing's gaze remained fixed on the palace. Yet beneath the table, her delicate hands gently clasped Su Cheng's rugged, calloused hand, providing her with an unprecedented sense of security and tranquility. Ganya pondered for a moment and said, "It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way." Zhao Wu replied, "I will find a way to send him a message, but I cannot guarantee the timing. I will wait for him here." Ganya's voice remained calm and composed, yet anyone could discern the resolute determination behind his words. As he spoke, his teeth ground in frustration, each word dripping with venomous hatred towards Chao Mingde. His jaws clenched as if he wished to crush him to death. "Where is this spatial node located?" Qi Ming inquired, determined to act without delay. "Is this the person who insisted on bringing her back, disregarding her will and ignoring her pleas, directly snatching her away from her brother?" This was not merely an abduction. It was an unforgivable transgression. Chapter 93. On the road I say, Xiaobai, why didn't you tell me you are the princess of the Fox Demon clan? In a certain cave, Lin Nan sighed, gazing at Bai Ling with a mix of resentment. Bai Ling blinked her large eyes innocently and replied, "Master, I am the sole descendant of the Tianhu lineage, and being female, how could I possibly be a princess?" Towering mountains pierced the clouds, ancient forests loomed, exuding an aura of primal antiquity. Ling Xiao rode his white dragon steed, soaring freely, radiating brilliance akin to an ancient celestial emperor surveying the realms, his heart swelling with boundless ambition. District 11 serves as the secret base for the laboratory, and entry is evidently impossible for anyone not accepted internally. The fact that Jingxiang was able to gain access indicates she is regarded as one of their own, allowing her the opportunity to engage with the viral samples within. "Are you still preparing your attack? Then allow me to clear away the rubbish first. I'd rather not have it cluttering up the place." As he spoke, that enormous arm lifted once more, casting a vast shadow like a cloud descending from the heavens, obscuring everything in its path. Ever since the last citywide pursuit of Chun Nan and his group, nearly every ruffian in Chunjiang recognized Qin Hai. Even those who had not seen him in person were familiar with his photograph, allowing this figure in a black leather coat to identify him immediately. The Wheel of Fate's eye ranks just below the Eye of the Constant Realm, being a unique ocular technique possessed solely by Lu Xiao. The 3,000 chains of order, imbued with the principles of the 3,000 great paths, intertwined to form a mysterious domain. Like the Earthwalker, this elder had spent years lurking here, detached from worldly affairs and lacking any combat experience with the walkers. In contrast, Li Qingjie had at least some understanding of both sides. Now, she ultimately found herself unable to meet his gaze directly, unable to face him with composure, especially as her earlier courage and strength gradually waned. Gazing at Meng Fan's feigned nonchalance, Song Qianqian's lips curved downward into a heart-wrenching arc. "How foul!" Su Wenwen made a gagging motion, prompting Yi Yaoyao to raise an eyebrow in a silent suggestion to endure. "Let us proceed." Nodding towards the Qian beast, Tai Mu Yun turned away, confronting the Yachi Great Serpent. Chun Feng ceased his remarks and turned to descend. After a tremor, the conch fell silent, and soon a head emerged from the water, adorned with flowing chestnut hair. It slowly drifted up, revealing a pair of sapphire blue eyes filled with immense sincerity. "Thank you." This was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. I had crossed paths with him a few times, and he had imparted some knowledge to me. Thus I regarded him as my mentor. Pei Donglai could only force himself to lie yet. In a certain sense, Xiao Fei indeed qualified as his mentor. At that moment, Ouyang Xiu sat in his office, continually pinching his brow. Many consecutive days of inadequate rest had left Ouyang Xiu suffering from severe headaches. The celestial being could not help but inquire. The hellish shadow hound was no ordinary beast, a seventh-tier creature, mid-stage celestial being, each aspect beyond the capabilities of the master. A transformation stage cultivator. I have committed no wrong and shall never apologize. Your missed opportunity is your concern alone. Do not vent your ire upon others. How can you presume my situation mirrors yours? How can you be certain it is not they who have wronged me? I regarded him silently, effortlessly disentangling Lin Xiaoying from his grasp. I wonder where she has gone to amuse herself, but likely to visit her sisters-in-law, each of whom is a bride-to-be. Indeed a sight to behold. Chapter 94. The outbreak of war in this grand hall filled with dozens of individuals. Could they all be waiting for an audience with the city lord, just as I am? This senior brother, I am Lin Nan, pleased to make your acquaintance. With nothing to do, Lin Nan held a teacup and struck up a conversation with a fellow cultivator beside him. This senior brother is too courteous. The man flashed Lin Nan a smile, exchanging pleasantries. Before further words could escape his lips, a tall, elegant figure appeared abruptly, and Su Chang'e was swiftly encircled from behind. In any case, one might envision this race as godlike beings, for they are nearly omnipotent. His gaze was intensely captivating, filled with a chilling light, and a single cold shout instantly silenced the quarrel, leaving both participants exchanging reluctant glares before diverting their gazes elsewhere. Just as the lethal blade was about to descend, threatening to sever his neck as one would a chicken, a thought flashed through his mind. Am I truly to perish here? The former governor of the parasitic tribe, translated into earthly terms, was called Kalamar Doris, a name that, to Lu Chuan, seemed to hold little significance. However, the next moment, my voice caught in my throat as though someone had seized it, rendering me speechless. I stared at the person inside, who looked back at me in astonishment. At that moment, the Grand General Heejin, who had been squinting as though watching a play, finally smirked slightly and stepped forward, declaring loudly, I believe the Emperor's proposal is entirely appropriate and poses no issues. What? Yuhan was equally astonished. Regarding the cutting of the ship's hull, coupled with the current sonar, he quickly deduced that someone was indeed severing the ship's bottom. Zhang Lihua retorted angrily, Thank you for your kindness, but I shall not go. Saying this, she made her way towards Building 22. The group of previously fearless young men fell utterly silent, not daring to breathe, their raised steel pipes lowered in unison. After a day of respite and a banquet, on the 10th day of the 8th month, Emperor Kangxi finally set forth from the Rihe Palace to commence the hunt. When the Zijin sword sensed its master was in peril, it instinctively altered its trajectory, using its blade to intercept the black-clad figure's punch. Yes, thus I cannot help but live. Yin Isin let out a long sigh, as if the accumulated frustrations of years had been released with that exhalation. Beneath the city wall, amidst the chaos of flesh and blood, the armies of Qi and Wei pressed forward, making the already overcrowded ground even more tumultuous. With widened pupils, as the void-breaking hammer loomed larger in his vision, Mo Xie felt a surge of dread, his body seemingly shackled, unable to move an inch. Hong Shi's heart was a tumult of sorrow and rage, filled with both hatred and emptiness, yet he understood that he could not confess guilt at that moment. Otherwise, he would forever be estranged from the throne, and his mother would remain trapped in the cold palace. At that moment, Su Exine observed Hui Zhu's weary countenance, thus dismissing Dong Mama and others, instructing Yu He to prepare dinner, before entering the inner room and sitting at her feet to massage Hui Zhu's ankles. Tian Fei was captured in a drunken stupor, while Han Tong attempted to flee but was caught and brutally slain by the Han army on the spot. Under the calm command of LG, the leaders of prominent clans close to Tian Fei were swiftly apprehended, under severe torture. They revealed a plethora of names of those involved in the rebellion, leading to widespread arrests. Time at this moment, intertwined in a manner that made Yin Wan feel the scene was filled with an uncanny unreality. Wang Chun waved his hand lightly, and instantly, the blueprints floated down into his grasp. Upon examining the intricate lines depicted on the paper, he felt relieved that his comprehension skills were adequate. Otherwise, he would have been utterly confounded by the complexity of those lines. Chapter 95. The Teleportation Array. I burn. I burn. I shall burn with all my might. Seeing the flames capable of countering the wood demon, Lin Nan resolutely channeled his vital energy, conjuring a towering wall of fire that pressed against all adversaries. Indeed, the small demons shrieked in terror, retreating in haste, while Wang Ding and the others felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, casting appreciative glances at Lin Nan. A demon. How could this be? He had just deleted it moments ago, and had confirmed the deletion success before coming here. Yin Tianxing instinctively grasped her hand in his palm, but when he looked into Mo Shangjuan's eyes, his gaze softened considerably. Shortly thereafter, when Jingji noticed Li Xing and others rushing over, involuntarily furrowing his brow, Bai Li frowned, hesitating, which only piqued Yin Quan's curiosity further. Bai Li was known for his candor, yet today he seemed to falter. At this moment, Xiao Ling lay upon a jade bed, its surface smooth and lustrous as if it contained flowing streams, exuding an ethereal aura that invigorated martial cultivators, opening their pores as though they were reborn. Witnessing Qing Lu's tragic demise on the ground, Su Xuanma could not help but tremble slightly, fear evident in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuchen grew anxious. According to the timeline, Zhou Yang should have arrived at the Bei family by now. Yin Gui responded promptly, but upon reflection, he realized he had never inquired about this class leader's hidden affairs, resulting in disappointment as he pouted and lowered his head. Why was Shi Yinhua so kind to the great elder? Did they truly share a special bond, or was there some ulterior motive? Such inquiries undoubtedly served as a warning to Xiao Ling that the financial association would not permit her to challenge. She could only submit beneath its weight. A slender blade was embedded within the necks of both individuals, slicing through their throats entirely. They remained in their original poses, falling straight to the ground. Song Duanwu was indeed the young master here, while the plump maidservant could be said to be loyally serving him. The arrogant tone nearly made Zhao Kui spit blood in outrage. He actually pointed at the emperor, saying, "What can you do to me?" Subsequently, upon entering the Forest of Death, he aided Duan Can AI in a challenge arena, later becoming friends and supporting one another until they encountered Yu Fei in the depths of the Forest of Death, where they relied on each other until their escape. They experienced numerous events along the way, encompassing friendship, kinship, and love, each a vibrant highlight in the tapestry of life. Meng Zhu's hands hung in front of her, tightly clenched. She stood like a statue, watching the two pass by as though they were oblivious to her presence. Seeing was also rendered speechless, remaining silent for a long while, as Guo Lin and his companions located their position beneath the celestial canopy. They soon discovered a seemingly shorter route. Not long after, a piercing sound cascaded down from the heavens. The young gentleman, disregarding the elder woman, bent forward and attempted to perform what they believed was the most refined noble gesture, ready to grasp Bai Bing's hand and kiss her knuckles. With a sharp slap, their intentions were thwarted. A searing pain shot through their hands, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Indeed, it was Lord Bradlow, the figure in white, Gu Lail, acknowledged the monstrous entity in the fish pond, stepping forward with a curved blade, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the emissary in black. The Allied forces did not pass through the two nearby towns, but opted for the most direct route to the designated town agreed upon with the Saint-level powerhouse. Murong Shui maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. However, upon encountering Hua Mulan and her companions, she no longer exhibited hostility, indicating a cessation of her previous animosity. When she spotted them, she would pause to nod in their direction. Chapter 96, Brother. I will rescue you. I had initially intended to utilize the teleportation array here to swiftly reach the Human Cultivators Alliance and report the collusion of the Tianwu sect with the demon race, alerting the human cultivators that a war was imminent. Yet, it now appeared that my intelligence might have little value. The demon race brazenly conspired with the human mercenaries, sabotaging the teleportation arrays within the cities. Their motives were transparent to anyone with even a modicum of intelligence. Tony, upon opening his eyes, was met with a barrage of questions, particularly upon noticing that he was surrounded by men, which caused him to exclaim in terror, "Xiaoxi, please don't go. I beg you." Left Eason was genuinely anxious. Outside the office, Lisa's voice could be heard. Su Yingmei was startled awake, her gaze falling upon the petals scattered across her desk, and she helplessly questioned herself. What am I doing? Turning around, Su Yingmei swept all the petals into the trash bin before regaining her composure. Li Danru, peering through the curtain, frowned slightly at the attire of the two individuals, noting that they were dressed inappropriately for a funeral, which confirmed her concerns from yesterday were not unfounded. However, Yao Feier felt that Bai Yixue had an air of zen, as if she had something to convey. Zhong Tong, an aficionado of snacks, always carried food in her bag, and upon noticing the situation, she produced a pack of beef jerky to share with everyone. The group's minds were not focused on the quality of the food. The most boisterous among them, Wu Han, boldly brought an entire case of white liquor to the table, tearing open the tape on the cardboard box. As the elevator had yet to arrive, Ji Linshi glanced back at Su Yuyang, who remained seated, showing no intention of joining or continuing to eat. Ling Yang and Chu Wani whispered to each other, revealing their devised plan. Though mere minutes had passed, Ling Yang's back was already drenched in sweat. Su's eyes lit up at the mention of the Ji family elder, and as she chuckled, was about to elaborate further when Jiang Yanning offered a few dismissive remarks, citing urgent matters, and took her leave with a deep bow. Yet that night, Long Fei immersed himself in training. The next day, after finishing breakfast, the wall of his meditation room was suddenly opened. But it was not to release him. Instead, law enforcement officers brought in 2 new students. Several armed police exchanged information with their counterparts stationed at the clinic, leaving only Qin Shua and me outside. Regaining my focus, I was surprised to see Jiang Weimin personally open the door, smiling warmly upon her arrival. This time, there was no trace of discomfort or aversion. I skillfully pulled out a chair, took up a pair of chopsticks, and sat quietly, awaiting the proceedings. In such circumstances, the main control brain of the Blackwater Fleet need not consider firepower allocation or calculate the optimal attack targets. All it required was to unleash all firepower upon the governor of Heiyu without reservation. Qian Yu shrugged, instantly grimacing in pain, casting a menacing glance at Huang Mao. Sleep now. I want to be leaving for the time being. She smiled slightly, closing the door behind Xiao Anming as she exited. Seeing Mo Ling Ran glance in her direction, and Ruren smiled and greeted her. I just returned to the hotel when Song Fong contacted me. She sent me a message saying Yi Hansheng was at home, and she had sent Su Rongyan to keep him company. Although the program was currently only airing preliminary rounds on the satellite channel and had not yet reached the stage of narrowing down 50 contestants to the top 20, due to Yang Guo's astonishing performance in the first episode and the subsequent high-quality standards, it had captured a substantial following. Li Yunping nodded helplessly, and I took flight once more, this time with him on my back, aiming to reach the Blood Orchid Sect-S laboratory on the high plateau before nightfall. Chapter 97. Master, what are you thinking? Gazing down at the distant icy chasm, Lin Nan couldn't help but marvel. Such a spectacle, in his previous world, would undoubtedly be a popular tourist destination. Yet now, it served as a boundary separating the human and demon races. The Ice Demon Clan, due to their constitution, could not traverse the raging flames into human territory, while human cultivators struggled to unleash their full potential within the domain of the Ice Demons. Midas smiled gently, returning to his throne, immersing himself once more in the manipulation of the puppets, resuming his judgment. His figure appeared particularly enigmatic amidst the dim, hellish glow. He instructed Wuya to dig a substantial pit in her current position, placing enough weaponry and ammunition for 5,000 individuals within it, and to keep a close watch over the site. The pressure mounted swiftly. However, the palace's combat area was limited, rendering the number of participants irrelevant. The only concern was the unexpected rain of arrows. Under the threat of obliterating her soul should she fail to complete her mission, she had successfully overcome this psychological barrier during one of her tasks. The first approach was to stubbornly deny any wrongdoing, a simplistic and crude method that inevitably led to accusations of hypocrisy. Human speech is a complex art. Some words can be taken at face value, while others hold merely symbolic meaning. The line between pretense and reality can blur. Ji Yin was startled by her own thoughts, questioning how she could harbor such frightening notions. Everyone was reluctant to leave. After all, the location was favorable, and the treatment was excellent, and they had all grown accustomed to it. Mo Lear remained silent, seething with anger at her elder's indifference towards the conscripted soldiers. Yet she understood that she could not change anything. Having a reason for revenge was a rare opportunity. She couldn't squander it due to her anger. Who always valued talent, recognized how challenging it was for a gifted singer like Hai Lan, born into modest circumstances. to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry of Longhua. Perhaps it would be prudent to report to Nailan Shui and seek her opinion before deciding whether to continue this task. Passing by Lu Xuehan's room, I deliberately glanced in, noticing that the doors and windows were still securely locked, indicating she had likely gone online. Chucks slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face still etched with genuine fear. Mu Shui hid nearby, suddenly noticing a dark shadow emerging from behind Li Mu, resembling an ugly reptile. Tendrils of black mist coalesced, abruptly transforming into a ravenous wolf, poised to devour Li Mu. What on earth was happening that caused the entire palace to tremble with laughter? They were perplexed, confused, and eager to enter and knock. Unfortunately, they had yet to attain the rank necessary to step into the palace. The sword energy, which effortlessly severed Simon's entire left arm, also sliced through the fabric of his chest, revealing a glimpse of the skin beneath. Within Su Yan's body, a resonant sound emerged as the essence flowed, illuminating the cave with a golden glow. The noise subsided. The vice-captain, realizing the arrow storm had lessened, cautiously peeked out, only to have an arrow whiz past his scalp, startling him back into the pit, his heart racing at the memory of the recent events. Once all arrangements were made, Murong Shanshan yawned and logged off. Kiki informed me that they had already ordered dishes from a restaurant outside to be delivered to the school, assuring me that Shanshan would not go hungry. At that moment, Xinyu and Luxuhin were nearby, and fearing their displeasure, I refrained from offering too much concern, merely expressing my gratitude to Kiki for her efforts. Indeed, it was unmistakably Jingqi's voice. Nailan Shu slowly opened his eyes. It was not due to excessive nervousness, but rather because Si Ma Shang, a cunning and treacherous individual, would not act without reason. Being cautious was always prudent. Chapter 98. A fortunate fate. Lin Nan concealed his presence, allowing the ice spirit beast to be guided swiftly through the snow and ice. Along the way, they encountered several waves of ice demons and sensed a formidable demonic aura emanating from the depths of a glacier, leaving them uncertain about the powerful entities concealed within. Fortunately, with the ice spirit beast as their shield, they traversed the thousands of miles without any hindrance from their kin. The ice spirit beast halted before a glacier. The name of the soul scientist was El Tishing. Contrary to what Chen Weiru had imagined, the soul scientist was not a sinister figure with the spectral eye to see ghosts, clad entirely in black, but rather a very affable middle-aged man with thinning hair. From the responses of these humans, Duoluo learned that they hailed from the kingdom of Dafins in the southwest of the Houston continent. And what could possibly be the situation for these two delicate beings, who spent their days among hundreds of burly soldiers? Thus, the arrangements made by the misty hidden realm concerning the tribulation were not primarily for the protection of the cultivators within the realm, but rather focused on how to control the extent of damage and facilitate rapid recovery. In the video, Shui Qiong fiddled with Wei Yi for quite some time, her back turned to the camera, followed by Di Qing wielding a dagger, fiercely slicing through Wei Yi's ropes. The height of this individual bore a striking resemblance to Gong Xiuhui, yet there was a peculiar dissimilarity. Su Zhichen remarked, having just instructed them to bolster the defenses of the cellar. He wondered if she had discovered something she felt was inappropriate to disclose. If the Tai Sui, who climbed onto the rooftop with Wang Ping, claimed to be the worm in Wang Ping's belly, none of the friends at the base would dare to voice a dissenting opinion. Are you suggesting that our sister Mu Qing is a mere object? Su Qiangying pointed at Yunshan, as if she had uncovered a significant piece of evidence. Before Duoluo could inquire further, the dark mage produced dozens of soul crystals from his robes, revealing that he had extracted the souls from the corpses he had collected along the way and crafted these soul crystals using secret techniques. If such fragments possessed such power, then surely within the ghost realm there existed even more formidable forces. This was my fourth hypothesis. The dual platforms for both sides were established, and the combat system for the three participants interfaced, locking onto the dual targets, thus commencing the battle. 3 months later, at an underground auction, an exquisitely crafted bone china vase captivated the attention of numerous porcelain enthusiasts. Noticing that Gu Weilin was ignoring him, Yu Taidong remained unconcerned, as he had been the one to approach Gu Weilin first. Gu Weilin, unable to find an opportunity, vowed that if one arose, he would not let Gu Yuliang escape. Such a person deserved the judgment of the people. At that moment, a fierce wind shot forth from the wind spirit, morphing into a circular wheel adorned with 8 dark arrows, appearing before the crowd, with the left and right arrows quietly illuminating. She glanced at Nan, who was frozen in shock beside her, then at Yi Chun, who was unfazed in front of the two prominent figures, biting her lip, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Upon the emergence of this query, Wang Chun and Wu Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Was this Song Emperor truly considering treating Wang Chun as an ordinary cat? That night, as Chihuahua returned home, she gazed at her husband peacefully sleeping beside her, her mind replaying the scenes from the day's reunion and her sister's blissful recounting of her boyfriend, giving rise to a rather unsettling notion deep within her. Upon alighting the vehicle, the intelligence personnel immediately escorted Gu Weilin upstairs to the conference room, denying him any opportunity to interact with others. It turned out that they had secretly taken the elder brother along without informing us in advance, which would have allowed us to mentally prepare and alleviate our worries. Mistakenly believing that the previous call had been made by the elder brother to Hongmeng, Wang Jin cast a reproachful glance at Hongmeng. Chapter 99. Daring disciple gazing at the yin-yang furnace before him, Lin Nan could hardly contain his drool. He was well aware of the significance of this artifact. The yin-yang furnace, a semi-divine existence, primarily served the purpose of alchemy. However, the fiery power contained within this device could also bestow immense benefits upon its possessor, as exemplified by Yi Hao, who, with mere foundational cultivation, could thrive amidst the frigid demon tribe. Harboring resentment accumulated over a decade, he reluctantly arrived in the western region under his father's orders to provide assistance. Though his tone seemed calm, a flicker of unease crossed his face, suggesting he rarely expressed such sentimental thoughts. At that time, Lu Chun was nearly overwhelmed by the bleakness of this dark, ruthless world, having entertained thoughts of self-harm on numerous occasions. Yet, curiously, she had not seen Qin Huiyan in the past 2 days. Shouldn't she be exerting every effort to create chaos during such times? As for how he escaped the confines of his prison, how he ventured into hell on her behalf, and how he endured everything amidst the endless darkness, forgetting all, her and his own past, he had no desire to revisit. Zhao Donghong was left speechless, clenching her jaw, feeling a rising urge to lash out. Consequently, the previous investment of 6 million in the Chun Dai Kai jade material was effectively recouped from Bu Su. Before parting, Qin Xian reminded her to open the window when lighting the charcoal fire to ensure proper ventilation. If she were to feel pity for him or empathize with him, she would inevitably divert a portion of her gaze, which should solely be directed toward herself. As long as the flame persisted, life would endure. However, if the oil ran out and the Tianqing stone could not be found, he would surely perish. It was said that the Tianqing stone could only be found in the distant deserts of the far west. The nascent soul cultivator furrowed his brows. This situation seemed to complicate matters further. He was well aware that these aristocratic families adhered to the philosophy of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and might quietly send their disciples to other sects at any moment. Little did he know, he was sitting safely at home while trouble was descending upon him from above. Meanwhile, the Tianyin guest became increasingly solitary and taciturn, which caused concern among the others. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. The Tianyin guest had always been a man of few words, but recent events had been too tumultuous, prompting them to hear him speak more frequently than usual. Upon hearing the Tianyin guest's words, the heavenly soldiers surrounding him instinctively took a few steps back. This approach had 2 advantages. Firstly, the Zhongwei mansion was specifically responsible for this. Thus they could handle it with greater professionalism, ensuring smooth communication within the military. One might wonder what kind of person could take the head of a general amidst the chaos of 1,000 troops. Outside, the uproar was deafening. Before the establishment of modern India, this land was once part of the Rajput Confederation, the last stronghold. The envoy sent to Luanzhou had returned. Amidst this turmoil, the fact that the envoy managed to come back safely spoke volumes about his capabilities. The morale of the Shui clan's troops surged instantly, with both soldiers and generals displaying an exuberant demeanor. Conversely, the Shiliao people appeared pale, each one speculating about what had transpired at the flag of command. Having bid farewell to the wealthy, Dong Huang remained spirited, noticing Bai Tianqing poring over items and promptly approaching him. When Gu Yuan arrived at the site of the collapsed city wall, chaos had erupted. The Bingzhou army was aware that if the Qingzhou army breached their defenses, they would surely face dire consequences. Thus they rallied to fight for their lives. The Qingzhou army, witnessing imminent victory, had no intention of holding back in their eagerness to advance. Is it possible to enter? Meng Tian furrowed his brow at the murmurs of doubt and complaints that began to surface from behind. With a somewhat domineering gesture, he enveloped her completely in his embrace. In that instant, Jiexian caught a whiff of a faintly bitter yet refreshing fragrance emanating from her, though it was evidently not the kind of intoxicating body scent one would expect. Upon inhaling this particular aroma, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming urge to double over and expel the contents of his stomach. Chapter 100. The senior brother dies for me. A rumble reverberated through the icy plains. The ground trembled, and fissures rapidly spread across the ice surface, as a powerful aura of malevolence surged forth from the depths beneath the ice. Lin Nan gasped in realization of the gravity of the situation. Those ice dwellers were, in fact, summoning their ancestral guardian beasts buried deep within the icy expanse. Lin Nan distinctly recalled the guardian deity of the demon clan mentioned in the original text. Upon her arrival at the Yang Marquis' residence, she hurriedly returned to Qingyue Terrace. Having listened to Hong Yue's words, anxiety gnawed at her heart. However, due to the prying eyes within the residence, she dared not bring Hong Yue along to the Yang Marquis' estate. Hong Yue had nearly been discovered by that insufferable Lung Qi, which incensed Qing Ling greatly. Since she had vowed to assist Zhang Qingyang in navigating out of the Golden Triangle, retracting her promise was not an option. Chen Chumo could only brace himself for a significant sacrifice. "You're welcome," Yuzhou replied succinctly before departing the camp, climbing into a carriage and silently gazing into the distance. Cold Moon expressed her displeasure at the phrase particularly striking, raising her voice slightly, and with an air of pride declared, "This incomparable handsome gentleman is my precious younger brother, whom I hold dear." She implored everyone to keep a watchful eye on him in the future. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Shu's anxious gaze flitted back and forth between the two figures. "Princess, this is the Lock Dragon Well," the girl stepped back and said. Although she belonged to the demon clan, she was not inclined to witness the transformation of a demon after death. Wen Yi nodded to the princess and grasped the chain firmly. "I am Peng Shidikai from Country Tea. State your name," the challenger proclaimed haughtily. Cold Moon felt somewhat helpless. Aside from the daytime, she spent nearly all her nights in the inner palace with them. But Yun Qingqing was overly sensitive. "Then it is settled." Li Jinglong raised his hand, and Ashina Qiong exchanged a high five with him before rising. Old Jerry swayed unsteadily atop his cart, the beautiful scenery failing to dispel his drowsiness. His body rocked rhythmically with the carriage, exuding an air of utter leisure. After receiving orders from the middle-aged Liu, Captain Li and his companions immediately approached Su Yang, weapons drawn. At this juncture, Zhang Yun began to sweat profusely, a prickling sensation creeping up his scalp. If that were indeed the case, Master Si had not spoken in vain. Even as the sect leader, he would grant Chen Xiaoyan, the notorious wastrel, a reckless degree of freedom, just as Su Yang prepared to strike again and eliminate the burly man before him. Captain Li and another leader launched a combined assault from both sides. Reluctantly, Su Yang found himself compelled to turn and confront his adversaries. Uncertain of Jiang Hao's fate, the expressions of all present were grim. The previous strike had wielded enough power to be described as cataclysmic. Playing tricks, Li Dongyuan muttered inwardly. Based on the editing and opening credits, one could discern the creator's sincerity. Yet where was the emotional impact? Where was the substance? "I'll give you 3 more seconds." Ba glanced outside before promptly locking the door. He adeptly turned the candlestick. In the vast, empty training hall, only 2 figures remained engaged in practice, unperturbed by the fact that it was already deep into the night. The once bustling soul had descended into an unusual tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional glimmer of light. Shen Linfeng cast his gaze once more toward the snow fox depicted in the painting. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed upon him, unmoving. This sensation resembled that of an old friend long unseen, yearning to share its innermost thoughts. As he had stated, Zhonghua and Huan Lingbing had come on a mission to negotiate. The Songlong sect could not arbitrarily bar their entry. Chapter 101. I told you I wouldn't die deep within the sinkhole. Lin Nan followed closely behind the devouring Dan beast, digging tirelessly in the small ice cavern. Not far behind, the spirit of the Ice Demon clan relentlessly pursued them. Finally, having burrowed down at least several hundred zhang into the icy wall, the devouring Dan beast halted, turning to Lin Nan with urgent squeaks. Lin Nan instantly understood, leaping forward to take a closer look. Ahead, she swallowed hard, rolling down the slope and landing heavily on the main road before immediately rising and kneeling. Yet at this moment, Lutong had no desire to rest. She feared that if she sat down, she would be haunted by the vexing visage of Ji Rue. Jiang Ningqin tossed a fiery, red energy crystal to Chu Lian, who hastily caught it. Gazing at the gem, she felt a twinge of envy, lamenting that as a soil-based cultivator, she could not utilize it. However, possessing this would strengthen their team, and it could be given to Qi Lu for use as well. The zombies have departed, and now it is the realm of the wicked. Jiang Ningqin furrowed her brow and promptly followed the source of the sound. All those arduous training sessions had been for the sake of subduing demons and vanquishing evil on the journey to acquire the scriptures. Was it not to survive long enough to reach the Spirit Mountain? On that day, Sun Yud was not home. His grandson, born with a mental deficiency, was cared for by Sun Yud, with Wan Yang assisting him, thus establishing a close bond between Wan Yang and his grandson. A dazzling golden light enveloped Luo Hao's form, nearly erasing him completely. He could only muster the last of his strength to set a punctuation mark within this spell. Had they known this fellow was so adept at hiding, they would have undoubtedly marked him in advance or simply placed him under house arrest for monitoring. At this moment, a white radiance illuminated Zhang Qi's back, revealing the silhouette of Li Xian. Lin Shuixin comprehended the implication behind those words, underscoring that they shared no blood relation and that Tu Yu was his possession. In light of this, I refrained from responding to Ming Zhu immediately. The divine and demonic body was indeed formidable, yet it bore great peril. Those with weak wills could not hope to control it. In the past, Bai Wu had possessed unwavering resolve, yet still failed to fully master the divine and demonic body, illustrating the profound side effects it harbored. For these puppet-like dead soldiers, allowing them to retain their lives was the greatest insult, as failing to accomplish the tasks assigned to them would invariably lead to their demise, rendering the identity of their slayer inconsequential. At this moment, Si Luhin's eyes bore no trace of emotion, yet in the eyes of others, they radiated an indescribable chill and dread. Nevertheless, regardless of who it was, I had an inkling that it was undoubtedly connected to the ancient tomb Du Jinbong had informed us about. The man appeared utterly dejected, gazing longingly at Mu Yi-dai, his tone tinged with a mixture of grievance and melodrama. First, given that he had yet to recover to 100 of his previous self, facing world-class competitors posed a considerable challenge. As time trickled by, after more than 10 minutes, Li Xiangyuan finally appeared before Lin Tianya, bearing the unconscious Su Dingshan upon her shoulders. With the temperature gradually diminishing, his thoughts began to drift away, returning to his past life. "Hey, are you all genuinely trying to compete with me?" Yin Wang's son bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. During this time, they encountered several formidable spirit beasts but did not take detours. Instead, Cold Ling Yun prepared everyone sufficiently before allowing them to practice. Qi Jinjing cast a glance at her, remaining silent as she approached the sink, turned on the faucet, and washed her hands. Though her mother's adorably naive demeanor lacked any hint of menace, the two of them instinctively halted. Bai Wanzhou gasped out his final words, while Zhao Jiner watched him collapse, fully aware that the effects of the medicine were nearing their end. Chapter 102. The Hundred Beauties picture, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself fully to absorb the influx of power. That foreign energy, of course, belonged to the spirit of the Ice Clan. The spirit had been absorbed by the Hundred Beauties picture, and the power contained within it naturally belonged to Lin Nan. At this moment, Lin Nan not only swiftly repaired his own losses through the energy absorbed from the spirit of the Ice Clan, but also touched upon the barrier of breaking through the realm's bottleneck. Passing through the Fu Gate of the renowned medicinal city of Boizhou, one could observe a flourishing trade in medicinal herbs, with streets crisscrossing in a labyrinthine manner, and the 12 streets of Boizhou bustling with activity. As the war drums resounded, several warriors within the battle formation began to rush towards their respective defensive positions according to the prearranged plan. "Taxi!" C2 Xian waved to hail a cab, bending down to slip inside, eager to distance himself from the troublesome Lu Tianming. Regardless of how diligently Dong Yong toiled, it could not compare to the cultivation that Jiangnan had nurtured over centuries. Therefore, even if Dong Yong possessed some exportable resources, their quantity was far inferior to the goods arriving from Jiangnan. At this moment, he only sensed that the commotion within the city of Tianjin Wei was rather unsettling. Generally speaking, any supplies for city defense are limited. Thus, conserving the weapons for defense is a principle that anyone with understanding can comprehend, whether one is willing or not.
Since the master has appeared, even if the fire of resentment burns within, one must ultimately set aside their grievances. C2 Xian collapsed, and in that moment, a faint smile emerged on his pale face, his body lying in the waters. Li Xiang and Li Hengxing exchanged glances, tears of excitement and happiness welling up on their faces. It was a moving scene as they worried that the elderly matriarch Zhu Xihua might faint from joy, and they rushed to embrace her, the family united in a heartfelt embrace. Tears flowed, as the situation felt overwhelmingly excessive to Qian Datu. Initially, it was thought that this gathering would be peaceful, but unfortunately, 2 years ago, Grandma Li lost her sight, and half a month prior, she had visited them, accompanied by the village officials Guida and Li Hanmei, to conduct a census. President, I have reviewed the list here, and they are all quite exceptional, Lu Hina stated in a very official tone. Upon hearing Wei Luan mention that the Hu family even knew about Qi Wang's regard for her, she was naturally taken aback. Murong Qingran spent a sleepless night, and Bei Ming Hanxian tossed and turned in another tent, pondering what could have transpired to cause Ran'er to lose her composure. Why was she so anxious and sorrowful? My brother's memories have been sealed by the national master, causing him to forget everything. After the passing of the old clan leader, he had unwittingly become the head of the clan. Once the two sides connect, perhaps Mexico will first demand Ferdinand to deal with the traitor Marcos. Thus, Chui Chongling had no evidence in hand, rendering him incapable of substantiating any connection between Huaxiang Building and Zheng Tandao. In other words, he could only listen as he ridiculed this Wang Xianji, with no solution at hand. Li Mu observed Zura's hesitance and immediately realized that a significant issue had arisen. At this moment, the cheers from outside sounded like a deafening buzz to him, devoid of any joy, only filled with anxiety and worry. In the private room, only Bai Jiushi and the fake Jiushi were left battling, having destroyed everything they could. However, even if Murong Yu truly believed she was the genuine Murong Qingran, she would harbor no thoughts towards him, for she certainly did not wish to engage in scandalous affairs. After escorting Xiaoyu home, Long Qing visited Qian Pengzi in the hospital before returning home. At home, Zhao Yin, Lin Rao Rao, and Ingzi were in the hall watching television. But C2 Xinger was nowhere to be seen. If this continues, we are bound to lose, without a doubt. Peng Lei, you are familiar with those three. Do you have any good strategies to deal with them? Lu inquired. Chapter 103. The Master is an upright gentleman's senior brother. Saving my life surpasses the grace of heaven. This yin-yang melting furnace shall be my token of gratitude to you. Furthermore, given my current level of cultivation is still shallow, this treasure in my hands cannot unleash its full potential, which is indeed a bit wasteful. It would be far more effective in your hands. Yi Hao faced the yin-yang melting furnace with unwavering composure, his words imbued with utmost sincerity. On this colossal planet, oceans have appeared, with over half of the landmass submerged beneath the waves, and the land brimming with lush vegetation and vitality. For the sake of fairness, Fang Yuan casually tossed the scepter into the realm of animal evolution, allowing it to fall from outer space, landing wherever the winds would guide it. First, he severely wounded the gray-cloaked figure, bringing solace to the spirits of the Li family. Then, the Wan family's spirit stones were recovered. In the dimly lit room, the sheep oil lamp flickered gently in the evening breeze, casting an uncertain light upon Mileage's ailing face. The Xiang Lu Inn, having opened for 3 days, was teeming with patrons. A saying spread throughout the capital: if one wished to taste the finest meat, they must visit the Xiang Lu Inn. The five pursued the 2 sets of claw prints, laboriously climbing to the mountaintop, following the trail ahead. Yun Zhao was taken aback, discovering that the two were examining each other's injuries. Both had injured arms, blood seeping outwards. Yun Zhao quickly tore a towel from his backpack to bind their arms and staunch the bleeding. Lindsay also took out bandages to wrap around Jin Yan's wounds before allowing Yun Zhao to tend to her injuries. Thus, while secretly relieved at the departure of his political rivals, he, under the pretext of safety, sent forth his favored vassals, Legostin and Dezel, northward. In the eyes of Count Gusiai, even if Legostin's stability could not entirely curb Dezel's madness, it would prevent him from overstepping. Had they not removed Su Yunliang's name themselves, Su Yunliang would have found it much less easy to escape the Su family. Feng Rui did not see the details clearly, but he distinctly noticed several photographs attached to the newspaper depicting him shopping with Feng Qian. In that moment, time seemed to slow down, allowing Li Xin to clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. As the Lion mercenaries were not inexperienced rookies, following the recent explosion and alarm, most experienced veterans promptly dropped to the ground to minimize the risk of being hit. The three conversed through the night, oblivious to the passage of time, until the sun peeped over the horizon, illuminating the dark world once more. The courtyard tree tossed out the spirit ball of the Qixi Qingyao, revealing a combination of azure body and snowy white feathers before the gathered trainers, this elegant and noble spirit instantly igniting their aspirations. Both the Qixi Qingyao and the Elialejuo were exceedingly cherished spirits. Come out, or I shall gouge out your eyes. Do you have any sense of shame? To dare intrude into a lady's chamber and spy on her bathing. Is this how a national general behaves? Shen Qingwu did not lift her head, sternly admonishing Gu Jingfeng in a quail-like manner. Rotom possesses 5 forms: microwave, washing machine, refrigerator, electric fan, and lawn mower, with the primary attribute being electric, while the others correspond to fire, water, ice, flying, and grass attributes. Upon detaching from electrical devices, it reverts to its normal form, embodying both electric and ghost attributes. Upon reaching level 6, the male gunner seemed to have intentions regarding the middle lane, so he placed a ward in the middle lane's brush, hoping to clarify the vision before making a move. Furthermore, there were the 20 million rounds of ammunition for the Vanguard Army. For their resource-scarce empire, this was significantly advantageous. Just as he finished speaking, Li Qing stepped forward, seemingly about to say something, but was silenced by a glare from Shuri. Chapter 104. Returning to the homeland in an instant, Lin Nan found himself immersed in the Hundred Beauties map, relishing it for a full month. On this day, Lin Nan exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. The Hundred Beauties map shimmered, and Bai Ling reappeared. The current Bai Ling had undergone considerable changes compared to a month ago. Her figure appeared more voluptuous, akin to a ripe peach, and her appearance had matured somewhat, losing some of her previous vivacity. Yet, he continued to gaze ahead, and indeed found himself before a structure resembling a manor, constructed not from the stones they had used to build their rooms, but rather from wood and bricks, akin to their original world. After the elucidation by Su Tianquan, Wang Xiang came to the realization that the so-called Chongquan bears a striking resemblance to the Bagua Zhang of his previous life. Here, it is something as common as dirt. However, in his former capacity, Wang Xiang would not have had access to such commonplace knowledge. Moreover, apart from this, there was little else to practice. After achieving sanctity, Yi had visibly grown taller. Her attire now appeared short and tight, as if it were bound to her form, with the upper garment puffed up, nearly stretched to its limits. As he spoke, he had already gathered his energy, squatting down and spreading his palms on the ground in a gesture of prayer, summoning the mystical smoke of his incantation to rise into the air. Yet, the river flowed gently, its depth not surpassing his height, and these heavy units began to cross the river in a haphazard manner. He directly invoked 50 strands of energy for himself, waiting for several minutes with no response. Then summoned another 50 strands, yet still felt nothing. This was the very reason she chose to extend her hand to assist in Ning. Xueming wished to prevent the tragedy of her sister from repeating itself before her eyes. She purchased a leather water pouch by the roadside, filled with water to avoid dying of thirst in places devoid of a water source, whether in the court or among the common folk. It was well known that Lin Jibai's martial prowess had long surpassed the realm of mere legendary masters, attaining an unfathomable mythical status. This was different from Fu Du, who faced restrictions on the duration of his powers. The two before him had undeniably reached this exalted realm. Wei Qilong locked the rice shop's door, dismissed the staff, then gazed at the large lock on the door, closing his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, he resumed his habitual light-hearted demeanor, though a faint weariness lingered in the depths of his pupils. Time trickled by, and the sky gradually darkened, yet Han Chaoga and the others had yet to return. Gu Junyan knelt on one knee, watching the endless crimson lava vanish in an instant, finally feeling at ease. The 16 years spent in Tonglu County could be described as unremarkable, often met with disdain, ridiculed as being handsome but nearly worthless. After all, they were neighbors, and she trusted Uncle Chen's character, feeling reassured that he would manage this account. After washing up, Su Qinshuan had just finished her breakfast when the palace servants came to inform her that the ladies of the various palaces were already waiting in the front hall to pay their respects. Now, with the conversation having reached this point, return and ponder it further. Do not forget our agreement.
Lan Ruo smiled with satisfaction at the sight of Yin Su's bewildered expression, choosing not to linger any longer. Lin Shuhua prepared steamed eggs and scrambled tomatoes using the eggs she had brought back, along with some seasonal vegetables. The journey had seemed like the passage of time, from the sprouting of tender buds in the grass to the transformation into a lush forest. So if you were to engage in a fight with someone and found yourself overmatched, would you not be able to stuff your opponent into a gourd? The plump man inquired with a chuckle. The four divine swords soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc as they established an insurmountable boundary in the void, seamlessly crafted without a flaw. Were those birds? Astonishingly. They were devouring their flesh. Gazing at the gruesome sight above, Guzzi trembled, his expression shifting. Chapter 105, Saving a Life. Still daring to provoke me. The esteemed Lord of Yuntian City is indeed a tough nut to crack. However, no matter how tough your bones may be, today I shall shatter them. The more unyielding Huigang became, the more enraged the disciples of the fire sect grew, their whips cracking with increasing intensity, even infused with a hint of fierce energy. Huigang's cultivation was thoroughly. A man approached slowly, his footsteps light, navigating through the thicket recently ravaged by a beastly horde with an air of casualness, as if strolling through his own living room, exuding an effortless grace. Truth be told, whether she cared about annihilation or not was of little consequence. But was this truly acceptable? Must her master endure such a fate once more? Ultimately, the third prince in my tower had no choice but to reveal the charade of impersonating by Li Haoran and Lu Shuangshuang to the two of them. At that moment, within the grand residence at the dock, the emperor of the Tianqi kingdom was binding the seventh princess, stripping her of her garments, and striking her with a whip. Ling Binghan shook his head. He still did not know my true gender. Could it be that he was a man of refined tastes? Regardless of his intentions, Jing Yin would handle everything, and I trust him. Reflecting on that man's broad shoulders, even if the sky were to collapse, he could carve out a piece of blue sky for her. Ling Hie's voice abruptly halted, and a sharp sound reverberated in the room as a slap knocked his face askew. Before Ling Binghan could utter a word, the nearby Lu Yu sprang up, leaping against the stone wall and hurling a handful of chili powder towards Qian Xiaoyi. Pan Shuang had become increasingly aggressive, showing no signs of yielding. As in her mind, Lin Beiwei was weak-willed and wouldn't truly take action against her. The Hongyuan Golden Dipper calmly displayed, due to the host's recent excessive transformations and the inability to switch freely in consideration of the host's health. It has been decided to retain key organs to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Speaking thus, I seized the microphone from the host. After all, that fellow Abby had never encountered the grand stage and would blurt out whatever came to mind when frightened, while I had seen my fair share of competitions. In the western sky, amidst the vibrant hues, a figure clad in white sword on a sword, garments billowing in the wind, hair flowing like a river, radiating an air of untamed freedom and unmatched dominance from afar. A simple phrase, "We believe in you," transformed into a warm current that flowed through Lin Jinhong's limbs. Having served in office for so long, having fought so hard, such a statement sufficed. It is you, yet not you. It is the ultimate freedom, yet not the ultimate freedom. That voice spoke softly. This was not her hatred. What she loathed most was that Wang Jiayao regarded her as refused to be avoided, while esteeming Xia Qinglian, who was even less than refuse, as a treasure. She felt an intense imbalance within her, unable to swallow this bitterness. Nightmare. This hero undoubtedly ranks as a T2 level in terms of strength. If wielded skillfully, it could even rival T1 level junglers, making this hero one worth practicing. And I too must frequently engage with this character. Scattered across the open space were several sticks and ropes, the origin of which remained unknown. With that, Su Duo twisted my ear, hoisting me from the bed and dragging me over to the chair where she had been gaming. Lu Minghan perceived the doubt in Pei Shufan's eyes, realizing that if she remained silent, she would certainly not gain her trust. After much contemplation, Lu Minghan concluded that in the current Ningyuan Marquis household, only Madame Pei Shufan stood a chance of being swayed to her side. Truly impressive, and quite formidable, those two younger brothers, Lu Yihan remarked with a smile. Chapter 106. Lin Nan sends a message to you. In due course, all the rewards shall be attributed to your merit. The sect master of the Tianhua sect and the demon clan behind you will undoubtedly reward you generously. However, if you refuse to negotiate with me, once the other sect members arrive, I shall be forced to gamble my life and engage in a mutual destruction with you. Even if you kill me, you shall gain nothing. The colossal dead tree, with its strong territorial awareness, would not allow two superior wild beasts to suddenly appear beside it. Once all conditions were stated, the group exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Qi Yuan's countenance. Zhao Yin was known for his integrity, having always refrained from engaging in court disputes. Li Linfeng had garnered his approval and was quite likely to become the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Days prior, when the sea fish was stolen, he could surmise that it was the work of the Songfeng and Manjiao tribes, but lacked evidence. Second-tier life trial card. A highly cherished item. A pass to higher life. Upon use, it can unlock the trial from first-tier life to second-tier life. The bandit leader's face turned pale with fright. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the knife in his hand clattering to the ground, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees. Although Chang Ruyue was filled with doubts, upon seeing the handprints on Ning Gan and Ning Mao's faces, as well as the chunk of flesh nearly bitten off from Ning Mao's arm, he could no longer restrain himself. He could surmise what Lei Youliang's considerations referred to. For once the Qinglong Legion was annihilated, the dynamics between factions would become intricate, leading to the emergence of new issues that necessitated choices and deliberations. Surrounding the tavern, several smoked meat shops had opportunely opened their doors, attracting a considerable crowd. The elderly bystanders observed Aunt Lu's unexpectedly amiable demeanor with astonishment. For having resided in Unit 5 for decades, it was the first time they witnessed the acerbic Aunt Lu displaying kindness, offering fruits and meals to others. While he was immersed in his cultivation, a booming voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, declaring that Yun Guishuang had ordered the encampment outside the city to avoid disturbing the citizens. This action drew widespread admiration from the local populace. Zhang De gazed at the electric vehicle before him, reminiscing that this was the first prize he had drawn in a lottery. Once deemed of little utility, he now found himself needing it solely to dismantle its components. A dozen black-clad guards drew their weapons, with Niu Gao leading the front, Li Zhong following behind, and Zhu Wu and Su Guanzhong flanking them. Although there were many mischievous children, the gleaming weapons deterred any thoughts of rebellion. She was the only pillar of support for those behind her. Despite her longing to abandon it all and live leisurely beyond the mountains, she found herself unable to do so each time she encountered those hopeful gazes. After dispatching 2 or 3 black-clad warriors to convey his orders, Zhang De shared a meal with Wu Jie and the others before parting ways. However, it was evident that Bai Sen's nerves were too coarse to appreciate such beauty, as he remained puzzled, racking his brain to recall whether he had inadvertently harmed an unfortunate soul. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward Yi Chun, seemingly sensing something, and began to retreat, returning to his own era. Yet in the next moment, the three-headed hellhound, sensing a threat from above, unleashed a thunderous bark from all 3 mouths simultaneously. Moreover, the elder surnamed Kuan had already regrouped the Marine Beast Legion, standing guard in that very spot. Zhou Chengchen removed his down jacket, his gaze catching sight of the coat that she'd seen and set aside, and it suddenly struck him that the hat accompanying that coat was still with her. The 6th-level monarch also realized this, leaping from the blood-red seawater, attempting to take flight. Subsequently, Jiang Bai had him seek assistance in gathering numerous large red flowers, contemplating their potential utility in the future. Chapter 107. Good stuff. Traversing the peaks of the beast-taming summit, Lin Nan finally recognized that this was indeed a splendid locale. Surrounded by mountains, abundant with verdant hills and clear waters, flora and fauna were ubiquitous, embodying a pristine, unpolluted paradise. When the Lantian sect's beast-taming arts were at a low ebb, the peak master, Shangguan Fei, lacked the capability to utilize such resources effectively. Now, however, this place had been seized by the Tianhua sect. In terms of both detail management and overall perspective, the other category supervisors were far inferior to her. Yet, at this moment, the likes of Yi Huangying and other strong figures exhibited a distinct aura, as within Yinsha's increasingly potent, subtle presence, they sensed a breath of annihilation. Observing Lei Yin's nonchalant demeanor, Wu Qingxian felt a surge of frustration. After all this time, he remained oblivious to the reason, acting purely on impulse. If a student performed poorly, the teacher would suggest they apply to a regular high school like No. 2 middle school but with limited slots. Only the top 20 students in the class would be permitted to apply. This remark left Lu Zili blushing furiously, and with gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Brother Lu, who said that? If we drink, let's drink." With that, he raised his cup, preparing to pour it into his mouth.
Instantly, some comrades in the county felt a twinge of envy, while others engaged in hushed discussions, and the investors grew increasingly concerned. For they understood Liu County's capabilities and deemed him to have significant influence in collaborative projects, thus hastily deliberating on how to win him over. However, they were all now deceased. Surely, others would find it challenging to track their movements? Captain Pishui, I heard you've fallen in love. Lin Chong began a conversation with Pishui Jinwu through the screen. This wind carried the divine power of a Nisalai, fueling the flames, causing the infernal fire in the dragon's eyes to rise incrementally. I think so too. Just look at that. TSK, Princess Chonglu, Princess Gao Yang, all surrounding Zihuan. Your Majesty, could it be that both princesses have fallen for Zihuan? Fang Yai, a brash youth, spoke too loudly, drawing the attention of several princesses and Li Ke. Bai Susu, preferring to avoid trouble, opted to settle matters with money rather than allow these individuals to disrupt her business daily, for she must also support the staff in her establishment. As the feather serpent god grew more agitated, his voice carried an undercurrent of wind, sweeping over Astalos, Yemojid, Zeus, and finally casting a fleeting glance at Typhon and Chiyu. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuan approaching with a basket, Du Yuanyang awkwardly turned away and chuckled. One could only say that since Huang Huayu made his public debut in Zikunsen, he had faced adversaries far beyond his caliber. When leaving, Li Lizzie readily relinquished the carriage she brought for her marriage to Chun Yin and Su Yuan, sharing a ride with Li Shu, which was technically against the rules. But who could blame Li Lizzie when she was favored by Li Er? Upon arriving at the hospital, the nurses mistook them for impoverished folk, leading to a less than cordial attitude. Although Li Chun was ill, he was not foolish. He understood the consequences of being discovered outside, which would jeopardize his release time. Everyone was resistant, but Su Yang certainly would not let them off easily, and Bai Susu felt increasingly discontented observing them. Damn, it's really him. The last time Yao Jin encountered him, he sensed he was a troublesome character, albeit slightly stronger than Chu Yang. He thought he would never see him again, yet fate had conspired for their paths to cross once more. In 18 days, Chu Yang would also set foot in Huahai, a second home indeed, as he aspired to enter with top-tier amateur strength. The competition there was fierce, and in his past life, he had missed an opportunity. Chapter 108. My name is Mada, with a mere thought from Lin Nan, the human skin mask responded, transforming him into the likeness of thunder. Unfortunately, the aura of thunder could not be replicated. It merely concealed his own essence. Thus, when confronted by someone familiar with thunder, he remained at risk of exposure. Therefore, one must exercise caution when using this mask, striving to avoid targets that might reveal their identity. Wherever the giant foot traversed, the space shattered, creating a rift that extended like lightning towards the Woody. If allowed to persist, he would undoubtedly be consumed by the rift. The thin monkey had swapped the Audi for a Mercedes S600L, the very car that had transported him from the Trinity Bar that day. He did not inquire how the thin monkey had managed to acquire it so swiftly. Of course, even with his photographic memory, he knew he could not execute the crafting of a magic scroll proficiently. As Zhou Yang turned his gaze, he saw himself with his left hand resting upon the surface of the extreme water, feeling the encroaching cold. Fang Xiong was eager to resolve matters with Wang Yong to gain control over the heavenly gate, and in his recklessness, he had been ambushed and publicly killed. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Tian not only returned the 13 empty rings in his hand, but his words struck like a bombshell. As the third crystal began to absorb, Zhou Yang, with his eyes closed, was unaware that a faint white light was circulating around his golden statue-like skin. The Hongxiu Pavilion, officially known as the Hongxiu Pavilion Beauty Chain, is the largest and most professional beauty and wellness SBA chain in Jiang City. If the teleportation array is dismantled or one end is destroyed, the other end becomes unusable, rendering its function ineffective. On Hao, lost in thought, speculated about everyone he knew. After a round of contemplation, he wondered if it could be the person from the adjacent office who harbored some animosity towards him. Tainjizi shook his head, refraining from dousing his old friend with cold water. He had grown increasingly wary of this generation of destiny, acutely sensing that this calamity was an unprecedented reckoning. Based on past experiences, it could lead to severe losses. Today, he had only consumed 2 dry buns and a few pieces of pickled vegetables. Initially believing he had expelled everything, but upon a second glance, he couldn't help but regurgitate again, more violently than before. Lao Lin was about to change the channel, having thought an advertisement for a game would never air on CCTV. However, before he could select a different channel, he found himself staring at a familiar scene. Hello. I am Gao Shan. I dream of speaking with you. Is it convenient? I'm Ming, being somewhat shy as an ungraduated college student, hesitated. When Takeda Yayoi noticed that the long-standing blockhead, Captain Mi Tian, had finally come to his senses, she pondered why it took this mission for him to do so. Just as she was about to inquire, the base alarm blared, signaling a level 1 alert. Chui Yuzhen was likely in the kitchen preparing porridge for him. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the breeze was gentle. Today promised to be a splendid day. Over 30 years ago, on a certain day, Mickey Mouse was enduring his hardships at the observatory when a sudden thought struck him. He should leave Hogwarts and return to the abandoned continent to seek out his kin. At that moment, he felt there was no longer any need for him to remain at Hogwarts. Amidst the intense shaking, Mao Mao finally reacted, though his voice remained somewhat peculiar. In this era, those managing electrical circuits were increasingly arrogant. Even with wealth, they would disregard you. If they decided to cut off power, it would happen instantly, leaving you utterly powerless. You could only serve them fine cigarettes and alcohol, uttering sweet words before they reluctantly restored the power. Chapter 109, No Need for That. The senior brother is quite considerate. Lin Nan smirked inwardly while outwardly expressing gratitude, remaining in place. Soon, flames erupted around him. Waves of fire ignited within the forest, accompanied by the terrified roars and wails of numerous beasts, which echoed in Lin Nan's ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the way the disciples of the fire sect gathered spirit beasts, by igniting flames. Xia Shiguang abruptly hung up the phone, anxiously calling Tang Yin to inquire about the situation. Granny Tang was of advanced age and could not withstand any turmoil. However, Deng Ai's expression was cold and resolute, as his silver spear transformed into a torrential rain of blades, descending upon Jin Huan Sanju, enveloping him in a dense shadow of spears. Su Rongrong momentarily froze. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she had intended to flatter Pei Moyen and engage him in conversation about how things were going with his brother, but unexpectedly, her plan backfired. In an instant, a surge of immense heat rose within her, akin to the scorching sun of summer, imparting an intense warmth. The overwhelming heat surged forth, shattering the spiritual bindings that had previously restrained them. Su Muyu glanced at Sikong Jingyun, signaling him to exit first, confident in her own judgment. The intelligence report clearly stated that Liu Bei had led his troops to Hanzhong and was continuing southward towards Chengdu. Sima, he felt a slight tremor in his heart, discreetly lowering his head to sip his wine to mask his earlier scrutiny. Coincidentally, this year was Princess Zixuan's turn, so Su Muyu and Wang Ruk received the invitation early on. Conducting an interview with the national heartthrob and the myth of the imperial capital would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. The fans of Bai Nan and Yin Yanqi could help raise awareness of the disaster. Upon hearing this, Tang Guiqiang leapt up from the sofa in a fit of rage, though he refrained from venting in front of his father-in-law. Even though Su Jinian was a member of Liu Dongliang's faction, Liu Dongliang could not openly shield Su Jinian. Although he understood, after leaving the set, he remained silent, adopting a despondent demeanor as he quietly observed. Zhang Ling remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, while Chen Shu, Yi Zhenghua, and Wang Shuo, upon hearing the voicemail, displayed signs of obsession. He felt enveloped by a wave of pain, a deep ache that felt worse than 1,000 cuts. However, upon entering the mountains, he realized that the celestial mountains before him were magnitudes larger than he had previously seen, with even the stones and trees appearing significantly more massive. As he surveyed the area, dense forests and towering peaks stretched as far as the eye could see, and this place extended for at least 100 miles. Concealing something here would be an arduous task. Zika, without a cigar or a drink, lounged in a cotton leopard print nightgown on the sofa, lazily extending her toes to tease the man seated diagonally across from her. A sigh escaped from Dekao's lips, his expression neutral as he gazed at Reina on the screen. Speaking earnestly, waterlight flickered, vanishing in an instant, and in less than a stick of incense's time. The outline of the South China Sea gradually appeared before Li Muyu's eyes. In an instant, the mist dissipated, and Li Muyu, who had been dozens of miles away, found himself above the South China Sea in the blink of an eye. At that time, Liao Xinghua had firmly supported Wang Haiqing, not only due to their familial ties, but also because the elite forces of the Night Eagle organization were exceptionally loyal. Wearing the fishscale armor close to his skin, Li Mu felt an overwhelming sensation, almost bringing him to tears. Once in the car, Gu Moyan retrieved medicine from his pocket, while Tang Qi kindly handed him water. In Yuan Qin's plan, Jin Fenghe was merely a temporary shield to stall for time. Overcoming the immediate challenge was paramount, and naturally, once the crisis was averted, he could exit honorably. Chapter 110. Facing the Wall. It is likely that the person in charge of the fire sect believed that those imprisoned here would not dare to resist. Hence they did not invest much effort in the barrier. In other words, if Lin Nan wished to leave, he could do so in an instant. However, there was no need to rush at present. He fixated on the cave's entrance, lost in contemplation. After a while, the corners of Lin Nan's mouth twitched as he formulated a plan for his next course of action. Deep-sea hunter, perish. The mad shark pierces the demon. Hamos roared, and as the skill activated, his movement speed surged, and in an instant, he was before the deep-sea hunter. Now without the end-of-the-world battle armor, only wielding the end of the world longsword, Nan Lan Yanran felt a shiver of trepidation. Xiao Riyin was startled, instinctively summoning her spiritual power, but the moment she did, Fu Jingxi dispersed it with ease. The disparity between the late and mid stages of the Xian realm was significant. Kuei Yi slowly walked to the hall, redirecting everyone's attention back to Ling Yi and Luo Lu. They began searching for clues among the accompanying bodyguards, but found no trace, causing them to panic. Thus, martial arts are of utmost importance and rarity. Jin Ya's effortless acquisition of such formidable skills must surely astonish Mui. However, without the bloodline and physical form of the emperor, he was not a complete sovereign of the three realms, which was precisely why he had not truly obtained that power. From the moment she met Jin Sei, she had not shown a pleasant demeanor, yet Jin Sei did not take offense, instead serving her food, deserving of a thank you. They did not understand why they had to comply. They believed it was Ling Yi's decree, thus they executed it unconditionally. Those sent out by the Yu faction genuinely elevated their own sect while hunting down the elusive demon. As for anything related to Sheer, he could not remain calm or composed. He would not allow any mishaps to occur within his jurisdiction. He absolutely would not permit it. Zhang Yadong departed, leaving behind Zhang Jinghua, whose countenance was marked by resentment and indignation as he exited the private room and departed from Hongyan Hotel. Zhang Yadong, accompanied by his mother, entered a taxi and left Hong County, heading straight for the city of wine. At that moment, he had astonishingly forgotten that he was a formidable practitioner of the forged spirit realm. His mind was consumed by the breathtaking image of Lin Xiao confronting the heavenly tribulation with his physical form, a scene that seemed to transform into an unshakable specter. Haunting his thoughts relentlessly, the ethereal sword energy was repressed within, and it felt as though even formless energy could claim lives. This sensation was indeed disquieting. Could it be that this youth had reached such a terrifying level of sword intent? Li Juanxiu smiled gently, akin to the blooming chrysanthemums of September, his words flowing effortlessly and naturally from his thin lips. Observing the two children, who exchanged glances of mutual astonishment, Lin Xinyao suddenly found them utterly adorable. He chuckled, remarking that third brother was truly the most admirable person. Just look at third sister-in-law, graceful and virtuous, excelling in the creation of delectable desserts. Third brother would surely find joy in such a life. Ling Anyue lifted a nearby cup, blew gently across the teacup, sipped the tea, and then raised her head to smile at Ling Anyue. A piercing explosion suddenly resonated, as the azure giant python quivered violently and then surged forth from the thunderclouds at a terrifying speed, tearing through the void and descending upon Lin Xiao atop the mountain. I was taken aback, pondering that if one were to travel at that speed for a week, they would cover at least 600 to 700 kilometers. The ominous dead mouse mark had appeared 5 times, which implied they had returned here exactly 5 times, each time covering a distance of approximately 100 kilometers. Chapter 111. Where to find an opportunity to slay you. After retrieving Wang Fei's corpse and arranging it in a contemplative pose, Lin Nan exited the cave, sealed the barrier, donned a human skin mask, and disguised himself as Wang Fei before leaving the cliff of reflection. Half a day later, several disciples of the Tianhua sect patrolled their territory when they suddenly noticed something amiss. What is happening? How could this be? I do not know. Bai Shui gently pushed his hand away. He too was uncertain why he acted thus, yet he did. The one most severely affected by this wave of impact was Zhao Yi within the shrine. Upon receiving the red invitation card, the oppressive atmosphere became almost suffocating. A miscalculation led Fan Shi to miss the opportunity to win Zhao Yi over, but it was not too late. Each time, he sensed Harvey Moore's mental manipulation. It felt akin to admiring a finely crafted work of art, the mental energy under his control radiating artistic beauty. Yi Lily, following her orders, turned over Dong Bing's corpse. As expected, beneath Dong Bing's body lay an identical talisman, stained crimson with blood. With a loud bang, he kicked open the door, which creaked as he threw Yu Zi onto the bed. Before he could finish his sentence, a large dark object suddenly collided with him, striking his nose sharply. The delicate-featured man immediately felt a sting in his nose, tears streaming down his face as he let out a cry, releasing his strength to strike at Wu Jingjing. These two mules appeared to be even more spirited than horses, their sleek bodies glistening without a trace of blemish, adorned with new saddles, shining stirrups, and bright red reins, fit to be the noble steed of a groom. The air was thick with the stench of blood, accompanied by the cacophony of footsteps and the bizarre roars of beasts. You weren't there in the lacquer garden. How would you know if the lacquer garden people stripped the deceased of their clothes and buried them in their vegetable garden as fertilizer? The restaurant owner inquired. A chilling scream erupted as the malevolent spirit Zhao Xan was pierced by Jiang Yuanjin's sword, the magical energy on the blade searing her form, causing the apparition to fade significantly in mere moments. Upon seeing Yin Tianyu and the others remain unmoving, Yuzun seized Hunger by the neck, leaving Yin Tianyu and Lei Xingyun no choice but to retreat repeatedly, filled with anger and helplessness. Quan Jin raised an eyebrow. In this moment that ought to warrant execution, she exuded an air of haughty defiance as she stepped closer to Quan Qingqing. Having spoken, she prepared to leave, for 012 had just informed her that Qingyu had affections for her junior sister. But what about the legendary son Wukong, the Monkey King, who once swore brotherhood with Niu Xiong and later caused a ruckus in the heavenly court? The Dragon King inquired. After imparting teachings to Yin Shi, Lao Dan instructed him to cultivate in the treasure land of Shu, while he and Giga Daoist exited Hangu Pass, heading toward the land of the heavens. Miss Jingjing loosened the second, third, and fourth buttons of her garment, revealing a white undergarment and her snowy neck. Nie Peng and Chun Sheng observed Yin Tianyu with a hint of a smile curling at the corners of their mouths, and simultaneously, a powerful surge of fire spirit energy erupted from the three of them. To speak frankly, for someone from an ordinary family, altering one's fate is akin to scaling the heavens. Most would toil for a meager salary of 3,000 to 4,000 a month, while the wealthy could easily spend lavishly, earning in a mere moment what an average person could scarcely accumulate in a lifetime. Even 7 years ago, Quan Jin was merely proficient in business and medicine, unable to resolve every matter. Chapter 112. I have a way to summon everyone here. Thunder issued a stern command. The crowd did not dare to delay, hastily relaying orders to each hall, and soon, nearly 800 members of the Tianhua sect had congregated. Thunder hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Hall masters, are you certain that all disciples have arrived? Old Su, it seems to me that your rumored romantic interest is not me, Yin Li remarked with a hint of disappointment. Ling Miao answered the call and held the phone to Su Yuyang's ear. A few seconds later, Su Yuyang confirmed. And only then did Ling Miao place the phone down. Truly, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, the next time I see it, I will take a photo for you. Seeing my skepticism, Noamine became somewhat anxious. Thank you, Fifth Lady, for your courtesy, Zhu Posey expressed respectfully, and Li Danru nodded before proceeding into the inner chamber. Although she did not press further, a sense of disappointment lingered. Previously, I believed that Enchanting would never conceal anything from me, that he would answer all my questions, but now he has overlooked my inquiries, resembling the aloof Mo Chun. Just when the Emperor had inscribed new plaques for the main hall, sending an inner servant with them on the auspicious day of the move, Empress Lu, adhering to the customs of the prominent families in the capital, sent a lavish gift, both as a sign of favor and to subtly indicate her peculiar relationship with this couple, one that was enigmatic and difficult to decipher. Lu Haoyin reclined against the head of the bed. Matters of the heart, indeed, are far more complicated than the rivalries of the marketplace. This was the conclusion Lu Haoyin had drawn over the past few days. She found it perplexing. Her understanding of Qin Fangbai was insufficient, and she knew nothing of his past, rendering the significance of his gaze utterly inscrutable. Zhou Rang was a rational man who prioritized reason over emotion, promptly restraining this relationship from progressing beyond its initial state. As they were unfamiliar with the business, having never engaged in games or animation-related ventures. Upon hearing Lu Yin's explanation, Chu Xingyuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Lu Yin for a while. He had long harbored doubts. Lin Weiwei had clearly stated that the child had always been by her side as they grew up, yet in just over a month of separation, how had they become so estranged? Faced with his incoherent accusations, Jiang Yuqi could hardly be bothered to respond. What was there to explain to a madman? This move was a mimicry of Shinedo's mental force, though Ji Fei believed that this manifestation appeared cooler. If the Marquis remained robust and married to bear a child, even if Yuan Hao were to lose his title in the future, he could still pass it down to his grandson, which was a glimmer of hope. She is the most beautiful. Is that reasonable? Is that even legal? Whose good elf can learn martial arts? Clearly, there is an underlying concern for Sheng Tingxiao. Yet one must feign explanations in response to one's own inquiries. Do I truly appear so foolish? While I do not perceive any medicinal properties in the peach, its exquisite flavor undoubtedly promises commercial success in her supermarket, potentially elevating it to a renowned brand. However, the lethal intent encapsulated within this string of droplets is palpably felt. Although competition is not currently fierce, if left unchecked, the impact of Samsung on the market share of new semiconductor ventures, including memory and flash products, will only intensify. From a distance, one's gaze is immediately drawn to the towering skyscrapers, and as one approaches, the sight of the mech in the plaza becomes apparent. Yet what truly captivates attention are the two colossal electronic composite images. The image on the left depicts a young man clad in a pristine white kung fu outfit. In the ensuing days, Zhang Chun accompanied Jobs to numerous locations, ranging from remote temples to entrepreneurial hubs like Zhongguancun, Pudong, and Futian. Chapter 113. None are good birds as long as we can survive. We will heed your command, firehead. The crowd expressed their allegiance, viewing Lin Nan as their pillar of strength. Lin Nan's lips curled slightly as he beckoned everyone closer, then whispered to them. Upon hearing his words, their expressions shifted dramatically, some revealing anxiety and hesitation. Firehead, is this really feasible? Upon realizing that they could not establish contact with the outside world, and that their strongest member was merely a saint ancestor-level cultivator, they were incensed. Even if they were to find a Dao ancestor-level powerhouse within the ruins, such individuals could not guarantee safety, and unexpected mishaps were still a possibility. This led to the emergence of a grotesque profession, that of a fraudster posing as an antique appraisal expert. They would first masquerade as appraisal specialists and then be taken to antique shops to scout for treasures. These swindlers typically coordinated in advance, finding a counterfeit item to present as genuine, thereby deceiving customers into making purchases. The trash bin, recently replaced, generally contained little beyond kitchen waste. He resolved to change the garbage bag weekly, primarily for the sake of maintaining cleanliness in his room. Helicopters? The crowd was perplexed by this novel weapon. But after listening to Sun Liren's description, they began to form a rough understanding. Yihuan, where are you? The panicked Mu Zi called out, but the surroundings yielded no response. The barrier set by Captain Tianfeng was effective for others, yet Yang Yezi and her companions, being cultivators and the closest to Xinyan, found the barrier no hindrance. I wish to return this summer. After all, we are preparing for a counteroffensive, and publicizing our efforts in the U.S. is essential. Huang Ying remarked. If Brother Chun is not tired, the more the merrier. Li Hongkue winked, causing Dong Mingshun to shudder. For these individuals, the nine-tailed demon scorpion would show no mercy. In his eyes, serving as a test subject was a privilege. He had witnessed this girl leap from a novice cultivator to the 7th tier of the imperial spirit in one bound. If anyone learned of this, they would surely be struck with shock. The Holy Mother of the Golden Pool would not let Yen Wu off the hook, as Yen Wu had consumed the spirit fruit that the Holy Mother had guarded. You think you can manipulate his feelings against Xing Tian? Would you not also exploit Yen Wu's affections to conspire with the Holy Mother against her? Di Jun coldly questioned Song Yu. Very well. What game shall we play next? I shall accompany you to the end, by good declared to Wang Jichen. Tsuehua. Upon hearing Hu Tsuehua's words, Zhao Tiniu felt a surge of emotions. Despite enduring countless humiliations, being with the one he loved was indeed a source of happiness. Nearby, Guan Junho observed Lan Ronyue's every move with growing caution. If she were truly sent by the palace, she would not exhibit such envy and astonishment. Although he had just emerged from the demon prison and his strength had not yet returned to its former peak, his foundational prowess was still unmatched by someone like Situ Lingyun. The moment the young man in the green attire appeared, Fu Qingyuan, standing beside Fu Tianshan, gasped, his previously sullen face lighting up with excitement. He had no need for concern. With Jiang Mingyue's strength and his own resources, he had nothing to fear from her reneging. Why you? How dare you accuse me of speaking nonsense? Truly, a wretched dog bites back. Sher retorted arrogantly. Sister, what shall we do? Yu Qiling said anxiously upon seeing the immortal medicine village at a disadvantage, as this place was akin to her home, and she wished to avert its destruction. Chapter 114. Where to escape, boss? What do we do? They have come looking for us. Lin Nan's expression turned grave, revealing his inner turmoil. If they find us, we are doomed. You all stay here and do not move. I will distract them, and you can escape. As his consciousness retracted, he noticed a maid approaching from outside the wall, her visage unfamiliar, yet her form oddly reminiscent. Ji Ying never imagined that the Dragon Phoenix election would commence just as she was poised for a grand display, only to meet such a muddled demise. A youth clad in a violet robe and adorned with a jade crown, Lin Mo, an illustrious disciple of the harem sect from Penglai, emerged beside Qin Tian. A comprehensive map encapsulating every inch of the Wan Yao mountain range flickered in the young man's mind, marked with a glowing emblem. To serve as bait for me and Zio, struck by Gorgon's petrifying gaze, and now reduced to this state, Yi Yuan spoke in a subdued tone. He could only extend his arms, tilting his head slightly, but realized it was too late to retract his hands. In a moment of desperation, Luo Tian withdrew, suddenly opening his mouth to bite down fiercely on the arrowhead. The cry bore no power, yet it was unbearably grating to his ears. He had tirelessly pursued Long Hao, yet despite his internal injuries, he still failed to catch up. At that moment, an individual managed to seize 2 strands of purple patterns in one go. The pressure did not relent. An invisible wave surged forth, trailing behind Kaba Yuan as it raced towards him. With a cold shout, Kaba Yuan unleashed a crimson-black vortex that expanded behind him, causing the invisible wave to vanish upon contact. The dance of the sleeves of Shaoyang Peak, regardless of its power, was undeniably captivating. The disciples below were not merely spectators of a competition, but entranced by Qiu Shire's solo performance. However, the intermittent sounds of explosive force and her fierce, elegant assaults jolted them back to the reality of a fierce contest, rather than a mere beautiful dance. Damn it, I won't die that easily. As pain intensified, Luo Tian's body uncontrollably flipped to the side. The notion of reaching the last holy land was merely the ramblings of the Earth King. Yet from Song Qingjie's inquiry, he could ascertain one thing. His clone must have participated in yesterday's events. It remained uncertain whether the actions taken were beneficial or detrimental to Song Qingjie. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers, their emotions surging like a tide. The autumn sun illuminated the slender figure of Shaoyan outside the hall, dressed in a light lotus-colored robe, exuding an aura that seemed to harmonize with Feng Yi. Now, witnessing him wipe the sweat from his brow, he appeared somewhat restless. What is that? My eyes suddenly brightened as I spotted several strange lights flickering in the darkness. Surrounding Sun Fengzhao, the tricolored shield that had formed around him was now riddled with holes as his blood danced through the air. The 2 extraordinary treasures desperately absorbed Sun Fengzhao's blood droplets, producing a resonant hum. Well done, Fox, get rid of him. Although the reinforcements were not the chilling snow, but rather the foolish fox. Su Mubai still glimpsed a flicker of hope and couldn't help but shout out. Kong Liang observed Zhao Xin, initially believing that Zhao had revealed the situation to the others. But now it appeared he had overestimated things. Uncertain of Zhao Xin's intentions, Kong Liang remained silent, awaiting Zhao's words, knowing he only needed to respond accordingly. Chapter 115. So it is. Moments later, tranquility returned to the forest. All 8 disciples of the Heavenly Fire sect perished, becoming mere fodder for the myriad spirit beasts. Lin Nan promptly emerged, gathering all the spirit beasts into the 100 Beauties scroll, then hastily fled the scene. The few miscellaneous disciples lay unconscious on the ground, oblivious to everything around them. Simultaneously, within the Heavenly Fire sect, the lone figure unresponsive to the call was the radiant divine envoy, one of the protagonists mentioned in the announcement, seemingly impervious to the commotion. Very well, since I have promised you, I shall do my utmost. Yi Feng nodded as he tucked away the purple sandalwood. When the term remains of the revered one reached Wang Jie's ears, His mind buzzed. This jest seemed rather excessive. For the remains of a revered one felt far too distant for him at present. Xinyuan Rue took the cup, gulping down a cup of tea. The moment he drank, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the surging poison within him. When Renya retrieved the previous medicinal cauldron, diligently placing the herbs as instructed by Yuan Nanfeng, only to discover a problem when it came time to ignite the fire. Having exchanged pleasantries and interacted with the fans according to the event's rules, the members of the Battle Gate descended from the backstage. The title Holy Hand was a nickname given to Jinsei by Minglong Jinsei, excelled in concealed weapons and poisons, adept at neutralizing even the most perilous toxins. Making her a half-doctor, the name Holy Hand was a twisted interpretation of the hand of the medical sage, initially a self-deprecating moniker by Jinsei, which later became Ming Long's exclusive title for her. Zhao Guodong shivered, sensing that Li Jing's demeanor was not a good omen. However, those with keen eyes noticed something unusual. Jiang, who was not at the forefront, but maintained a distance from a rather slender and exceedingly young man, centering around him. Zhong Li Shuo quickly covered his neck, feeling the warm liquid streaming down between his fingers. The crimson liquid soaked through his clothing, increasing in volume. The night was as dark as ink. With bitter winds and rain, the forest echoed with the roars of magical beasts. Lin Yume and her companions had arrived at the edge of the Death Mountain, anticipating the foes of the Night Emperor Mountain, yet none appeared. The atmospheric pressure was so low it became suffocating. I am fine. We shall act separately. Han Bing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent within, and darted away, resembling a headless fly searching frantically, his consciousness traversing the dim forest, stirring countless magical beasts, making the entire shadowy forest unusually lively. This item can yield 50,000 low-tier spirit source stones? Is your family wealthy? Why have I never heard of it? Lin Yume asked, taking it for granted, not considering that she had only arrived in the Tianwu continent a few days prior, making it impossible for her to know everything. I should have anticipated this. After I struck you, you would betray me. Hong Mao struggled towards Zhu Mao. Li Tianqi feigned calmness and said, "What grounds do we have to be here?" He was now left to gamble on luck, uncertain if events would unfold as he had envisioned. A shadow, indistinct and elusive, appeared directly behind Mo Fan, and his palm, ablaze with fiery red, pressed against Mo Fan's chest, creating a gaping hole that disregarded Mo Fan's battle heaven body, slowly expanding. People generally believe that deities act swiftly, yet why has this occasion been delayed for so long? It is feared that this may impede the critical task of exterminating monsters and restoring order. At this moment, Meng Fan's actions with the eccentric man were exceedingly ambiguous. While initially grasping the peculiar man, he leaned forward to evade a severed blade, their bodies inadvertently pressed against each other. Chapter 116, Deception. After a day of rapid travel, Lin Nan sensed a chaotic aura emanating from the mountains ahead, entangled in conflict, with two factions engaged in battle. One side comprised the mountain's magical beasts, while the other was unmistakably the team led by the Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Sex Punishment Hall, Li Xiao. Lin Nan's heart stirred. He had finally caught up. He promptly descended into the fray, with fiery arcane arts and the added influence of darkness. However, since I could not accompany him through the lowest point of his life 3 years prior, I cannot now return to Zhangjiang as if nothing has happened. Even though Yi Feng now possesses master-level strength alongside the indestructible body, he could not withstand the onslaught of 100 armed assassins. Officer Han, what exactly does Zhao Xiaoshan do? Ma Mingren still did not forget this matter. Huang Shang, lacking medical knowledge, could still discern the basic symptoms, furrowing his brow as he transmitted a thread of pure vital energy. On the carriage, Pai Zhaomin, Pai Huaili, and Pai Eryu sat on one side, while Pai Xiangshi, Pai Luo Qiu, and 2 maidservants occupied the other. Since you have arrived, please come in. As the figure retreated into the room, the lights immediately brightened, accompanied by a somewhat cold voice echoing within. Yi Feng emerged from behind a stone, using lightness skill to silently approach another stone, including Qi Ming. Several individuals bearing weapons raised their arms to aim at Yi Feng. In that instant, as the brutal energy ripple spread, the faces of those engaged in the aerial battle changed dramatically, and without hesitation, they retreated. He possessed such a temperament. While appearing narcissistic, he would blush and grow flustered if complimented in front of others. However, the Bingzhou army paid no heed to their antics, as the iron-blooded aura seemed to coalesce into 3 towering walls, pushing back those gathered at the city gate as the Bingzhou army advanced. No, the 6 contestants have collaborated with Mango TV, and several record companies are preparing to withdraw their artists to appear on the show for some exposure. If all goes well, they could secure at least 4 spots in the top 10. Lin Zixing responded. I gradually approached, and unwittingly, the incantations dancing in my mind suddenly blazed to life. As if influenced by some interchange, the rolling blue light instantly consuming my entire consciousness. Over the years, he had indeed kept his promise. Whenever something occurred, he would first think of Yi Ma. Whether achieving good grades or composing a song he deemed exceptional, he would call Yi Dabo before contacting Yi Ma. He had learned to play for performances at banquets, regardless of how many pieces he could play, as long as he mastered a few renowned ones. His beloved family would surely be satisfied. Wang Rue and others finally understood why Yun Shizi chose this path. He intended to use the secret passage to return to the courtyard first, which was indeed a clever idea. Thank you, Prince Xie. Gu Jinning expressed her gratitude, lowering her head and daring not to look at Xian Wang, turning to return to Xianjin Pavilion. This king does not obstruct your socializing, but Su Mubai is unlike others. Jin Haoshuan coldly stated. The doctors involved in the rescue of Su Qingji halted their actions, shaking their heads and sighing. Wei Yin discerned that her grandfather had calmed down, and after indulging the old man a moment, she summoned the family steward to bring the newspaper for her to understand the situation. Qihao was already prepared and naturally unafraid, merely contemplating a stroll through the city after the exam to see what was happening with Wang Tianbao. The numerous disciples of the Jin family gathered below remained united in their resolve, with no dissenting voices among them. The treasures of the clan had, of course, been seized by Lu Dingtian, who had taken possession of the Golden Mountain, now enveloped by the Silver Mountain lair of the Sea Phoenix, which Lu Dingtian had refined into a mere finger of his own. Chapter 117. Conceiving deceitful designs, the Tianxian continent is inherently a realm of fantasy, teeming with countless cultivators and sections. In Lin Nan's recollection, both the Lantian sect and the Tianhua sect appeared substantial at first glance, yet they could merely be classified as minor sections. To assess the magnitude and strength of a sect, 3 primary factors must be considered: territory, population, and most crucially, the rank of its formidable beings. Throughout the myriad realms, even the secluded cultivators dwelling in deep mountains and vast marshes looked up in astonishment, their hearts filled with revulsion. After an unexpected encounter with Zhu Xiongkai, Zhang Tian reported the incident to Huang Zhong, how upon returning to the company the following day, Zhao Qi understood that this time he was merely assisting others in their purchases, and securing any items would be a stroke of luck. Any further calls would prove futile, as it would be impossible to acquire the same amount as during his own purchase. The portion he lacked would require others to repay their debts of gratitude. In an effort to stifle the offensive of the Chinese team, the Lithuanian men's basketball squad significantly altered their roster, granting Kleza an opportunity to play. The somewhat staggering giant, having been momentarily shaken by the vigorous struggle of the winged divine dragon, was met with a retaliatory blow from the latter. Using a fiery light cannon capable of rending the earth, directed at this once comrade who had now clipped his wings. Chinamo nodded, choosing to place his trust in Linda, for in his current state, the prospect of continuing to endure was utterly impossible. He could only resign himself to fate. Upon closer inspection, the Eastern Tang dynasty, the 3 pure ones, Buddhism, and the Tathagata. Was this not reminiscent of his journey to the west? On the roadside, several minions of Su Huihui gazed forlornly at the bustling scene, yearning to curry favor with Chu Ying, yet hesitating out of fear, burdened as they were with overwhelming debts, dreading the consequences of approaching. Accompanied by the flames of the red lotus and the recitation of Buddhist scriptures, the righteous energy of the cosmos surged forth, coalescing once more into the form of a man. Ron extended his hand into a fist, continuously filling a circle, excitement illuminating their faces. For neither the Cleveland Cavaliers nor the Miami Heat wished to be at the mercy of their adversaries. Thus both teams aspired to seize the advantage on the basketball court. Approximately 10 minutes after the gunfire in Guangzhou City had ceased, the Nationalist Party aircraft, having taken off from Nanchang, finally arrived over the skies of Guangzhou. Having not met for an extended period, the demeanor and poise of the one who had ascended to the revered position of Rongdeng had undergone a remarkable transformation. The unwavering violet flame protective barrier, still undisturbed amidst the chaos,
clearly indicated her cultivation had surpassed that of her earlier days by leaps and bounds. Lin Nan's carefully selected financial stock index futures yielded substantial profits, with Hawking Corporation raking in nearly $300 million, while Shin Nippon Steel and Nomura Bank, trailing in Lin Nan's wake, undeniably reaped considerable benefits. However, these true essences appeared somewhat different from before, though not as viscous as in the past. They seemed easier to control, flowing effortlessly from the Qi Sea into the meridians, and then back again, merging into the Yuan Dan. Lin Nan held the position of consultant at Hawking Corporation, wishing to avoid becoming too deeply entangled. This request received tacit approval from both China and Russia. Li Qingzhen was indeed destined to become a great general of the Zhao dynasty. Witnessing Li Yu's humble demeanor, King Zhao Dan felt a profound sense of empathy and patted his hand, deeply moved. In the frigid January of Afghanistan, at an altitude of 200 meters, the biting wind felt like daggers. Had the sergeant not worn a mask, his face would have been lacerated. Around the Kaidian sword sect, even during the significant cleansing event that Jian Yi had participated in prior to his departure, encounters with formidable beasts had been scarce, limited to a mere handful of shape-shifting beasts. Chapter 118. A convergence of thoughts atop the mountain. Yu Xuanji and Li Xiao engaged in a fierce battle. Their powers evenly matched, and the exchange of arcane arts echoed with earth-shattering intensity, resulting in a stalemate. Boom! The grand hall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless tiles and shattered wood flying, and the barrier confining the crowd crumbled under their frenzied assault. Kill. Li Xiao had initially planned to launch a surprise attack to slay the leader Yu. He was acutely aware that Tang Biao's probing remarks had likely put him on guard. At this juncture, the mention of sleep was likely a precursor to action. After sending the message, he dismantled his phone, chewed the SIM card into a pulp, and spat it into the sewage pool. Mo Sun slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road, causing the cars behind to screech to a halt as well. Had Liang Angwa's words come any later, the middle-aged man's arm would have likely been fractured by Liang Ye's blow. Please follow me. Before Hua Xiao, Brother Kuan consistently played the role of a servant, which was precisely what pleased Hua Xiao the most. However, this was but a fleeting moment. Almost immediately, he reverted to the concerned uncle who worried for his nephew. Nonetheless, for those individuals who harbored an insatiable desire and dedication to the medical arts, their hearts longed for Lin Tian to work his miraculous healing, truly curing Zhou Li's ailment. Dingmin never anticipated that a simple selfie would garner such attention. She had previously been disinclined to share selfies at all. Young master, you truly do not regard your own health. If Madame were to find out, how anxious would she be? Deeply concerned, Uncle Ming chastised the silent Ize. She hoped that Irun might have the chance to be with Professor Qin. However, if Professor Qin were already married, then naturally, Irun would have no opportunity. Yen Fei nodded earnestly, estimating that the enemy camp was merely 1,000 meters above the canyon. With a large-caliber sniper rifle, they could easily establish fire coverage here. Only one sniper would suffice to thwart the advance of dozens. Such an abnormal discovery, as Water Tree was about to voice, was interrupted by the old man's flawless sword-drawing technique, akin to a pristine white moon, leaving all present to witness but a fleeting glimmer of light. Yet, this exquisite display was captured with utmost clarity by Yan's keen eyes. With Yang's death, Yang Huan, fearing retribution from El Chao, fled from Shiping, seeking refuge with the southern Liang King, Tufa Li Ku. Has the latest report been released? Mu Qingcheng inquired, not particularly invested, having just reviewed yesterday's report. A day's difference likely wouldn't yield any significant breakthroughs. Although Lin Feng's funds were somewhat strained due to the privatization of Dream Dragon and the increase in shares of New Wind, procuring 400 million Hong Kong dollars remained effortless. Draped in a black robe embroidered with a fearsome black dragon, he appeared fierce yet bore an air of solemn wisdom. Murmuring, she submerged her entire body in the water. The crystalline lake instantly tainted with blood, flowing downstream along the creek. Seeing Ling Tian's fury, Zhongnan broke into a cold sweat. Though Ling Tian was formidable, he was merely a mid-stage Qi transformation warrior. Setting aside the profound foundation and hidden experts of the Ling family, there were several Qi transformation warriors, should a conflict arise. Ling Tian would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. I have already stated that I am fine, and Qi was equally astonished by the talisman's miraculous capabilities, which further convinced her that once the adept was located, her cousin's ailment would be cured. With this thought in mind, and she dashed out of the hospital, hailing a taxi to depart. Upon regaining her senses and recognizing it was Xia Zihan, Su Luo turned on the desk lamp side and remarked that henceforth the door to her room would need to be locked. Chapter 119. Judgment. Lin Nan, sensing the Fox clan aura emanating from Bai Ling, Li Xiao instantly discerned Lin Nan's true identity concealed beneath the human mask of Lin Guang. Now you know, but it is too late. Lin Nan scoffed, opting not to waste words, and charged forth. He has released his grip, and the exquisite painting now hovers in the air within the scroll. The designs of Advisor Wang have all come to fruition, as the individual designated as bait was indeed attacked. After Advisor, Wang proceeded a mile further. AI Qiao Qiao entered the courtyard, yet found no one to greet her. Even Feng Shi, who was usually bustling about, was conspicuously absent. Chu Hao coughed twice, feigning an air of calm, withdrew his gaze, and continued driving. You've compelled me to ponder deeply. I pushed his hand away and ascended the stairs, my mind in a tumult. There were so many, as large as cats. Yet the reason for constantly seeking supplies from Lu Zheng is self-evident. Why would one refuse a gift? Should one send it back? After all, the transport vessels would be empty if not laden with grain. The number of iron tools and weapons received each time is rather limited. This scene is quite amusing. Bai Zhu has yet to retreat to his position, while Batu Lu is circling incessantly on horseback. From the opponent's demeanor, Han Jinhan could discern that they were indeed angered by his recent remarks. Fifth Master, weren't you off to find Master Yu Yin? What brings you here? Du Ruo inquired softly of Lu Wu. What need is there to return? The meat in the pot is already cooked. You and brother one should eat here before departing, AI Qiao Qiao said as she lifted the lid of the clay pot. The effects were remarkably pronounced. 2 arrows were shot simultaneously, producing a resounding noise as they flew forth like long spears, entirely crafted from bamboo. The thick bamboo pole was fitted with a metal arrowhead, its sharp edges glinting coldly in the sunlight. The night was as dark as ink, and Boss Chu, clad in black, moved like a specter, silently leaping across the rooftops. The enormous eye of the great eye monster sparkled with brilliance. As Jiang Han swung down his great blade, a burst of golden light emerged, soaring towards him, but before it could touch Jiang Han's blade, it exploded in midair. Shang Miaoyu's retort was both logical and well-founded, living up to her name. Yet her opponent was a prodigy who had once matched the most outstanding talent of the Shang family, Shang Lanfang. The Finger Demon Sword, the pinnacle of demon-seeking artifacts, directs its blade and renders demons powerless to escape. It was one of the favored tools used by the Celestial Sword during the grand battle between the immortals and demons across the 9 provinces. To truly shatter the barriers, one must accumulate theories of the immortal path, gather more resources, nurture superior talent, and refine the entire cultivation system, compelling the entire continent to strive for 500 years. Such thoughts made Chu Xuani shake her head inwardly. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to relay the news to the 2. The potency of the poison was exceedingly formidable, particularly as it was colorless and tasteless, rendering individuals unaware until they were thoroughly poisoned, completely incapacitated. This was thanks to Xie Yiyu's formidable constitution, having endured countless battles and training in the legendary world. Under the silent influence of demonic energy, coupled with an abundance of oak fruits consumed, his physical strength far surpassed that of the average person. Master Zhou Gui's expression shifted. If his perception was not mistaken, the one who had just attacked Longmen was indeed Old Mu, who was naturally his servant. Even if it was merely an illusion conjured by Wang Zhou based on memory, the divine powers and principles contained within still far exceeded the current level of cultivators in Xiangzhou. However, Dong Xuanyue said nothing, clutching the peculiar artifact and sprinting towards the entrance. Chapter 120. The Jade Clan listening to the innkeeper's vivid explanations. Lin Nan suddenly understood and inquired, who is currently in charge in Baiyu City? Presently, the Lord of Baiyu City is the 18th descendant of the Yu family, Lord Yu Lianqing. Where is the Lord's residence? The innkeeper pointed towards the center of the city. The inhabitants near the foot of the mountain awoke from their slumber, opening their windows in astonishment. Of course, this was relative. Godzilla's massive size and weight destined it not to be swift, and given its abilities, speed was unnecessary. With a single beam of radioactive heat, no enemy could withstand it. Andrew recalled a moment from his youth, his eyes seemingly sparkling with stars. Once he had determined his target for endeavor,
Hu Lixie and Gao Changgong began strategizing on how to separate the Turks from the besieging coalition against Baiki, an undoubtedly challenging task for two leaders skilled in warfare, yet lacking in social finesse. Even if he exerted his utmost effort, he would not stand a chance against Zhu Wuhuan at this moment, not to mention the watchful gaze of Qin Wudi and others above. Furthermore, the outstanding performances of Jiang Tian and his companions significantly boosted morale, making the contrast stark. Success or failure mattered little to Li Yong, as this was merely an exercise in spontaneity for him. Zhang Wujing, Elder Yao, Lan Zhantian, and the elder from the Alchemist Guild wore grim expressions. In front of so many people, he had the audacity to reject their proposal, which was a significant affront to their dignity. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice their muscles coiled like roots across their bodies. Viewed purely from an aesthetic perspective, their figures possessed an unconventional beauty, making it a pity they did not pursue modeling. Thus, to alleviate the pressure in this regard and allow for more time devoted to cultivation and combat, Guidafu had no choice but to reinstate the previous noble system, distributing the conquered territories. As he returned to his quarters, he sensed the presence of others nearby, glancing towards a corner not far off. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to ignore it. Witnessing such a scene, Cheng Shifei was taken aback, as the elderly figure before him resembled a specter. In the next moment, the familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Dong Yinshu quietly slipped into bed, and due to the single bed, the two were nearly pressed against one another. Feeling each other's breath, Li Beichen found the so-called plot to be utterly immoral. It was profoundly unethical. Having already seized control of his body, why must he still endure pain? The disasters of the box were countless and bizarre. Mu Ning selected those with lethal force and threw them forth, instantly unleashing chaos upon the elderly figure, flames and lightning clashing violently, an unknown force continuously compressing his body. Should these individuals wish to kill Lu Fangfang outright, Su Sheng would undoubtedly show no mercy and unleash a massacre. Nevertheless, Su Sheng considered all of this trivial. After stating his intentions, he prepared to take his own life with the ruthless sword before Yao Bingmei. However, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed a martial energy towards another figure still shrouded in mystery behind him. Xie Gongbao and Zhu Ji rose to send him off, exiting the cabin, when Lu Xia turned and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention something to Brother Xie. On the day of the Grand Assembly, please escort the princess to the palace gates. I will arrange for personnel to receive her there." Upon receiving Xie Gongbao's agreement, he proceeded. Upon returning to the village, Si Fong learned that Su Shui and her party had been searching for him. Fortunately, he encountered Hu Village. Tonight, with the divine deer roaming the skies, esteemed guests are surely arriving. Indeed, the divine deer favors our clan. Let us welcome our esteemed guests. The elder faced his kin, hands clasped in reverence, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect when mentioning the divine deer. Chapter 121. Something is amiss, everyone. Listen closely. The lair of the demon clan lies just below. In a moment, I will activate the barrier, encircling the battlefield and trapping those demons within. You are to enter the barrier and engage in a siege immediately. Deputy General Yu fixed his gaze upon the crowd, reiterating, if you aspire to become a retainer of the Yu family, this is your finest opportunity. Should anyone slacken, do not expect to reap any merits. Duan Dao Ting let out a bitter laugh, turning his head away, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and chose to remain silent. Yet amidst the rapid thoughts, he pondered, the one I must confront is Moss, who is undoubtedly the greatest opponent of Shun Fengming this time. Is not the enemy of my enemy my friend? Setting aside past grievances, does he not wish to seize this coveted position? How could she be oblivious, when she had just stated that the duality of sound and illusion was hardly practical? Naturally, Shin Fengming would deem that a duet between two would suffice. He would never expect her to shoulder the responsibility of playing both instruments alone. Mo Yincheng did not immediately clarify his intentions, as he had caught the brief flicker of discomfort that crossed Mr. Zhang's visage. An unsettling premonition suddenly washed over him. Perhaps that Song Ku was indeed Mo Yinyue. Was it necessary for me to inform you? Zhu Xia, addressing him with a tone of disdain, felt no need for decorum in the presence of such a person. At this moment, her demeanor exuded an unmistakable air of roguish defiance. Thus, Li Ru devised a plan to deliberately disperse the forces of Li and Guo, preventing them from mounting a concerted assault on Ma Teng and Zhang Miao. Have you decided where you wish to go?
Now that the realm of the underworld has returned to normalcy, should you wish to return, I am more than capable of escorting you back, Lin Dong inquired while maneuvering the warship. At this juncture, I am quite eager to observe how Mitsai navigates her relationships with male friends. Within the empty confines of her sleepwear, a delicate contour was inadvertently prodded by Qin Shuai's rod. Perhaps due to the encroaching chill in the air, the streets were now bereft of pedestrians. And this rare tranquility allowed my recently restless spirit to gradually settle. I removed my jacket and draped it over Mitsai's legs to shield her from the cold. Holding an enormous ball of flame aloft, I continued to concentrate, slowly advancing toward the two. The autumn water sword technique, one of the three supreme arts, embodies an essence of swordsmanship. Autumn signifies wind, and water signifies rain, harmonizing the two in a cascade of sword energy. This is the true spirit of the autumn water sword technique. Chen Guangrui's doppelganger, the Marshal of Tianpeng, alongside the four great celestial masters, represented the heavenly court, arriving to contend for the blood-floating pagoda blade. After all, who would suspect that this spiritual treasure belonged to the inconspicuous Jingxia? Now, thanks to Ling Shiba's unknown methods, he had alleviated a significant burden from his heart, freeing him from the threat of the wild giant. It is worth noting that while Chen Guangrui had comprehended the power of the five spirits, allowing for a fusion with yin and yang energies, he was still far from achieving a perfect amalgamation of a specific spirit force with the yin-yang essence. He found this place exceedingly comfortable, ideal for seclusion and cultivation, free from the worry of unwelcome interruptions. The Flame Emperor chuckled, believing that if it were some exquisite artifact, divine medicine, or cultivation technique, it would indeed be possible to inherit the legacies of the two human realm masters, as countless treasures from ancient times surely remained. Fang Zheng finally grasped the meaning behind those words. It seemed that the four of them were not summoned by them, but rather had approached of their own accord, akin to sycophancy, and thus were required to wait here. That is to say, Mu Hanshuang lowered her head once more, feigning a bashful demeanor. Chapter 122. What sort of goods before? They had presumed that Lin Nan was merely another loose cultivator seeking to affiliate with the Yu family, especially since he initially carried an air of insignificance. However, after witnessing Lin Nan's prowess and tactics, their perceptions shifted dramatically. This individual was not merely a hidden powerhouse, but also their savior. Senior brother, the youth slightly raised his head, a fleeting smile gracing his face. A stark contrast to the previous murderous intent that had shrouded him in darkness. His violet eyes sparkled like stars, instantly captivating the vast landscape. Dressed in snowy white, she appeared exceptionally radiant under the dim light of the room. Yet, resolute in her decision, Long Qing allowed herself to be pulled by the cold moon, her knees firmly planted on the ground. On this day, the Rui Tai army returned to Chengdu, greeted by throngs of citizens lining the streets, the city abuzz with excitement. Emperor Zhao Go, upon learning of the good news from Sichuan, dispatched envoys to bestow rewards. The people of Chengdu, under Rui Tai's protection, held him in higher esteem than the emperor himself. The local officials, including the governor, were mere figureheads, as Rui Tai monopolized power within Sichuan. Had it not been for his own perceptive abilities, I would have certainly perished on the spot, unable to escape at all. Yet this injury forced me to recuperate for nearly 20 years. A hint of mirth danced in Yin Ye's eyes as Li Wuxing spoke, ensuring everyone heard him clearly. The air was thick with a musty odor, the surroundings dark and oppressive, exuding an aura of despair. Though I washed the sheets nightly, the creaking bed was a source of annoyance, preventing me from finding rest. Song Yi settled down with her mother, father, and brother, while Xiahou Su, engaged to Song Yi, chose not to sit beside the emperor, instead opting for the Song family's company. Yun Qin gasped, glancing at Li Wuxing, as if the desire for revenge had lost all meaning in the face of her presence. "Ha, that sounds absolutely splendid." Long Jiao Lang stared incredulously at the gray dragon giant elephant, erupting into laughter. Linda's father exhibited no signs of distraction, maintaining a steady gaze on Mo Chun, clearly unfazed. Jamie's confusion left Cam and BS perplexed, but the astute Jamie soon discerned the cause. The Xian Huang Pagoda exuded streams of Xian Huang energy, each as heavy as a star, cascading down like celestial bodies around the pagoda. Moreover, the Xian Huang Pagoda was not only renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Their actions were not just indicative of long-term vision. Even the common folk recognized the treacherous intentions of the Turks, viewing them as sworn enemies.
Thunder Tiger was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, though his strength had its limits. For him, defeating or even killing Thunder Tiger was entirely feasible. Furthermore, the one most familiar with Gu Machen's past was his own brother, the very catalyst igniting the nightmare. As long as he existed, Gu Machen would be perpetually reminded of his tragic past. However, upon entering Humera's chamber and glimpsing the other half of her face, he was utterly petrified, succumbing to fear within her room. "Hey, police flower sister, my marksmanship isn't half bad, is it?" Yi Long grinned at the descending Lung Fei. "You, Jiang Yun, you just said that with your own mouth. Are you worried we might renege on our promises? We swear to fulfill our commitments once we are outside." Elder Wang nearly swore an oath to the heavens. I had learned from Wang Yuman's records that Hu Ming owned 2 properties in Southeast City, one a luxurious villa in the city center, and the other another villa on the outskirts. Wang Jie gazed at the tall figure before him, feeling a mix of awe and incredulity at how a single moment of greed had resulted in the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse, a thought that left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 123, A Journey of Good's Master. According to our Fox clan's ancestral memories, over 2,000 years ago, the Yu clan indeed produced a remarkably talented individual named Yu Tsangtian. Yu Tsangtian possessed extraordinary gifts, swiftly rising to become a formidable force among humanity, earning accolades in battles. And after the war subsided, he acquired substantial cultivation resources, establishing his own influence. This white jade, upon finishing, he instinctively saluted, raising his right hand, only to realize something was amiss, embarrassment swiftly washing over his face, prompting Yu to stifle a laugh infused with mockery. "Understood?" The soldiers behind him echoed in unison, brandishing their long knives. Yi Bai paid no heed to titles or positions. He only remembered that when he broke down the door, this individual was attempting to coerce Tang Lulu into submission with words, prompting him to approach the vice director with a sardonic smile. Chun Xinghai felt a pang of regret. Yet he masked his displeasure as he continued to eat. The game dishes were undeniably appetizing, and though several dishes had vanished, he contemplated ordering more, only to be halted by Luo Jing, who was also satiated, indifferent to whether Chun Xinghai was full, as he had certainly enjoyed a hearty meal that night. Truly, he had no regard for others' wealth. X and Miao silently cursed, yet perhaps 10 million remained within his capacity to bear, so he swiftly penned a check. Since Li Run adopted the identity of Wang Qing, the false nephew of Wang Hansan, he navigated through Anxi County with remarkable ease, despite the considerable funds required. The general dispatch from the provincial government treated him like a brother, and the county magistrate regarded him as a deity of wealth descended to earth. However, after a hearty afternoon repast, Governor Xiong was now besieged by a sudden wave of nausea, filling the room with a foul odor tinged with the scent of liquor. Li Run promptly covered his nose and stepped outside, moving to a neighboring guest room. As he awaited the maid to bring fragrant tea, Xiong Zhizhou entered the room, his face pale. "Brother Kuan, sister-in-law, please do not stand on ceremony. Since the traffic is congested, it is fortuitous that your people have found their way to my establishment, allowing me to reunite with Brother Kuan. This must be fate. What are you hesitating for? Go on, Wei Haiyan urged, pushing the two downstairs. Shan Songfeng appeared taken aback by Qi Yishan's sudden action, his eyes momentarily stunned before he dashed out in pursuit. As winter descended upon Longjiazhai, perched at an altitude averaging 1,600 meters, the night temperatures plummeted significantly, making the cold of the bedding a natural occurrence. If a person accustomed to darkness were suddenly forced to gaze directly at the sun, unable to close their eyes, one might grasp the agony they would endure. Within the formation, Li Xiaoyao and his companions were fully engrossed in maintaining the array. Outside, a fiery serpent flashed, turning countless insects to ash. Earlier, Su Ran had not been present in this scene. Why had she chosen this particular setting rather than others? Why did she not act immediately upon arrival, but instead cast the puppet into the sand table? "Hey, anyone who seeks knowledge and truth may enter through this door. We shall treat them with respect. This phrase is inscribed upon your entrance," Luca proclaimed loudly. "I understand now, Mr. Shun. I will call the director of the precinct immediately." Jiang Yichen, seated on the sofa in the Jiang family villa, spoke gravely. The soldiers behind him wore resolute expressions, remaining silent, yet closely following Yifeng's lead. This was the branch of the demonic army of the celestial demon, rumored to consist entirely of inferior demonic entities. While the infernal demons were said to comprise 2/3 inferiors and 1/3 intermediates. Hua Milan's tone was grave, her complexion slightly pallid. Jin Qian chuckled lightly, feeling no surprise. After all, how many merchants would present fine goods for sale at the counter? It was akin to selling other wares. Chapter 124. The Tenacious Faux Boom. The colossal form of the spirit beast shattered the main hall. One spirit beast struck with a fist, demolishing the wall of the hall. Another spirit beast stomped forward, trampling the cultivators who dared to stand in its path. No one anticipated the sudden appearance of several spirit beasts. Even Yu Qingshi, seated at the head of the table, changed color, hastily vacating his seat as debris rained down. A Shu exchanged shocked glances with Su Ying, who shook her head, indicating her own confusion. Why is it that you are completely unscathed while I feel increasingly unwell after drinking so much water? Ouyang Xiaoqing lamented, slumping in her seat. His handsome features tightened with concern, his gaze filled with worry, breath held involuntarily. I apologize for waking up late today. Jianman elegantly stepped outside, only to find Fong Yi sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat pale and lost in thought. Breakfast was a fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. Bai Lufeng and Bai Ji favored Chinese food, while the remaining three brothers preferred Western fare. Naturally, Sima Jinghong and the others also chose Chinese cuisine. And Qi Yu and Lan Zijie found it peculiar to see the three brothers using forks and knives. Suddenly, a person lying on the ground emitted a chilling laugh filled with mockery. When Antian hung up the phone, his lips pressed tightly together, his proud chin rigid. As fury slowly spread from his eyes, she must have gone somewhere she wished to keep from him, or else she wouldn't have abandoned the driver. Mo Etienne took a deep breath, realizing that the scenery along the way was still worth appreciating, as he reached out to cover Lin Xiaomao's hand. Clad in a fitted black dress that accentuated her perfect silhouette, the skirt was rather short, exposing her smooth legs, while her long hair was neatly tied up, adorned with a touch of powdery pink lipstick. In truth, her interactions with Huang Fuhuan and Xin Biqing had been minimal, only encountering them during her last visit to the Holy Yuan Empire. She could only select one path for study, presenting a dilemma akin to a multiple-choice question. Yet, she could not voice the truth, leaving her feeling utterly stifled. Upon returning home, Mou lay on the sofa, unwilling to speak, closing her eyes to rest. The battle drums resounded, signaling the call to arms, drowning out the cacophony of shouts on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Great Xia, upon hearing the drumbeats, roared with fury, their faces flushed, and their fighting spirit intensified. Shun Jian abruptly raised his head, his face flushed and veins bulging. At this moment, he truly wished to exclaim, "What the hell, are you playing some lowly trick? Really?" Gon Kaiwei removed the cloth, revealing a pair of sparkling, clear eyes, appearing exceptionally pure. Although Imitan had not perished, before being awakened by the necromancer's black scripture, he was merely an immobile dried corpse, allowing old Zhang and Uncle Jiu ample time to prepare. The Four Sword Saints were not deemed the strongest in swordsmanship. Rather, they gained notoriety for surviving the Battle of the Wailing Cave, having united to defeat the Demon Realm envoy, Xylok. Chun Yangsheng believed he had performed admirably, sensing a stir from the audience, mistaking it for applause for his excellence, and thus paid no mind, until suddenly a basin of hot water was dumped over him. If Zhang Chun were to divulge the truth of the Yi Jingjing to Yutan, he would inevitably adopt a utilitarian mindset, which would hinder his ability to cultivate the Yi Jingjing effectively. Upon mentioning Lin Zijian, Li Zian's demeanor darkened, losing interest in continuing to watch. The two exchanged heated words, swords drawn, yet neither managed to touch the other's finger, prompting Yin Yunqing to roll his eyes in exasperation. Let us put that aside for now. Do you think it's necessary to practice evasion training? Si Fong asked with a smile. Chapter 125. Yuling Long in the air. A female cultivator descended gracefully. Though still at a distance, she waved her hand, and a radiant light blossomed like flowers, enveloping the direction where Lin Nan and Yu Qingshi stood. The yin-yang melting furnace trembled. Lin Nan felt a jolt, sensing his entire cultivation suppressed. The yin-yang melting furnace extinguished. Yu Qingshi's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the female cultivator, appearing quite anxious. I did not anticipate her sudden declaration, and I instinctively replied, "Of course." However, as the words left my lips, I felt something amiss, quickly realizing the implications, and exhaled softly. Wu Ziqiang retrieved another flashlight from his pocket, then pushed Huang Dandan away, handing the flashlight to her and saying, "Let's see if I dare." With that, he turned and walked off. The patrol officer looked awkwardly at the squad leader, as he too felt powerless. Such occurrences were routine, and he harbored mixed feelings. If there were no discipline, if he were not a patrol officer, he would behave similarly. Thus, he could only gauge the squad leader's intent. The squad leader nodded slightly and buried his head as he walked away, leaving no one aware of his destination. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed in their ears. The sound originated from ahead, seemingly distant, yet muffled. Blood had blocked the doorway. To enter, we would truly have to tread through it. As I stepped onto the blood, my heart began to race uncontrollably. This suddenly appearing passage was lengthy. After walking approximately 200 to 300 meters, Lin Nan suddenly exclaimed. He crouched down, feeling along the wall. The copper lantern on the wall was bright, yet I could discern no anomalies. After a night of silence, when morning arrived, Wang and I did not relent in her pursuit of Wu Ziqiang, leading to a vigorous morning exercise session, both feeling rejuvenated as they headed to work. I am merely utilizing you. Fu Jinxi's words were unequivocal. She lacked the loyalty of Fuzhu, and thus, she resolved to eliminate any future threats at once, deeming it better to forego the matter entirely. Yu Meiqing was engulfed in fury, an overwhelming rage. Typically, she was the one to scheme against others. Yet in the presence of a killing deity like me, she found herself consistently led by the nose. Initially, I suspected Zhao Qian had resorted to her usual despicable tactics by abducting Chen Yijia, only to discover that the individual in the photograph was Lulu. Shiwa Company also contemplated utilizing bacteria to completely ferment and decompose the giant algae, transforming it into a liquid fertilizer. This step was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in enabling the plants to absorb the fertilizer through their leaves. Yang Xiao first noticed that Lu Yinxiao was different during their encounter at the Wuang Tower, where many had fallen victim to a narcotic. Despite being in a perilous situation, Yang Xiao was unexpectedly rescued by Lu Yinxiao from the adjacent room. Cat gestured, directing the 9 individuals to enter in 3 waves, maintaining a distance of 5 zhang. Deemed the optimal support range. All these individuals possessed the cultivation of 4 paths of true energy, with Cat being the most formidable at 6 paths. Yang Mayan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had been wearing this mask for over a month, during which it had become somewhat distorted. He nodded, feeling his face, then forcefully tore off a mask resembling human skin. Brother Chao, rest assured, I shall never speak of this, the attendant vowed fervently before departing. Bai Lu observed Han Yichen's reassuring demeanor, akin to a sharp needle piercing her heart with pain. The departure of Nangong Yu elicited no surprise among the crowd, as if they had long been accustomed to such occurrences, exchanging glances amongst themselves. Han Yinqing suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant issue, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Consequently, at that moment, all the spectators had risen to their feet, applauding Yang Chao's brilliant performance. Chapter 126, Senior Brother. The desire for beauty is universal. How can one admire a beautiful woman be deemed an offense? Within our sect, Shin Qing Yue, Hu Qing Yao, and Shengwan Honghua are all beauties of your caliber. I appreciate their beauty, and they harbor no objections. Yu Ling Long clenched her teeth. She had confirmed that she could indeed hear Lin Nan's innermost thoughts. What was happening? Regarding Wan Wan's indifferent reaction, a certain fox expressed profound bewilderment. Recalling that they had previously conversed amiably, yet upon the implementation of the plan, all fell silent. Li Yong could not fathom how he would react if faced with such a scene. He believed he would not fare much better than Li Xuanhuan, when all hope extinguishes, and despair envelopes the heart. What would that scene be like? Upon entering, Li Qinggu without hesitation pressed several critical acupoints on Zhao Yinting, staunching the blood flowing from her heart. Emperor Jingde, upon hearing that someone had confessed, was incensed to learn that these individuals had indeed betrayed the throne, and in his fury, he immediately ordered the beheading of the 4. Lu Jin and the others, witnessing Jingde's extreme wrath, dared not plead for Yang Ling Hei. Your nose is so keen. Don't confuse the medicinal residue on Yang Bopping's pajamas. Qin Lin exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Upon seeing assistance arrive, Zhu Yiyan darted from the pavilion toward Shiji Xian, as the celestial demon conjured countless shadows that intertwined with her complex feelings for the wicked king. Su Jie exhibited extraordinary abilities, and the results appeared promising, as the entire Anqing had united as one, all superpowered beings. The future remained uncertain, but she hoped to witness their extraordinary abilities. The members of the supervisory court were immensely tense, yet only Fan Xian, listening to the venomous laughter of the other party, squinted his eyes, still utterly perplexed as to why the princess was playing such a game. Just then, a clear ding-dong sounded, causing Qi Yu and Shen Yuan to simultaneously shudder, a flicker of clarity returning to them, and Qi Yu's previously frenzied actions momentarily paused. In Qing Dai's boudoir, Qin Lin personally carried a box filled with gifts, unpacking each item and explaining its significance, thoroughly engrossed in the task. The ruler of the tyrant's body trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as if he still held a trump card, intent on directly slaying Linzi. Upon returning to the carriage, several men regarded her with peculiar expressions. Having traveled together for an entire night, they perhaps only now perceived her true nature. The men whispered among themselves, their laughter gradually turning increasingly unsettling. The identification card is in the suitcase at the back. I'll fetch it for you when we arrive home. Shen Xiaodang endeavored to maintain a casual tone. This was, at the very least, a situation that had not occurred in the 3 years since he received orders to come here. The Soviet guards not only refrained from condemning Bai Yi and the others' actions, but instead raised their thumbs in praise, with some even approaching to inquire whether the military training of German prisoners of war was a form of self-willed anesthetic, enabling those damned Germans to comply more readily under various torments. A splendid residence indeed. According to Feng Shui, to the east lies General Yi's courtyard, Feng Yue remarked, taking note as the individuals ahead abruptly halted. Ultimately, I found myself unsure of my surroundings, feeling an inexplicable familiarity in the air, unable to resist inching closer. Elder Wilson laughed heartily, his face aglow with satisfaction. During the 2 years since Wang Ming entered the Orc King city, this high priest had become the most favored among the elders. Of course, her life was far from simple. Gaji's absence from Dream Return Tower likely signified he was preoccupied with matters of importance. However, as dusk fell, Yi Yuqing made his arrival. Chapter 127, Completing a Task. You possess quite the insight, knowing of the soul restoration technique, Yu Linglong remarked with surprise. The soul restoration technique is an extraordinary skill uniquely created by our Yu family's ancestors, capable of mending fragmented souls and allowing revival through physical forms. However, it is not a technique just anyone can wield, nor is it something to be used carelessly. It is crucial to note that resurrecting the dead. On the grand athletic field of Capital University, all students echoed the shouts from the television broadcast, rhythmically chanting, "Cold Smirk, come out! Cold Smirk, come out!" To earn Lu's trust, Liu demonstrated his formidable prowess, imparting a portion of the Tantian divine skill to him, which became their greatest secret. Just as Li Ying was about to dial a number, she suddenly recalled that it was 10 in the morning, and in London, it was still 2 in the morning. Lin Shui was fast asleep. Was it inappropriate to call her now? This was not merely a subjective judgment. It was a conclusion drawn from the predictions of the malevolent god, pheromone interference, and absolute power suppression, combined with rational assessment. Blood was the only sustenance for Fu Hailin. Even the slightest trace of blood would incite unrest within the forest, let alone a 200 cubic centimeters blood bag. Since the Shao family still held the foremost position in the Kaya star system, why risk losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed? With her decision made, Jean gently patted Dong Starlion's back, signaling it to dissipate into spirit form, while she herself stretched her somewhat stiff shoulders, raising her flag in readiness for battle. Precisely because of this rule, the whereabouts of the ghost doctor remained elusive, likely serving as a form of self-protection. Wonderful. Matthew, save me. Shelton struggled, finally spotting the approaching rescue team led by Matthew. A long sword hung casually at his waist, blending seamlessly with the picturesque backdrop. The contents of the heavenly art were visible to all, yet due to its profound nature, even when seen, comprehension often eluded many, requiring extensive time and effort to truly grasp. Wang Yu's long-term plan was to sell radios in the capital and across the nation. But this would only be feasible once domestic production of radios commenced. Zhang Xianzhong abandoned Mocking and headed toward Hongyan, with the Tianzi army gradually pursuing him. This area, rich with mountainous terrain, provided ample opportunities for ambush. Zhang Xianzhong arranged 3 ambushes along the way, all of which proved fruitless, primarily due to the vigilant eyes of the heavens above and the armored vehicles advancing into the ambush zone. The bandits were utterly powerless against such machinery. He had visited the modern capital several times, with Chang'an Street being an obligatory stop,
and the only place he was somewhat familiar with was the Chengtian Gate, which has since evolved into the Tiananmen of later generations, although the colossal square that now stands there did not yet exist. If one were to consider the original magical boundary, the formidable Nine Dragons fire cover was its sole weapon. However, in the present day, another has emerged. Yet, he found himself unable to penetrate the form of Jiang Jinwu, as though confronting a formidable chaos, where no attribute or power could breach its essence. Only a wondrous force that seemed to encompass the entire world could be felt. I am not driving you away. You have nowhere else to go. If you wish to stay here, then do so. You may leave whenever you find a destination. Wan Sheng smiled at her. Chun Xiao was unfazed, instead excitedly waving her hands through the empty air before her. According to the pre-established rules, if a certain antique on site had not been exchanged by its owner with anyone else, then at the end, the owner of the antique could choose whether to sell it. At present, Yi Feng had no explicit objective, yet being ensnared within the binding barrier occasionally stirred a sense of crisis within him. Chapter 128. Once again under bounty performing the full act. Even though he had struck a deal with Yu Linglong, he must play the role of a suspected spy from the demon clan in front of outsiders. Thus, it was only natural for Yu Linglong to seal his powers before handing him over. Soon after, Yu Linglong dissipated the barrier. Miss, someone from the inspection department requests an audience. The maid's voice came. However, a globally renowned funeral company suddenly contacted He Min, assuring her that there was no need for concern, and dispatched a young man to liaise with her. I have concealed myself within the demonic energy of your body. I followed you out of the bamboo forest. The black smoke responded to inquiries. Upon finishing, Sarutobi Sasuke leaped to the ground that Naruto had just raised, with the entire Konoha contingent following suit. The endless heat and violent shockwaves tore and scorched the earth, creating one massive pit after another. It turns out to be my senior. Senior, are you applying for a long-term position? Our captain has been quite anxious. Come, I will take you to meet him, Xiao Xing exclaimed, pulling Zhang Yoji along. It's all right now. Pei Yan's deep voice fell into her ears, instantly calming the turmoil and rage within her. Indeed, it was a branch of the Hongmen established overseas. Yet due to the passage of time, they had long lost contact. When resources were scarce, people tended to be pragmatic. Honesty and capability were the primary criteria, while beauty and handsomeness were relegated to the background. Hearing his future princess declare her lack of affection for him, though anticipated, still caught him off guard. Li Mo, lurking in the shadows, could not help but furrow his brow. Pei Yan had assigned Zheng Qian to handle the matter, as Zheng Qian was particularly adept at navigating such complexities, employing various methods, ultimately allowing Su Yu to withdraw unscathed. These tomb raiders, upon encountering such stones, immediately recognized that treasures lay within. Their eyes betrayed an uncontrollable greed, yet as they excavated, they soon found their ambitions thwarted. Compared to the flame domain, the harvest in the wood domain this time may not have been monumental, yet it significantly exceeded expectations. Their ability to persevere and collaborate with the flame domain was indispensable. One can easily imagine that had the wood domain ventured forth alone, they would have been devoured by other forces, leaving not a bone behind. In the back garden, only Prince Zhao Su and the officials remained, while Zhao Yin was busy fiddling with firearms in the nearby shooting range. This was his habit, never emerging without a couple of hours' time. The official enjoyed arranging firearms in the imperial garden, meticulously handling them, and even firing off a few rounds in his leisure. Mu Gu stood tall like a sword, his gaze fixed on Yun Xing, while his mind contemplated how to defeat him swiftly. The lamp behind him burned low, and this was to avoid excessive probing and unnecessary fighting, which was why Han Yin had initially revealed his trump card. He looked towards Zhou Qing, who appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility, entirely devoid of panic. Is that so? Step lightly. I pondered as I approached the spot where Fat Ding had previously lingered. As for the ratchet crossbow thrower, it entirely replaced human arm strength with its mechanism. Zhao Zhun had also seen it, and was equally captivated by its imaginative design. Song Shou opposed the admission, yet Lu Zhongdao decided to grant him an opportunity, leaving it to the official's discretion during the palace examination. Until just now, his thoughts had been tumultuous, brimming with fury. With blood coursing through him, the bone-corroding yin energy that Huang Shanshan had infused into his body surged towards his dantian, akin to igniting a powder keg with a single spark. I am aware. Yu Linglong closed her eyes, shielding her sorrowful gaze, reluctant to elaborate further.
After withstanding the first comprehensive invasion of demons and monsters, coupled with the triumphant return from the Pacific and Atlantic theaters, the situation among the nations had stabilized considerably. Chapter 129. Joyful Square in the City of Bayou. To the west, a patrolling cultivator had just completed his duty and was preparing to return home. Suddenly, a carriage sped towards him, causing the cultivator to furrow his brow. Within Bayou City, ordinary cultivators were prohibited from flying, but could use magical tools for transportation. To maintain order and avoid disturbing the populace, there were speed restrictions in place. However, the vehicle before him, enhanced with speed magic, was clearly exceeding the limits. Although alchemists wielded an intimidating influence, this did not grant them the prerogative to disregard others as mere tools. Unlike the earlier timid man, he might not possess equal strength, but he held an identity that the man lacked. Like the old man, he too was an alchemist. I shall refrain from elaborating. Such matters are best avoided. You should understand the reasons, right? Ling Xiao stated. Ruo Tinya, having survived the ordeal, was preparing dinner for Luo Chenxi, adhering to her promise post-war, despite her reluctance to serve him again. Meanwhile, from a shadowy corner, Hattori Hanzo gently shook his head, a smile dancing in his eyes. Everyone knew this was not a good omen. The breeze brushing against their faces began to intensify, and even the sand beneath their feet started to roll, heralding the commencement of danger with a resounding thunderclap. What else does President Luo desire? Was it my actions last night that disappointed you? Or did they leave you wanting more? She finally displayed an expression, though it was laced with biting sarcasm. After speaking, her lips curled into a chilling smile. They had never encountered Ling Xiao or Sakura, yet at this moment, the duo radiated an aura of extraordinary prowess, even the principal trailing behind them, prompting others to involuntarily wonder, who are these individuals? Flowering period? Are we truly suited to act in this manner? Tinya anxiously inquired, sitting beside two Waki, feeling as if she were perched on needles. One was slightly older, appearing in his 50s with a goatee, exuding an air reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The other was significantly younger, in his 30s, tall and handsome. The two bore a striking resemblance, making it evident they were father and son. Chun Wanha curiously observed Wu Shiye, tilting her head to glance at her second brother, seemingly awaiting his words. In that moment, she felt that even without being ensnared in the icy vortex, simply standing on the water's surface, facing the oncoming giant axe and towering waves, was hardly a more favorable position. You lost your socks? Come on. She clearly found this explanation hard to believe, but did not press the matter further. Smith Sindali Matafali straightened, his form gradually turning crimson, muscles inflating as if inflated like a balloon, and sinister goat horns sprouted from his head, shimmering with dangerous magical light. Should the market experience another significant downturn, Chu Xiao's account would indeed face the risk of liquidation. The entire scene was suffused with an eerie crimson light, particularly under the moon's glow, revealing a flowing sanguine hue within the table, resembling a multitude of tadpoles, extraordinarily peculiar. Ahead, beneath the swirling clouds, Chunyi felt as though he were ensnared, as if his very being were tightly bound. At last it was over. Feng Xiaotian, sensing the rapid surge of power within him, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The accumulation of spiritual entities and phantoms, fostered by the unique environment of the underworld over countless years, had reached an unfathomable magnitude. In Summer City, as dusk approached the seaside, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the clouds and the waters, rendering them both beautiful and dazzling. Suddenly, Daoist Kong Jian sprang to his feet, only to be beset by dizziness, causing him to slump back down. Su Chang'an could easily discern that Jean Dashan had initially intended to be conciliatory, a typical trait of a seasoned veteran. Chapter 130. Provocation. Esteemed senior, it appears you are a stranger here, utterly unaware of the gravity of your actions. Mei Nyang is the goddaughter of the esteemed Manager Yu from the eastern part of the city. How dare you humiliate her so? Should Manager Yu become aware, calamity may well befall you. The crowd either condemned Lin Nan or, with a touch of goodwill, cautioned him. Upon hearing the mention of Manager Yu, it was not until the second year of Wang Wei's imprisonment, coinciding with the arrival of the new district's Lu Xiaodong, that Wang Wei's circumstances underwent a complete transformation. However, Puyu had never faltered in her duties since aligning with him. She consistently prioritized her responsibilities, leaving no room for doubt. The words of Biuni echoed in Dege's ears, causing his heart to tremble slightly, nearly causing him to collapse. He could hardly fathom,
nor dare to believe that it was Blood Shura targeting him. No wonder even the London police dared not assist him. That very night, numerous friends gathered, leaders from Yang Hongling's circle and those who would soon collaborate in the construction industry, hosting 2 lavish tables at my restaurant, each costing an extravagant 88,000. Qin Feng remained silent, his expression grave. Although the earlier thunderous sound resembled a mere clap of thunder, his experiences in the jungles of Vietnam suggested it was more akin to the presence of some wild beast nearby. Just as the 2 nations reached an astonishingly swift compromise regarding the peace issue, a somber and sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the residence of the Grand Marshal in Fengtian. Upon hearing this, Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. "Your Highness, you are born as the Crown Prince. Who would dare harbor such unworthy thoughts?" She truly did not anticipate the Empress would entertain such notions. Yang Xian's scattering flower kick had long since merged into Yang Wang's daily combat, instinctively unleashed with each encounter. The following morning, the party in search of the Crimson Lance prepared to set forth. A carriage and 3 magnificent steeds departed discreetly from Wanyao City, carrying the Black Prince and Siming, while the driver was the stoic Sei Shi Yinmu. Di Luofeng and Long Yin rode ahead, with Ling Ting leading the way. "Enough with the idle chatter. Lead the way," Qin Shao commanded. "This is Qin Shao, the recent fortunate recipient of the esteemed Gu card. I have brought him to claim his reward." The 3 Valley Masters uttered. The fate of the Fire Phoenix weighed heavily upon him. He could not bear to witness its demise before his eyes. Yet, perhaps due to the nature of dreams, after Qian Hao's corporeal existence faded, another version of him emerged upon a cloud, allowing him glimpses of the terrifying events that followed. After 300 cycles of life and death, Wang Hao's visage and voice remained indelibly etched in his memory, unable to be forgotten. Through the resonances of fate, Qin Shao confirmed that the true essence of Anong Qi had indeed perished entirely, a fact the family dared not deceive him about. Zhao Kuin's abilities were formidable. In Erlang's memories, Zhao Kun had flawlessly executed his undercover mission, successfully leading to the disintegration of the drug trafficking syndicate. A thunderous crash resounded from just outside the village, causing the entire house to tremble, followed by a deafening roar. Moreover, as the master of the demon spirit, Wang Hao shared an information bond with it, allowing him to remain aware of each disciple's inner thoughts at any moment. Guijia's strategy mirrored that of Shi Jikai, instructing Zhang Fei, first, command the troops to construct a well and engage in a crossfire with Zhang Miao's defenders using crossbows. What a remarkable item, not only for its independent concealment capabilities, but also for the enhancement it offers. It is undoubtedly a treasure, Yemo exclaimed, promptly consuming it. Other players followed suit, drinking from their cups while awaiting the effects. Chapter 131. Conflict at Dawn. Yi Xiao, a patrolling soldier in the western city of Bayou City, groggily exited his inn room. He vaguely recalled stopping a carriage-riding cultivator who had charged down the street, engaging in a brief conversation before losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself back in his inn room. Yi Xiao surmised he had fallen victim to the opponent's soul technique. Alas, yet again, that old fox outsmarted me. Sigh. One must bow their head when under a roof. All the immortals thought to themselves, though none dared to express it outwardly. The attendant prepared 2 sets of chopsticks once more, and Qin Muche approached with evident reluctance. As Rong Shu walked behind Qiu Xian, he suddenly noticed Qiu Xian sway unsteadily, prompting him to reach out and ask, "Are you all right?" Qiu Xian shook his head slightly and replied, "I'm fine. Let us proceed." Blood trickled from Qiu Xian's mouth, but in the white mist, Rong Shu remained unaware. Strangely, the girl let out a soft whimper, turning slightly away, as the Emperor shamelessly climbed into bed, cradling her head in his arms, holding her tightly, yet doing nothing further, peacefully drifting into sleep. A sudden explosion erupted from the belly of the toxic toad, causing it to deflate rapidly like a punctured balloon, its eyes slowly closing in a state of fear and confusion. After a lengthy silence, Rongyu did not hear Qiu Xian speak, prompting her to turn slightly and look up at him. Internally, she wrestled with contradiction. The distance from the Yunlan Pavilion in the Imperial Garden to Huayang Palace felt so close yet insurmountable. He slowly ascended the stone bridge, arriving at the Yunlan Pavilion, gazing at the grand Huayang Palace, pondering, what is she doing? Why has she not come to find me? Chunzei's resolve solidified, as the vital energy within him erupted forth, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped his entire being.
and Yen Chu dared not approach him, standing several paces away, vigilantly observing his actions. Curiously, despite the dragon claws engaged in a fierce battle with Jin Xiong, when the green-eyed man of the He family lifted his gaze, Li Jing found himself involuntarily meeting it. A sudden voice resounded in Hao Yu's mind, startling him greatly. After calming himself, he resolved to trust the words of this ancient warrior's lingering soul, stepping into the cave. Searching followed a specific protocol. One must signal to the examiner upon locating the target for them to inform the judges of completion. Zhang Yuanba crashed to the ground with a thud, only to rise swiftly to fight again. Wang Jin sidestepped, extending his right leg, striking Zhang Yuanba's back, sending him crashing down once more. Soon after, Gan Xingtai leaped into the room, opened the door, and Yang Tai entered, signaling Zhang Yuanba to keep watch outside. A moment later, Gan Xingtai lit the lamp, revealing the scene within. A burst of laughter escaped him. "You are quite the madman, so resilient." Xiao Lu, agitated by the ongoing skirmish, swiftly adjusted his stance and continued to retreat. "Even if you swear to return, I shall not accept, for you are simply incapable of doing so," Wu Ma asserted confidently. The hardships of life at the base, coupled with years of wandering, had rendered him all the more resilient, capable of enduring immense suffering. Once the army returned to Ryukyu, aside from deploying 2 regiments towards the direction of Hua, 1 regiment remained stationed in Zhoushan and Miaodao, while 4 regiments were based in Luzon, and 8 regiments were dispatched to Borneo, totaling a formidable force of 80,000. The act of gift-giving invariably revolves around catering to the recipient's preferences. Presently, the princess's foremost concern likely lies with the plight of the starving populace. However, it is somewhat reassuring that these individuals will gradually return to their hometowns following the summer harvest, allowing the princess to endure just a few more months. Chapter 132. A major incident thus. Fengke had no choice but to compel himself to remain calm, to endure, and to persist. At that moment, he felt a stirring within his heart, sensing a transmission of divine essence. Initially taken aback, he soon displayed a look of elation, only for his expression to revert to one of gravity. While Manager Yu sipped his tea, he did not neglect to observe Fengke's peculiar reactions. Indeed, negotiations often devolve into mere verbal sparring, a skill that is not his forte. Had Chen Wanrong been absent, the outcome might have differed. He might have even emulated Pei Xingzhan's actions from years past, pledging not to harm Mo Chua. At this juncture, he could hardly be bothered to quibble with the women, and after they had taken their photographs, he donned his attire once more and proceeded to check on Rookie-er. Xieju lifted her face, her eyes crescent-shaped like a slender moon, as she gazed at Wei Qi, who smiled gently in return. Indeed, Lu Taihua's complexion improved somewhat after taking his pulse. However, he squinted thoughtfully for a while before abruptly exclaiming, "You wild girl, you haven't gone off to the 100-year twilight, have you?" Xieju turned to leave, preparing for a blood test in anticipation of the surgery, while Wei Qi readied himself for a cesarean section, organizing instruments and donning surgical attire, awaiting Xieju's plasma. Yet, outside, a commotion erupted. With her shout, the Tontian Rui transformed from a singular long strip into a vast expanse, akin to fabric, rushing towards the bewitching gourd. The big girl remarked, "The people have been startled away." Sister Ho-Hot received a slap to the face, leaving one side swollen. "She insists we do not inform others. For Grandpa said that the master would not allow us to be bullied, and instructed me to tell you. I hope you can help keep things in check." Thinking of the Yi family, Yi Fan, who felt his demise was certain, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket, producing an object, and hurled it towards his opponent's wrist. On the way, he encountered someone and urged them to eat, suggesting they invite their sister Qingdai, who had yet to dine. Qin Yi, accompanied by both adults and children, approached with an air of curiosity, examining the contents of the basket, which, though somewhat disordered, consisted primarily of vegetables and fungi. "Come, I shall escort you to your room," Mayer said, saying little else as she took Xiao Muqin's hand, guiding her to a dwelling nestled among the high trees. Boom! The impending attack aimed at Wilder veered downward, striking the ground and instantly fracturing the entire corridor. Moreover, enemies, seemingly appearing from nowhere, emerged. These foes, devoid of internal energy, possessed a remarkable proficiency in swordsmanship, rendering them formidable opponents should one refrain from utilizing their own internal power. So, you two, fully aware of Liang Shiji's nefarious deeds,
continue to assist him loyally? Lin Feng inquired, his expression devoid of levity. Within the sacred domain, all cities lay desolate, save for Qian, which harbored an elite force, the very essence of the wilderness itself. The third younger sister was hardly one to engage in reason, compounded by the ineffectiveness of the third brother. What could a mere uncle achieve? Lin Yu pressed on, and after 5 laps, she successfully extricated herself from the state of a recovering patient, strolling leisurely down the 500-meter corridor as if on a casual walk, unperturbed by the need to pause for breath. Without a hint of hesitation, her form gradually morphed into a pool of mire without producing a sound, resembling the mud left behind after a torrential downpour. Though the shift was minimal, imperceptible to the untrained eye, Qin Yu was acutely aware of every detail. Isn't this a release? This is Tang Sanzang. I have been tasked with escorting him to the west for scriptures, and unexpectedly encountered Ao Lai. Zhang Xian chuckled. A dark line crossed Situ Hang's forehead. Should Kong Qianqian learn of this, it would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Chun Tang beckoning him, and in a moment of clarity, he handed a vial of serum to Qin Tang. Chapter 133. Treasures upon entering the residence of Yu Qingshi. Lin Nan, incessantly urged by Ling to employ her charm skills, navigating through the property without hindrance. Before long, he had thoroughly explored the estate, yet found nothing of note. This was to be expected. Even if Yu Qingshi were audacious enough, he would hardly leave evidence of collusion with the necromancers in plain sight. However, this did not imply that Lin Nan was devoid of options. With a mere thought, he summoned the gold-devouring beast. Grand Turtle Ancestor, considering the time and the speed and route of my fourth uncle and the others, we should not have to wait long before we reunite. Yi Jingfeng interjected timely. Inquiries revealed that a landlord had secretly installed surveillance within the tenants' rooms, causing widespread panic as everyone wished to rush home to check for hidden cameras. Qian Liang was well aware of his own limitations. While he might not rival Baiji, he was undoubtedly a skilled individual within this realm. Listening to their mutual flattery, I kept my head down, shelling seeds without appetite, then discreetly placing the shelled seeds in a Ji Lingxiu's palm for him to eat. Zhao Long hastily attempted to retrieve the medicine pouch from his waist, but was too late, falling unconscious to Bai Li Yan's spell. Failing once, the giant beast opened its maw again, its massive fish-like eyes spinning wildly before suddenly locking onto the group before it. Many matters discussed in daylight might seem trivial, yet when night descends, shrouded in consuming darkness, one's defenses may crumble significantly. The maid glanced at Ji Lingxiu, then forcibly dragged me into the tub, stripping me of my attire and scrubbing me with a steel wool sponge. I cried out in pain, flailing and kicking in resistance, even pulling her hair and forcing her head beneath the water. Even if she were to harbor suspicions, she would remain vigilant, as demonstrated today when she refrained from touching her cup, fearing Ming Chun might drug her coffee. In other words, traditional Chinese medicine achieves a certain level of technical proficiency through extensive practical experience over time. Yesterday, when Tang Ning first arrived at the cavalry guard, she nearly faced a closed door, waiting long outside the camp gate. Now, as she prepared to leave, the officers surrounded her, escorting her to the camp's entrance. Ba Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, gritting his teeth. Is it merely a glance you seek? Truly, one must not enter a family home unless they belong. MOU, you are wicked, a perfect match. Moreover, Wei In of Puhao Town was equally fierce. Their bottom lane was destined to be dominated, let alone with Yao Rong leading the finest cavalry of Dezhou into battle. Even without him, the cavalry of Nanchu could not escape their fate of defeat. Jing Sheng, upon observing the two sneaky individuals, suspected they were also sinister figures from the great wilderness. Yi Qing's voice carried a hint of excitement, her eyes glinting with provocation as she regarded Chu Xia. After a round of exchanges, young Master Lin treated the 5 to dinner before departing with a sense of urgency. Early in the morning, he inquired about the purpose of their visit. Mo Yin Tian regarded the striking young woman, aware of her intentions, yet still harboring unresolved irritation. His tone markedly indifferent. Given that he had emerged so early, it was likely he intended to attend the apprenticeship ceremony. Yet, why had he not arrived until now? At last, the truth lay bare for all to see, leaving Li Rue devoid of strength to refute, collapsing back into her chair in disarray. However, the marriage was orchestrated by the old emperor, Qin Feng's grandfather. Even now, the Qin emperor lacked the authority to annul it.
Yet the empress, for the sake of her son, the fourth prince, actively assisted the Qin emperor in strategizing. After taking his medication, Bao Yu gradually improved. Yet he understood that should he claim to be completely recovered, not only would Zi-Wan return to Ningguo Mansion, but Lin Yu would truly begin to seek him out. Chapter 134. The Wrath of the Masses. There exists but one possibility. These items were acquired through deceit, luring numerous practitioners to exterminate demons, ultimately leading to their demise while stripping them of their possessions. Over the course of time, the Jade Greenstone has amassed an immeasurable yet predominantly low-grade wealth. Upon deducing this, Lin Nan could not help but utter a curse. He let out a cold snort and directly took action, blasting open the secret chamber. Boom! He felt a twinge of doubt, particularly with the recent series of events weighing heavily on his mind, fostering a sense of foreboding. Thus, he adopted an unusually vigilant demeanor. After all, the individual was a victorious general, entirely unaffiliated with the Hongmen, and those from the Hongmen were not summoned by him. Surely, the court ought to exhibit some conscience. Besides, if a victorious general were to face punishment, would it not chill the hearts of martial heroes throughout the realm? Contemplating this, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was nearly certain in his heart that the Yang clan was indeed a cult. I understand now, but when did this bloodthirsty assassin make their appearance? Lu Yiping, recently agitated, suddenly recalled the chaos of the world and hastily pressed for answers. I'm afraid we don't serve soy milk here, my apologies. The flight attendant expressed regretfully. I never anticipated that these individuals would be so benevolent. Thus I had no choice but to send Chu Dadu out to maintain order and ensure these people kept a respectful distance. It could bring someone back to consciousness at once. Yet, they had already offered ample assistance. Although this time was not for her aid, the act of asking for help still felt awkward. Time may not be sufficient. I am time itself, and you cannot surpass me. However, in the realm of reincarnation, you should be able to revert to time, Chu Yin elaborated. Consequently, I no longer delayed and summoned my own spiritual energy, intending to directly heal Su Fei's body. As I beheld the scene before me, it mirrored the events of the previous night, where he sat amidst the corpses, contentedly consuming their entrails. Liu Biao of Jingzhou governed the prosperous land well, yet amidst the current chaos, stability was unattainable. Jingzhou had already been swallowed by Cao Cao from the Shuzhou region, and as a critical battleground, how much longer could Jingzhou endure? Suddenly, Feng Ao retreated, pushing two burly men in smoky garb towards Ling Tian and Xiao Air, simultaneously launching 3 flying daggers, 2 aimed at Ling Tian and 1 at Lu Feifei. A beam of cold light shot skyward as the boss, still dazed from Ling Shui's charge, fell victim to the effects of the stunning arrow, while I was enveloped in a crimson vortex. Radiant wings of light unfurling behind me as I repeatedly drew the bowstring, unleashing skills such as Tranquil Arrow, Corrosive Arrow, and a volley of 5 shots. No one knew why a city police chief possessed such wealth to purchase this villa, yet Tian Jia did, living there openly. Huang Yishan and Tang Xiaoli's hearts raced as they eagerly gazed at Song Lin, praying for her to utter their names from her luscious red lips. Lin Jiqiang once inquired of Lin Ling whether she felt pressure regarding the college entrance examination, assuring her that if she wished, she need not take it, and he would fulfill her desires for any lifestyle she wished. The man exuded an unspoken elegance, his demeanor gentle as he stood barefoot on the flower-laden grass, casting a soft gaze upon the undead creature prostrate before him, inexplicably sighing. He then addressed Zhang Fei. Ida, we need not rush to break their formation. It is still morning and their morale is high. Let us first enjoy some tea and engage in conversation, and when afternoon arrives, their spirits will have waned somewhat. Then I shall devise a strategy to breach their ranks. The dynamics of the game shift, and mentalities may change at any moment. Ling Tian found it challenging to anticipate the angle from which Shangguan Jinghao would attack. Chapter 135. In office, the Jade Greenstone repeatedly bowed and pleaded for mercy, while Yu Liantian's expression fluctuated between dark and light, yet remained noncommittal. After a moment of silence, Yu Liantian turned to Yu Linglong and inquired, Linglong, what do you propose we do with Yu Qingshi? I believe that Yu Qingshi deserves death, Yu Linglong stated emphatically. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshi was instantly. The following evening, 2 shadows approached the main gate, slowly inching closer to investigate the courtyard. As the 2 drew near to Feng Hen, he contacted Su Nan, who, recognizing their demeanor, understood they were foes rather than friends, and issued a kill order to Feng Hen. During dinner, Ma Mingming grew unusually silent, casting furtive glances at the two. Jin Yaru continued as ever, joyfully serving dishes to Su Nan, indifferent to the gazes of others. Time passed serenely, and a year later, a stranger named Hong Lian, a strikingly handsome youth, arrived at Qinxing's abode. The youth, brimming with rebellious spirit, immediately unleashed a torrent of curses upon Qinxing, engaging in a fierce brawl, summoning flames with a mere wave of his hand. His ferocity laid bare. He extracted a spiritual banner from his Qinquan bag, unfurling it against the wind as it soared toward Mu Rue. Su Nan embraced Huang Ying, whispering, "I only wish to pluck this flower," and proceeded to caress it. Ever since he could remember, Wu Tu had lived atop Beast King Mountain in Luwu City. Yet, until he reached the age of 15 or 16, his father, Duan Yun, had never once looked at him directly, let alone embraced or kissed him. Wu Tu's impression of his father was solely from his clandestine observations outside the gathering hall on Beast King Mountain. Zhou Yu regarded this connection with skepticism, while Huang Ying refrained from mentioning that the so-called test from yesterday was orchestrated by Su Nan. Nevertheless, appearances had to be maintained, introducing Su Nan and Bai Yun to the departmental staff. When Zhou Jin's mother insisted on leaving, Zhuang Feng did not dwell on it. Which mother would wish to be supported by the one who had killed her son? After consuming a few pieces, I immediately climbed onto the bed to continue my studies, leaving my good friends to enjoy watermelon. However, shortly after the train had departed, Lu Wei heard a piercing scream from the upper berth. Naturally, at the conclusion of the report, one could not avoid the age-old discussion regarding the dangers of gaming, particularly its impact on the youth, urging the government to assume a supervisory role to prevent adolescents from becoming ensnared in the web of the internet. In Crimea, 70% of the residents are from the country, 20% are Woklon people, and the remaining 10% are Tatars. We are Tatars, Langsan Pokamit, striding toward the street barricade. The two who were pulled along paused, glancing at the silent and downcast Meiji, and immediately, Song Shua and Liao Yu exchanged glances, falling silent. A week later, Yianin, under Cheng Si's guidance, attended the company's dance training class. As an accomplished artist, one must possess a graceful physique and elegant posture. Jiang Yuanzhou stepped toward Lao Bai, the master bedroom door ajar. He entered a couple of paces to find a large bed before him, upon which Lin Nan lay, deep in sweet slumber. Outside the interrogation room, a young man peered through the window at the taciturnly Deming, then, somewhat distressed, turned to his superior and spoke. If he were to possess them, he could instantly ascend to the ranks of array masters, his strength multiplying tenfold. Even when facing a true master of the Yusheng realm, he would be more than capable of contending. The man concluded his statement and strode inside, prompting the internet administrator to quickly shut the door and follow behind. The man's gaze swept across the internet CAF, and Fu Luin hurriedly lowered her head. Was that not their homeroom teacher, Yi Xiaoyang? At the moment the car was about to collide with Li Fei, Su Man began to brake, but the vehicle's inertia carried it forward, resulting in a collision with Li Fei. Chapter 136. Intent Yu Linglong gritted her teeth, her expression one of indignation, as she coldly remarked, "I simply cannot fathom why my second uncle would collude with the demon race." This was a question Lin Nan could not decipher either. Yu Qingshi had indeed perished, and it was Yu Liantian who had decreed his death. However, outsiders could not discern this, though he and Yu Linglong had surmised it. Yu Qingshi had to die, or rather, he died for Yu Liantian. Yet, Lu Ping remained oblivious to the fact that Jia Baokue had gradually developed feelings for her. Chu Qinghuan faced Chen Shui with calm composure, offering no resistance, merely gazing silently at Chen Shui. The vibration emanating from his pocket abruptly pulled Yi Ting's thoughts back to the present. He hastily exited the office to answer the call, speaking for approximately a minute before hanging up and returning to his desk. A phrase suddenly flashed in Jian Lang's mind, but he refined it slightly before typing it into the chat box. "I wish to visit your home. Yang King Yue, aware of yang jeeping es unruly nature," feigned ignorance and chose to ignore him entirely. "The door has been locked by my mother-in-law from the outside. We cannot leave." She shook her head, appearing to have no choice in the matter. Mu Yingsheng felt a slight headache. Only after Chu Xian had departed could they inquire about the situation involving Li Yin. Jian Lang had been quite alert all along, dining with her and setting the table. But as they neared the end of their meal, he abruptly slammed his hand on the table, startling Chu Chan. It was rumored that some people waited for their mother-in-law to finish eating before they could eat themselves, and during the meal, they could only serve her dishes. In the end, they were left with cold food. Long Xiaodian wished to accompany Ying Ying, but she stopped him, instructing him to protect Lung Yi. Long Xiaodian recognized that Ying Ying's skills had become quite formidable, so he remained behind. Yuan Xing returned to the inn with great delight, while Yuan Wang hurried back to his shop, just in time to see his mother, Ma Shi, snacking on sunflower seeds at the door, appearing quite idle. Moments later, an incredibly pure essence of spiritual energy erupted from Chu Xian's lower body, causing the other energy surrounding him to appear dim by comparison. Poison pill? It requires precise ratios. Yi Changxian expressed his skepticism, questioning whether he could successfully refine a pill with toxic ingredients. Meanwhile, Yi Zi had no reservations. Directly utilizing the 2 B-grade side quests from the Scorpion King mission and the 2 C-grade side quests from the Death Bracelet mission, along with a C-grade side quest lent to her by Ying Kong, thus assembling a complete A-grade side quest to exchange for the item that Chu Xian had previously mentioned. The more spiritual energy gathered, the more advanced one's cultivation became, and the aura emitted from the body would consequently undergo changes. However, to his surprise, after the demon rat licked Chu Xian's palm for a while, it leisurely sauntered away. Just then, he was keen to observe the experience gains he could acquire after enhancing his innate talents. Qin Feng and Yin Xiangtian sat in the main hall of the Wang residence alongside the Wang family members, watching as the entire clan enjoyed their reunion. The white-haired youth felt a twinge of envy and shook his head with a gentle smile. Yin Xiangtian, holding his gun, remained unperturbed, treating outsiders with the frigid indifference of a winter's snow, revealing no trace of emotion. Suddenly, the vast grassland beneath Tianyu ignited, transforming into a raging sea of flames. The azure sky above turned dull and gray. The winding mountain paths were far and required traversing several hills. Merely walking would take nearly a day, while taking a carriage to the town would extend the journey to 2 days. The Bride Academy boasted a large number of students and had a legacy spanning over a millennium, harboring numerous guild influences within. Evelyn let out a sharp scream, her wide eyes fixed on Connors. She would have no place to weep if these remnants of the magical era were to be destroyed. This scene thoroughly frightened Liao Qiu and her companions, who were so tense they could hardly contain themselves, primarily because they had never witnessed Liu in such a state of panic. Chapter 137. Flattery. If I could eliminate you treacherous human scum colluding with the demon race, I would be more than happy to play the villain, Lin Nan remarked coolly. Huh? What scum are you talking about? In this world, whether human or demon, it is survival of the fittest with the strong prevailing. Li Xiao showed no signs of shame, instead laughing disdainfully. Such organizations pose the greatest threat to the emperor's position, which is why he has continually sent troops to eradicate them. Yet for many years, they have remained steadfast and ever-growing in strength. Under normal circumstances, Qin Weiyang would not possess such abilities, but now, the comprehensive enhancements to his physical and mental stamina far exceeded his previous capabilities. Wei Luo stood in a daze for quite some time, eventually walking inside under the bewildered gaze of the maidservant. Is it feasible to not exit the Red Blood Palace? Murong Luo worried about the surrounding guards of Lan Wanting, fearing it would be difficult to act. Glancing at him again, he felt increasingly puzzled. If the young lady valued talent and did not wish to kill him, why had she sent him to the stable to perform menial tasks? At that moment, a soldier shouted, brandishing his bayonet in a swift downward strike, attempting to sever Yomei's tail, while others opened fire to prevent her from advancing. Yes, there is another room. The boss winked at Qin Yang, who gave a discreet thumbs up in response. Upon learning that Qin Chaoyang's matter had received assurance from old Master Gao, Qin decided not to linger after the banquet and politely expressed her farewells. Old Master Gao, seeing that night had fallen, did not insist on keeping her and personally escorted Qin out of the Gao residence, watching them board the carriage to return home. Inside the carriage, Li Zhonghe observed as it began to drift away from the shore toward the vast ocean. With a determined bite of his teeth, he propelled himself toward the gap at maximum speed. He Tianzi impatiently inquired, this river doesn't appear to be very wide, at most about 10 meters. The key is how deep it is. However, the current is not swift, so crossing should be quite manageable. Swimming should suffice. The various commanders likely shared this thought, but did not dare to voice it. To obliterate Venice, they first needed to annihilate the various nations of the Papal States. The emperor eagerly awaited the victory of the Eastern expedition. hoping to seize the opportunity while the Pope was in high spirits to officially confer upon himself the title of Emperor of the Roman people. In the midst of the explosion at the red light district, Yi Tianyu spotted Fei Di and Fei San, who were also searching for Angela. Yi Tianyu preferred to avoid a direct confrontation and led his group around Fei Di, whose face was dark with anger, brimming with agitation. His subordinates trembled in fear, terrified of being slain. Extra! Extra! At that moment, Yuna rushed in from outside the practice room, her cheeks flushed and her expression brimming with excitement, evidently having encountered something remarkable. Otherwise, the usually composed Yuna would not have been so flustered. Of course, there's no problem. It just means I won't be able to enjoy the dishes made by my sister tonight, Nye chuckled, stating. It wasn't until Chun-san followed the guards into the city that the low-tier cultivators on the ground dared to rise, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief and engaging in animated discussions. Some experts, top-tier wealthy players, spent considerable time stealthily investigating their enemies' activities, then suddenly launched attacks. The staff observing nearby couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts. Chu Ting's presence made Tang Xin appear less ostentatious. The aura of the world's wealthiest or the formidable Hongxin group wielding pressure was precisely the tranquility that transformed the program's tone qualitatively. Zhang Hao was acutely aware that his previous move had intimidated everyone present, but he preferred to instill fear rather than be used as a pawn. Since he had chosen to be the leader, he naturally needed to establish absolute authority. If everyone disregarded his commands, one must question the significance of such a leader. Chapter 138. All a misunderstanding, a small punishment for a great offense. Who told you to be rude to me? As for when I will allow you to regain your senses, that depends on my mood. Now, this young lady shall go cultivate. You may ponder your actions in your current state. Yu Linglong tossed out this remark and gracefully departed. Yet Lin Nan distinctly sensed her triumph in having executed a prank. Faced with the unnamed Pharaoh King's confusion, Li Zheng merely nodded slightly, having anticipated that the game would opt to use the divine card in this round. Thus, he only needed to strategize against the deities. Tang Ming nodded slightly, but still appeared tense, pacing back and forth near the entrance. We have never competed in the academy. We should be relatively even, Pagliusolino reflected thoughtfully. Hui Dao stepped forward again, disregarding his own defenses to launch successive strikes. Although the opponent was at the celestial level, they relied on a celestial artifact, rendering their attack power mediocre compared to his aggressive celestial weapon. At this moment, both sides in the mid lane had already reached levels 11 and 12, with the beast chessboard designating 6 levels as one tier. The following is an area dense with hairpin bends, where it is impossible for Runhe to balance speed and skill, and indeed, no one can achieve such a feat. If we must name names, Yichun is known by his title as well. However, it is rumored that Master Yichun does not hail from the southern Xia. It is only known that he has a sister, Yi Linga, yet the whereabouts of their family remain a mystery. The wild boar is most fearful of having its tail touched, and at this moment, a strike from Ling Feifei has wounded its soft underbelly, leaving it no time to concern itself with the two individuals. Hesitating slightly, it gasped for breath and retreated in the direction it had come from. Yet now, the adversary has so effortlessly breached the blood cage she held with absolute confidence, a reality she finds utterly unacceptable. On Chun Yu's side, 5,000 troops, after closing in on the enemy's central force, opened fire, swiftly disrupting the rear army of Tubo. Row after row of soldiers advanced while shooting, annihilating the remaining forces that had been diverted to establish a second front line, seamlessly infiltrating the enemy ranks. Poof! Another barely audible sound echoed, and a faint trace of blood appeared on the throat of another member of the Dark Alliance, 3 zhang away, who then silently bowed his head and fell lifelessly. Nevertheless, he chose to remain still, considering the enemy's peculiarities. Perhaps acting impulsively or fleeing would not be wise choices. If he became agitated, he could effortlessly crush a multitude with just a finger, or simply relieve himself, killing countless ants in an instant. Furthermore, Lu Yimiao could not detect the slightest trace of Gao Yuan, no matter how fervently he tried to sharpen his senses. As they approached Donglai City, where Gao Yuan was to receive his mission, the two were compelled to pause and deliberate. From his words, it seemed that my mother was regarded as a legendary figure even within this Yellow Springs water prison. Ao Hai appeared unconcerned about the ongoing battle, sensing this as a significant opportunity for the Chimera tribe to turn the tide. Lacking strength or background, even if they had inadvertently sabotaged several plans, The impact I cause pales in comparison to the grand schemes of the oracle. Does it not? With this thought, Gao Yuan sacrificed his left arm, bracing for a strike from a fire serpent while simultaneously cultivating his true energy, soon raising his hand to channel the celestial energies, releasing 8 fireballs. Strategist, why do you not intervene in the actions of the Lord? If Lord Ciel loses his temper, our Xuanwu army may indeed falter, and the pillar of heaven may collapse. Zheng Fan admonished Jing Xiang. Chapter 139. Why is the young miss here? As his spirit returned, Lin Nan promptly made his escape, returning to his residence. He hastily summoned all cultivators in the estate under the pretext of a meeting. As everyone gathered, they exchanged curious glances, wondering why Lin Nan had convened so many at such an hour. Everyone, please enjoy tea, Lin Nan cheerfully invited. Suddenly, Sukiana leapt forward in frustration, cursing her own lack of ambition. Xiaramo, what is your attitude? Cheng Li remarked discontentedly, forever disliking her, both past and present. He Yunyao completed his talisman, ceasing his incantations. Strangely, although he had only drawn a single talisman, he appeared more fatigued than when he had previously assisted her in detoxification, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, Cheng Yining seemed to have ceased discussing his family matters. Perhaps understanding her deep value for familial ties and not wishing to express anything that might cause her sorrow? Or perhaps he feared she would not believe him, opting to remain silent? After Zhou Dandan concluded her exposition, Jiang Weini suddenly recalled marriage and children, her gaze widening as she meticulously rummaged through her memory, ultimately unsure whether protective measures had been taken. If not, did Guan Jinting harbor feelings for her, suggesting a desire for marriage and children? Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? After ending the call, Lung Xiaoyu slapped his forehead and hurried toward the building, with Zhang Xinyao closely in tow. When the physician arrived, Xiao Wei was already unconscious, her hands swelling. The physician took her pulse, declaring that the snake venom had spread and she must first take medicine to detoxify. Whether Xiao Wei would awaken depended on her fate. If the snake that bit her was not venomous, perhaps she could be saved. However, he was mistaken. As Guan Jinting carried Jiang Weini home, he remained silent, applying medicine to the red rashes on her legs. Jiang Weini, adopting a pitiful demeanor, extended her arm with unshed tears in her eyes, pleading, Guan Jinting, my arm itches and hurts too. Could you please blow on it? Zhang Zhang nodded before asking, Director, could you share some of the Mo's past with me? Mo seldom spoke of her history, and he wished to learn more about her. From Mo's attitude toward the individuals present, they seemed quite familiar with one another. Zhang Qi, irritated, exclaimed, Do you think I want a medal? If it weren't for... He abruptly halted, recalling something. Dai Li and the others examined thoroughly, but found no issues. The results remained as excellent as before. Dark-skinned individuals were fair-net. Acne was cleared, blemishes were removed, and wrinkles smoothed. If Kapuz had said this, would I not appear overly coy if I hesitated? For now, I shall keep it safe for him. Should we cross paths again, I will return it, though I suspect this parting may mark our final encounter. Everything relies on fate. Using reverse hypnosis, some information was extracted. The youth was undoubtedly a member of the Black Spider, albeit of low skill, which allowed Gu Shijin to succeed easily. Sister Lan, she cried out, barely dodging a punch from the black bear. Yet her chest still felt the sting of the strike. Opening the confinement room used for punishing clan members who err or defy authority, the Khitan soldiers were known for their arduous labor and tenacity in battle. And their infantry was formidable. Relying solely on armored cavalry, they would find it challenging to breach their defenses. Chapter 140. Two shameless Lin Nan bowed to the crowd, stating earnestly, with my limited strength, I could only engage in a desperate gamble. But with your support and assistance, I am no longer alone and possess greater courage. Thus, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes, thinking, this fellow is truly shameless. Sister Jingjing, is there any need to ask? Did we not hear that shocking sound when we arrived? Aside from that matter, what else could it be? Qin Haiyan whispered to Li Jingjing. Since it is of no use now, you might as well perish. Ryan said with a pure smile, uttering words that sent chills down the spine. A series of short trumpet sounds echoed within the formation as some auxiliary soldiers strained to push the heavy wooden door of the northern gate, which creaked as it slowly closed. As the soldiers marched along the dirt path towards the eastern horizon, dust rising in their wake, the beleaguered city of Amisis still emitted wisps of smoke. She found herself puzzled, yearning to rush forward and investigate further, yet ultimately restrained herself, vanishing from atop the great tree as if she had never been there. Your name is Kalpis, is it not? Once a freed slave, now serving in the Legion? The chief legal officer inquired from a position of authority. Lin Daoyu, you are too polite. The leader of this branch of the Immortal City Alchemy Alliance is, in fact, my master's uncle. I mentioned your affairs to him upon my return. He is eager to meet you shortly. Fong Keaton suddenly interjected. In that case, how shall you continue with us? Ho Yinzhong asked, his expression darkening. The news that follows is no longer worth my attention, for outside, even more sensational reports have emerged. In my humble opinion, it would require at least 5 armies, in coordination with local militias, to ensure the tranquility of the realm. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Xinling spoke gravely. Should one allow their anger over recent events to escalate into the harm of a few students, it would indeed lead to dire consequences. Although no. 7. Timon Street is not particularly clean or orderly, and its security leaves much to be desired. Number 79 evokes a sense of having entirely departed from B-Clan, transporting one to the familiar grounds of Ziyu Street in Tiana. The staircase is entirely enclosed, devoid of windows, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Since the attack bore no fruit, one can only blame Kakalai for his misfortune, as he has already exhausted all benevolence. Why would the elderly patriarch of the Ross family, who has been retired for many years and struggles to rise from his bed, insist on traveling to Xia Prefecture? With a dozen bulldozers advancing simultaneously, the already trembling residential structures were instantly reduced to rubble. Watching the adult tumbleweed struggling and rolling before him, Li Ming finally felt a flicker of consolation. Agreed. With him present, there is at least a guarantee of survival. Yuna nodded without hesitation, seemingly in high regard for the vine valley mentioned by Clea. This explains why many travelers, despite knowing the elderly man harbors ulterior motives, still choose to continue collaborating with him. As the second brother and his companions entered the restaurant lobby, they spotted Xie and the monk seated at the center table. Upon hearing the voice of the old cripple, Huazi instantly regained his senses. Just as he turned his head, the old man's cleaver was already poised against his neck. After dialing and waiting for several seconds, I sensed that Mu Meiqing would likely not answer. Just as I was about to hang up, the call was picked up. After finishing my meal and returning home, I found my father watching television. After a brief greeting, he retreated to his room to charge his phone. Upon opening it, I saw a message from Qin Yuan, essentially stating that she had tried to call, but my phone was off. She had initially intended to invite me out for a chat, expressing that she missed me after not seeing me for quite some time. Chapter 141, A Trap for the Lord. What use is it to remember in vain? I am the illustrious daughter of the Yu family, a paragon of Baiyu City. Do I truly need such trifling favors? Yu Linglong gritted her teeth, feeling quite displeased. Had it not been for her concern for her image, she would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. She could not be bothered to indulge Lin Nan in idle chatter, merely offering a sarcastic smile. As long as you care, that suffices. Humph. There is plenty of time ahead. Do I fear finding? Director Liu was not adept at deceit, his face reddening as if he were on the verge of revealing the truth. I quickly shifted the topic to avoid further complications. At this moment, Xinqing, wielding the combined might of the ice sword and the unmatched sword, faced the fire dragon without fear. Reflecting on the formidable strength displayed by Fan Tianlei during their fight beneath the overpass, it was indeed impressive. Seeing her close friend in such a state, Hong couldn't help but chuckle, joining in the teasing. Cold Yunfeng had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With the appearance of the war-wolf system, what was there that could not happen? Times have changed. During a life-and-death crisis, every victory now determines the fate of many. Thus, even Gainye and the 6 sword slaves did not dare to ease their vigilance. Just as Lin Feng's stomach growled with hunger, the rabbit meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding a golden sheen and a rich aroma that made Lin Feng's mouth water. He chuckled, realizing it was Chun Nai's specially prepared bento. He understood. Night God Yu, as usual, held up an umbrella. Why? To shield himself from the morning sun. He had no desire to become a desiccated corpse on his way to school. My lord, allow me to eliminate this beast. Sheng Jia, seeking vengeance for the previous assault, was eager to act. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Do you think that scowling face makes you look cool? Let me tell you, your attempts at being cool are far beneath me. Zhui Yifan declared defiantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he maintained his stance.
his entire waist beginning to numb. The masked figure did not grant him the luxury of time. With a flourish of the sword, he lunged forward once more. The flower thief hastily drew his weapon to engage, and the two figures flickered as they became entangled in combat within the room. After several exchanges, the flower thief, wary of disturbing others, leaped through the window to escape, his agility befitting one accustomed to scaling walls. Thus, shortly after capturing Sichuan City, Kitao Nabaru did not linger and led his foot soldiers onward toward the Xinjiang pavilion. Although Yifan was not a cat, his current mindset resembled that of a cat eyeing a fish placed before it but forbidden to eat. He refrained from clawing at it, for he was, after all, a cultured deity. However, to overpower his opponent and seal their lips with a forceful kiss was still within the realm of possibility. All the creatures in the valley possessed life. The trees and murderous flowers that had previously approached Tang Chong to terminate him now dared not draw near. Yet once she began, she could not stop. Her eyes widened with astonishment, sparkling with excitement, her mouth agape as if it could scarcely close. Team leader Zhong nodded gently, saying nothing further, before turning and walking toward the door, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate, though none felt pity for him. Subsequently, Tang Chong wiped the blood from the dragon blade with a cloth before sheathing it, then strode forth, leaving the North Island. This time, he was determined to sincerely apologize to Jian Mofan and clarify the misunderstanding so that their wedding could proceed. However, Jian's father was unaware that his calculations had gone awry. Yin Mumu observed Jian Mofan's struggle and steadied herself, preventing her body from swaying, as she took the half-melted Haagen-Dazs from his hand and brought it to her mouth. Michaela's punch, fueled by all his strength, descended forcefully, while the demon wielded a scythe, swinging it violently to collide with Michaela's fist, resulting in mutual injury. Chapter 142. This skill is remarkable. This skill is indeed impressive, yet must it be so grandiose, requiring the surrender of my soul imprint? Would that not render me your vassal? Miss, are there no alternative methods? Lin Nan inquired tentatively. Observing Lin Nan's startled expression, Yu Linglong stifled a laugh and replied, "There are indeed alternatives. Another method would involve you sensing my soul's aura and eye." Reluctantly, Xiao Lin acquiesced to the eagle's suggestion. First, he would identify the best warriors, then provide them with ample food and drink to restore their strength, and finally, select a time for a one-on-one duel. Thus, Jones rose and approached the door of the inner room, gently knocking twice, awaiting a response from within. Qiyu glanced at Wu Shixuan beside him, puzzled as to why his intention to negotiate with the Zhou family had devolved into an interrogation by Wu's elderly patriarch. "I didn't expect you to have cultivated your 8th strand of pure energy. However, this still does not alter today's circumstances." The blood-sex elder demon expressed mild surprise before breaking into a cold laugh. Yuan Kai noticed the signals given by Wen Fei and the others, immediately deducing that the lynx had commenced its operation. However, Wen Fei and his companions grew increasingly tense, for the lynx had vanished from their sight. To ensure safety, they promptly signaled for Yuan Kai to withdraw. The playback device emitted voices. Although the recording quality was subpar, the words were still discernible. The enchanting figure twirled her body, emitting a languid sound. Her skin appeared as fair as jade, tinged with an alluring hue of pink. The large bruises left by Lei Yu during her previous fury had vanished, and her skin was even more delicate than that of an infant, with her previously swollen lower regions now healed. "Thank you, my lord," Feng Yufei said as she turned to leave, not even sparing a glance at the nearby Shangguan Honglai. The soul control technique was remarkably simple. While akin to a soul contract, it differed in that it was not a contract, which emphasizes equality and fairness. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter as they descended the stairs, exiting the theater and making their way to the Shiyuan restaurant, without mentioning their adjustments to the instruments and sound equipment. It is worth noting that Shangguan Furong had invited around 10 middle school classmates while only extending an invitation to Zhu Yunhuan among her colleagues. Qin Chen's expression darkened as he deliberately slowed his pace. Just as the car drew near, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, sending the vehicle skidding ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojuan fell into deep contemplation. He pondered for quite some time, his heart filled with a peculiar sensation. Among the entire Renuan Peak, only Brother Yu possessed the finest skills in weapon forging. Meanwhile, the development department was also in urgent need of a talent in this field. What was the best course of action? Li Lisan sighed softly, recognizing that his nephew was a typical school bully,
No one could manage him except for himself. Yen Jin was engrossed in her activities when she suddenly felt an obstruction against her scythe. The force nearly caused it to fly from her grip, prompting her to tighten her hold with determination. It appeared that they had already chosen an auspicious time to descend into the tomb before seeking her out. This indicated that once the funeral garments were prepared, they would indeed depart, and in order to hasten the send-off of these pestilent beings, she had no choice but to pick up the scissors anew. Listen, they're already cursing. Oh dear, this is bad. It seems our lord has been bitten. Should we rush in to assist him? The pigeon servant peeked through the door crack. The guards opened the door, leading the two inside. Sun Jinyan, indeed, found the northern Kingdom's prince sitting comfortably on a low couch, devoid of any unruly characters. In any case, upon receiving this news, the educated youth were genuinely elated, and as one of the fortunate ones, Feng Jingwen was overjoyed to know that she could return home after the spring. She eagerly promised the village head that during her remaining time in the village, she would work even harder. Chapter 143. The more damaged, the better. A large crowd loitered on the street without any concern. Su Lei dispatched some individuals to inquire about suitable inns nearby and commanded another group of dozens to investigate the procurement conditions at nearby alchemy and magical artifact shops. Subsequently, around 100 people followed him into the restaurant's hall, where they seated themselves at separate tables. What would you like to order, gentlemen? The waiter approached with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Huan. Indeed, as soon as I began to think, Chu Xiao immediately turned to look at me, earnestly calling out that name once more. These matters had never been mentioned by Lu Haixing's mother, but since his father had passed away early, he was largely unaware of his grandfather's circumstances, knowing only that his lineage had become a direct line. It seemed as though a cool breeze danced upon her fingers as she toyed with her phone. Shiyu expressed her gratitude to the driver, settled the payment, and walked straight out of the car towards the elevator. Thus, when King inquired about her preferred location, she pondered seriously. Shicheng had not answered her call, but he was not anxious. She merely intended to perform a facade of cooperation, having no intention of genuinely aiding this incompetent man. Aunt, I understand, but I am deeply concerned about potential repercussions for the Mo family. If that is the case, what will she do then? She does not wish to become a sinner of the Mo clan. Where am I? Lu Huan blinked, nervously surveying his surroundings, and visibly sighed in relief upon spotting me. Surveying the archery range, his bright yellow dragon robe signified nobility, and the sharpness reflected in his eyes emanated an aura of distinction unlike any ordinary person. With all his might, he struck the skeletal hand, yet the seemingly fragile bones proved to be harder than steel at that moment. Zhang Hong's full force attack merely caused the white jade skeleton to stagger back a step. Boss Luno, Brother Hai, my apologies. In the past, I, Guo Weiming, had also lingered around this area, yet no one had ever dared to deceive us. All these years later, I still hold fondness for this place. Guo Weiming continued to light a cigarette with a smile, observing the invincible demeanor of the 9 golden kings. Zhao Gongming felt compelled to offer a caution. After all, it was no easy feat for a cultivator to reach the true immortal realm after hundreds of years of practice. Witnessing Wang Ariai's playful demeanor, Jin Qi's sorrow deepened into fear as he recalled the humiliations Wang Ariai had endured within the Jin Qi family, leading him to believe that today he was undoubtedly facing death. Unbeknownst to him, he had already leaned in, his handsome face mere inches away, his deep-set gaze fixated intensely upon her, as if he intended to envelop her within his very being with that chilling stare. With a series of clear, resonant calls, 2 white cranes appeared from an unknown direction, their voices imbued with a melodic quality. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Ariai understood that these 2 cranes were long-transformed crane spirits, inexplicably arriving by the riverbank in the dead of night. FAG reminisced about a scene from nearly a decade prior when he had just assumed the role of abbot and had engaged in deep discussions on Buddhist philosophy with a distant monk. It was precisely due to such pressures that Fusang had endured terrifying strains, ultimately failing to conquer Fengshan. He remained oblivious to Windsor's identity and the substantial assistance provided through the collaboration with Baidu. On the campus network and Tianya forum, he had posted hundreds of messages, rallying friends to support his posts. Yet, within a day, all traces of those posts vanished without a trace. Chun Jiachong, having just emerged from the ordeal, could barely withstand the criticism, and Sun Buki finally vented his frustrations on Su Lily, allowing himself to relax as he lay down to catch his breath. Dang Sui, who fabricated the entire grand dream, resembled a deity, observing the freely developing dreams within her dark mental space, intervening at opportune moments. Chapter 144. Why is this fellow so devious? Having been swindled out of a third of his fortune by the Dingfu restaurant, Su Lei felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, but could only suppress his frustration, ultimately deciding to forego staying at Dingfu and seek another inn. This was also a means of economizing, and due to his discontent, he held no fondness for Bayou City, merely wishing to procure supplies swiftly, endure a night's stay, and leave at dawn. He dispatched a dozen individuals to various shops for procurement. Had it not been for Xian driving, she would have clung to him in a fit of petulance. At this moment, she could only blink at him. Previously, Yi Xian had been unable to carve out time, being preoccupied with aiding his disciple in cultivation while also striving to enhance his own abilities. With both hands propped against the sink, he exhaled deeply, readjusting his state before reaching for his toothbrush. Yi Xian cast a faint glance at the opposing party, then waved his sleeve, unleashing an unmatched force that instantly overwhelmed the formidable Sea Clan kings. Li Chuangang nodded. He too possessed a technique that descended from the heavens, known as the Sword Immortals Kneel, whose realm did not fall beneath the flying dragon in the sky. Although she maintained a smile and said nothing, Chen Qing was acutely aware that during their last meal together, she had only exchanged a few words with Hui Zhen and had nearly been killed multiple times. Before entering, Qi Ning received a message from Yi Xian, inquiring whether the time she had previously arranged with Luo Su had been altered. Such logic was not difficult to grasp. Yet mastering the handling of ingredients and the multitude of techniques was an ocean of culinary skills, difficult to master in a short time. Fortunately, the gaming character harbored malicious intent, intending to seize a fortune while framing the wise divine Anversalma, inadvertently annihilating the nameless one in the process and discovering the true ignorant serpent skin. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous loss. Yi Xian helped her wash up and tucked her in a bed, but soon after, she jumped out of bed and stood at the bathroom door, calling to be let in. Initially, she had intended to take advantage of the fact that Hong Mao was currently unable to speak to curry favor with brother Hu and gain some leverage, but unexpectedly, it backfired. Supreme firepower. Burn all spirit, disregarding any constraints to elevate the unleashed attack by one level. In the face of such unreasonable and utterly rule-defying behavior, Li contemplated further and more long-term. Even the direct lineage of the top 100 sects dared not step out due to offending the great wealth god. How could he, Xian Jianzi, afford to be arrogant before the great wealth god? Since Zhou Ju Intian Palace had long been aware of the summoning of the ancestor and had even dispatched envoys, Mu Hanshua felt reassured. After all, with so many ministers in the court having been slain by Li He and the expansion of Huaxia being so vigorous, it was precisely a time when manpower was desperately needed. After meeting with Han Xiao, Sun Qian had already confirmed his next course of action and drove back to the Luo family's villa. Lu Yang appeared to harbor a palpable fear of Lu Fang. Upon witnessing Lu Fang's entrance, he instinctively shrank back. Should Sun Qian observe this unexpected encounter between two individuals seemingly unrelated, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. When he recounted this incident to Li Erlong expressed his profound indignation. Initially, Li Erlong intended to assist Ma Daqing in retrieving funds. However, Ma Daqing, wishing to avoid entangling his companions in any potential scandal, dissuaded him from doing so. "Hello, San Silong. What is it that necessitates your incessant calls?" Upon hearing this voice, Abe San Silong was overwhelmed with excitement, for he had finally received a call from Abe Air Silong, alleviating his torment. This journey to Longqing proved to be immensely fruitful for Qin Yin. Not only did he acquire the essence of righteousness from Duanmu Mingho, but he also gained the formidable support of the Hellion clan. More significantly, he gleaned insight into the purpose of the divine retribution, at least understanding that their objective was the collection of the 10 demonic blades. With a flick of her wrist, the Fusang Divine tree materialized in midair, its azure light dispelling the darkness, illuminating the cave. Chapter 145. Is he a genius? Lin Nan stretched lazily and glanced at Yu Long, saying, "My lady, the remaining matters pertain to tonight's events. With several hours yet until nightfall, might you graciously consider staying for a meal?" In response, Yu Long rolled her eyes, thinking, "This fellow is truly hypocritical." The intense desire for sustenance ignited within Carl, and in an instant, he tossed the shell-encrusted clam meat into his mouth. Aunt sighed. No matter what Xiao Yulian said, she remained unfazed, her countenance betraying only a hint of regret.
yet no trace of anger or a desire for vengeance on behalf of Zhang Biao. Li Yixiao made a rather unique entrance. As Gao Cong and Nailan Ke assumed he was evading their notice, only for him to emerge with his trousers in hand. The rice was coarse japonica, far inferior to the delicious rice from Nanjing. Yet Yuning Xue was too famished to care. Having endured hunger for so long, she could no longer restrain herself. Her stomach was now demanding sustenance. Darling, that appears to be his vehicle, Su Yun pointed to the BMW beside me. Upon seeing Shi Chun approach, Jean grinned broadly at her, his expression practically begging for her compliments. Zheng Shichen, observing his playful demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle softly, shaking her head in bemusement at his childlike spirit. She gestured animatedly. The wardrobe was even taller than she, both large and heavy. Yet it represented the finest furniture in the then Ma family village, inciting envy among countless villagers, as Ma Shanju lived in such happiness. As they journeyed deeper into Sun County, the local populace appeared utterly worn down, their faces etched with fatigue, having exerted every ounce of strength to meet the burdensome taxes imposed upon them. It was said that during the imperial examination in the 4th year of Yuanjun, a scandal regarding leaked exam questions erupted, causing discontent among certain officials, though the true culprits remained elusive. Surely one would not achieve the 4th realm of the divine eye with just a single pill, would they? Qin Feng asked, astonished. The perpetrator of the killings calmly returned to his original seat, displaying a sense of duty as a henchman, leaving the task of wiping oneself to his spouse. The Fire God platform lay less than 4 or 5 miles from the Yambao platform. To reclaim Jedi City, Huangshi did not hesitate to fight despite his injuries, even establishing his command post alarmingly close to the front lines. He glanced sideways as a faint white light ascended from the city below, recognizing it as his disciple L.E., and thus halted his flight to wait. Seated in a commanding chair to his left was a gallant young man, dressed as a general, clad in silver armor and helmet, brandishing a silver spear. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback by his words, puzzled, yet eventually managed to suppress her tears, exhaling in relief, and somewhat shyly inquired. Zhang Ling and Lu Mingxian exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the impostor monk, who bore no semblance of a true monk. Li Lianhuan maintained her characteristic impassivity, raising her gaze slightly to the densely packed spatial fissures nearby, while the ancient tree spirit displayed an unprecedented expression of fear on its somewhat wooden visage. The substitute players for Longhua felt a sense of injustice. For this Challenger Cup, the coach had trained the 5 starters to be as impenetrable as a fortress. In contrast, the substitutes had undergone considerably less training and cohesion, resulting in their erratic performance. A sword pierced forward, and from the leaping fire frog's head, a red digit appeared, indicating it had been struck. The creature's eyes flashed with anger as it turned, leaping high, its half-meter-long tongue extending towards Jiangming. I wish to pose a question. Are you truly afraid of their retaliation, or do you simply lack the heart to act? After listening to Skier's narrative, Chu Feng decisively dismantled all barriers, directly addressing the core issue. Chapter 146, The Disheartened Prodigy of Heaven. It is worth noting that typical spiritual practitioners, at the onset of their training, merely envision the sea of consciousness, often lacking a sense of self. Indeed, many must undergo numerous attempts before their consciousness can even penetrate the sea. Yet Lin Nan, upon his first attempt, not only successfully entered the sea of consciousness, but also beheld an identical reflection of himself meditating cross-legged. What does this signify? It implies that Lin Nan truly, in matters of love, there exists no hierarchy of strength or weakness. Rather, it is solely a measure of the depth and fervor of one's affection, devoid of rationality. The flush upon the other's face prompted Heziyu to furrow his brow slightly, instinctively reaching out to touch her forehead. Upon returning, Ziyu exhibited a remarkably audacious demeanor, evoking the image of a territorial tyrant asserting dominance over her domain. Zhaolan intended to discuss the events of that spring outing, specifically the actions Pei Huan had taken against Song Xing'a. Upon hearing Mei Er's words, a semblance of logic began to form in her mind. The more Yin Xiang contemplated, the more her conscience pricked her, giving rise to an unsettling notion. The patrons in the hall continued to marvel at the exorbitant price of 40,000 high-grade spirit stones, while manager Luo dutifully announced the next item for auction, the 6th of the evening. Shui Yiren gritted her teeth in frustration, yet wore a forced smile, gesturing for Yun Haoyan to take a seat. It felt as though all the accumulated burdens within her had been expelled, yet the exertion proved too much, leading to dehydration and fatigue. Feng Lingjio was genuinely excited. Observing this fellow's demeanor, she felt her speculation was correct. However, if that were the case, why had she allowed Mu Jiyu to deal with her mother, even aiding her from the shadows? The two-headed black serpent's rank remained unknown, and Lu Dingtian, gripping his hunting knife tightly, hesitated to strike, anxious about the approaching duty-bound senior brother, feeling a surge of impatience. But you couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you still possess such a temperament? Would it not be better to treat this as a favor for yourself? Though he said this, his expression revealed an impending action. Despite his sister's reprimands, when it came to discussions of the family and their father, the younger brother remained unyielding. Only when the topic shifted to their aunt did he seem to be moved, yet he fell silent for a long while. The rain intensified, flashes of white lightning illuminating the sky, as the wind hurriedly extinguished the remaining embers on the ground. Muzian rubbed her eyes and took several steps towards the army, suddenly coming to a halt. For 7 consecutive days, Lu Dingtian engaged in no other activities nor sought out Huang Yu, though he desired to do so. He simply could not conjure a suitable reason and wished to fully integrate the spiritual energy within him. Du Yuan, rest assured, I will take good care of you, Ro. In the grand hall of the Shin residence, Shin Yu Ro's parents finally felt reassured, nodding as they entrusted their daughter to Du Yuan. I lifted my wine cup, savoring a sip before picking up my chopsticks to eat. It was the first meal I had in several days, and a tumult of emotions stirred within me as the food touched my tongue. A sudden sound of gnawing mice resonated sharply in the now silent magma lake. Yang Fengjiao glanced at the address, and her heart finally settled a bit. In the stone alley of the university town, the presence of many people reassured her. It was not a desolate suburb, and there was no need to fear the risk of being sold off. Zhu Mingyu promptly nodded, expressed his gratitude to the manager, and turned to leave. He watched as Mo Qinglan bid farewell to Mei Xiaogui, observing her depart alongside Mo Chun, his gaze lingering on Mo Qinglan's proud and resolute figure. Along with the fan that fluttered incessantly, Nanguang Ro was suddenly awakened by Chen Zitian. Her father was a real estate magnate, and how could she not leverage such an identity and status? Chapter 147. Casting a wide net to catch big fish, is this the black market? Su Lei hesitated at the entrance. The residence was situated in a bustling alley, appearing anything but a hub for illicit dealings. The one-armed monk chuckled softly and said, Your Excellency, as the saying goes, great concealment lies within the city. Though this place may not seem hidden, often the most perilous locations are, paradoxically, the safest, are they not? Just as Raymond continued to grapple with his thoughts, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the number, he felt a jolt and immediately stood up, quickly picking up the receiver. Within the void, an almost endless chant of mantras echoed. Although the Buddha's palm had but one form, it epitomized Xiao Linger's lifelong martial cultivation. Thus, when this palm descended, even the nearly absurdly powerful Boros, with his indomitable will and ambitious spirit, found it difficult to contend with. The head of the British forces happened to be the army captain who had explained matters the previous night. He smiled faintly upon seeing Zheng Chong, for Lawrence and Zheng Chong shared a close bond, fortified by a $10 million relationship. The term inheritance is used here instead of continuation because Atlantis originated from colonizers of Orion. Hua Feng, who graduated from an ordinary military academy, had yet to seize the opportunity to study abroad, yet his achievements remained unaffected by his humble educational background. Had he known the circumstances, there would have been no need for him to wear a mournful expression. He would have acted decisively long ago. In the Imperial Garden, Du Feng implemented a policy of thorough eradication, leaving only weeds, water, and fruit trees in his wake. The spectral figure of the bull demon king reappeared, decisively cleaving downward with an axe, not only deflecting the Grim Reaper's scythe, but also obliterating the opponent's form entirely. After Zheng Chong hung up the phone, confusion clouded his mind as he pondered why Feng Yihua sought him out. Ultimately, De Yulan made her way to the Arc Flame Adventure Group's villa base. Passing the training ground, she spotted Kameo, not in search of the Elven Ranger, but rather because Dallas Shi, the group leader, was acquainted with many individuals and had extensive channels of information. Zhou Haya gazed intently at her, his eyes radiating an unwavering determination, while Su Kum met his gaze fearlessly, her beautiful visage exuding an unassailable aura that enveloped her entirely, causing Zhou Haya to feel an increasing pressure as he approached her.
The skilled individuals present articulated their reasons for coming, predominantly having been summoned by others. However, the identity of the one who gathered them remained a mystery to these individuals. Finally, I nodded. As a hard man, I should grant him the right to choose death. Since he requested that I end his life when the time comes, I would not refuse, as I deemed it a mark of respect for him. The black true magic seal surged forth at the command of the 9-entropy emperor. Rushing toward the indicated target, Wu Tian and Lin Hui knelt there, sweat soaking their collars, hardly daring to breathe. Ban Siyuan promptly approached the desk, raising his voice to establish a stance, his muscles appearing as if on the verge of bursting, radiating strength. After a moment, Ge Qingfeng indeed mentioned the matter I had anticipated, stating that this vice leader should be selected from the younger generation of cultivators, providing an opportunity for the youth to gain experience. Even if Yi Yuan triumphed over the 3 formidable Dan Chen-level experts, such an act was still perceived as excessively audacious in their eyes. Following the blood sacrifice, the 2 celestial spirit statues would temporarily confer greater strength. But such overwhelming power would leave the recipient severely weakened afterward, making it a last resort. Given that they were individuals from the realm of romance and beauty, they were, in a sense, considered half of their own kind. Zhang Feng immediately displayed a sunny smile, inviting the other party to take a seat. Chapter 148. The silent loss as a celestial enlightenment cultivator, so too was the opponent. Once combat commenced, irrespective of victory or defeat, the commotion would be undeniable. At that moment, it was likely to attract external attention, and I would inevitably be held accountable. Consequently, the endeavor of practicing demonic techniques could not be preserved. The outcome would undoubtedly be grim. Therefore, engaging in combat was certainly not the optimal choice. However, refraining from action would result in being robbed by the adversary. It was truly heart-wrenching to hear, and Yadi, unwittingly divulging her innermost thoughts, found herself compelled to do so. Her family's wealth had been devoured by others, and her child had succumbed to illness. From that point on, she became disillusioned, harboring hatred for the world and men, particularly loathing Chen Yi for his masculinity, which led her to extend her disdain to him as well. Unable to break through, Ji furrowed her brows, but did not relent, wielding her longbow once more to strike down. This might be related to his identity. As an assassin, a lingering aura of malice permeated his very being, accentuating the cold demeanor characteristic of a killer. Wang Zhouyu dutifully ran to Song Gaian's feet, simultaneously challenging Old Song with a display of bravado. Hastily rising, he retrieved a change of clothes from his spatial ring, just as Yuan Bingxue was about to explode in rage. Not only did numerous players gasp in shock, but many media reporters also couldn't help but exchange looks with their colleagues. Upon hearing Boss Qian's words, I fell into contemplation. Indeed, such occurrences were not isolated incidents. I had repeatedly assured Boss Qian, yet unexpected troubles continued to arise. Being targeted by Shengshi made it exceedingly unlikely that I could enjoy a peaceful life, and skirmishes were, by nature, unavoidable on this path. Lin Chong, noticing Zhang San's inquiry, felt compelled to respond and recounted the events to Zhang San and the others. The notion that the most perilous places are the safest is utterly nonsensical. Would you dare linger in the town now? I guarantee it would be lethal. During this time of year, the last batch of significant figures from Tokyo had also withdrawn. Although Zhang San fulfilled the 3-year agreement with Shuanger, he hoped to marry her during the establishment of the nation. Thus, when Wu Shuang arrived in Ryukyu, Zhang San appointed her original entourage as the directors of the Relief Investigation Bureau. Upon hearing the incongruous remarks, the clan leader Lin displayed a look of bewilderment, then shifted his gaze to the stone steps, scanning between Lin, Jun Tian, and Yun Mu. Go Sun here, as you requested. Chung Gao tilted his head slightly, casting a deep glance at Li Qi, then turned back to Go Sun, speaking in a neutral tone. Call a doctor. He Lien Yuan, filled with rage, rushed to Bai Yin's side and swept her into his arms. With a soft pop, the heart-shaped gem in Long Ling's hand shattered, or rather, exploded due to excessive pressure, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Naturally, those nearby Long Ling were drenched in blood, given that the heart was a major artery, the nexus of blood flow. Several leading doctors employed various emergency measures, including defibrillation and even artificial respiration, but Old Sun's breathing had ceased entirely, and his body began to take on a faint blue hue. This was hardly surprising, as he had been on the verge of an exit. Yet Liang Ye's gunshot had shattered all his efforts. After leaving the forest, Liang Yi and the others pressed on towards the rendezvous point without pause. The 3-kilometer journey was not far. Nan Muqian observed the movements of everyone, especially that of a certain man, deducing that the one named Bruce was likely his adversary. He could hardly fathom that a year prior, the fragile individual who could barely open his eyes had meticulously plotted everything for today. Logically, upon becoming the city lord, with increasing power and a growing pool of potential allies, securing re-election should be exceedingly simple. Chapter 149. The majestic young lady in unison, the crowd responded, while Yu Linglong cast a complex gaze upon Lin Nan. This Lin Nan indeed exhibited considerable thoughtfulness for his subordinates, refraining from allowing them to risk their lives. However, his actions were undeniably excessive. Who proclaimed the intention of joining forces with you? As the esteemed young lady of Bayou City, why should I heed your commands without first considering my own opinion? Moreover, I am a formidable cultivator at the harmonization realm. Should we truly collaborate, would it necessitate? Such blatant and direct temptation was enough to test even Yi Chen's resolve. Driven by instinctual impulse, Yi Chen found himself compelled to take action. Zhao Xiongqi was taken aback when his attempts to engage Xiao Wu and Balzac bore no fruit in preventing such occurrences. The notion that such treasures eluded his grasp, especially in light of his awareness of the situation, had led him to shatter several tables in frustration, lamenting that his efforts were ultimately futile and only squandered his salary. The director's words conveyed 2 pieces of information. Firstly, Su Yifan was unaware of her fever. Secondly, he likely did not return to the Zhongling Spring the previous day. Had he done so, he would have noticed her severe condition. Su Qingwei had slept for an entire day to restore her spirits, and upon awakening, her first realization was the splendid quilt draped over her. Indeed, the warriors behind her erupted into cheers, and the dilapidated spaceship exhibited an unexpected agility, easily executing spatial jumps. Once they breached the atmosphere, all the foreign soldiers surged forth. However, today, Wang Peter had unearthed numerous invaluable treasures within this realm, artifacts that even the divine beings from the outside world would find arduous to obtain. He re-examined the bedroom, discovering 2 quilts on the bed, one beneath him and the other atop him. Had he known of the invasion below, the immediate reaction would surely have been to dispatch individuals to reclaim the territory. Dearest, I've entered the elevator, and the signal is poor. I will call you back shortly. Goodbye. She blew a kiss to the phone, her blood-red nails tapping the screen before placing it on the counter. Gui Mama stepped forward. Although the precious concubine had not explicitly stated what day she anticipated, Gui Mama had already deduced it. Her expression mirrored that of the precious concubine, calm and inscrutable. Yet a rare excitement tinged her voice as she responded. What of it? You sent people to kill my parents. This slap is merely the beginning, Lu Yifan declared arrogantly. As an abundance of pure heavenly energy flowed into Yi Jianfeng's body, the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon within his dantian became increasingly vivid, as though it were on the verge of awakening. After a quarter of an hour, Tang Xian meticulously regulated the flame's temperature, ensuring an even heat distribution. Due to multiple breaches in the cauldron, Tang Xian's fire affinity powers had to be precisely controlled. As time progressed, the remnants of the black main trunk within the cauldron began to transform. Hua Yuming's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly exclaimed, "You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she turned and dashed away. Chen Mu remained as silent as ever, a subtle smile gracing his lips, neither quarreling with Brother T, nor engaging in futile analysis, exuding a demeanor of calm assurance. The wisdom of the working class is boundless. If the adversary had developed a barrel-like auxiliary, it would be somewhat excusable. Upon the submission of the Gongsun family, the era of the 3 prominent families in the Demon Domain City had come to an end. Now, only the formidable Chu family remained dominant, having unified the city, with the Chu family emerging as the true sovereign of the Demon Domain. It appeared that this wave of energy was set to sanction the arrogant Zhao Xian. Yet in the end, they found themselves outmaneuvered by him. At that moment, the Demon Domain City was on the brink of the 10-year beast tide, and the anti-air formation above the city had yet to activate, allowing a multitude of low-level cultivators to soar through the skies. Yi Jianfeng and his 3 companions entered the Demon Domain City with an unassuming demeanor, maintaining a normal pace. Chapter 150. A well-paid flattery, Su Lei suspected that the disciples outside the city had also fallen victim to the Shura's murderous plunder. Otherwise, who else within Bayou City would dare to act so? Thus, revenge against the Shura, reclaiming their pilfered cultivation resources, and even seizing the adversary's resources to vent their anger was the only means to alleviate their losses. However, relying solely on himself and his surrounding disciples was evidently insufficient, compelling him to seek assistance. The young master said he would reimburse the potion expenses. "Why are you so agitated? We must not let the thieves breach our defenses, or we shall reap no rewards," the archer cautioned. Lin Feng's maneuvers instilled a sense of threat in him. If he were not careful, he might meet his end today. Before Murong Zhang could finish speaking, Shi Liang twisted the great sword horizontally and with all his might hurled it forth. The guardian of sacred words swung his staff, igniting flames that collided with the magical firebird in midair. After executing this maneuver, even with the assistance of numerous elixirs, complete recovery would likely take at least 10 days to half a month. I let out a cold scoff, bitch. Another one. To me, these words were acutely grating. I lifted my stiletto heel and delivered a forceful kick to the man's groin. Yet, as we turned over the bodies, we were horrified to discover that the mountain of corpses had all rotted away extensively. When Zhang Taibai arrived at the conference room, the senior members of the news agency had indeed been waiting for a considerable time. Reflecting for a moment, Nie Fan left the internet's AF with a grim expression. He had already endured enough humiliation today, and remaining there served no purpose. Tanya understood perfectly, recognizing that Sun Kai was merely a dilettante, possessing only a superficial grasp of economics, having evidently memorized a collection of convoluted terminologies without comprehension, and continuously flaunting his knowledge, almost every sentence revolving around GDP. At this critical juncture, Yichen chose not to stream that evening, which caused considerable anxiety among his concerned viewers, yet for some, it represented their ideal opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen retrieved a torch from the adjacent mine tunnel and stepped inside. This tunnel was clearly abandoned, imbued with a chilling aura. Each step felt akin to treading on shards of ice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Shuiyin stated, "Let us return to the main topic. I wish for everyone to gather and discuss the matters mentioned in the letter, as well as share our thoughts." Liao Chen altered the date and the country's name, claiming it was an event occurring in a distant land, yet did not modify the process therein. Moreover, his gameplay in the game TT had reached a level of sheer madness. He not only played, but also employed cheats. Truly, he was beyond human comprehension. If one were to disregard the hardships of the world, this locale could indeed be likened to a picturesque paradise, akin to the fabled peach blossom spring. Considering geographical positioning, along with the route of the one-eyed giant, the occurrence of such phenomena at Yi Chen's location was undeniably hard to fathom, evoking the sensation of a sudden cosmic upheaval. After discerning the direction, Shen Yu and Yang Jian proceeded towards the prearranged meeting place with Jun Tianyi. "Aren't you going to inquire about our purpose?" Xiong Jinhua remarked in surprise at Lin Su's apparent lack of curiosity regarding their intentions or how they had located him. Rumors of locust plagues had surfaced throughout the Jingji region, prompting the issuance of strict measures by various states and counties. The document bore the official seal of the Ministry of Revenue. Chen Yiru exclaimed in delight, her recent troubles dissipating in an instant. Zhao Guohua smiled at Chang Lu, but refrained from speaking, instead directing his gaze towards Xiong Yaoshi. Strange individuals and bizarre phenomena. This young man continued to tread forward, 1 foot deep and the other shallow, enveloped in silence. Yet, his gaze was not cast backward, revealing hints of madness and hatred. Chapter 151. Manipulating the mindset, the identity verification for cultivators has been successfully completed. You may enter this city. However, due to your considerable numbers, you must remember not to cause disturbances within the city. Should you violate the law, you will not be spared. The gate guards meticulously examined the credentials of Thunder and his entourage, proceeding to issue a formal warning. Thunder, of course, complied willingly before inquiring further. Given your appearance, are you planning to remain in the grave of heaven? That Zhou Ji, who holds dominion over the entire grave of heaven, is not an adversary to be trifled with. Yin Hongling furrowed her brows. Nearby, a guard hastily approached, eager to protect the emperor. Nifeng, having reached the pinnacle of his leg technique, unleashed his imposing leg strength. While others might still speculate about his connection with the old man, or assume he was merely a pawn used to deceive,
He was acutely aware of how he had attained all of this. Upon hearing this, the youth with the bloodstains cast a sharp glance, his hand forming a light seal. Intending to strike Han Mu with the palm, Jiang Ming watched with keen interest. Although Bu Jingyan currently lacked an extraordinary sword, his formidable strength was akin to a fine aged wine, leaving a lingering aftertaste. As I expressed this thought, my gaze unconsciously swept the room, only to find everyone nodding in silent agreement, seemingly endorsing my sentiment. Father, I was the one who was struck. Why must you still insist I apologize to him? He Quan's face was a mask of fury, having lost a prominent tooth, causing his speech to be somewhat garbled. Yet his demeanor was menacing as he glared at Wei Qilong, harboring a grudge over the incident from 4 months prior when Wei Qilong had dealt him a severe blow. After speaking, he lowered his head to attend to his work, embodying an individual so consumed by his tasks that it was exhausting merely to witness. The talent he possessed was merely an exquisite visage, capable only of garnering attention through tears on screen. When it came to genuine acting, he fell short. Moreover, Ming and Hong were also scheduled to record 2 additional programs, rendering time exceedingly tight. My lord, what troubles you? Noticing Qin Yu had evidently slowed down, Uchiha Jingxin felt a chill in her heart. During the destruction of the previous few bases, her lord had displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Could it be that he lacked confidence? Though he too was a formidable deity of the vast cosmos, his renown surpassed that of all present deities. The walls of the deep pit were smooth, rendering flight techniques useless. Even light-footed leaps failed to elevate one from its depths, all signs indicating that this pit was designed to ensnare. What significance could this hold? What could it possibly signify? It signifies nothing, merely a piece of wood, worthless, and I could produce one for you in a minute, Stone scoffed. He remained silent, yet he expressed a persistent feeling of being followed. Zhang Bieli remarked, Brother Erniu, facts speak louder than words. You know Erden well. He would never lie. Li Haiden replied with a look of grievance. Ultimately, the mayor of Tokyo rushed to the imperial palace, but he did not encounter the emperor. Old Wu, do not act rashly. This is no ordinary zombie, and there are numerous numbers within. You cannot afford to take such risks. Jinhao interjected, pulling Wu Junong back. The two casually conversed, yet after a tremor in the surrounding space, there was no further reaction, leaving Stone to call out in vain as the surroundings remained utterly still. Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities, and there are items I require within, Stone stated gravely, gazing intently at Jingxin Lake. Survivors who had previously evaded the airborne zombie virus, if caught in the rain or consuming contaminated water, had a 20% chance of becoming endowed with abilities, while 80% would emerge with enhanced physiques. Yen she felt somewhat speechless. This virus was evidently designed to stimulate powers. Chapter 152. Hunter or prey, I am certain that with senior brother's strength, should he take action himself, alongside my assistance, we could decisively eliminate that group without a single casualty. Su Lei affirmed with a nod. When he previously engaged with the Azura faction, he had remained vigilant, observing carefully. Moreover, the Azura's arrogance left them without means to conceal their aura or hide their strength. Thus Su Lei's assessment of their realm was nearly accurate. What does this phenomenon truly indicate? Does it imply that Gao Ming has genuinely matured, or has he psychologically aged prematurely, leading to a loss of confidence? It is likely that the organization has already deduced from the earlier incident at the port that his combat capabilities far exceed the typical elite, and the emergence of these 3 elite boundary breakers signifies the organization as heightened vigilance towards him. Despite the approach of the year-end, the Jizhou Armory continued to operate around the clock, tirelessly producing weaponry. Zhong Nan instinctively felt that the Mongolians would not grant the Ming dynasty much time. He had to stockpile sufficient armaments before the conflict erupted. Countless animal eyes swirled through Yin Yi's mind, ultimately leaving only the black and white eyes of the white fungus. In a short time, the fanbase for puppet theater grew, leading Tianyu Company to gain confidence and initiate further puppet theater productions. The subsequent events were rather straightforward. After He Zheng demonstrated his formidable strength once more, Ilay indicated that He Zheng needed to remain on this island for a few more days, as higher-level organizational personnel were scheduled to arrive for an evaluation. However, for those truly in need of solutions to their production challenges, the situation became rather troublesome. Brother Zhong, how is business at the store? Qiu Xiang gently wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired with concern. Initially, he believed that the Grim Reaper had a significant advantage.
But it now seemed he held no upper hand. Many conservative deities were natural allies of the Lord of Radiance. Zhang Xiuming nodded, sitting aside and gazing thoughtfully at the sky. The first night passed under the alternating vigilance of the three. Medications were prepared and drawn into syringes. The cold needle tip gleamed as it pierced Lu Yinyu's arm, with the medicine slowly being administered. Liang Shi had been in the United States for a month. Lu Zixuan informed him that their father did not intend to disclose the situation to Lu Yinyu, but he afforded Liang Shi an opportunity, leaving the pursuit of Lu Yinyu to his own devices. Aisen's head bowed slightly, his eyes perpetually reflecting gratitude as he spoke softly to Xiaoyu. Despite the distance of 100 feet, Aisen felt the piercing, murderous gaze from Baiyu across the way, causing his heart to tighten. The most significant danger in this class ranking might stem from the noble class to which Baiyu belonged. Recalling the memories shared with him by the consciousness claiming to be Degu, Diga's awareness spoke up. Initially, Lu Yuan had not grasped the terrifying extent to which the world furnace evolution technique could reach within the universe when he obtained it from the system. Must I truly remove all my clothing? Lin Feng felt quite uncomfortable, even in the presence of one who prided himself on righteousness. Upon receiving Su Yun's affirmation, Lin Qinglai instantly became exhilarated, more so than when he had been praised for his examination results in school. A foreign youth's voice resonated behind Lola, followed by two sounds akin to sacks hitting the ground. A light and serene voice struck Lin Qi's heart. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Lin Qi's previously stiff body began to regain its composure. He turned around and followed the sound, only to see a pale pink figure approaching slowly. The sound reverberated like thunder, and in an instant, all the demon tribes among the giant trees looked up in astonishment at the sky. Chapter 153. One of us, you wretch. How dare you lay hands on the soldiers within Baiyu City? Come, seize them, the leading soldier commanded, and his subordinates immediately sprang into action. Those two individuals from the Tianhua sect found themselves trapped, with only one thought remaining: to eliminate those individuals. Otherwise, whether captured by the enemy or exposed. It felt particularly strange. Du Yuan gazed at the excessive adornments forced upon Shin Yu Ro, deeming them superfluous. The lowest tier of guards had yet to recover from their astonishment when Jiang Ani had already dashed past, heading straight for the second tier. After all this time, did I still not know the nature of the people in the Huatian company? How could they possibly utilize resources and public relations teams for my sake? Qin Ming finished speaking with a cold laugh, clearly disillusioned with Huatian. Upon hearing this, Du Yuan slightly inclined his head in salute and remarked, "Esteemed sister, we have pressing matters to attend to, and thus must take our leave." With these words, Du Yuan immediately departed with Chu Jifeng, striding away with purpose. True to form, they captured several bandits, binding them outside, and after a meal, prepared to escort them to the Great Khan. The leader, in his 30s, sported short hair akin to needles, a face brimming with a thick beard, and twin blades sheathed at his waist, exuding an aura of fierce valor. Prior to this, they collected their dues. While deliberating on their departure, Zhou Wutian once again called out from the treetops. At this juncture, Han Wutong displayed his wit. Upon witnessing their entrance, he hastily ordered the door closed and locked, imprisoning the officials within. This move rendered them incapable of further complicating matters for him. Far in the distance loomed the majestic peaks of Lishu Mountain, particularly the highest summit, renowned as the pinnacle of the 9 peaks, its altitude staggering. This summit served as the power center and the holy palace of Lishu Mountain Sovereign. One could not help but ponder the extent of their strength and the vast chasm between oneself and them. Instinctively, he searched for Jiang Ani, but instead, his gaze fell upon Huang Shi, the military affairs commissioner, who regarded him with an impassive expression from a corner of the hall. Recalling Huang Shi's other identity, Chen Yingguang hesitated momentarily before approaching him. Unlike others who sought to curry favor with Zhuozhua by achieving merit, she was more inclined to devise a means to eliminate him and seize his essence. Tang Jing crouched within the fiery aura, his left fist resting at his waist while his right, a colossal fist, struck the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. As petals transformed into radiant sword beams, the elder's brow furrowed in concern. She refrained from continuing, aware that further words might inadvertently show disrespect to the venerable elder who had wielded wisdom and might throughout his life. Shenfenga believed herself quite formidable, yet today she realized there existed realms beyond her comprehension. With a single strike, Shenfenga found herself gravely wounded.
Lu Jing, contemplating the logic of the situation, decided to erase her debts. Jinger deemed that Sister Abeo was excessively reprehensible and must not be allowed to claim accolades freely, otherwise her defiance would only escalate. Yi Huan donned a suit, fastening each button with precision until the immaculate patterned attire adorned him impeccably. The vital energy within his acupoints, drawn by the allure of his dantian, surged along the meridians and coalesced at the Zhongfu point, forming a dense mass of dark clouds. However, at that moment, Long Chen had already scoured all the cultivation resources from within the premises, and with a swift movement, he concealed himself in the shadows of the night. Qing Montian's ascension to the Qi refinement realm marked a significant event for Zaiwushan, under the arrangements of the sect leader. The entire faction mobilized to prepare for Qing Montian's coronation ceremony. Qi Tianshou, one of the 6 directors of the Shenzhou Alliance, alongside 5 other directors, commanded a formidable presence, and his uncompromising stance instilled a sense of fear among the 3 sects of Yuzhou.